he said has already stirred the hornet's nest, so to speak. And it's not the first time. From day one, he has been at odds with the obedient movement. He hasn't agreed with them on anything. So nobody is surprised with what he's saying today. Professor Soyinka is a controversial figure. He's not the reticent type for someone who put a gun on the head of a broadcaster in his early days to stop him from announcing an election. He is the epitome of controversy. And he has earned his place in society. And so he is the darling of media organizations and people that do events because he's unafraid to speak his mind and to say what he wants to say. He's the type of person that would advise you to, blot out your views and let the chips fall wherever they may. However, on this particular matter, it seems that he is not reading accurately the mood of the nation. There are hopes and aspirations of young people that have been dashed. And these people organize themselves to see if they can be an opposition to the APC and the PDP, or the PDP particularly that hasn't offered any opposition to the APC. And the way that the elections were conducted, it is a very difficult and unpleasant experience for people to talk about. So you have to be sensitive to that fact. I don't think he has been. Also, these young people that he talks about, they think and they believe that Professor Wole Soyinka's generation, President Muhammadu Buhari's generation, President Bola Tinubu, and the rest of them have wrecked this nation. For people who had the best that this country had to give to them, and they are giving it back to the younger people in broken pieces, and wouldn't even leave the space for them to put together the pieces and see if they can patch the nation. This is what we're dealing with at this time. So other people have to be mindful of what is happening and have to be sensitive to that. So I think a lot of people are not going to take this lightly, and I think he will lose quite a bit of following with regard to what he has said.
It's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, gbajue. That is, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards violence. They were going to send, some of the hardliners were going to send crowds, young people into the streets to demonstrate. I'm always ready to be among such demonstrators, but only on the banner of truth, not of lies, not of deceit.
Ẹ̀yin lọ́balọ́ba orí adé mo kí yín kú jókòó ẹ ṣé tẹ́ wà ń bí ṣùgbọ́n ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ nǹkan kan ibi tí gómìnà bá wà tàbí pírẹsidẹ́ǹtì bá wà kò sí ọba náà ó ń láti dìde fún gómìnà tàbí fún pírẹsidẹ́ǹtì ẹ dìde. Ẹ jókòó. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people are a platform for him who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication until
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Janaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
no
took
more
my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the show. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. We're coming to you live from New York City. I hope you are happy and you're doing well wherever you are in the world. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate all of you and your time. Today, we are going to have an interesting show, as always. We are going to start with the news story, the big story about Wole Soyinka and his takedown of the Peter Obi and the obedient movement in South Africa. We are going to go to Chicago. We're going to talk about the never-ending troubles of President Bola Tinubu. And of course, we're also going to talk about his appointment of his CBN governor. Right now, he has his team complete, and we hope that they will succeed. We're also going to talk about the death of Mohbad, a musician. I don't know who he was until he died. So we're going to talk about that, and hopefully you will join us and share your opinion on that and other stories. Also, Rema, I know Rema and Selena Gomez, they won at the Video Music Award, yeah. And so we're going to touch on that and every other story that is important to you. This is Have Your Say, an opportunity for you to have your say on the stories making news across Nigeria and Africa. And let's welcome some of our people who are here already. Obi, welcome to the show.
Wassalamu alaikum, ya jama.
Malaikum salam. Ike, welcome to the show. Ike, can you hear me? Can you unmute yourself? Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening from wherever you're joining us today. Obi, my brother, how are you? Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Good morning, sir.
How is the Kwankwaso? How is he doing? Is okay?
Oh man, Kwankwaso is homeless. He's homeless. He's in the streets. Kwankwaso is on the streets.
We're going to give him a home through Dr. Damage. We're going to give him a rented apartment.
I beg. Moku na beg Dr. Damage. We need home. We need home.
All right, righteous man, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening from here. It's been raining. It's been raining cats and dogs since morning.
I know.
Everywhere flooded in Lagos State.
I saw some videos. It's unbelievable.
It's really terrible. And I want to appreciate my brother Ovie. He fulfilled the promise he made, and it won't be good that I did not acknowledge it before the panel.
All right.
Ovie, thank you very much. You did great. I appreciate.
Ovie, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Damage.
Man of Prestige, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning. Is it afternoon over there? Not yet. Again, good morning, everybody. I don't know what's going on in Nigeria. I've been on vacation, so that's more important to me. But I'm back. So, all right, let's see what's going on in Nigeria.
Thank you so much. Can you please yourself if you are not speaking so that we don't get background feed? We want to thank people like Team Majek. Thank you so much for your support. Alexander, thank you so much. You are the man. And Oman, we thank you for your support. These are people who are supporting us through Super Chat. Thank you, guys. So those in the studio, turn on your camera if you want to contribute. If you contribute, until you do that, we are not going to let you in. So you know the drill by now. All right. So before we start, I just want to go through people in the panel now. If there's anything that I missed on my list of stories, I want to hear from you. Ovie, is there anything you are following that I did not mention? Any story that is important to you? Ovie, unmute yourself.
Yes, I think the first one, Mr. Ike, brought it up already, which is Konkoso being homeless, being kicked out of his own party, and in the street like every one of us. That's PDP finding their mojo again. I saw the BOT members assembling and forging way for their tomorrow. APC coming out to say they have commenced electronic registration, and I think that's what I'm following because that's 2027 right there that is unfolding. And I don't see any other party that is actually getting ready to compete come 2027 aside these two political parties. And you actually started my week perfectly well with those three videos that you played. The first one being the lady, Ikorodu, right? I think she's one of my favorite public and political analysts. Female analyst today, not just in Nigeria, but in the world. She's very, very fluid and she knows what she's talking about. I'm happy that you started with her. Then the second video you play, which is that of Soyinka. I know we are going to talk about it today, but I would have wished we focus on Wole Soyinka versus Karina Davis. Who's actually featured on that interview that was granted. The interview was about 1 hour 45 minutes. But I understand why the Obi parts, dominating the airwave. But as far as I'm concerned, that's a distraction. The most important thing there is Wole Soyinka Nobel laureate award. It's a question around it. A book has been written about it. For me, I think that should be the topic. That should be the subject. And I would advise obedience to stay on that question for the next 4 weeks and see if the man is still going to keep thriving, right? He's running his mouth because his brother is the president. They should go at him from that angle. Forget Obi now. Carolina Davis should be the topic of discussion when it comes to the Wole Soyinka. Then again, you play the third video, which is Obasanjo, ordering the traditional ruler, to which I belong, and I respect. I holding them to stand up and discuss them in the public. But that says a lot where we are. And the more I listen to the video of one man that you play when he was describing Tinubu, the more I listen to that, the more I understand that it's deeper than the way we are trying to caricature the whole statement, right? It says something. If Bola Tinubu is not good, nothing for a purpose, but if there's any man that is better, then show me. That says a lot about where we are as a nation. When we have all these old men, Wole Soyinka, as you see running things, And as far as I'm concerned, they are coming from the angle of in their 40s and 50s, when they're supposed to be given opportunity to actually lead, they were in the street struggling because of the military guys. And the military guys took 40 years, 2 decades. So they feel deprived and they want to actually, as far as I'm concerned, repeat the same thing for us who are coming. Because what Wole Soyinka is accusing the obedient of, they did not half of what that man did during his own time. The obedience never attacked anybody with a weapon, physically or anything. He did. Right? So there's more conversation to that Wole Soyinka than us focusing on what he said about Obi and obedience. But as far as I'm concerned, and those are just, he's trying to cover up what happened in that interview before that question. If anybody has not seen the interview, go and watch it. It's a 45-minute interview. We could see how he was wrapped up when they're asking about Carolina Davis. So as far as I'm concerned, that should be the news. Dr. Damiji, that's I don't talk too much. Yes, there's a lot going on, but
thank you. Thank you. I considered that, but I thought that we should make it a standalone conversation. There are some other things about Soyinka. I don't want us to, but we are going to do that down the road, not today, sometime down the road. All right, Ike, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damiji. Probably I didn't watch the videos you played, but I think one of the things that I think we talk about is the illegitimacy government that is trying to claim the legitimacy by lying to the world and Nigerians that UAE has lifted the ban on visa ban in Nigeria. You know, this is the country we have found ourselves. You know, there is never anyhow any lie can ever become true. You know, so I am. You see, listen. If you want to claim legitimacy, at least you do something with honesty. At least that is the starting point. Be truthful to Nigerians. The same people you are trying to win their heart. You cannot win the heart of Nigerians at this present time by lying on their faces. Because this is just the problem. I needed them to be honest. I needed them to be truthful. Because if you want to change the mindset, if you want to change the tempo, the tension that is in your country that you are ruling right now, I think that the simple principle, basic thing that is supposed to do is to be honest and truthful to Nigerians. And when Nigerians check what you say, they will discover that it's true. Because we have lived past that age when they will say, when they will tell us something, NTA will tell us something, or channel television will tell us something, and we believe it, and everybody goes in. No, Nigerians have wised up a lot. We are into the technology world. We are into the social media every day. So why can't they stop lying? Because immediately they said what they said. The UAE officials went to CNN and said that they denied that they never lifted the ban on visa on Nigeria. So this is a very country.
All right, thank you, Ike. We're going to talk about that part of our conversation. Go ahead, Obi.
Dr. Damiji, I was talking to you when I saw you playing that Ikorodu interview. I think I should talk to Damiji. Should bring that woman on. she knows a lot. I think you should bring her on the show.
All right. We're going to look for her and get her. Now we're going to talk about the issue of the messages we're getting from Tinubu and his team, especially the issue of visa reversing the visa ban of Nigerians, and why are they doing that? Why are Nigerians surprised looking at the way they did the campaign and what happened? So we're going to touch on that. There are so many cartoons coming out of people making fun of the new people speaking for Tinubu and everything. This is one of them, the Lion King. You know. All right. Let's go to who is next. Hold on, let me see. I lost my. Okay, let's go to Man of Prestige. Is it? No. Oh, sorry. Righteous Man. Righteous Man. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, I expected you to mention about the interview granted to Libros Oshomo. that interview got a lot to reveal, and it's like that interview was setting agenda for 2027 election. Libros Oshoma, he opened up a lot of things that are hidden in the Constitution and the INEC Act regulating the elections. He was talking about the Constitution leaving the burden of proof of election being rigged, taking it away from the petitioner to INEC, that it should be the INEC that should have the burden of proving how the election was conducted, whether it was rigged or not rigged, instead of the petitioner being the one that will have the burden of proving whether election is rigged or not. I think you should listen to that interview. It has a great exposition. And then secondly, the opening of Visa Collection Center in Enugu. Some critics are saying whether it's a way of spying on the Southeast and using it to monitor the activities of the IPOB, what is going on there, because for 60 years, there was nothing like that. How all of a sudden, the British have just remembered that the Southeast need a place like that. And then the appearance or the arrival of the British warship in the Nigerian coast. What is the agenda? Is anybody afraid of coup d'etat or what? Because if you listen to the news today, the army generals made a broadcast and saying they are submitting to democracy and they will not give room for coup d'etat in Nigeria. So I want you to highlight on those issues and actually watch the videos. Possibly it will give us a direction.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Righteous Man. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I'm here to learn about what's going on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Like I said, I greeted everybody. I'm here to know about what's going on in Nigeria. I've been away for about 2 weeks or so. But anyway, notwithstanding, there's something that I was paying attention about this Tinubu case. So I'm just kind of curious about what's going on. I mean, in my opinion, I think he attended University of Chicago, which is less than an average college. So I'm familiar with that Chicago college. It's nothing, people are talking about he has a first degree. Any Nigerian can go to that college and have a first degree. I mean, the college ranked like 146 out of 156 in the Midwest. So it's nothing to write at home about. It's not an Ivy League. It's not anything close. But having said that, I'm very curious about the document being released because now the DOJ said they're going to release the document in October. So it seems like a coordinated thing because there's about 6 agencies. Maybe there's something there, maybe there's not. It's not making any difference in Nigeria. Tinubu is the president, so let's get that straight. But with the way the US is handling it, I don't know if Biden playing a role in that, in order to be able to work with Tinubu. So something is going on. Initially, they said they won't release it on 2026. Is that 25 or whatever, But right now, they have agreed to release it. The whole 5 agencies, IRS, DOJ and everything, DOJ is coordinating the whole thing. So they have about 200, about 2,500 in the document. I mean, what is the document about? What did Tinubu do? Why would he have such a file? About 250. Anybody can read it. That's what they have on him. So it may be good, it may not be good, but it's not going to make any difference. So I think they're playing game with, they're playing game with Nigeria. But like I said, it's going to be released in October. I think that's the final thing I read. So they're going to release, but some of them may be redacted. So let's just hope they release some information, whether it's good or bad. But why are they, redacting the information? Some of them, like they claim. So let's hope and see what's going to come out from that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good day. How are you? Jude.
Hello, good morning, Dr. Rudolph, and good morning, everybody. Okay, except for Nigeria, it's true that it's like there's no ending, and things continue to happen back to back, and Yeah, like man of prestige has spoken. One of the most hot issues during the week is just Tinubu's case in Chicago. Certificate issue in Chicago. Now it has been confirmed. Yes, somebody Ahmed, what is it called? Tinubu, is it Tinubu A. Ahmed or something? Went to that school in Chicago, but it was a woman, and the person age was 1954, not the age Tinubu posted. So we want to know that person. They should release all this information, and moreover, the person who went to that school is an American citizen. Tinubu is not. So we want to know that. We want them to release every information about that, even if they may not add anything. But Nigeria deserve to know who is ruling them. Deserve to know how corrupt, how evil this man is, and the kind of things he has involved himself in the, So that is one. And then another thing that is going on, the lies that they told about lifting up the visa ban to UAE. Of course, they have been, busted on that. They think that it's a business as usual. They will come because they have bought over all Nigerian media. They can just come and say anything and think it is, think it's just part of what used to happen in the past, that they just say anything because nobody to investigate them. But now, Nigerians have woken up. We are in the days of technology and social media, like somebody has rightly said. So nothing is hidden. You can say whatever you want, but the truth. So it is quite sad.
All right, thank you, Jude. Thank you. What we're doing now is I've mentioned some stories we are following and the ones that people are adding. So if there's anybody who's here to speak, you have something that you think I missed that is important, let's just get it so that we can get into the conversation.
Please, Dr. Damage, 1 second, okay? This Libros of Shomo, I don't know what they call that lawyer, right? I think we should discuss about that guy. Yeah, despite the interview he granted, for that guy to almost this somebody that has been a very good, has been a critic of the government, bringing out the leaders in Nigeria are doing. I normally listen to his videos, and whenever I do, I'm always happy. I say, thank God we still have people like this in Nigeria. And for this man turning around again and saying the same thing, saying different thing, as if now supporting Tinubu, supporting the same people that he has always criticized, it makes me wonder, even how many of us, that it makes me wonder that I can't even trust any of us. It's coming out here now and other social media talking about Nigeria. It shows me that actually this saying that every Nigeria has a price, that indeed is true. I don't want to believe it, because not all Nigeria, I don't have a price. You can't bribe me, even if bring everything in the world to bribe me to support any evil. Something I said, no, I can't do it. I will not. But it's like we all have a price. That man can now be changed, can now change, and it's now singing the praise of Tinubu. Jesus Christ.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Echi. Echi, do you have something? Unmute yourself, please. We can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Good morning. Good morning. Is it coming across? Yes, yeah. No?
Good. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Damages, and everyone on the panel, including those watching and on the comment section. I don't have anything but to express what I'm thinking about Dr. Damages, which I might want to call global corruption syndicate. Because for the school, Chicago State University to come and affirm that Tinubu graduated, it looks kind of shady, and it looks like the corruption we are talking about is not only narrowed down to Nigeria. There probably is a global corruption syndicate. So how do we even fight this fight where anywhere we turn to, there are people who can be bought, people who can support evil? How do we really fight this fight? Because it's not just local, it's global. And that's my opening thought, sir.
All right, thank you. When we start on that topic, I will ask you, why do you think that it was, when they said that Tinubu graduated, they didn't say which Tinubu, but based on their record, Tinubu graduated. All right.
Yeah, they said that the Tinubu that graduated was a female.
Okay, they didn't say that, but it's something that we saw in the document. I hear you, Jude. Prince, go ahead.
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph and other panelists. I think everybody has spoken well. The story that kind of like interests me is sometime this week I got to learn that during the time of Abacha, that Wole Soyinka and Tinubu were selling rice from Taiwan. Yes. So it's kind of like interesting. How did that happen? And it was said by Wole Soyinka himself that I don't know. It interests me, and I want to learn more about that.
All right, thank you, Prince. There's a video of that. So we had Soyinka talk about the incident and how it happened. So we'll try to find it. Maybe we'll talk about it. Nathaniel, welcome to the show.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah.
Please, I want to bring our mind back a little. This Tinubu, Buhari, and so on. Do we understand that during the time of Buhari, the primary school certificate, the secondary school certificate, all of them were questionable. And not only that, when Buhari was dealing with sickness, there are some Nigerians who went to that hospital in order just to verify what is really wrong with the president. And they never find anything until Buhari left. Nobody was able to bring out his the result of his medical stuff. And that is how a doubt was being casted that we don't know anymore that it was a real Buhari that was running Nigeria. So I want to really bring our mind back. That we do not forget that same syndicate, that is what is going on now. And every one of us must be very, very, very careful because of the nations we are staying, that we feel that we have been blessed. So a lot of us don't want to really speak the truth. I was in a program yesterday, Mayegun General, and Mayegun was important for that what made a lot of Nigerians to go away from Nigeria. And do you know that when some were giving answer to that question, many of them were saying that they will not come back to Nigeria. And a lot of them have children. So at the end of the day, it's like what happened during colonization and slavery, that is what is going to happen. So every one of us should be careful and we should stand on the truth. Because what these people they are doing, mostly when it comes to terrorism, how to keep Europe away and brought a Buhari, and Buhari put Nigeria into debt again, in fact, in the very ground. And we feel that this APC syndicate with the Western powers that is connected to how they will ruin Nigeria forever and make Nigerians to leave their nations and remain abroad, scatter the world. So we have to stand on the truth and devise a means to fight back, because if we don't fight back, they are the one that is behind terrorism in Nigeria, and most of our places are already in danger. So the APC syndicate, what is going on right now, is going to play out. So if we don't think like Niger people, we don't think like Burkina Faso people, and we don't think like Mali people, there is no way we are going to get out from it. And nobody should support them anymore, because Nigerians, we are in danger. So this Soyinka stuff, Soyinka is not consistent. There is a doubt on him.
All right, all right.
No, he's supported but he's not consistent.
Thank you. We're going to talk about that immediately. We hear from Tony and Okija. Thank you so much. Okija, any story we're missing? Anything you think we should discuss?
Good morning, all.
Before I didn't even know about CIA connection to this guy's Nobel Prize until last night. Please, Ovia, if you could share some link in the private channel. But anyway, the tribunals, the election tribunals, for the House of Rep member, I think it's going to the second stage, the appeals court. So appeals court, they've been reversing some things, some decisions made by the lower court. So I wish, we could talk about those, and people who have information on the cases that were reversed. I know that Elumelu, the lower court ruled that he won, and the appeals court reversed that decision. So we can talk about those ones. But I mean, we have a full discussion already. I don't think we're gonna get out of Soyinka for like for 5 hours.
No, 2 hours we should be done. It's not gonna go more. We're not gonna let it go far. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Okita. Tony, you're next.
Hi. Excuse me. Hi. Hello, everybody. It's just disheartening to hear from somebody that represents intellect in Nigeria to come out and speak along those lines. You see, one would have it's kind of a figure that we've always respected. Every Nigerian have respected over the years, and he just been coming out and been diminishing his status. And that is really sad. And interestingly, that is the hallmark of this administration, because this administration, all we've had from them is just deceit, lies, fake rhetorics, tribalism, to say the least. So, but the thing is that it's sad. The sadder part of it is that I still find some people that are still supporting this set of people. Now we're talking about Tinubu. I mean, most of the APC supporters or Baptists don't see anything important. Why Tinubu's certificate is very, very critical. They say, well, what about it and all that? The school has said he attended, and so be let's just sweep it on the carpet. Dr. Damages, I don't know whether you are on the space. There's a video that has been trending, and it started trending again 2 days ago. Somebody within the Tinubu family released a video, and he was explaining how he came about the name Bola Tinubu. This is not fiction. This is not an Igbo man, because when you talk now, they'll say because you're Igbo, you're IPOB. If in fact they've even accused Dr. Damage's forum as IPOB Igbo channel and all that. That's their business. But again, this guy came out and explained how he was adopted. There's no problem in being adopted, but actually he did drop a big bombshell, and the bombshell was that he assumed the identity of the man's late daughter. That is why he came about the name Bola Tinubu. So what are we talking about here? In India, the man was facing the camera and was lying through his teeth, saying he worked for Deloitte. Deloitte had come out robustly many times saying that this man, we do not know him. He did not work for us. So how come we have found ourselves in a place where people are defending lies, constantly spewing out divisive narratives? We're already divided as it were. It's just worrying. I mean, it's just worrying. So when you talk, when you want to address the truth, either they will accuse you of being an Igbo apologist or IPOB apologist. So that's my take for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And we're going to get into that. I know maybe you are new to public forum. If you're not, they will accuse you of anything. That shouldn't stop you from doing what you're doing. Whatever
Dr. Rudolph, please, I just wanted to say something real quick. I've been hearing about this stuff. They talk about criminal and celebrity criminals. Okay. It looks like most of these people are also on this platform, because after we finish talking, they will send you emails. Some certain person sent me certain, certain texts last week, but I'm gonna ignore it. I don't give a damn about what that person, who that person is, or what that person is. But what I'm trying to say is those people who they have trying to throw, those on panel after you finish speaking, then they'll start telling you that they will come after you and they will do this and do that. I'm not scared of none of them, and they are nobody. I'm just making it clear. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to the first topic of the day, Wole Soyinka, and let me play this again for those who are not aware of that. He granted an interview. It was a conference in South Africa, and Okendi Bay interviewed him.
Two things
so let's
happened,
watch a little bit of that.
One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards violence. They were going to send, some of the hardliners were going to send crowds, young people, into the streets to demonstrate. I'm always ready to be among such demonstrators, but only on the banner of truth, not of lies, not of deceit.
All right. So this, just a clip from the interview, is a part of the interview that has been in the news. It's a longer interview. I can tell you that I spoke to Okendi briefly in South Africa, and he pointed out that it was more than that. The interview was longer. He wished that Nigerians would watch the longer version of the interview. Okay, incidentally, we'll be here on Sunday, October 1. He's our guest, so we get the opportunity to talk to him about some of this. But let me hear from you guys. What are the issues with this interview and this that you see? Let me start with you. People are scrambled out. I can't see. Let's see. Ike, let's start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Really, honestly, I really do not want to say anything because what Ms. Ikoku or Mrs. Ikoku, I don't know, whichever way, with all my respect, I think she has spoken the minds of patriotic and millions of Nigerians who know what the truth is all about. I watched her interview at Channel Television with the professor at the best university, So I was, she took away the pain, she took away the anger, she took away the load on my shoulder when I listened to what Wole Soyinka said. So, and I think Chiamanda also said something again on CNN, So I just want Nigerians themselves, the generations of today of Nigeria today to know this is their country. If they want to allow people like this to continue to mislead us or mislead the new generations of Nigeria, I leave that choice for them. So really, honestly, that woman, I hope that I can see her and give her a hug because she spoke everything that any right-thinking Nigerian would say, irrespective of which political party do you belong. So I really do not want to say anything, but I just hope that all these old men and women, who try to impose, who has imposed themselves to Nigerian society for so many years, that they should begin to understand and realize that their days has gone. So honestly speaking, I don't have much to say, just to thank that lady, Miss Ngozi Ikoku, for speaking my mind and the minds of a lot of Nigerians.
All right, thank you. Jude, you're next.
That is the interview. I just listened to that clip a few days ago. It made it to the social media. It was very shocking and very disappointing. That's a man that was once revered and held at a very high esteem in Nigeria, in the literary world, not just only in Nigeria, but all over the world. A man that every Nigerian will be proud, is proud to, to boast of, wherever he goes in the world and say, yes, this man is from Nigeria. That he can degenerate and retract to this kind of partisanship, I don't know. I mean, coming out in an open interview that, world, everybody in the world, millions will be listening to or watching, and both-facedly telling lies. I don't know. Does it mean? I don't know. Is it becoming apparent that professors in Nigeria now, that there is a spirit of lie, a spirit of corruption that has gone into their brain or that's attached to their professorial this thing, especially those that are getting? Is that what it is now? Maybe we'll have to investigate whether there's a virus now that is eating up professors in Nigeria, that they no longer tell the truth and they can sell out for a penny. Because this man, his intellect, his intellectualism or his works, which he has done before, actually has masked his racial bigotry. That for many years, many people don't see him as a racist, as a racial bigot. But now he can't hold it back anymore. Everybody is seeing it now, that this man is simply a racial bigot. And a man who cannot even tell the truth. Look at what he did the other time. I think that was not enough, saying that obedience are fascist. This man that took a gun during his days, went to a radio station, wrote a speech and put on a gun this thing and asked the newscaster to read his speech. During his days, and this is a man that is accusing Obiden as being fascist, who have never assaulted anybody. Tinubu, whom he is supporting an APC, he didn't even accuse them as fascists. These are people who said that if you are not going to vote for Tinubu, you must not even dare coming out. And he saw all the mayhem, the people they killed, the people they wounded during the election. And this man will come out to tell the world that Obi did not win election, did not even come out second. Is it from the moon? Was he not in Nigeria? Even if he wasn't in Nigeria, doesn't he listen to news? Doesn't he watch videos of what happened during the election? One thing is showing, apart from supporting Tinubu, also is further revealing the deep-rooted hatred these people have against the Igbos, and how that they have ganged up and made sure that an Igbo man will never rule Nigeria. It is far more than what we are seeing, what we saw him say. It is a deep-rooted anger and I don't know what I would call it, against the Igbos.
All right, thank you, Jude. Let's
It's a shame. It's a shame. It's so disheartening.
Let's move on to other people. Echi, sorry. Echi, welcome. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Talking about HO, I wonder where she has been. Okay, so let me dissect the whole situation in 3 dimensions. Number one is the person involved, Professor Wole Soyinka, with all due respect to him.
No
when
more
I think
professor.
about
Don't call it professor. It's not professor, please.
okay, when I think about the personality involved and the personality speaking in the interview, all I see is interest and solidarity. You know, solidarity based on maybe he's come a long way with the now so called proclaimed president. You know, maybe there's a solidarity right there. He's defending that. And the interest, when I think of interest, I'm also thinking about what my brother just said, the tribal dimension to the whole equation. Because we see some pastors doing that. You know, there's obviously this tribal insanity that if we don't cure it right now in Nigeria, we truly will not make progress. We have to just cure it. But whether we want to pretend as though it's not there, it is there and it's glaring to us, you know, glaring at us at our faces. But all of these, both interest and solidarity, is rising over and above nationhood. So these men don't really think of the nation. They are more concerned about their unenlightened self-interest. They are more concerned about, you know, supporting their man where they there. They know they think about the nation. And that is just, that therefore disqualifies them to be called an elder, or disqualifies them to, like my brother said, don't call him professor. It disqualifies you to appear as someone that high profile when you don't prioritize nationhood over and above minor things. Now, the second interest is the content of the interview. In the content, he used the Yoruba word, I wish I'm Yoruba to pronounce it well, bajue, which means, you know, force of lies, right? But don't use that word for Peter Obi or even his followers, the obedient as it were. It cannot be used for them. That word should be used for the political class. You know, it should be used for INEC. What about all the promises INEC made about transparency and what later happened during? So that is classical example of force of lie. INEC lied to us. The leaders lied to us. You come out and you tell us that visa ban is lifted, and a few days later, we found it to be lie. So it is not Peter Obi and his followers that are using Bajue. It is those same people in your class that word should be used for. So the content of his message was misplaced. You know, and my last submission will be the people, you know, Nigerians. And when are we going to arise? I keep praying, let us arise, because if we are waiting for this change to happen any other way, I'm still here waiting. I'm waiting. I want to see it. They said during NSAS, oh, you guys don't go about it that way. Join a particular man, support a man, get your PVD, go through the electioneering process, and we did, right? But after we did, we are now beginning to see the true picture of the INEC, true picture of the judiciary, true picture of the corruption, the depth, the level, the extent of the corruption. We are not seeing it. So what again are they going to tell us? And then how do we take back our country? Because if we don't do anything, the next 100 years, all of us will get old and die. And what according to Ndibo, what is happening will continue to happen even the next 100 years to come. So how do we take our country? And that's a challenge to Nigerian people. What are we going to do to stop this insanity? Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Thank you so much. Prince, you're next.
Okay. Let me start by this. Ovie, please, where's Mama H.O., if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah,
you know.
She's fine. I actually spoke with her last week. A couple of days ago. Yeah, she's doing good.
We'll really miss her, and I'll be concerned, you know, to ask after her. For me, pretty much on the topic of Wole Soyinka, to me, he's a disgrace. Okay, and I align myself solely with the you know, the statements from a particular cleric. You know, he clearly stated it the way it should be, and I totally agree with him. I align myself with him, and also align myself with people who have spoken before me. You know, the thing is this: respect is earned. But to some people, you know, in Nigeria, they think respect is just, you just get the respect. No, you have to earn a respect for you to get one. And as at this moment, Wole Soyinka have so much proven himself to be, you know, I don't know what to say. I'm not gonna curse him. I'm not gonna, you know, it is what it is. He has proven himself to be not trustworthy, okay, a hypocrite, and at the same time, someone who is trying to instigate the people. Because when he was talking, he talked about, oh, that at some point that obedience became a regional, it became a regional thing. What is he talking about? Different people voted for Obi. People in Nasarawa voted for Obi. Are they Igbos? People in Plateau State voted for Obi. Are they Igbos? People in Kaduna voted for Obi. Are they Igbos? So what is he talking about? And he forgetting that when he was younger, he went to a radio station and did something. In this time, he would have been regarded as, that he kidnapped or did something to somebody. But look at him today, talking about, that he would join the youth only on the ambers of truth. He should enter house, man. He should enter house and go and rest. That's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince Apache. Nathaniel, you're next.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damage. I will repeat the words of Nelson Mandela, late Nelson Mandela. He said, a leader that changes because of what he confronts, he changes his idea. That leader is not a leader. And he also said to a Nigerian journalist that we, the South Africans, Nelson Mandela is waiting for Nigeria to lead Africa. All these things are absent because people like Soyinka, in fact, it is better to remind him that Abiola did not win June 12th, so that we will hear from him how he will reply to that. Because during that Abiola time, when Abiola won and they don't give him, I think he didn't keep quiet. So today he's calling obedient fascist. Today he's saying Peter Obi did not win the election. I do not take part in the election. I do not even encourage my family to go and vote back home because I know this nonsense is what is going to come out from it. So what I will say is that people that are still listening to such a man, they are going to be degraded because he's not a role model. In this nation I am, the only person I see his name in the signboard, in the school, the name school after him, university and so on, it is only Nelson Mandela from Africa. Outside that, there is no other person. So enough is enough. We have been listening to these people that are so tribal minded. In fact, let me tell you, Britain indoctrinated these people the way they will relate to themselves and look themselves, and they don't have mind outside what they were told. Forget that Soyinka is a professor. He's a professor of nonsense. What would that one teach, or has he been teaching the school that impact other people? Look at, let me just repeat this. When the Fulanis, or let me say the terrorists, they kill people, or they went and used their cow to degrade his farm, what did he say? When this same INEC, he has never condemned INEC. The INEC conduct a free and fair election? Why is he finding some kind of people to accuse, to say these one are fascists, Obi did not win the election? Nigerians should stop listening to such people, and if we will devise a means to make sure that such people, their ideas they are not welcome. If they make any speech in the forum, it should be downgraded, and we should not listen to them, so that we will devise how we will go forward, whether on our various ethnic lines, or we'll still go on as Nigeria. Let that be our focus. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okija, the next.
Thank you, guys. I mean, Constance Ikoku, she did very well,
Sorry, my brother.
Was a mad dog, a diseased dog, and
Hello.
Constance, kindly, quietly, put him down, just in a classic way. People like, I think, like it boils down to, like this Nigerian intellectuals, some of them, like Soludo. If you look at Soludo, you look at Soyinka, they want people to bow down to them. They think that, they've accomplished so much, that they are tower above everyone. He has his Nobel Prize, and they think that Africans, everybody should bow down to him. That he's the authority in everything in Nigeria and everything, good. And it eats him up that, that Nigerians, young people found in Peter Obi, a man that they admire, a man that they want to be like. I mean, who has ever said that he wants to be like Soyinka, or that he wants his child to be like Soyinka?
Never a time.
But you look at Obi, and they don't understand it. Just like Constance said, these are the things we're dealing with right now. Soyinka, they've messed up Nigeria. So his generation, they've wrecked Nigeria. They broke Nigeria. Like when you talk about things people are feeling. I have a friend he's a millionaire now. I know he's younger, he's a millionaire now. He lives in Nigeria. But when he talks about Nigeria, like his mother died, and because of 300 naira, medication, his mother died. He's a millionaire, but when he talks about it, he sees it in his eyes. He cries. But people like Soyinka, they were in Nigeria that worked. And before Nigeria broke, he made friends that helped him all life. So he has never been an average Nigerian. He has never, passed through what people are passing through. So that's the problem. So they don't understand, what people are going through. Like when people see Peter Obi, that people they can relate with. You see a man that goes into the airport, he carries his luggage. You see a man that messes with people. Soyinka doesn't do those things like that. The other Nigerian politicians, a former governor. So these people, they see this is what we want to be like. This is what we want to be like. He doesn't understand this. So like look at Soyinka. He hobnobs with the corrupt people. He's a free flag to Tinubu. Could you imagine? Okay, what if Chinua Achebe were alive today, would Chinua Achebe be friends with probably Andy Upa or Joseph Okalo? He mixes with corrupt people. He had a birthday party sponsored by Rotimi Amechi. Tell me how Rotimi Amechi made his money. He organizes birthday party for him. He flies him in his private jet. He goes travel all over Nigeria. His house was built by government with unbudgeted money, and he accepted it. He is a compromised person, just like his Nobel Prize, was compromised. So he doesn't. He looks at he sees people bowing down to Peter Obi. With all his Nobel, nobody bows down to him. The youth, they don't care about him because he wrote stupid books. My search, I went back to my WhatsApp group, my secondary school guys. We read Jero's play, whatever. I asked them again, did you understand Jero play? Because I couldn't understand Jero play. I read it, and I was like, come on, let me throw this thing away. Nobody understood him, so he doesn't understand that we don't. He doesn't understand. People bow down to things fall apart. Nobody bows down to any of his books. So he's empty, even though he has Nobel Prize. He's empty inside. He has nothing inside. He knows he's nothing. He's just, with his afro hair and, with the CIA Nobel Prize, he flies around with corrupt people. He is nothing. He's empty.
All right, thank you.
That's his problem.
Okay, thank you. I felt that I will comment when everybody has a chance to speak, but I cannot stay here and hear people say that Soyinka wrote stupid books. No, he didn't write stupid books.
Yeah, we'll discuss his book, and then he will be the leader, and tell us about each one of them.
No, that's you can have issues with his political views, but his books are classics. All right, I have to say that before we continue. Let me go to you,
Rudolph,
Tony.
I have a question.
Not now. Hold on.
Just a simple question. 1 second. I'm asking you. I'm asking. I don't want to break the rule of your platform. Can I eat my nut?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm eating a nut. Can I eat my groundnut?
Oh, is that what you wanted to ask?
Yes.
Okay.
So that I don't break the rules of the
All right. Go ahead. You have to show us each piece before you put in your mouth. All right, so that will be sure it's just that. I'm just kidding. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
Dr. Rudolph just said what I was going to say. Please, you cannot go low as these people that are just brain dead. They've chosen rhetorics that are disrespectful to some certain race and all that. Please, let's try to keep our choice of words as polite as possible. I know it can be emotional. I'm guilty sometimes as well. I'm not saying I'm a saint. I'm guilty. And today, to be quite honest, I wanted to give it out to somebody, but I've decided before I came on the show that I was trying to be more cerebral. Now, it is sad for people to assume that we are bashing Wole Soyinka because of his political opinion. If you subscribe that or you classify that as a political opinion, I've got word for you. May Nigeria happen to you one day, and it's going to happen. It's just a shame and an embarrassment for someone in this time and age to say Soyinka is just making his political is making a political statement, or there's nothing bad in it, that he just made a statement. You guys need to go back and watch that video and watch the other interviews that he's giving, and then you change your opinion. See, the thing is, for every tribe, be it whether you're Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, and everything, we have our bigots. And the day we start calling out our bigots within our tribes, not hiding our own thieves and our own bigots. Igbo people have their bigots. Let me just address it. We have our bigots. We have people that open up their mouth and say things that are untrue and all that, and push those narratives. The day we start looking beyond tribe and all that, and while we're always here every weekend and we're passionate about it, I know that we stay for 12 hours, 14 hours, because we want our country to be good. So the starting point is we need to start calling out irresponsible narratives and thinking, and reshaping people's way of thinking. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ton. Let's go to Righteous Man. Unmute yourself, Righteous Man.
Yeah. I believe that Professor Wole Soyinka shouldn't be a topic. My reasons are as follows. Number one, we that are in Nigeria here, we don't feel its impact. If it's existing, we don't know. We don't know. Ask average Nigerian on the street. They don't know who is Wole Soyinka. It's the elite club that talks about him. We don't feel his impact, so he's not existing. You have to separate him from his academic excellency. That is something we are missing out. That he is a good writer does not make him a good person. And if we treat him from that angle, we'll be able to overlook him and move on. The seed he's sowing, an average Nigerian does not buy that seed. We're not building on that seed he's sowing, because his impact is not felt here. So let's not make him a hero by discussing him. For me, he should be cast by the wayside and move on. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. The last person, Henry, and then Obi, and then I'll make a comment. Henry, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Rudolph. Good evening, everybody. First of all, I listened to the interview from Soyinka. You see, he attacked Obi and the obedient and those who supported Obi. Nobody called his name. Nobody insulted him. I see no reason why I should go that low, because for his age, because when people call professors with dignity, with respect, you see how he have feelings for the youth, young generations. Like, these are one of those problems we have in that country. He's one of those problems. He's one of those people who introduce Scottish to our youth. He's one of those people. So some people here will say it's one of their role model. May that man be your role model and let Nigeria be your role Nigeria happen to you. He opened his mouth to insult people, the young people who bring their anger because they're going to allow them to march to the streets doing answers peacefully. They said they should go into politics. They go into politics. They choose somebody they believe can change things around. Not overnight, but we gradually change things around. They voted and they supported this man. That man was Peter Obi. And they was patient enough to wait for the judiciary, and they are going to the tribunal. But he still have the guts to open his mouth, who call himself academic man. I don't see, it could be your academic person. For me, it's under my feet right now. It's so low. The way he opened his mouth to speak about the young generation, the youth, you see how low he is. You see, they don't want the youth to take over their country back. These are the so-called elites that are moving Nigeria backward. What has he contributed to the Nigerian people? What? It's the same professors that ring the election for Tinubu. So why are you so special about this so-called title? Professors, I don't call it say professor. You have to call it just his name. That's it. We like titles too much. We call them son. We call this sad bunch of corrupt-minded people. Wole Soyinka, I have something for you. Your soul is full of hate of the Igbos, and it's full of hate for the progress of that country. That is it. Because I see no reason why. No, don't cut me now. Give me 2 minutes more, please.
No, you don't have 2 minutes. We have to move on. Go ahead.
Yeah, give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Yeah. So, okay, tell me one good reason why you have to mention Obi and his obedient and insult them. Nobody call his name. Nobody talk to him ever since. Nobody's talking to him. Why come so low? And some of you here who's in comment section, and some of you here are going to come later to speak as intellectual. May Nigeria happen to you and your generation, since you don't want to progress in that country. May it happen to you, your children, your generation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ovie.
Yeah, I think I would not like to contradict my favorite female analyst. I'm talking about Dr. Constantine Ikorodu, who has done justice, to
what did she say, Ovie? Can you summarize?
About how she described the video that you played earlier on.
I know. For those who may not have seen it, it's not.
I'm not somebody who actually like to follow people what they say. But I will kind of shed light on that. I mean, it's obvious that the man is. I won't say he's seeking for relevance at this point. I would say that somebody who is running from a shadow. This particular, him and Obasanjo, fortunately enough, they happen to be from the same states, their age group. And as far as I'm concerned, they're fighting for relevance, right? Obasanjo, public, ordering, all those, that's somebody who is fighting for relevance. And one thing they have in common is that these are two people who attain prominence at the very, let me say, early stage in their life, 40s, thereabout. And they've been on media ever since then. So at this point, just like people who are saying it's a distraction, I agree, but are they a necessary distraction? You always bring out conversation. But where am I going with this? Because for me, what you say about the beer and all that, it's for me, it's covering up something, or it's running from something, and which is what Carolina Davis actually spot on. I would advise us to go and to look for that book and read. It's called African Literature and the CIA, Network of Authorship and Publishing. I will advise anybody to look for that book and read it. It's about how the CIA actually operate back in the system, and it's still happening today. I will get to that. If there was this Cold War between the Americans and the Soviet Union, fighting to get the consciousness of pretty much everyone they can get, and the focus at this point was on Africa. So they focus on activists, literature giants, playwrights, and all that, putting in their money, and also they focus on individuals too. Individuals, just like the Wole Soyinka of Nigeria. Then we have Nathaniel Nkasa from South Africa, and Bessie Head from Botswana. So the book focuses on this three individual and how they were influenced, knowingly or unknowingly, because even I think that's what Soyinka is fighting. Even though at the beginning he disagreed, he insulted the woman and every other thing. But later in that interview, you see acknowledge that yes, there was a whole lot of money being thrown around in Nigeria, as at that time in the early 60s, when he was actually aiming for that Nobel. So Paul put money into his project, his drama, his playwriting, and everything. As I said, knowingly or unknowingly. I'm not saying CIA sit down with him and say, hey, go do this, go do that. And that's exactly what's actually happening today, because how they operate, they go through agency, foundation, and NGO. And this particular one is called Fairfield Foundation. That's what they use to actually compensate all these people in the 60s. And today we can see forward to today, we see the likes of ND Foundation, the Ford Foundation, and the rest. Doing this, I'm not saying people who they are sponsoring, they know what's up or what they're about. That's how these people operate. But on the long run, you understand that this man actually, there's a lot of help that comes from the CIA for him to attain what he is today. And that's what agitated him. And I think I will give it to Okindebe in that interview with Soyinka, when he asked him regarding that Davis and Adekaya. There's another guy, a Yoruba guy, who Soyinka just decided to destroy. And as somebody who prides himself as an intellectual, I don't expect you to be going aiming at people's character, even though he's trying to be smart about it, to say, oh, where I come from in Yoruba land, we put our intellectual aside, we do this and go there and do that. To me, that's just trying to be smart, and it's not going anywhere. The way you responded to that question from Okindebe says everything that you need to know regarding this subject of discussion. It was so uncomfortable, it was rattled up, and that's where I focus on. So it baffles me. Well, I'm not surprised that the comment about Obi is what it feels, because he knows he's going to get response. For me today, if I'm obedient, if I'm to advise obedience, I would say forget about all the name callings, all the insults. That's what he wants. It's not going to go anywhere, because if you start doing insult at him, he's going to have a media engagement again, and we ignore everything and focus on those things. I would say we should just start asking questions. Can you tell us more about what the role the CIA played in your upbringing? Can you we should stay on that for the next 4 weeks and see if this man is not going to fade away or if it's not going to fall. Just ask questions. There's weapon in asking questions. You are not insulting anybody, you are just asking questions. Can you explain more about what Carolina Davis is saying? What do you know about the role of the CIA? How much actually, all these questions, just keep asking him. He's going to get to him rather than putting on his, yes, I'm listening. All right. So for me, that's what I think we should do. Because these men, as far as I'm concerned, their relevance is fading away, not just because of their age. And again, I want the obedience to pay attention. The people that the APC sent house to insult them or to provoke them are not directly involved in their affairs, right? They are not tied to Tinubu directly. They are not tied to the party. So why wasting time focusing on them? Go straight to the bottom of what he is running away from. and you will see how he's going to fold. We should actually, because everything that has been said about his administration, about Tinubu, he has not said a word, not a word that came from him. But he keeps staying on Obi. Why? Because he's getting response. The response are coming in form of insult. Let's stop insulting this man. Let's start asking questions. Right? Somebody said that, what is his impact in Nigeria in terms of what he has achieved as a literary giant? I don't know, maybe because I'm not in that field. I think I see Soyinka more, his impact in outside world than the country itself. So why should we focus time and insult him rather than asking the necessary question? Right? Because anytime I read so much about Viola Davis, her book, and everything that comes within that, it's a big deal. I'm shocked that even me, I'm just getting to find out. There's a whole lot going on with Soyinka and his Nobel laureate award. There's a lot going on in the international community and people who are writing about, who are criticizing him, are not mere street hawkers or beggars. These are people who are in his professions too. And they are not just accusing him, they are putting data, statistics to everything that they are saying. So all he is doing is sorting their personality. As somebody is that intelligent, that means something is fishy. So if he's going to keep staying on the obedience side, the obedience should start asking questions. Okay, can you come and tell us more what happened between 1962 to the 86 that he got this Nobel laureate? What was his relationship with the outside world? Those are the questions we should ask. This is a man who actually pulled a gun in the name of election. Is bold to say that he participated, that he has people working for him during his own time. For God's sake, the obedience are contestants. So which authority do you have to say, okay, I will want to take what you observe over people who are actually in the arena? You only have people who are working for you to give you information, but the obedience are in the arena, they get contestant, major contestant at that point. So it's distraction, the way he's phrasing this whole accusation. We should turn it back. We should stop always being at the defensive side. Let's go for offense. Let's ask him question. How did you come about this? How much, all your thought, because he went on top with the drama group and all that. Who is responsible financially? Because he was running away from the country, the government's after his ass. So it's not that he hasn't a good relationship with the Nigerian government who are sponsoring him. No, he's at top of war with the government. And the role the CIA play to see him released from jail. I mean, Rudolph, you are a journalist. You know what it takes to actually have a piece in New York Times. In those days, not the talk of today. So the CIA were all out to make sure he not spend more time in jail. Why? Because as far as I'm concerned, he's not the only person in the country. If I want to go for it, I would say Chinua Achebe has more impact on us than that man. Because the places I saw Chinua Achebe's work, man, I just can't believe it. So why him? That is the question the obedience should be asking. Tell us more about your Nobel laureates. What happened between that time? Like, all these are the questions we should just keep pushing to that space. But if you say, oh, it's stupid, he doesn't write book and all that, if that's what you want. Because if somebody go after pretty much your livelihood, which is his Nobel laureate, what makes him Soyinka, if somebody go after that, I expect the least you would do is to sue that person.
All right.
Sue that person. But he did. Instead, he just said, oh, she's a liar, she doesn't know. Like, I mean, all of us go primary school now. We can reason. We can put one or two things together. So there's more to Soyinka space than what is focusing on obedience is to distract us from what is actually brewing, because this thing started last year. The book that he wrote started last year. So he, as far as I'm concerned, is trying to divert attention from that to the obedience. He knows that the obedience will always respond. Yes, it's good to respond, but change the techniques of responding. Ask questions rather than insult.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Kenneth.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good morning, everyone. See, I called in because of Wole Soyinka. Like everyone here have pleaded that we shouldn't come to his personality or try to throw insult against his person. I will join that coup. I will not insult Wole Soyinka. He's a 89 years old man. I think he's older than my father. So there's no way I will insult him. But I have some things to, said to his person, not an insult. One is either Wole Soyinka is suffering from dementia, or in reality, he was never an intellectual. Because as I know, an intellectual is one who engages in critical thinking and reflection of the reality of the society, and that person who proposes solution to those normative problems in that society. Wole Soyinka has never done any of this. Have we forgotten that Wole Soyinka used to be a kingpin of a occultic group? He used to be a menace to the society. Have we forgotten that he was a resident of a prison? This is the same person that used his political friends or allies to earn unmerited Nobel Prize. And this is the same person we want to give relevance in that country. As far as I'm concerned, Wole Soyinka, just as Akwashi stated, righteous man, is inconsequential. Look, my son came back with a book by Shino Ashebe, not because I'm Igbo, no. From his school. My daughter came back with this. This is written by Shimamanda Adichie, Purple Hibiscus. I, for one, I've never read a book from Wole Soyinka. I don't even know the name of his books. My children are following the same path now. They don't even know him, right? But this is the same person that was in Nigeria early this year when the election was going on. Some group of people thought that, what's his name? Tinubu was their messiah. And for that reason, an ethnic group must be stopped or must be deterred from taking part in the election. Wole Soyinka did not come out to condemn that. Some people lost their lives. Wole Soyinka didn't condemn that. Some people were actually deterred completely from partaking in that election. He never condemned that. And we are calling him an elder. See, somebody said here that respect is in. I think Akwashi said that. Respect isn't something you force on people. You have to earn it. And this is what most of these so-called professors, most of these so-called leaders, most of these so-called elders are yet to realize. I have a saying, a quote from one Eugene Deb. Let me cite it verbatim here. He says, I would rather 1,000 times be a free soul in jail than to be a sycophant and a coward. A coward and a hungry man that is calling for food, stomach infrastructure. We all know that Tinubu was the one that was feeding him then, and I think Tinubu is still feeding him. Sometimes I ask, how about his children? Does he actually?
Can your audio is slow now? I think we were getting a call or something.
Yes, sorry about that. So
we can hear you very well. That's the problem.
Is it okay now?
As long as you're getting that call, it will be.
You have to debunk that call. It's distracting.
Yeah, I just stopped the call.
Okay, one more.
Dr. Alex Gomez, I don't know if I got his name right. He told us here that whether we like it or not, the fact remains that Tinubu is going to be their president for 8 years. Let me correct Dr. Gomez. Tinubu isn't going to be their president for 8 years. Tenureship, the presidential tenureship in Nigeria is 4 years. So after 4 years, he has to go back to partake in the election to see if he's going to win for another 4 years. So I don't know where you're getting that straight 8 years from. However, whether you like it or not, Tinubu isn't a president. Tinubu is a criminal occupying that position. That is the truth. Dr. Alexander Gomez, I think you should know this, because the election wasn't free and fair. The election was stolen. The election was bought.
All right.
The election wasn't credible. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. Janaba, sorry, see Janaba downstairs in the basement. Let me go to KJ. KJ, are you there? Can you unmute yourself? Oh, you are driving. We can't hear you, KJ.
Can you just go to someone, let me clear from the road, and then I can talk to you?
Mr. James.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Good. This Soyinka's issue is very funny because when we talk of Soyinka, the professor, the literature professor, I must admit that I have enormous respect for him as an academic. There's no doubt about that because I had the advantage, or I have the experience of reading 2 of his books. The Man Died, Prison Notes of Wole Soyinka, and Ake, Years of Childhood. When I finished reading The Man Died, Prison Notes of Wole Soyinka, I had what I call literary upliftment. The satisfaction I derived from it was unquantifiable ever since I finished reading that book. That is Soyinka as an academic. Now, it is very difficult to say how to award this Nobel Prize because there's no mathematical formula or quantification in awarding it. The Nobel authorities use their discretion, which cannot be questioned, to award the prize. So being awarded a Nobel Prize does not mean that it's necessarily the best in literature in Nigeria or the world over. People always try to compare him with Achebe. These 2 men, we cannot compare them for one reason. Achebe writes in a simple, straightforward language, which even intelligent primary school children can read and understand what he's talking about. Whereas Soyinka is writing for highly learned people, well-read people. If you are not well-read, don't attempt reading Soyinka's books. So we find it very difficult to compare these 2 people because as for Achebe's books, majority has been translated into other languages. They've sold in millions. Whereas Achebe's book, Soyinka's books, very few are in print because it's not in high demand. So Soyinka is writing for the well-read people, while Achebe is writing for the commoners, let me put it that way. So we cannot really say who is the best among the 2. Now, as for his character, Soyinka is a man, because he's well-read, he has the ability to maintain or to sustain more than one contrasting opinion in himself at the same time. Most of us sitting here today, whenever we are developing opinions on anything, we normally hold one opinion. Soyinka has the ability to maintain more than one opinion at the same time, and he will resolve the contradiction within him in his dealings with people. This is the man we are dealing with. So he's not an ordinary man like you and me. He's in a world of his own. Now, his character is very difficult to analyze. During the outbreak of the Civil War, he had cause to go to Biafra to meet Ojukwu and those sort of things. Eventually, he was incarcerated for about 3 years before he regained his freedom. People will say that he's anti-Igbo, is a nationalist and whatever it is. But during Bola Tinubu's time, this last election, Igbos were being killed in Lagos. This man never uttered the word. So how do we reconcile such a thing? So this is why I refer to him as somebody who is capable of holding more than one opinion at the same time, and he will resolve the contradiction in himself whenever he's dealing with people. So we should be a little bit careful in analyzing this man. And I want to plead with everybody, don't underrate his academic capabilities because of his character. This man has written books which even the owners of English language cannot understand. There are some English men and women, when they read his books, they cannot understand what he's writing. That shows the level he has attained in the academic world. So please, kindly leave his academic accomplishment aside and deal with his character, because from what I'm seeing, he's not a morally upright man the way I used to think. But academically, Actually, he's the Shakespeare of Africa because his name is Wole Soyinka. So I refer to him also as William Shakespeare. Thank you very much.
All right.
Mr. James, what are the impact of those books on Nigerian society? That's the question we are asking.
James, don't answer the question. Because Obi, I can mention so many writers you probably don't know, and it's some question, but we are not talking about that. Let's go to Janaba. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy. Can you hear me clearly because I'm outside and I'm using my phone?
Yeah, good. We can hear you.
All right. There are so many things we all can talk about and arrive in the same conclusion. I believe his interview, I believe he's an honest person. I believe that his deep understanding, he may not be a perfect human being like any one of us, but in intellectual world, until you prove somebody otherwise, you do not have a case. There are difference between legal case and moral case. And even when things has gone beyond that, the fact that things is in the court and court come back to say this and that, you can appeal, then that also prove him wrong end of the day if the higher court say that Obi or Atiku win the case. So I do not understand why he may have. I personally couldn't have used the word in his own level. Use the word that Obi people are fashionist. He may. I don't. I believe that they're over passion, and I believe all of that. But in his level, I think there's a word I will use and get away with it that people will expect more from him for who he is. But then, in a nutshell, he's a man of his word, and all the people trying to demonize him using all this word here. When you get to his level, then you talk, but you cannot have no fat simply because you have anger and you have a way of characterizing person, demonizing people, calling name. Of course, he deserved because he went a little far, but then in his category, he's fair enough. One of the things, and I say when that Lagos thing happened, I said when he make a comment, I said, okay, he could have even condemned the fact that in there should be a free society where everybody will go and vote and don't have to be afraid of being terrorized or being killed because you want to exercise your franchise. I'll make a comment like that during that time. But the fact that he is who he is and all this talk here is not going to take anything out of him. The only thing is that when you present somebody else that ain't what you think he ain't. Some people say, "Oh, I don't respect him. I don't." He's not looking for your endorsement of respect. You earn respect. You don't ask for it. So the place, where he have his own base, they will respect him. They're always going to respect him. And the people who are in the in between, well, he's not running for an office, so he's not going to be swayed to one way or the other. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Sim. Sim, welcome.
Okay. I believe, I don't know. I usually have a network problem. So please, good afternoon, Rudolph, and good afternoon to all of you here and those listening. Actually, the issue of Soyinka, to me, I feel a little bit concerned. Concerned not just because of what he says, but what he said, but who said it. Bishop Kuka said, I always like to refresh with Bishop Kuka's anecdote. He said, a racket in the hand of any schoolgirl is a racket. But a racket in the hand of Serena Williams, the word we take note. A running boot in the feet of any schoolboy is just a spike. But a running boot hanging on the shoulder of Usain Bolt, the word we listen. Soyinka, because of his global, let me say, prominence, I have to say it. He should be circumspect when he's making some statements. He's too cavalier sometimes. That's why people are taking umbrage on him. Soyinka, if you really what he said humanity, I think he said justice is the first order of humanity. He's concerned with humanity, but I started being disappointed where Soyinka is. After this election of February 25th, Igbos were slaughtered in Lagos for no just cause. Soyinka kept quiet. A street tout, Oluomo, has to order Igbo that if you don't vote for APC, don't come out. All those Mama Chukwudi, we don't want to see them. Soyinka kept quiet. Why I'm particular about it, I lost my own cousin. Direct cousin, I lost my own cousin because of this election. So if this election hadn't taken place, he would have been with us here. I mean, he would have been with me. So all these things happening around, like Igbo businesses were burnt, selectively burnt. Soyinka kept quiet. He's no longer the conscience of the nation that he claims to be. He spoke under Abacha and wrote a book, the Open Soul of a Continent, and teared Abacha apart. Soyinka insulted Jonathan's wife, President Jonathan. He called her all sorts of names. That is Soyinka. So what are people making reasons for him? What did he say? So Soyinka has become so bigoted to say that a Labour Party. If you say Labour Party is contoured, you can quote INEC. That's what INEC said. You can say INEC conducted the election and say Labour Party is third. Nobody will take you up on it. After all, INEC said Tinubu come first. If I say it, you are not. I'm not the person. I'm not original. I'm quoting INEC. Soyinka said Labour Party is a regional. What region is he talking about? Is he not west? Is he not central? Is he not east? Is he southwest? Definitely southeast. Look at where he's pigeonholing Obi. I won't make the case better than the person who spoke earlier saying Labour Party won in Plateau. Are they Igbos? Labour Party won in Nasarawa, Benue. Are they Igbos? Southern Kaduna even. Are they Igbos? Labour Party won in Bayelsa. Is Bayelsa Igbo area? Is it not Ijo? Labour Party won in Edo, where they even carry it for head. That is the headquarters of obedient movement. Labour Party won in Lagos, which is cosmopolitan. Every ethnic group in Nigeria is in Lagos, and Labour Party won there. Labour Party won in Abuja, which is also the seat of the capital. So what is Soyinka saying that Labour Party is a regional? That is where he's becoming bigoted. With all whatever people are saying against it, that is where he lost the plot. He couldn't, if you want to make it, people will say it's his own personal opinion. Your personal opinion, but you have to be objective. There's a reason that people look upon you for direction. How could he have said Labour Party is a regional party? Regional in what way? Look at the spread. Look at the people following. I mean, these are evident. I want people to take me on this. Is Labour Party the way it is now? Is it regional? If you say APGA, All Progressive Grand Alliance, that elected Soludo governor of Anambra State, if you say that one is maybe regional, somebody might say, well, but look at Labour Party. Look at the geographical spread. Despite all the rigging, despite all INEC did, look at the way. A party that can win in Abuja and win in Lagos, is he a regional party? Please, people should answer this. A party that won in Lagos, as cosmopolitan and melting pot Lagos is, and won in Abuja, with despite all the rigging. So Soyinka is becoming something else. I don't want to delve into his very dirty, stinky past. I don't want to. All you need to do is to go and read the biography of Mr. Justice Ayu Kayode, the mystery gunman. It will tell you everything you want to know about Soyinka and his cultists. So what are we really talking about? The man is making himself up, to be honest with you. Yes, people must have respected him. If based on the evidence of what he's saying now, he can't earn anybody's respect. Those in the literary world, literature, knows that Achebe's book, you cannot be more Catholic than the Pope. You cannot speak English language more than an Englishman in England. You can't. You can speak Igbo more than me, an Igbo man. You can't be a German and tell me you teach me Igbo language. I know the nuances. I cannot speak Urobo more than Urobo man because I'm not Urobo. Ditto for Yoruba, anything. So for an Englishman, a member of the House of Commons in London, to say that the best book ever written in English language is Things Fall Apart. I'm not making it up. Go and Google it. He said the best book ever written in English language is Things Fall Apart. That's a credit nobody can take away from Chinua Achebe. And that's why the book has been translated into so many languages for people to know what is written there. So Achebe can't behave like this. People used to respect Nigeria in the world of creativity. They say three: the tripod of Nigerian literature, John Pepper Clark, Wole Soyinka, and Chinua Achebe. At Harvard, one professor, Henry Lewis, also junior, he said Soyinka and the Achebe are just like the DNA of African literature. They come together, later they disperse, and then come just like the DNA strand. So when people say this, these are how the man is. How can you be calling Labour, I'm particular about calling Labour Party a regional? You see, this tribalism in some people, you cannot leave them. Why is Soyinka descending so low into the gutter to come and categorize Labour Party as a tribal? How is it tribal? People should tell me. On the performance of Peter Obi, is he tribal? Is he regional? Labour Party is not regional. It has a national spread. If INEC had allowed it, it would have spread to. I mean, if INEC had declared all the results, now Soyinka is descending this. Soyinka is not an angel. I don't want to go like Ovie said. The book I've heard about the book before, African Literature and the CIA. I'm going to reread it again. I read a little bit of it before, but I didn't get to the area probably where it's included Soyinka. I know about the book. So when all these things are happening, so you look at the man. Is that what Soyinka should be busy with at his age? He saw like this man said, Edwin Clark said they are on the departure lounge. Somebody at the departure lounge, their flight to be called anytime, God willing. Is that what he's talking now? Trying to decide and then start to categorize Nigerian politics. By the way, show me your friend, I tell you who you are. How can Soyinka be saying that he knows Tinubu? With what Tinubu is today? With what, even if I'm Tinubu's best friend, I will for me not to, I better shut up. This is a man who is a criminal. Soyinka, you're a man of letters, a professor. You mark students' script. You supervise students' thesis. You help them to graduate. You teach them. Now look at the person you are following. You are defending. Tinubu. Certificate 0. A criminal, a drug gang. So if I accuse Soyinka now of being one of the boys that was moving drug from Chicago to New York on behalf of Tinubu, will I make a mistake? If I accuse Soyinka of being a drug baron and a drug pusher, a drug mule, can somebody blame me? Because he's a friend of Tinubu. Tinubu must have people that move it from Dallas to New York, New York to Chicago, Chicago down to Miami, Miami to maybe whoever. This is what they've been doing. So Soyinka should better. He should be advised. Let him withdraw from the public scene. If he doesn't know what to say, let him go and keep quiet. It's as simple as that. He cannot just come and look at. I think what Constance Ikoku said. They messed up the place, the whole system. Handed the youths broken promises. Now they don't want to give way so that the youths can come in and see and see the good they can make out of all the evil they've done over the years. And Soyinka is still bragging, talking of a graduate. What is he trying to do? I can't come down to his level, despite not being as famous as he is. But I can't descend so low like that. It's so shameful. Such a man. If he's a title chief in my town, to be honest with you, in the midnight, it's a masquerade that will drive him out of town. A masquerade, because when they drive him, they say it's a masquerade. So in the spirit world, you can't put anybody to it. It's a disgrace, a shame. He brought shame to the literary world. How can he be so daft? How can Soyinka be so daft to be saying things like this? I'm disappointed, and like millions of people, I'm disappointed. Whatever must have happened in the past, it remains in the past. But for now, he should be able to keep quiet, and let the youths nurse their feeling, because Nigerians are angered. People will vote, they will rig the election, and Soyinka will come out to be talking about it. So Soyinka is trying to tell me that the election of 25th February, it was free and fair. Is that what he's trying to say? Gbadue, the force of arms and the force of this. The man talks as if the world belongs to him. It's no longer the person people respect. He has spent his capital. He has spent it. Nobody is listening to him anymore. He's just wasting people's time.
I'm
right.
so pissed off.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
the chapter of that book is Soyinka and his CIA discontent, where she alleged that the African first Nobel laureate was supported by 3 CIA-funded organizations: the U.S. Center, CCF, and the Fairview Foundation, and the London-based Transaction Center. So more to that.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Rudolph, let me take on CM on a challenge. Mr. CM, you said if anybody can speak Igbo more than you, I can. Okay? I take that challenge with you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
She also claimed that this aided Soyinka meteoric rise to international prominence. So he was very focused on where she's going with that.
All right, let me, I wanted to make a comment. It won't be coordinated, it won't be very articulate, but there are a few things that is of concern to me, and we'll be exploring them in the next few weeks. Let me also point out that tomorrow we have Professor Chidi Odenkalo. He's joining us on 90 Minutes Africa. He will weigh in on some of these topics that we are talking about today. And I have, before this happened with Soyinka, we were reaching out trying to see if we could get him on the show. Maybe this will happen within the next 1 month, but we just have to stay tuned on this. Somebody is working on that for us. But let me just say just a few things about the level of conversation in Nigeria. I'm not happy about that. I'm scared. The only way I say things is I smile, but it's actually horrific. You know, I'm scared of the level of conversation we have in Nigeria. I know where people are in pain. There are a lot of things going on. You know, there's a generation that just cannot take what is happening. It's a new generation. I don't belong to that generation. I understand that I don't belong.
Rudolph, you asked me about Constantine. That's exactly what she's saying. That Soyinka does not understand the yearning of the current generation of Nigerian. I think that's what she was saying. Yeah. Exactly what you just said.
Okay. All right. So I understand that, and as someone who will say that I am part of that writing class, I'm worried about the way we have essentially putting politics into writing. I mean, I know that they are connected, but the way people attack Wole Soyinka, the way they attack Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, over their political views, it concerns me. I don't think it's going to be healthy for the society. And I noticed that in this conversation we had today, we've not had anybody come out here to defend on the side of Soyinka. And there are many of them who are watching. I'm troubled that nobody...
What is that to defend?
Hold on. You did, James. I know you did. What I mean,
Dr. Damages.
What? Who is this? Let me finish before you go. Let me finish. All right.
Dr. Damages, if you don't mind, I don't think Soyinka is not just a playwright, as we want to just attach him to. He's also a political activist. He's directly involved in the politics of things in Nigeria.
I know.
So we are not criticizing because it's his opinion on player. No, he's a politician.
No, I understand. But what I mean is that there are people who, and it's not just here, I've gone to many panels, many platforms, people discussing, and people just say, basically dismiss his contribution to literature because he had an opinion that you don't agree with. It troubles me. Or people dismissing someone like Chimamanda because you don't agree with her opinion about this election. That should not be. Or people saying, hold on. Or people saying that we should not put those people on TV. We shouldn't talk about them. No. We can't live in that society. That you disagree with Soyinka is not why we can't talk about him. I don't know why we think that's the best solution. It's so simplistic. So please,
we are going to explore this, like I said, more. And anybody that comes here, we'll ask them these questions. And this is something that I think should be discussed. Let me give you a little hint. So yeah, for tomorrow's show, Chidi Odinkalo was, I proposed a title for the conversation we're going to have. And he told me that, you know, I could widen it up by changing it to something else. And what he talked about was, he brought anti-intellectual society, that we are becoming anti-intellectual society, and that's more troubling. All right, we will talk about this as we go along, but I'm worried. I just wanted to say it out here. Go ahead.
We are talking of lot of hungry Nigerians on the street and dying. No,
you are not hungry, Jude. Jude, you are not hungry.
You are talking about intellectual whatever.
Jude, hold on.
What Nigerians on the street that are dying on the street.
Jude.
That's not what we need.
Jude, hold on. Hold on, Jude. Everybody here.
Dr. Damages, Dr. Damages, what I submitted at first is that, number one, let us separate his academic excellency from who he is, his natural person. What Soyinka have demonstrated, he demonstrated his natural person. And this is the natural person we are dealing with, not his excellency in his academic world. No. And Nigerians are not even careful of who he is. We don't give a damn of who Soyinka is because it does not impact our life here. Nigerians are hungry. We're looking for somebody who is going to come out with a solution to solve the problem we are facing here. There is flood in Lagos now. Do you know how many houses that have been submerged? And you are talking of Soyinka. He said it is for the elite world he's talking to. He's not talking to ordinary Nigerians, which made up of about 75% or 80% of the population of the country. Soyinka is not offering us any help here. We get nothing from him. We don't, whatever his decision or whatever his mind he said did not, impact in the election. The election we had in February 25, Nigerians voted based on what was on ground and what is affecting us, not about the intellectual capacity or capability of any professor or whoever. So we don't care whether he's existing or not.
And I'm on doctor, before people do other works of art. Look at YouTube people like Macaroni and stuff. Nigeria can relate with them because in their anger, in their poverty, in whatever they are passing through, they can go back and escape in Mr. Macaroni, but they can't escape in Mr. Soyinka because he has no book for them. They can read. He wrote for high people, so that's his politics. Exactly. His politics he caters for specific group. People like looters. So I don't know why you don't understand this. People, so what these are some things that are important to the people. You can't identify, you can't relate to them, on that. And then you want them to respect you. You talk about intellectualism. What use is that your intellectualism? How has it helped them in their problem? Why are you identifying with people that persecuting them? And you want them to respect you. I don't think you want us to turn on you right now. Trying to defend them. You have to the primordial, the first thing people want to be, they want to eat, they want to be okay before they can go above other things, and they cannot in Nigeria. And the same thing all over the world. People are going against intellectuals who are, just like they are going against Wall Street guys. Jeff Bezos. The heat he's getting. The heat Elon Musk is getting because people know that these people are taking from them. The same thing not only Nigeria, all over the world. So intellectuals who are part of the people that are taken from people will go against them. So, but if you're an intellectual that respects yourself, that identify with the people, people will respect you. Okay, look at when Achebe decided not to take the award, the national award given to him. People who supported him. They say, yeah, it's okay that you should not identify with this government, with our oppressors. So people didn't go against him because he identified with the people.
All right, George, go ahead.
You see, usually in every society we call intellectuals as opinion molders. Okay, and if you are in that category, such as Soyinka, and your opinion
at every point in time does not reflect the yearnings and the wills of the the will of the people, especially in a country like Nigeria, that people like him, through all the years of the oppressive intellectualism and support of what is evil about the leaders that have been that their leadership have brought nothing but pain, agony, impoverishment. The Bible says where the righteous rules, the people rejoice. But where the ungodly man rules, what happened? People mourn. Okay? And for somebody like him, who's supposed to be intellectual, that's supposed to mold opinion that will help to move a country, a nation forward, that will help to move a country in terms of developmental trajectory. Rather, it's bringing the opposite. Why then will you require a same man to respect such an individual and to credit whatever intellectualism or intellectual achievement he has had? Can you compare whatever he stood for in terms of that intellectual capacity to Chinua Achebe? Chinua Achebe's intellectual work remains relevant even thousands of years to come. I was surprised when I was doing English 201 in US. His book was what I used. His book, Things Fall Apart, was what we used in the class. Both me and the white people, we used his book in our English class. But I never saw Wole Soyinka. I never even heard about him, heard of him in our school, or anybody knew about him. But everybody in New York, in my school, both of Manhattan Community College, knew about, in English class, knew about Chinua Achebe.
All right, thank you. We have to get from Igbo basics. We have to move on to other things. Go ahead, Igbo basics.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Damages, and good morning, fellow panelists. You have done well. I'm actually out of station, but that notwithstanding, I just felt that I could say a word or two referencing this Wole Soyinka's brouhaha as we continue to have this uproar. Wole Soyinka, if I was in his shoes, I would pretty much quite legitimate. In other words, respect myself and ride on into oblivion, because I think somebody said it's either 89 or 90, 89, something like that. He's way up there. In the book, Mazi Okono, Journey from Medicine to Theater Art, who has cited Wole Soyinka and how he was rescued from Eastern Nigeria, while Mazi Okono was actually broadcasting from Awolowo's library, courtesy of Dr. M. Ayokpa. That is when we didn't have internet and we didn't have all these other things, not even cell phone. We had walkie-talkies and all other kinds of intelligent gathering gadgets. As to what our good brother Obi had submitted, I will throw the same line. The only thing I have to contribute here is this. Because Wole Soyinka is a Yoruba man, let me be very, very blunt. And Chinua Achebe, an Igbo man. I have met Chinua Achebe a few times. I have never met Wole Soyinka. If I'm to dig into that, I would think that if Chinua Achebe was an Hausa man or a Yoruba man, and I'm not trying to downplay the role of all the other ethnic groups in Nigeria, that fear that even the CIA or the British intelligence that they have when it comes to that man is an Igbo man, like Odumegwu Ojukwu's father them. That fear that they have, they continue to play here. But there comes a time when even themselves cannot continue playing the same game. So when Chinua Achebe excused himself from the National Honors Award and things like that, that was a mark of character. That was a mark of the man who said, you know what? It's not worth it. They have always tried to play it as if it is Achebe and Wole Soyinka. No, it shouldn't be. These are different people who represented different things. I would just submit that the world of today, and sharing with Rudolph's fears, we are in a stage where the younger generation, when me at 68 is being referred to as an elder, what happens when I go to 78? Maybe I will be classified on the other side. People of our younger generation, if we are not careful, we are going to be toast, because they are playing international while we are still having our heads buried in the sand. So my appeal, as far as looking for the solution to the Nigerian problem, the truth will always stand. Mr. Alhaji Ahmed Tinubu, who is out there as president now, you can play the game as long as you want to play. This idea of attaching value to everything is money, if we are not careful, we are going to go down with it. And for that man who came out and said something about talking about take it easy, for the obedience, on a serious note, things are brewing in the background. If you are not playing a role or another, one thing that happened this past week, the genocide in Kaduna, a group I was involved with got into it, and that you see that the president's wife went to visit the IDP camp. We pressed that button, and we are not going to stop from pressing those buttons. Can we actually go into what Mr. Righteous Man is talking about? What is on ground in Nigeria is what we should be concerned with. This intellectual stuff is great, but if we don't attend to the immediate needs of Nigerians, I'm talking about the ordinary Nigerian, not the ones who can afford a plane flight to wherever they want to go. If we don't attend to that, we may not have a country to return to when the chips are down. And for that man who is looking for war, who is saying, if you continue in that direction, because the war wasn't fought in your territory or in the northern territory, and all the Easterners were involved completely. If a war comes out again, everybody go collect, whether you be north or you be west. It's a different ballgame now. I don't have too much to say, but I'm grateful to have participated and said a word or two. Soyinka. If I were him, Oga, if you don't know what to say, so you can ride on into stadium. But if you want to destroy everything else that you have done, because the young ones are looking, they are walking, they are watching. Respect your agent. That's all I have to say. Good morning.
So I will allow two people to just put in 1 minute of conversation. So Ike and Ovie, Ike, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. What I just wanted to talk about was about when we're talking about the intellectualism. You people who went to school more than us. I didn't go to school, but I know I went to primary school and secondary school, and I have my classmates in CMS grammar school. It is the same intellectuals or the same academicians or the same so-called know everything. They are the same people who has put this country where we are today. It's not me. Is it not the same learned academicians and the intellectuals? Professor Mahmoud Jega or whatever, Mahmoud and Baristo Okoye. Are they not the people who put this country called Nigeria? 250 million people. Is it not these people who put this country where we are today? This is the point. Let's take all this certificate you have and put it inside your cupboard and face reality about the pains and causes Nigerians are going through. It is not about having so many degrees and professorship that makes you a good leader or somebody that can take care of people. Most of us were community leaders. I am still today a community leader. I didn't go to university, but I was leading the people. You don't need certificate to be able to render service to mankind, to humanity, do you need certificate? So if we are talking about all the so-called intellectuals, they are the people that have put us in this mess. The same custodian of intellectuals, the judges of Nigeria, the lawyers in Nigeria, the so-called the senior advocate of Nigeria, and people who spend so much money to go and read law in Nigeria, are they not the people that are pampering illegality and forcing it under your throat for you to accept it and believe that is the truth? What are we talking about, my brothers and sisters? Let's leave this intellectual of a thing about. We are talking about the welfare of every citizen of Nigeria, including you. Because no matter how safe we feel where we are, if I'm traveling to Nigeria right now, most of you who live in America, you have money. When you travel, you can rent police or rent military to guide you from Lagos to Port Harcourt to the village. Wherever you are going, you are carrying mobile people surrounding you. Can't you see that money you used to go and pay for security, there are a lot of families in your village that can't afford anything, that money could have been useful for them to feed themselves. But we use that money to go and buy security for ourselves. What a country are we talking about?
All right. Thank you, Ike. Let me, Ovi, I'm coming to you. Let me just point out that from what I know, half of the people on this panel, they all have master's degree. So sometimes when we talk about intellectuals, we think there are some other people from some other part of the world that belong to some other groups. So I know somebody here who has a PhD. So it's not just about, it's not them. We are the people who should be deciding what's going on in the country. Anyway, Ovie, where are you? Ovie, after Ovie, James say something, then we move on. Go ahead.
Yes, not necessarily what we are talking about. I'm here to sell. I'm Obi today. I market at the market. I'm a trader. So, I'll be hosting SDP presidential candidate. That is Prince Adewale Adebayo today on my platform by 7 p.m. Texas, 1 a.m. Nigerian time. So you can just do the math from there. And Nigeria is going to be 1 o'clock. So I'll be talking to him on Nigerian youth and politics. And why is Wole Soyinka celebrating Tinubu's victory and Obi's failure at the pool? Those are the things I actually want to get into with Prince Adewale. So make a date, make a time. It's going to be later tonight. So promise to be very engaging. I'll try and get as much as I can from him about Nigeria and where we are going. Because if Wole Soyinka failed to see the brewing Pito na drink for my village in the country, hopefully Prince Adebayo will tell us why, if he does see this at all. So he will be my guest today. So we will go detail. If you like Nigerian youth and their political views, the obedience, the composition, take it back, everything under the surface, we will dig it out with Prince Adebayo. You know, a guy likes to talk, but the most importantly, he knows a lot about how the system works.
Only Pito. What about Brukutu?
Not.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Let's go to, I don't know what happened to Ovie.
You took me out. You take me out now. But that's all I have to do. Yeah, that's all I have to say. I beg Mona go listen to the man.
All right.
That's all I want to say.
Ovie, is it on a politics platform or?
Yes, on a politics platform. I think I will have to go underground and bribe Rudolph to link up with his platform too, so that we'll have a lot of people. But yeah, on our politics on YouTube, on Twitter, on Facebook, on we drink Pito well. That's our original champagne. That's the Igbo basics. Yeah.
What about Brukutu?
No, it's the same. We call it Pito, that is in a social language. Burukutu is more like a universal language, as you say. Yes, not the same thing. Burukutu and Pito are the same.
Please, I just want to appeal to people once again. We should not demolish our future because of our anger for Wole Soyinka's, his character. If you look at the modern European nations, the philosophies, the ideas they use in governing themselves today were propounded by their ancient philosophers. Machiavelli, David Hume, John Locke, what's his name? René Descartes. Emmanuel, I mean, these were the people who propounded the theories they are using to govern themselves today. As a testimony, you realize that the modern European nations, they don't have a solution to the problem of terrorism. Because if you read all these philosophers, there's none that said anything about terrorism. So we should not look down on our thinkers just because they are doing certain things that are not acceptable to us. So this is the point I want to make. We should separate Soyinka's works from his character. They are not the same. You take time to read The Man Died. You know the level at which this man is operating. As I said earlier on, he wrote books in English language, which some Englishmen cannot even understand. That shows the level at which he's reasoning. He's a well-read man, although his character is something else. So this is the point I want to make. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. I wanted to question you on the wonders of writing a book that people will not understand, but that's a different. I don't want us to go in that direction. There is a new idea about writing, but hopefully I'll bring more interesting people to discuss that. So we're going to move on, and some of the topics that we still have to discuss is there's a new central bank governor, which was appointed by the president. We want to talk about the man, who the man is, and what he might be able to do for Nigeria. Also, we know that the case going on in Chicago is still on and becoming more interesting. So I think what we might do now is to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about Tinubu and the case in Chicago. After that, the central bank and the financial team that Tinubu is putting together, whether they will be able to achieve things, good things for Nigeria. So I know that some people are in the backstage, and we are going to bring you in as soon as we are back from just a few minutes of break. And the conversation will be on Tinubu and his Chicago certificates. There are so many people who went to court in the last week and were there when the judge and the lawyers were making presentation. And there were other things that were revealed last week. So I want to talk about that and know what you guys think of what's going on. Some people think it's a distraction, but some people think that it's very important in talking about tomorrow's Nigeria and what it will mean. So let's take a break. We'll be right back.
If you can't trust technology, then what else?
It's like trusting Agbada and the APC.
Oh, the Nigerian Voters Watch is doing some very serious work in the background.
The only thing I can say, those of you that live close to New York, you guys should be, go and protest. he's showing up at the UN.
Album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Beshek.
The pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like princes and princesses. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you have the right, they say you are brown, they say you have the right. They say you are brown. Only the edges of Jah is white now. Only the edges of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. And this is Harvey Say 247. It's a show where you have the opportunity to air your view on anything going on across Nigeria and Africa. We thank you for joining us today. We're shifting grounds now. We're moving to Chicago, where there is an ongoing case in the courts concerning Bola Tinubu's certificates, identity, and everything. Some people think it's a distraction. Some people think it's at the core of making sure there is an integrity in the process of things we do in Nigeria. So let's start with you, Mr. James. What is your take on what's going
on? I think Bola Tinubu's activities is more of what I call arm twisting technique by the U.S. authorities over Nigeria. They are not coming out straight. to Nigeria as far as these activities are concerned. I think behind the scene, they are using it as a tool against him. So
The
they
music
told him
is
behind the
playing.
Oh, not where I am.
He's 2 days. CM is 2 days behind us. He's 2 days behind.
Anybody hear the music again? Anybody?
Okay.
Yeah,
No, it stopped
CM
now.
is 2 days
Okay,
behind us.
it's begun again. It's begun again.
CM is 2 days behind us.
Did they
All right.
I'm hearing Majek. I'm hearing Majek Fashek.
It's UK internet. It's UK internet.
So CM, I don't understand.
Not the UK. You people don't.
CM,
He's playing his Majek Fashek. Hey. To be honest.
All right.
This is rigging. This is rigging.
CM, can you log out and come back in?
Okay.
CM is 2 days behind us.
I will do so.
All right, but before we go on, let me hear KJ. I don't know what happened to KJ. I wanted to hear from him when we were having that conversation, and he disappeared. But let's James, hold on, okay? Let me hear from KJ before we go to the next conversation. KJ.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Thank you, everybody in the panel. I will have felt a bit bad if I'm not able to make a contribution because my first degree is actually in theater arts, and we dealt with a lot of Wole Soyinka, whom almost every theater artist in Nigeria has respect for, especially not hearing us. And so discussing him and calling him names will not help the issue. It's not today that we know that some of them are a bit, tilted with some, tribal sentiments. And for me, who actually dealt with a lot of those books, I did my one of my projects on the guerrilla theater by Sonny Oti. Sonny Oti was one of the most brilliant minds in the Nigerian, university history. He was also a professor of an extraordinary professor. In fact, he never paid school fees throughout his lifetime. He was Wole Soyinka's contemporary in West of Ibadan, and both of them were classmates, and he made distinction all through his life. But the reason why many of us didn't know about him was because at that time, the press, the university press, was almost all in the West. So most of his books were suppressed. He came, while Wole Soyinka graduated with third class, he graduated with distinction from University of Ibadan. So why am I bringing that? It's not the comparison. We're not trying to compare his academic records, because if we're talking about academic records, there are people who are much, much better than him. And just like Rudolph have said, we cannot take away his contributions to literature, whether we like him or we don't like him. So on that basis, I say he's one of those giants in the literature when it comes to African literature. If you have read his book, you know that Kongi's Harvest, Kongi will always have a dance in the forest. And the lion and the jewel, in the lion and jewel, the ballet always will defeat the young. In other words, he tricks the young to get to the answer. So what we see in his comments is nothing but what he had already projected before now. Remember also that when people are getting old, they tend to more gravitate towards their own people, their own tribe, their own community. I remember my dad, when he was getting old, he said to himself, I need to retire and be among my brothers. And until he passed, that was what he was. So it is not it's not out of place to allow him some cheese. However, the only place I will find fault with him is saying that the language which he used, meaning that the obedient family are people who they are trying to get through by lies. If there's anybody who has lied in this process, is the INEC people, the INEC chairman, the INEC director of media, all of them that are on record saying that Beavers and IREV will be used for declaring results, and they failed to do that. So if there anybody who should be held accountable for lying, I think it weighs more on the government people, and I think it weighs more on the APC. I think it weighs more on the people that that have handled government business, okay, and even weighs more on the judges who have refused to interpret the Nigerian Constitution in a simplest form. This morning, I had a conversation with my brother-in-law, who is a lawyer, and I asked him one simple question: what did they teach you people in the law school about the 25% in the Constitution? And he had a good laugh. Okay, because he says first and foremost, the first thing they teach you about the Nigerian Constitution is that you interpret it first on its face value. You do not change it. Okay, or then if that doesn't work, then you now go to trying to put interpretation. In this case, and as they were taught, Abuja has always remained a special case, different from every other. This is the teaching in the law school, and that 25% is gotten based on the fact that you are the governor, the president, the governor of Abuja. So, if being the governor and every other state is required 25%, he does not see the reason why Abuja will be exempted. So, in other words, as a governor of Abuja, you need to have 25%. It's not because it's a special place, but that's how it has been kept. Okay, and this is what they are taught in law school. Why am I bringing that in? To tell you that sometimes our intellectuals, people like you and I, who occupy government offices in Nigeria, refuse to interpret the simple things. We make it so difficult and so cumbersome that the ordinary man gets tired and just say, you know what? Sarah, what will be. Just leave them. God will settle it. And we throw our hands up and leave the rest. That is exactly what it is again in this instance. So for Wole Soyinka, I'm not surprised. Again, remember that Wole Soyinka is, Bola Tinubu knows how to give a lot of goodies, and they have been friends. Remember the same reason why Asari Kubo is doing what he's doing, because he said that when he was in prison, it was Bola Tinubu that was giving his wife and children, paying their school fees, paying their rent, giving them money for food. So now he feels obliged. That is how majority of them are. They come with that notion and they keep it. So what am I trying to say in essence? Let's allow Wole Soyinka some space, And all these people, last, they all belong to the same society. That's the truth. So you are not going to expect him to speak on your behalf other than his member of his society. And that's where I rest my case. But for what he has said, apart from that one that he said that the obedience, if he has left it at that, being what he believed. For instance, the reporter asked him a very pertinent question. Which organization did you use? You say you know the organization I use. You know the organization I use. Didn't say they call the name of the monitor, so we know which monitor you're talking about. But they all know what they're talking about. So maybe it's Africanism you use in monitoring it. Who knows? I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, KJ. Mr. James, now go ahead. So we're
Hold
starting.
on, Dr. James. I've not spoken now. My system has been very problematic today, so I've not had the opportunity to comment on Wole.
Give him the chance. Give him the chance.
I called me the same opportunity I called it KJ, even a minute.
Okay.
I would appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not coming here to dispraise on Wole Soyinka. He's an academician, like everybody. I mean, a lot of us are academicians. We have achieved our own whatever we want to achieve in life. So everybody, I call respect to whomever is due. But I have a problem with certain part of his narrative. I mean, everybody has his opinion. I mean, if you really look for what has transpired after the election, Wole Soyinka had not commented on anything. He has not even commented on Tinubu presidency, whether Tinubu is doing well or doing bad. He has not even commented on him. Why is he so much focused on obedience? That's what I'm trying to get from that aspect. What is this so much concentration on obedience? I mean, did they do something to him? I don't know. Like I said, he hasn't commented anything about Tinubu, presidency, whether it's good or bad or something like that. He's only focused on Tinubu. I'm making it so regional, like saying that it's a regional, it's a regional party. How's that a regional party? People in Lagos voted for him, will be one Lagos, and some other place in Plateau, they voted for him, he won the, he won the capital, and some other places. So I kind of find his narrative, not comparable to my own opinion. I don't see where he's coming from. I'm not going to come here to say anything about him. I respect the man for what he is, but I'm so much worried about where the tone of his language, where he's going. It's not making anything better for the country. Talk about the presidency. Tinubu is the president right now. He need to focus on the president, the present president, that we have right now. and say anything that he's doing or give him some advice as an intellectual, not obedience. Obedience is not in power. I mean, they are not in power. The election has been decided. Tinubu is the president. So you should be focused on Tinubu, not obedience. Obedience is not too much relevant. They are no opposition party right now. I don't know what his issue was. That's where I'm coming from, But I'm going to stop there for now.
All right, thank you, man of prestige.
I just respond a little bit, just like 30 seconds. You see, man of prestige, it is easier for them to accept when they term it a regional party, an Igbo thing. You see, they are not being able to accept the fact that someone who is from the East can actually galvanize Nigerian youth to stand out and vote for them. It's too bitter to be swallowed. So the more they make it regional, the more they are able to sleep well. Okay, because they thought that a time will never come when this kind of thing will happen, but in their time is happening, and so it is easier to call it. It's not just Obi; it's a trader. It's not just this person. Even though we Igbos do not even see Obi as our candidate, okay, but it will suit them more and give them the fact that they are not being defeated by their children, okay, when they say it's a regional thing. Okay, I think that's what it is. And nothing else. He's not only one. This is what his class of people are saying. That's the same thing they're saying. That's what they discuss. That's what he just gave us an insight into what they discuss when they are on by themselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you. James, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. You see, Bola Tinubu's predicament in America, from my point of view, the U.S. authorities are using it as a form of arm twisting technique to compel him to do what he would not have done ordinarily. For example, take the problem in Nigeria. They want him to invade Nigeria through ECOWAS. It seems that he's dragging his feet. So they just tell him, okay, drag this. We're going to reveal your records starting from October. University of Chicago, is this the State University of Chicago? You do X, Y, Z. All these are arm twisting techniques, because to me it's very surprising that having spent more than 100 days in government, instead of the man to address national issues like crude oil theft, illegal gold mining, and what have you, he seemed not to be interested in anything affecting the welfare of Nigerians. After all, those stealing the crude oil, where do they bank the money? They bank the money in the West. They don't bank it in Japan or China or Singapore. Those mining the gold in Zamfara and in Malaysia, where do they keep the gold bars? All these things end up in Western vaults. So it's a bonanza for the West. The coming of what's called Bola Tinubu is a bonanza, and this is what we are going through. I do not foresee any tangible thing coming out of the threats they are issuing in the West, as long as he is prepared to dance to their tune. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Let's go to Righteous Man.
Yeah, Dr. Dan, I have a question and you've not been able to answer me. Why did you choose the word damages?
It's a long story. I think there was an interview where it was discussed, but it was the name of somebody in my high school. It was the name he chose as his name. So when I got to the university and I had to pick a name, I picked that and added doctor to that. That was it. Nothing wonderful.
Yeah. One of the reasons why I asked that question is because Nigeria is damaged right now, and we need someone to repair it. You know, it has not excited me that we are spending much time about Soyinka. He's the man that is retiring. And I think each time Ovi speaks, Ovi draws my attention to looking into the future. And I did ask a question sometimes ago here in this panel this panel should be able to be setting up agenda, preparing people for the future. Because if we are spending this time here, you guys are there enjoying everything that life gives. We're not enjoying here. We that are here, you guys should set up an agenda that will affect us here. The grammar here is too much. The intellectual expansion here and analysis, the average Nigerian that is here is not understanding what you guys are saying. What is the agenda? 2027 is about also to be a surprise to us. And Ovie keep sounding this trumpet. He keep blowing it. And it's like we're not taking it as a thing, as a consign. And this is how we are going to also, God give us life, 2027, we start debating again. He won, he didn't win. He won, he didn't win. Why right now, these people are setting agendas, preparing for 2027. Let me come down to expatiate on my issue. Do you know, if you are taking it into consideration, that Tinubu appointment is following the pattern of what Buhari did? I don't know whether you have taken your time to analyze the appointment he has made so far. Buhari appointed almost 90% of people from the north. If you look at the appointment that Tinubu had made within these 3 months, everything is going to the southwest.
Everything?
And yeah, I say almost everything is going to the southwest. Almost everything. Check the appointments so far in the last 3 months. 90% or 95% is going towards the southwest. Look at the new central bank governor he appointed now. Look at the people in that board. Check. It was the same thing that Buhari did, and everybody kept quiet. And before we knew what was happening, Nigerian economy was damaged. And this platform should be able to begin to preview this appointment, look at individuals, their backgrounds, and then project tomorrow what is going to be like. Because we will still cry again, and there is nothing that we cry that will make meaning. Because there is a problem in Nigeria that we are not looking at. And sometimes when we begin to analyze issues here, you analyze it. I don't blame the panels, those of you that are in abroad, because the life in abroad is comfortable to you, and you come to Nigeria maybe once in a year or once in 3 years, and like the other person said, you go and pay 600,000 naira for the IG to give you, police commissioner to give you mobile policemen, and army that will, keep you. You spend 2 weeks or 1 month, then you fly back, and then you begin to speak grammar. That is not what we need done here. The Dr. Damage platform should project and give us a vision for 2027, and then begin to lay a foundation of preparing the people. Are you blacklisting me?
No, you are still on. Go ahead. I'm just showing the appointments. You mentioned appointments, so I wanted to show you the people heading the central bank now, which will be the next topic. Go ahead. Just
okay.
On the screen. Yeah.
Okay. So that is an important issue. Look at what Daniel Boala said in his recent interview. He said, if Atiku wants Wike to be removed from FCT, he will call Tinubu and immediately said Wike will be removed as FCT minister. That shows the power that Atiku waived. And then we're looking at these people and we're thinking that they don't mean business. If I have to borrow the words of Ovie, we are the ones that are not serious, and we have no plan to counter these people. We only analyze their behavior and their statements. but we have no agenda, we have no structure to counter them, and also to tell them that we have come of age. That is what we are doing. What agenda are we setting for 2027?
All right, righteous man, thank you so much. I don't want to take issues with you. You lived there abroad and you ran away, went back home.
No, I didn't say you ran away. Don't misquote me. I said you guys are in abroad and you are enjoying the good of abroad. I have been there before. I've lived in Germany.
That's what I'm
you
saying.
Enjoy the good there, but when you come back home here, you don't know what you are facing here. That's what I'm saying. Let us set up an agenda for 2027. Oh, they have been crying on this thing. We have no platform. There's nothing. We just discussed. Soyinka said this. Soyinka said that. It does not impact to ordinary Nigeria on the street here. That's what I'm saying. Leave what Soyinka said. What are we going to do to make sure that these people do not take position again?
Righteous man. Hold on, CM. Righteous man, you lived abroad. You went home on your own. You didn't want to enjoy what we're enjoying. You decided to go home. Why are you blaming us for remaining here?
No. As at the time I returned home, damages. As at the time I returned home, Nigeria was not damaged.
Okay. All right.
Yes. But now it's damaged and we're looking for somebody to repair it.
Okay.
And for someone to repair it, we need to set up an agenda. What is the agenda of this platform? What do we have on ground that we're going to use to push so that the right person takes power 2027? Are we going to continue to analyze the words of the elites? Are we going to sleep over what they have said and what they did not say? And these people are mapping out their own ways of countering the masses and achieving their aim at the end of the day. We speak grammar, he is the president, he is the president. Whether he has certificate or he does not have certificate, he is the president of Nigeria. It will not remove him from office. Our law did not say he will be removed from office because of this certificate. For me, I think we should go and ask ourselves questions. What are we going to do to make it does not repeat itself again? Come 2027 elections.
Let me ask. It's okay. Righteous man, please. Nigeria didn't damage because when you went to Nigeria damaged long time, even when you were in Germany. But maybe you didn't know. You were enjoying then. When people in Nigeria has been damaged. Because while you were in Germany, I was in Nigeria. It was damaged. That's why I ran out. So it's like we swap position. So Nigeria has been damaged. Not now.
Hold on. What is the exchange rate? What is the exchange rate of naira to a dollar now? No. What's the exchange rate?
It's not exchange rate that damages. Listen now. It is not exchange rate that damages a country. Naira is stronger than a Chinese currency, but is China damaged more than Nigeria? So the thing is, while you were in Germany enjoying, I was in Nigeria then, it was damaged. So when we swap position, I want to put you in a very lighter mood. Nigeria has damaged It's not us that we set the agenda. So if you're pushing Rudolph to set agenda using this platform, well, it's money on creation day. Nothing will come out of it. Nigeria don't pay when it damaged. Not be today.
So what's the solution? Since this intellectual platform cannot set agenda, what is the next solution?
Listen. The solution is, as we are discussing it, we are showing light so that people will find the way. Just like Zeke did with his West African pilot newspaper. We are showing the light by discussing it. We are not we are not activists. We are advocacy. Here, we are advocacy, not maybe I'm speaking grammar too much again, which you don't want. So we are just like, we are showing the light by analyzing the issue, apportioning blame. People will be able to know what route to take and what action to take. Thank you.
Thank you, CM.
Okay, the ordinary Nigerian, excuse me, let me ask you a question. The ordinary Nigerian that is suffering here, the advocacy through this platform, how does it get to him or her?
Righteous, hold on. So there are two things to clear. For exchange rates. If you want to leave Nigeria, leave now, because 2 years from now, it will be worse than what it is today. So don't think it's going to get better. It doesn't matter who is running Nigeria. So if you need to leave because of exchange rates, this is a good time to leave. But the most important thing is
No. What he said, he said Nigeria are damaged. Then when I was in Germany, that he was in Nigeria enjoying. I said why I came back. If the exchange rate, what it is today, was what it was then, I wouldn't have come back today. Because all of you that are in this panel, I don't think that any of you will risk coming to Nigeria today. Because if you bring 100 million naira to this country, in the next 6 months, you will be looking for it. You won't find it anywhere. I bet you.
All right, we have to move on. But Righteous Man, the point I'm making is that this platform is for you to air your view. We are not a political party. We are not. I mean, people who are in political parties, I hope they are doing something, meeting. People who are political activists, I hope they are meeting and doing something. But just think about this platform as, channels, TV, Arise, whatever. We are not going to be the ones that will serve Nigeria politically.
Doctor. I think Righteous Man is just hearing he's just having his say. I don't know why.
Yeah, exactly.
Righteous Man is
Can I say something briefly? My brother, Righteous Man, we all feel the same way. But let me tell you, let me direct you to this point. If Tinubu, when he was not a president, could do everything he did, got everybody, rig election, and stole the mandate of the people, how do you think 2027, now that he's seated, he has every government agency under his command, right in his pocket? How do you think you can unseat him with any kind of political organization or to go to the ballot pool? How do you think you can vote him out? It's absolutely impossible. The only thing that can remove him is revolution, except if that is what you are calling, which I also agree. But then the mandate, this mandate, you see this mandate, you never go like that. Oh, we are still on it. Nobody is thinking about 2027 because Nigeria cannot afford to continue to suffer till 2027. What we are seeing in Tinubu's few months of regime is already worse than Buhari's regime. We cannot afford. So anybody thinking of 2027, please share it, keep it in the. We are still fighting.
All right, thank you, Joe. Tone, go ahead.
That I wanted to drive, and I was just waiting to contribute mine before I leave.
All right. Hold on, Prince, go ahead. You are next, actually.
First and foremost, Mazi Righteous, don't be angry at us when you guys say we are enjoying. We are not enjoying, we are not enjoying. Do you know how many calls I get in a day? Even at night, midnight, that I want to lay my head. As you see me now, I'm just getting off work. Okay? But I bet you by the time I get off this platform, series of calls will come. And it's always, oh, can I get this? Can I get that? Can I get this? Can I get that? We are not enjoying. Yes, we make the money, we might have the facilities, we might have the the infrastructures, but we're not enjoying when you guys are not at peace. And for the fact you guys want us to set an agenda, how can it be us setting up the agenda? We've done what we're supposed to do. When the time came, when they told you guys to go for your PVCs, I know how many people that I encouraged and I even supported them to go and pick up their PVC. When the time of election came, I know how many people that I supported and I encouraged them to go and vote. But at the end of the day, you guys expecting those in diaspora to set the agenda to come and even help you guys facilitate it. Even somebody the other day was saying, "Oh, you guys should come back to Nigeria and join us." I said, "Go! No, wait there until you are tired." We are doing what we are supposed to do for you guys. We are speaking up, and at the same time, people from different countries are hearing us. Yesterday, I just made a little joke with a friend of mine. I told him, I said, when are you going to Nigeria with me? The first thing he told me, oh, that you're Nigeria that got a drug baron. as the president. And what are you guys doing about it? I'm serious. If you want, I'll give you my Facebook, and then you go and see it on my. It's there on my timeline. And he's from Kenya. So it's not that we are enjoying. We are not enjoying it. None of us like.
What are you guys doing about it?
Yes.
He said he asked you a question.
Yes, he asked me what are we gonna. What do you want me to answer him? I told him, I said, I just want to see what I can do. But I told him that we are doing what we're supposed to do, which is we are not advocating for violence. But at the end of the day, things are going on. I know it might not be fast, but truly speaking, we are really, really, really disturbed. We are not just neglecting you guys. We are not saying that, and just like Dr. Rudolph said, by next year, now we borrow, now go take the carry the money what we go give una. If I give una $100, now we borrow, now go take carry them. Go. As a matter of fact, before you go even carry and go house, what do you call it? Kidnappers and all that must have waylaid somebody on the road. That's how it is. It's bad. It's not, when you see us laugh, we are not laughing. We are not laughing at you guys. It's just kind of like how you are so angry and you want to show your disdain, but you don't want to show your disdain in with a frown face and all that kind of thing. What would you do? You just laugh. After all, we are told that laughter helps in calming down blood pressure. Like Janaba, my blood pressure too goes up every time we talk about Nigeria. But what can I do?
Thank you, Prince. Let me. It's happy to see Prince laughing again, because after the election, the day after the election, there was a moment I was worried. People were calling me, "Did you see?" And he's losing it. But I'm happy to see that he's laughing again. Thank you so much. That's part of what we do here. It's not just about conversations, serious conversations. We also want to make sure that people. This is more like therapy too, for us who are far away from the scene where these things are happening. It's not like we're laughing at people at home. We understand, we feel the pain sometimes more than people at home, because we know that things should not be working, they should not be going the way they are going at home. We have reasons to believe, So thank you, Righteous Man. Thank you, Prince. Let's go to Ike Venice.
Dr. Rudolph, I want to start with a question to you. You are in the academic environment in the US. My question to you is that concerning the Bola Tinubu issue, are your colleagues or students, do they ask you a question about what actually is going on with your president with the certificate at the Chicago University? And if the answer is yes, what are your answers to them? Before I go into what I want to say.
No, I teach post-colonial African history. I don't know where Africa is. Most of the students have no idea where Africa is. They have no idea who Tinubu is. So I'm beginning from the beginning. They are drawing the maps of Africa, these countries in Africa. We're introducing them to Africa. So we have not gotten to that point where they will tell you who Tinubu is. They have no idea.
Okay.
They just know that it's a poor country and you people are hungry and
Okay, that's good.
About the colleagues, they really Anyway, let me not.
I get you. I got you. My brother, Mr. Righteous. I know the last time I was here, I told you that we feel the pains of Nigerians back home. And we are not just saying it for saying sake, it's a fact. Because you are talking about the suffering of Nigerians. Like people of us who are living here, we are also suffering the way you guys are suffering. I gave an example last week in the platform, if you remember. If it is like, for example, at the end of every month, we have families, we have friends, we have a lot of our schoolmates that are no more doing anything in Nigeria. We have so much connected to Nigeria that once there is a problem in Nigeria, it affects us the more. Because, for example, if you normally send $300, for example, to your family before now, you can imagine what it costs you now to send to your family, to your friends, to your brother's sisters, your brother's children, your sister's children who are in the university, who are in the school. There are so many things that what is going on in our is affecting us even the more, because most of us, for example, we receive our salary at the end of the month. We are not, for example, most of you who are, a lot of you are in a better salary more than a lot of people. But at the same time, check your expenses at the end of the day. You try to squeeze something out to give back to Nigeria, just to make sure that people can be able to have a better life. So don't ever think that we are not we are feeling the pain. That's why I brought the issue of why do people have to travel home, spend 600,000 to 1 million naira for security just to stay in Nigeria for 2 weeks? That money can be given to families in the villages and in the kindreds that need this money, instead of me going home to surround myself with security. I don't need security when I go. I don't need that. So that's why I'm saying that we have not forgotten where we're coming from. So about how do we do about 2027, I want to tell you that the struggle of 2023 is not over until it is over. But also, there is always something I used to tell people back home. When the beginning of the obedient movement and Labour Party and Peter Obi came, the issue was, where is this man? He doesn't have a structure. How is he going to make it? But all of a sudden, that man without a structure, that man with 4 people tweeting in a room, has caused political earthquake in Nigeria, that even the people who think that they are the political gladiators in Nigeria cannot even understand even up to now. So my advice to people, even as I'm talking to you, we are still spending money trying to encourage people back home. Get registered into a political party. Go to your local government. Become a participant. Don't be on the side. Don't be only a voter, but be part of it. Because you don't change this structure without starting from the grassroots. It's not there. Because they told us we don't have a structure. But God has given us a man who has made people to use their personal finances to establish a structure somewhere. The money that most of us spend, we are not supposed to be advertising what we do here. But during this Obi movement, we know how much most of us are spending in Nigeria. Is it in t-shirt? Is it in banner? Is it transportation? Is it telling people to go and register? Is it go and collect your voter's card? We have spent so much money. Not that we have, but because we want a better Nigeria. So every time I speak to my people back home, I say, listen, what happened in February is an example. Never you go back to sit at the background, get registered, become a card-carrying member of a political party, join the movement. And also, I used to remind people that Obedient is not a political party. We are all members of Obedient, but we have a platform that our principle, the man that we are looking up to is following, which is Labour Party. Go register. Labour Party is not a political scent, but at least the generations of Nigeria that have become part of that movement are the new Nigerians that we want in this country. So we cannot, you people that are in Nigeria cannot, we do everything that we do, financially, morally, and otherwise. We did it in this 23 election. So what I am encouraging you people that are in Nigeria is, please get involved. Don't stay by the back. Don't cry about what has happened, but know that, believe in yourself that this Nigeria can be better tomorrow. But it's the people.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You've spoken well. My question is this. Let's assume that Supreme Court clears Tinubu and he runs for 4 years. Do you think that if we all registered in 2020 and now and take our position in Labour Party to vote in 2027, do you think that we're going to win Tinubu?
Okay, it's a very good question.
That's number one. Number two.
No,
assume.
Righteous man, no, we're not doing this.
No, let me finish.
You should
Dr. Damages, let me finish, please.
You know I was to talk before Ike.
Yeah.
Before now.
We can do this. It's not fair to a lot of people who are waiting. We can. Ike, I'm skipping you anyway. We'll come back.
You're skipping me?
Everybody, so that we can go to other people. Okay, finish that question. Let's go. I'm sorry.
Okay, what I want to tell my brother is that no matter whatever comes, always be positive about your waking up tomorrow. You don't know, you are not God who makes people to wake up. But always when you go to sleep, all you pray is, God, give me the spirit that I wake up tomorrow morning. And you don't just pray, but you are positive that you're waking up tomorrow morning. Whatever happens tomorrow morning is when you wake up. So we cannot continue to judge because Tinubu is in power right now, that we cannot wrestle the power from him. We have already wrestled the power from these political criminals already. We have taken that power away from them already. They can never continue to do what they're doing again, my brother. I want to show you this. Please reach out to your friends, your family, people you know. Tell everybody to get involved. We are ready to support for people to get involved. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Man of prestige. You remember the question? I don't even remember what we're talking about.
Yeah. We are talking about Tinubu, you know, and what's going on in the United States, you know, this.
All right, go ahead.
The certificate and so on and so forth. Nigeria is a very interesting place, you know. Let's be realistic. Dr. Alexander posted something here earlier and said that Tinubu will be in the office in the next 8 years. I see where he's coming from because some people here are questioning him, say there's going to be election in the next 4 years. But talking about Nigerian, you know, space, whenever you win a presidency, there's every possibility, maybe 100% or maybe 90-something% that, you know, Jonathan is a different case, you know, 100% that, you know, you're going to run there, you're going to be there for 8 years. So that's what Dr. Alexander was actually saying. And I agree with him on that regard, you know. I mean, with head permitting, I think Tinubu is going to be the president. Did I support him? No way, you know. But he's going to be our president in the next 8 years, you know. That's what I say. So having said that, there's something about Tinubu that is very mysterious. I've never seen such a human being in my lifetime, you know, that overcome every kind of odd. Everything about him is so mystery. We don't know where he come from. We don't know what state. Even the university that he attended, I believe he attended University of Chicago. Is he the one that did he register as a female? That I don't know. I wasn't there, you know. So having said that, I mean, everybody keep on talking about his degree, university, and everything. After all, he went to University of Chicago, which is below average. Go and Google it. The graduation rate of Chicago in the Midwest is barely 21% for 6 years, not even 4 years. 4 years graduation is lower than that. It's barely like about 17 or 10%. So it's not like he went to this so-called, you know, big university. And I mean, anybody can go to that university, you know, and come out with, you know, a grade or whatever, you know. So we should stop making a big deal about whether he went to university. Yeah, I believe he did, but under what did he register? That I don't know. So let's get that straight. But going back about what's going on in Chicago from recently, I mean, I've been on vacation, but the little information I get that the document that they have on him on his file, you know, is about 2,500. I mean, how can he have such a document? Why would they have such a file on him? It's very astonishing, you know, because what's going on right now, I don't know what's going on if the USA, Biden, you know, if they're trying to work with him because he's the president, they have something on him. That I don't know. If you look at what is happening, the IRS, I think it's like about 5 agencies. They are coordinating the whole thing. You know, they have agreed to release the information, I think in October. Why are they playing all this game? It's kind of baffled me. Release it or not release it, there's any, you know, if there's any damaging information there, let it be. But that's not going to, you know, remove Tinubu from office. But we need to know. It's just baffling about what's going on when it comes to Tinubu. You know, I don't have that much to say, but he's a mysterious man. That's all, you know. We see what happened from that case. You know, anything about Tinubu, man, you can be talking here all day. I don't like to elongate my statement. That's all I have for now. You know, thank you.
All right, thank you. So KJ.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you, man of prestige. The court case, I followed a bit of it, and the judge was very astonished, you know, because even the university lawyer couldn't answer some of the questions. Just kept saying he doesn't know how this come about, but he refused to accept that one of the results, the certificate submitted at INEC belongs to the school. However, he was able to affirm that the signature on this one of the people who endorsed it was or used to be the president of the university. But at the time that certificate was issued, the lady was not in the university and couldn't have signed that certificate. So at this point, the judge now wanted to know if that student, and then Atiku's lawyer said, in fact, not only that, the person who who registered into the university was an American student, American citizen. And the person who is Nigerian now, who bears the name Bola Tinubu, is not an American citizen. So the judge now asked, if there could be any further trace, do they have a social security? And the lawyer said that's the baffling thing. They can't find any social security number attached to that name. So at this point, the judge now asked the question: is it possible that this is happening? And the lawyer from the school said, "Look, you are as baffled as I am, but what I can say is that we did not issue this certificate. But the other one, yes, we issued. The other one is ours. But this one that he submitted is not ours. And I cannot say we signed this." Okay, even though the Nigerian media turned up everything upside down to say the university have accepted that they didn't say they issued it. They said they never issued that certificate. And he cannot, that is the lawyers on behalf of the university, accept that they issued it. How it came about, they don't know. Why there no social security number attached to it, they don't know. How is now if a man bearing the female number name, they don't know. Even though there was a desire, or rather there was some pushback to say it was a mistake. He simply said he cannot say how the mixture came about. So now the question that was left for the judge, like he said, the judge was so surprised, and everybody was baffled at this mysterious figure who nobody could actually identify how all these things come. The mere fact that he doesn't have a social security number attached to the citizen, that's an American citizen, was baffling. And so it was concluded that, look, all of you go. If you have any more further information, send to me. But I'll go sit and sort this thing out. Unlike our own judges, these judges go behind and do their own research and send out their staff to go do research. Not that they come and sit down and tell us why should somebody come from Amazon and say this is how this thing functions, and you must be, So they do their own diligent research behind the scene to arrive at whatever judgment they're going to give. Will that change the situation? No, I'm only saying this. I'm one of those who believe, and I said this before, that as long as Tinubu has climbed on that seat, he's not coming down. You can kill him there, he will be there. And the system have accepted or have aligned to help him to remain seated on that throne. Someone was talking about that righteous man talking about 2027. Are you sure they're going to be 2027? Because what I see is a state capture where the whole system is going to be collapsed. Anybody who can rig election and get people into office is going to be working with Tinubu in the next 4 years. You can see how, yesterday the president said Wike is his closest advisor, and where you cannot get to him, once you get to Wike, the information will get to him. Wike, remember, is a member of PDP. There are members of Labour Party that have been called into APC. There are members of PDP who have been taken. There are leaders of regions who are also called into accepting that this should happen. So it's not going to be like it is. But what we were going to see replay. Of course, you all know that there was a little bit of problem last week in Abuja when the National Union of Road Transport Workers, got a clash, and that clash, moved all the way to Abuja. And so there's going to be a big office, just like we said here on this platform, for Olumo, MC Olumo in Abuja, where he now superintend over the rest of the agro machinery in Nigeria. It's whoever is seeing anything good in front may not be doing himself you may be doing yourself a bit of a harm. because you'll be surprised again and again, just like we have been surprised, or some people have been surprised before now. So coming to the certificates, even if it is proven, like has already been proven, because right now there are so many things, questions begging for answers. Yet the Nigerian system will not accept. You see, that's the most challenging one. And I'm speaking about this with a lot of pain. You see, what we are setting is a precedent that will destroy the younger people in Nigeria, the whole machinery of governance in Nigeria. It means that whatever you do, as long as you get into the office, use your office to protect yourself. Let every other thing, be subject to you and whatever you say. I mean, look at it. You don't have a proper certificate. You don't even have a proper identity. We don't know how all this came about, and yet it is going. I mean, we are just allowing it go. People are always saying, "Let it be." Okay, but then those of you who prosecuted that little girl from Imo State or thereabout, you would have done evil because you talked about her certificate, her forging it, and as someone forges certificate, say, let him be. Okay, why should we talk about it? And the judges are even the ones that this morning, my brother-in-law and I was asking him because I was thinking, okay, maybe there's something they teach them differently in the law school that makes it, that you can just judge anyway. And he said, no, no. These are standard these things. Anybody who is a Nigerian lawyer knows that these are requirements for FCT. It is not something that is coming out of the moon. Okay, but here we are. People are already accepting that. Is it that Abuja is a special listing? Abuja has always remained a special listing because it doesn't have any governor, doesn't have legislators, it doesn't have many things that the states have. And like he said, because it was said and Abuja, he didn't say shall Abuja or Abuja stroke Abuja. He said and Abuja. And then a nation that have Wole Soyinka, Professor Wole Soyinka, who is a master of English, who even wrote books that the English people do not understand, okay, cannot interpret and what are we doing? So this is I will round up. This is the situation we have, and some people are making a lot of comments on the comment section. Look, the truth is, if you have better understanding of it, please come on and explain to us. I'll be willing to give you my position. So you put your brilliant idea to it, so we can hear it. But as it is now, my brother, all of us who will chop the breakfast. But let us face the fact. Your relatives that are in Nigeria are going to face this thing we're talking about. If you like, take it. If you don't like, don't take it. We all going to face it. Okay? Because you see, what goes around comes around. What goes around comes around. Okay? And that is the situation. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, KJ. You mentioned something very important towards the end, which is something else that worries me about the conversations we're having today in Nigeria. People are behaving as if Tinubu, anybody who is critical of Tinubu will just hate Tinubu or where Tinubu represents or what he believes in. People are forgetting that, like you said now, what we are setting up, whatever we are setting up now, it's not just about Tinubu. Tinubu will be there highest 8 years. And then somebody else comes in. And when it's somebody you don't like, who will exploit the same thing you approved under Tinubu, then you won't have any rights to complain. And that's my worry. I use an example of the debates, presidential election and debates. When Obasanjo said he won't debate his opponents, people thought it was okay because he was Obasanjo. But later on, we are the ones complaining now, oh, Buhari is not debating, oh, that, Jonathan will not debate, But we said that we thought it was okay because we liked Obasanjo, So that's my concern. I'm not really interested about the characters and about our lives today. We're going to leave this planet, and other people will remain there, and they will be dealing with all the mess that we are leaving behind because we don't want to set up a template that will work for us. All right, Tone. I know Alaba. I will come to you. Okay, I see you, but let me get to Tone and Steve. I don't know if you are going out. I see you put on your jacket. But Tone, go ahead.
KJ have taken some points I was going to highlight. See, we don't just understand the gravity of what we are dealing with, because I mean, I see a lot of deluded people, and I call them deluded not because I want to be abusive or disrespectful. They are truly deluded. Someone that has doctor his name coming to tell me that yeah, you obedient people, or anybody that is opposed to Tinubu is obedient to IPOB or Igbo. It's just ridiculous, you know. Uh, he has everything about him and his group is just a lie. They came here, they told us last week that the visa has been lifted and all that. Then we challenged it. They said, no, you these IPOB people, you these Igbo people, you started again. You these obedience. They have 3 names for us. Anybody that opposes Tinubu is either. We saw during the election, on the election day, people that looked like Igbo people were disenfranchised. They were disenfranchised. They stopped them from voting. So what else do you need? What other proof do you need? Yeah. And what is it that I wanted to talk about? Talking about that certificate, how can you explain they had the original certificate on one side, they had a fake one on the other side. The original one has 2 signatories. The fake one has 3 signatories. One of the persons that was supposed to be signatory didn't start working there until 2 or 3 years later, and you tell me I'm being biased, that is paining me. I am now, the latest word now is we are graduates. Are you okay? What are we talking about? Like doctor was saying that it's just this thing. And please let me address again. Let me address everybody here, regardless of the tribe that you come from. Please stop attacking people's personality. Professor Wole Soyinka remains somebody that we should refer and respect for his works and all that. But if we have to question his character, like they will always say that a charisma without a character is useless. I believe that his literal charisma is untouchable. But when it comes to his character, you know, is saying another thing. He's just useless. And that's what we're saying. We're not disrespecting the man. He's an old man. He's our elder. He's an elder. He's somebody that we need to look up for and all that. He brought Nigeria to the map along with other literal in the world of literature in the world, you know, brought us to the map and all that. But let us begin to question the criminals, the agbayas in our space, in our society, in our village. When those agbayas come, somebody the other day was trying to tell me the history of the Civil War, how somebody flew a plane into Lagos, but he didn't know that I know one of the pilots. One of the pilots, I know him personally, and you see, people will begin with the truth and end with half truth, and half truths. It's one of the most dangerous things, and a thing that we're dealing with right now. And our generation will regurgitate it and then start spewing because that person belongs to my tribe. They shouldn't be shouldn't be criticized or questioned. We've got a problem. We've got a problem. We need to look on the inside, and if we really want Nigeria to go on, and let me just, this is my personal opinion, please. I don't see Tinubu's government going beyond another 6 months. People are going to get tired very soon. People are getting tired, or is going to get there, literally. And people are going to get tired, and something is going to happen. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me just inform the people driving. I see you guys backstage. The reason why we are not bringing you on is that you're driving. If you park your vehicle, maybe we can bring you on, but as long as you're driving. I see him. Next.
Can I go on?
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Alaba, hold on.
CM.
Yeah, after CM, you go.
Okay. Okay, yeah, on Tinubu's certificate, I think I've been consistent just for the simple reason that if you're looking for a job, anywhere in the world, they ask you, part of the thing you show is your certificate. If they find that it's forged, you lose your job. They prosecute you and throw you out. Somebody of NNPP, talking of Nigeria, in Kano, won an election to House of Reps. It was found that he forged his primary school certificate. What happened? He's no more there. Mesoma forged, changed his JAM score. It was celebrated. Everybody saying that. Then what happened? JAM penalized him, and then he lost whatever admission he got. The governor of Bayelsa State today shouldn't have been the governor of Bayelsa State. APC won the election, but because the deputy governor under that ticket forged, I think it was age falsification or something. So you can forge anything, but the moment you give it to INEC and that thing is found to be forged, then you are disqualified. That is a simple. I'm not reinventing the wheel. This is what has happened before us in Nigeria. There's evidence. So why is Tinubu's own so different? People have been losing based on forged certificate. They throw you out. NYC forged. Minister of Finance lost her job. Kemi Adeosun. So we have so many things to show. That's why when they are even doing all these things, I say it's a shame that somebody who is the president of a country is being subjected to. Then the whole world will be listening. He couldn't have a certificate. He forged it. 3 signatures in the one you showed. 2 signatures is supposed to be. The signature is not there. They graduated a student called Bola Tinubu, who is a female. It is not you. So everything is so crystal clear. Why are we wasting time? What I'm saying this is that I like to be logical and then present evidence and then you reason with me. If certificate doesn't matter, let us not bother about it. But if it must matter, then let it matter. What is worth doing is worth doing well. If you must do something, do it well. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. So we can't just be saying there should be, if you want to contest for this post, you should be this age. That's a law. And we find out that you are not up to that age. So what are we doing? Because the law is there. If we can't obey the law, let's not. That's what the Englishman taught me. He said, any law you cannot enforce, why do you bother making it? Because I had an encounter with my lecturer there. He said, any law you can't enforce, you shouldn't bother making the law. So Tinubu's case is so crystal clear. I don't know why people are just trying to shield him or bring logic or this. It's a shame. The man forged certificate to Chicago. It is clear. So what are we still doing? Is it because he has been incarcerated because it's they've sworn him in? What is good? What is good for the geese? I don't know why my internet is fluctuating. Whether I'm saying something people don't like. What is good for the geese? It's good for the gander. Before people misinterpret me, if it's good for the people of Bayelsa, you disqualify their governor, and the people in Kano and the Mesoma. Why not Tinubu? This is our law. He forged his certificate. If we didn't tender it to INEC, no problem. I can forge my own and keep it with me. But the moment I tender it into make it for public for subjective for, tender it as a what is it called, as evidence that I earned it, then it's not in public domain. So that is what I'm saying. It's a very simple thing. Tinubu forged certificate, therefore it should go. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sam. Alaba.
Yeah, all protocol. Thank you very much, Rudolph. All protocol duly observed to every members of the panelists. I want to touch on the first thing. I want to touch on what righteous man on the key focus is what is the solution. And while doing that, I'm going to take a friendly swipe at those of us on this panel and also at Dr. Rudolph. It's a friendly swipe, but it's intended for good. Please don't take it on the offensive note. Righteous man is hinging on a key point that we need to be focused on discussing solutions. Now, we all know Nigerian problem. It's been there since the late 70s, 80s, 90s. Even when I went to serve as far back as 30, 35 years ago, everybody knows the problem. The old man, the fella, has been singing it in all his songs. But we are the only country where when you know the problem, yet you don't have a solution. The reason we're not having a solution is either because we're not admitting the problem. It's there, we all know it, but we're in a way, we're not admitting it. So what should solutions are like? Mediums like these are essential to helping Nigerians out. You know, Nigerians are suffering. The last time I spoke, I told you about the key Nigerian issue. Nigerian has become a landmine, a death trap. Anybody who gets caught in that trap, Nigeria has happened to them. You understand? Sometimes everybody think money will save them. Everybody's struggling to have money. But in these days, they're figuring, even the rich are figuring it out that even with your money, money sometimes does not save you from Nigeria happening to you. Now, how does that concern us on this panel? Most of us on this panel are not as radical as OVA. Sorry, OVA. But most of that, I would consider most of you very moderate. Even CM, I always enjoy his discussion. But the problem is that sometimes as moderate, we have to be careful whether we are not being used as, our strings are not being pulled by the puppeteers to echo their position. And I see that a lot sometimes with on these panels and some other panels. There's some of us, we act like the puppet of the puppeteer. We echo what the problems people destroying the country wants to echo, the deception, the disruption, and that links us straight back into the issue of intellectualism, the likes of Soyinka. Yes, they've done great work. You understand? Hitler in his days did great military work before he lost out. The people loved him, but the mere fact that he failed morally, nobody want to mention his name. Nobel was a great propagandist, marvelous one. He was good at his job, but morally he failed Germany. The same thing when we talk about intellectualism. The purpose of civilized society having universities is that so that they can make progress. My people, what is the definition of progress? Getting close to where we ought to be. That is progress. We might be moving in circles. You might be making movement, but does not mean you're making progress. The West, or the civilized world, or what as they call themselves, they can take a trip to the moon and back, and we are still on our way to the village. It's even longer now with bad roads. I heard this from Ali Majru when Nigeria was 25 in his documentary, while we are still making our way to the village and back. The white man has gone to the moon and back, and we are not catching up. We are 60-something years old. We're still crawling. Now, Nigeria is at a dead end. We have to call it what it is. Mediums like these have to educate, help our people out of the quagmire of ignorance. Now, the so-called intellectuals among us are not intellectuals because education has been wasted on them. The professors that are rigging elections, what do we tell the child that's coming up now? The professors, the constitutional lawyers that are misinterpreting the Constitution, what do we tell children that are being born now? You understand what I'm saying? Those of us who have mediums like this to talk and people are listening and we want to echo. The other day I said, Nigeria it's a powerful prayer. Nigeria must not happen to us. Somebody attacked me on this platform and said, no, I'm accusing Nigeria. No. You see this pushback, they take us back. We have to call a spade a spade. We are dealing with criminals and we are dealing with a society that is converting those who are not yet criminals into criminals. That's our society. Let's not sugarcoat it. And these people have taken the baton of the state. First of all, we don't have nationhood. We don't have a nation. Well, we have a state. The state is more powerful than the citizen. We have to acknowledge this fact. The state is more powerful than the citizen. Obasanjo proved this point yesterday or 2 days ago when he ordered the Yoruba Obas to stand up. Obasanjo proved this point. Tell them, we told you, Obership, that they are jokes. Stand up, all of them stood up. Sit down, all of them sat down. You understand? The state is very powerful. Just imagine we now have the criminal, mafia, a cartel that have taken over the corporation of a very powerful state. Now, they control the police, they control the judiciary, they control the education, they control everything. Those of you looking up to 2027 or whatever that year is, I wish you good luck. Oh. It's like somebody trying to win an election against Hitler in 1935 or 1936. Good luck with that. It's not going to happen. It's going to be a one-state country, one-party state. Anybody that can rig election will be in tune with the ruling party and they would win. Don't fool yourself. So what happens now? It's either the court affirms its position, and then we know we got to find a way to get them out, or they put Obi. Even my dear Obedience wouldn't like this. Even if they put Obi, it's going to be in a tough struggle for him to change that rotten system, because that system is so gravely rotten to the root. To change that system is a uphill task, even for Obi if he gets there. I know Obedience won't like that, but that's the truth. So let's move forward. So where are we? This is where we are. We are in this situation whereby we, the educated ones, the elite, we cannot be a Soyinka. For God's sake, we can't come on the screen and sound like Abati. Abati was saying we don't need education to run the country. No matter what happens in Chicago, it's not going to affect anything. People like that should not be on TV because they are polluting our children. People who don't get it, who don't understand the dilemma of our situation should not be in front of a microphone, because they are pollution, they are decadence. People like Soyinka, irrespective of his work, should not be holding a microphone. You need to see Ndibe, the way he cringed when Soyinka made that statement. I don't know if any of you were watching. Ndibe cringed. It looks like this. Damn. Soyinka shouldn't be talking, that said. But it's not just Soyinka. There's so many intellectuals like that. I mean, the point of a university is to mold the country into the future. What are we molding in Nigeria? We're producing criminals. We're producing gangsters. We're producing certificate forgers. Back to this story of Chicago, because I live in Chicago. Bottom line, I can tell you, I remember Dr. Rudolph, when I talked to you about, I went to Chicago State that Saturday to go check, and I sent you the email of what they sent me of the yearbook. I need to breathe, sorry guys. What got me thinking was that who in the world apply for a job and submit a picture of a yearbook to the National Assembly in Lagos? Nobody does that. Each one of you here, you have jobs. You submitted your transcript. So, and none of the journalists in Lagos 25 years ago could go dig it up and said, why a picture from a yearbook? Apparently, after he secured himself as governor, using Lagos money, he connected with Chicago State. I'm pretty sure he bought a lot of people, because a lot of people were fired for not financial, for a lot of irregularities in Chicago State. And if you Google his name and Google Chicago State, you see his picture with most of those people he parlayed with. So he has his own agent, his own Oluwole within Chicago State itself. So Chicago State is compromised in this issue. He didn't go to Chicago State. Any of you, the Nigerian press were saying that, oh, yes, Chicago State confirmed to CBS that he graduated. Nigeria is always twisting the story. So what is happening is that this man didn't go to Chicago State, but he has money. He has told you all, there's nothing money can buy, more money would buy it. If money can buy it, more money would buy it. So he's got his own agent. But thank God, we'll see what this judge comes up. He said he's going to do his own research. He's going to look into it, and whatever decision he comes up with, he can assure you all it won't need an appeal. That's what this judge says. But you're dealing with criminals, you're dealing with a rotten system. We need to use the medium right with topical issue. And we, the intellectuals, need to stop with this big manism in us and this pushback in us. We have this pushback. Oh, it's not that bad. Oh, let's talk about his good work. You have damaged your own good work the moment you don't relate with the people, the moment you're far away from the truth. How in the world would you call Labour Party a regional party when they won Lagos, when they won the Middle Belt? How is that regional? So some people have lost their essence. It's not you destroying them. They destroy themselves. There shouldn't even be topical issues for us to do. We should be discussing what is next. Okay, if the court rule Tinubu, what is our next line of action? Dr. Rudolph, you should be talking to your contact. How do we get a radio station? How do we get people to listen to us, people to know the topical issues of Nigeria? How do we spread information? These are what we should be thinking about. According to what Mr. Righteous Man was asking, this is how we can solve the problem. Then Righteous Man, get it off your mind. The naira is going to be far worse down the line. We are in for double shege, not even shege, X-Mass shege as you. We are in for a lot of mess. We are now Germany in 1932, if you all don't understand. So we need to pray that the whole of the country is not destroyed as we solve this problem we are in. We are in a big mess. I want to stop for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Alaba. Thank you. I will go to forefathers. I know, Echi, I know. All right. Everybody's protesting. Forefathers, hang on. Let me get to at least Austin, then I'll come to you. Echi, go ahead.
No, you can't get to him before me now. Who's tonight?
You were here before I even came on. I even want to leave. In fact.
No, you are not leaving. Austin, stay there. I'm coming to you next. Echi, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I was begging him not to leave. Okay, Dr. Damages, let me say something very briefly about the judiciary, and in line with the man that asked us a question: what are we doing? What is the purpose of this platform? I want to say, in a lighter mood, that this platform has a very great purpose, and that purpose is the purpose of disseminating information. A lot of people are now aware because of this platform. And it's difficult for the political class because before they were taking advantage of us, because we are, a lot of Nigerians were ignorant people. But what are the diasporans doing? People in diaspora, what is Dr. Damages doing? This platform can never become a political platform. No, it cannot, right? But what are they doing? They are creating information and bringing people to awareness. And all it needs to do is to compile. One day, the power of information will play out. Like they say in my place, every day is for the thief, one day is for the owner. One day is for the owner. So let them keep having their way. One day, the Nigerian people will have their say. So that is how I see this platform. It doesn't need to, the man that is suggesting let's do something strategically. This platform can do something strategically, but this platform is doing something even stronger than whatever you assume to be a strategic move. In fact, Dr. Daniel Majis, he said something few hours ago that, people come here, we stay up to 12 hours. We are appreciating people. And I thought to myself, maybe it's Dr. Damages that influenced the judges to stay 12 hours delivering a judgment, because the judges thought that legitimacy to a judgment is staying long. You see, that 12, 13 hours they stayed was unnecessary. I think what was going on in their mind is, if we can stay this long, we will appear to have done something serious. It was very unnecessary staying that long. But they thought that legitimacy, since all these social media people stay too long, maybe that's what makes us authentic. Let's go and stay too long like them. But that's on the lighter mood. But again, sending money, I want to also address sending money as part of what diasporians are doing. No. Yes, diasporians are sending money. The result shows, what's it thing called? people that have looked into it talk about how it has improved the economy of Nigeria in terms of the money that comes from diaspora. But no, sir, our contribution is not just sending money. Why we cry the way we cry about Nigeria is because there's no correct man that is ever comfortable in a strange land. No correct man. You are not a man if you are comfortable in a strange land. You can trace this thing back to Bible days. I don't know who was it that was, was it Joseph or so? He said, when I die, when you guys are leaving Egypt, dig up my bone, take my bone, take my bone back home. Because a real man should go back. Igbo people will say. So we are crying because none of us is comfortable in a strange land. We want to come back home. The second reason we are crying is because of the psychological trauma. When we see how where we are is okay, good health care, you are sick, you call 911. They can even bring air ambulance to you. They can actually bring air ambulance. When we see the way things work here and that it's not working back home the way it works here, it breaks our heart. So we are not just contributing and sending money. We are interested in Nigeria because we want a place that we can proudly bring our children to. And I will end on the note of Nigeria happening, Nigeria. May Nigeria not happen to you. We're almost using it as a curse word. We tell people, keep doing what you're doing. Maybe very soon Nigeria will happen to you. It reminds me of Dora Akunyere, who came out with a narrative trying to change the negativity of the nation, calling, saying something like good people, great nation, good people. It is sad that such a woman who brings a positive proclamation is that narrative is not being followed. But now Nigeria has gotten so bad that Nigerians are using such a negative narrative to tell people, may Nigeria not happen to you. No, if there's anything, Nigeria should be so good that we can turn around and tell people, may Nigeria happen to you. And that means something positive. That's my contribution, Dr. Damages. Thank you for the time.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Echi. Austin.
Okay. Thank you so much. I wanted to look at the last part you were trying to talk about, really. I'll talk a little bit about the Chicago State Certificate. Anyhow, good morning to everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, anywhere you are in the world. But I think one thing, the funny thing about all this whole Chicago State stuff is that the school has really brought themselves down to a level that they don't even expect to be. And the way I feel their body language, it seems as if they know exactly what is wrong and they were culpable. So they are trying to hide. Generally, what comes out from Chicago State University may not affect Nigeria because of the institutions we have in Nigeria. The one thing I have seen is that Oga at the top has the power. He has the military might. He has everything. But I don't know why endearing himself to the people is not a problem. I thought that this whole whether you like it or not, he's president for 8 years or this. Just be president for 8 years. Nobody really cares that much since that is the case. But why is that every day you see people trying to make it look as if you are trying to give excuses over excuses over excuses? Today, I saw my classmate. Tomorrow, the classmate cannot defend himself. There are some kind of things you cannot lie in this information age. Because immediately you say it, everybody online, Google, everybody online going to get information. That is one thing which I feel that the APC government should not even think of looking at enduring. They just go and do the job they are supposed to do. There's a second thing that gets me worried with this government. Why is it that even with the state might, they still employ talks to do jobs? There is, I don't know, the talks are being made to take over the whole place. And if you have the military and you have the police, then why are you bringing talks, non-state actors into the whole game? So those two things really got me very, 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 very worried about this whole government. And there is one thing we notice about people. They always believe that if you criticize somebody or constructively say something, they always feel that he doesn't like us, this or that. There's one funny thing. If you check if you will tell you about the history, the 1840 revolutions and the rest. I see ourselves moving closer to that position now. I see ourselves moving closer because if you do something the same way over and over, you get the same result. They will come. The most important thing is not about killing your enemies. No. The most important thing is sharing the loot when the war is over. That's the point. So if you see all these institutions the courts, the police, and the rest all being merged into this act of not being disciplined to do your work. At the end, if everything falls apart, even those at the grassroots who are here talking and shouting and doing this for the corrupt institutions, they go still see the backlash. Because when they bring the money to us, now when I know share give Dr. Damages his own, now they go see punch enter and you go see fighting enter. So the only thing I came to talk about today, I don't want to talk about the Nobel laureate because I know I heard him very well. I understand him. I'm a type that when I hear you say a lot of things, I pick the ones which are good, the ones which are not good, I just throw them. So I don't even want to talk about him. Anyhow he wants to do his thing, he can do it. But the only thing I came here to say here is that we should just come out clean. And if we come out clean in anything, the evidence will speak for itself. And one last thing before I bow out from the studio, please. I have been a teacher in Nigeria. I have my basic principles. And one thing I'm so happy about is this. I was trained from the basics in Cameroon. That was where I was trained. And the school I attended was a government school. And the people were very good with discipline. And that is why I will say to an extent, not even to an extent, you cannot bribe me with money, with women or what, you cannot. There is one thing we should try as much as possible, those in school, to do. Train those children well. We are all dying. Most of you are, all of us are getting old. See my brother Paul, see in Piet. All of us are getting old and moving. Let those coming after us be trained with the basic rule of discipline, so that by the time the old brooms are moving away, the new ones are coming to replace them. If not, we are going to have a system of chaos in the next 15 or 20 years. I will tell you the truth. There will come a time that nobody will take it that again. That time, that is when everybody goes mad, the entropy will be high, everything will be burned to the ground. From then, we start building again from the scratch. So please, all of us here, I know say we are papas and mamas and the rest. Please take the training of your children very important, especially give them discipline. You should earn what you know you worked for. And that is the basic rule. Not sitting down, coming and shouting, hey, Baba, oh, they will give you 5 naira. Hey, Baba, oh, will give you 10 naira. That is rubbish. Anyhow, I wish you all well. I'll just bow out and I have something to do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Austin. Ovie.
I don't think Paul has spoken. No, Paul has not spoken.
Yeah, Paul is just coming.
Ovie, let Paul speak, please.
This is a new topic. I haven't spoken on it, my brother. Why are you there?
No, man, you've spoken about 4 times.
Paul is
I've been cool here,
yes,
man.
On
let
what?
Paul speak.
On what? I spoke on what?
Let the man talk. Let the man breathe, man.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. Go
Why
ahead.
are you being? Come on. Anyway. Just make I start. Just like August was here, I will start quoting history. No, I'm not going that route today. But my mama, they always tell me one thing. Then say, I mean, who they cry they see road, right? Dr. Damiji, your guest last week was Dr. Chudo Nwagu. I remember asking one specific question about this Bola Tinubu's results, scandals, and all that. I asked him, as I said, what do you think? Is this just another distraction that is going to take us 4 years? What is going to come out of it? I remember him saying that it depends on the government of the day to see if the result is going to, whatever that is in that space, is going to come out or not. And as we speak, Tinubu is the government of the day. So I don't think I need to go further before we know where what is going to happen in that. 2, in every society, we have the ruling class. Whether you agree or you disagree, and they come in different forms and shapes. Now, what's the difference between the ruling class and every one of us is what we care about. The ruling class want to maintain their status quo in the society. Obasanjo, Wole Soyinka, can go on and on and on. They want to maintain their financial power, right? Dangote, all the business people with them, you know where they are today. They want to triple their wealth. They want to keep staying in charge. That's the ruling class. Then what do we care about the rest of us? We care about, the man is too short, it's too fat, it's not light skin, it's not to speak English, it's not a Christian, it's not a Muslim, he no go school, he no graduate in time, he's too old, he's too young. And there's nothing wrong with that. But the rhetorical question before us today is that, how far can you go to protect your interests, if those are your interests? And again, ask yourself, how far, if you can go that far, how far with those ruling class who have everything going for them, we go to protect their interests? So if we see it like that, I think the reality of our Nigerian tomorrow, as far as I'm concerned, it's not I begin to question, where is the generation that we actually bring in Nigeria that we want? If this is the reality in every society, and we are not seeing from that. People keep saying, oh, may Nigeria happen to you or not happen to you? The question I'm asking is that, you leave your comfort home where your placenta is buried. You were forced to leave. What could be more dangerous than that, saying, oh, Nigeria will happen to you? What could be more? I prefer to be in my village, right? But that's not the case. So what am I trying to say is that what we pay attention to is want to give you tomorrow's results. The man who is on top of this case, this way sued Tinubu in Chicago, I'm talking about Atiku Abubakar, the same man, right, who is going around lowering all the other political bigwigs to come and join the party. PDP is holding a board membership meeting. APC is busy registering new members electronically. What does that tell you? Only two things can take Tinubu out of office: death and 2027 election. That is the only thing that can take them out of office. So I said it before, right from when this whole thing started, there's nothing there. Nothing is going to come out. They just want us to keep busy. That's what I can feel, the pain of righteous man. All these things that we are spending our energy on, what is the end result?
You forgot the third option that can take him out of office.
That will not happen because nobody will put on there in the first place. You cannot take what you did not contribute. Nobody me and you put on there. President is not the business of a common man. We cannot afford it. Just like who becomes Edo Oba of Benin, you have no right, no get say. Who becomes whatever, you don't. They just give them to, they might, because we clamor want to get involved. Yes, they create an election, go and vote. So to me, there are more signals we should be paying attention to than Tinubu's results. For God's sake, this case has been on for the past 23 years. Even before he became a governor. Now he's a president. This man is making legal deals on our behalf. Things are being made. Serious shit is going on that actually will affect our generation unborn. That's what this government is doing legally, backed by the Constitution. We don't care. We want to see his result. As if we see the results, nothing will happen.
All right.
That's my conclusion.
Thank you, Obi. Paul, finally, we got to you now.
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon. Yeah, talking about Tinubu, there's this parable my elder brother always give, and I love it so much. So at least this one I copy from my brother, not from my father. My brother would say, the age when done day. In mama, no go carry am for back, go find man. You know, for him, maybe in wife he carry him 2 years old son, go find man. Why did they leak in wife ice cream? Then go give him son ice cream, also they leak. The son would enjoy ice cream, say, uncle, give me ice cream. This is where we are. Tinubu did not go to school. They face Chicago State University. They attack them. They close all their social media handle. You can't make any inquiry. Nigerians start going to LinkedIn to attack that they want to buy a certificate for their wife. They want to buy a certificate for their grandfather. Nigeria went as far, they start attacking the governor of Chicago State. It's affecting that university tremendously. So this thing is big. And for the university not to come out, of course, we understand the laws in America. Ovie said it the other time. And I also know the laws in America. I can't access my own daughter's results once she turned 18. We know that. But the fact is that you can ask a university, all we just want to know, did this person go to school? We are not asking you for his result like his medical history. Did this person go to school? And if the person actually went to school, can you prove it to the transcript that this person used in applying for that school? That answers all the questions. You understand? They can't. And the school rating is going down. It's an PCU university. The school rating is going down. It's a shame to them. So talking about we are not doing anything. What we are doing, it is good. Someday, sometime, other students in America will use that thing to challenge that university. And it's going to affect that university. We see how it affects Trump. Maybe some people don't know. Trump also has university. When he was selling certificates, that's how he lost the university and lost a lot of money from it too. So Tinubu did not attend that university. It's a big blow to the university. But I see it, the bigger way is that the US government is also buying into it for them to use it to cut a better deal for their own self. But talking about Tinubu having that certificate, then this thing that we talk all the time, oh, all you know, Tinubu will do 8 years. This is the height of, I'm not saying it with mistake, of stupidity. This is the height of stupidity. I was born and raised in Lagos. I see when an old man enter bus, don't want to pay money, the first thing that comes out of the man mouth will say is an aquino. It's like a general in Ogboni confraternity. All because you don't want to pay money. You know what? The downfall driver will get scared. The conductor will get scared. Other 15 passengers in the bus will also get scared. Baba no verse, Baba no verse. I will pay for you. All because you don't want to pay money. You understand? We give these people power that they don't have. If they have all this power, why are they going with all these securities? Why are they running from us? We make them too powerful. They don't have all this power that you think we are. Look, some 30-something years ago, I did French as one of my subjects in school. It's what I call Moses. This is, let my people go. I don't think I know anything about French other than Comment ça va, BMSC today. You understand? And why I'm saying that, I'm bringing back to Wole Soyinka. Wole Soyinka might know his literature very well. But this aspect that he's talking about, I will call him an educated illiterate. He is ignorant with what he's talking about. They are talking about an election. They are talking something. You move to the person that INEC said come third. Why is he not talking about the person that comes second? Why don't he ask himself, what is it that Tinubu that is planting the voice that is claiming obedience, that is attacking people in social media? Because we are seeing the handwriting in the face of the man called Peter Gregory Obi. Never insulted anybody. Never do anything like that. Never acknowledge any obedience who do something wrong. Like the way Tinubu will celebrate MC Oluomo. Obi never acknowledge anybody who do anything like that. He said, don't protest. Don't do any trouble. Don't do anything. Like we don't understand that people can use all these things. Anybody can use any face. And this is the more reason why doctor will not bring anybody in this platform without turning on your camera. What about if it's an obedient that is doing all those Tinubu people that is doing all those nonsense? Then we want to blame obedient. When we do Obi do well, then you call that party. You call that party that this party, you understand, is a regional party. When the people who come first, second, and third in this last election, they all want 12 states. Obi won in the north, Obi won in the south. Obi did not only win in his region, he won in Lagos. He won in the south, he won in the north. You understand? I don't understand. Is it that somebody is reading for me like I will help my mother to read? Is it that I don't understand this thing at this age and time? You understand? So this respect. It don't tire me. It don't tire me. Doctor, since my children started following me eat in my plate, I enjoy food more better. Than say, who born you where your papa they eat, we go stay like dog, they wait, make my father eat finish, then we eat the crumbs that comes out of the plate. I enjoy my kids eat with me. Times have changed. My father started with black and white TV. I started with color TV. I can't even remember my color TV. I'm using smart TV today. Times have changed. Old man self wey no respect himself. Small pikin go call am name. Small pikin go give am name. Like small pikin wey respect himself, he go also follow old man chop. That's how it is. It goes two ways. So this Tinubu did not go to school. And somebody comes out in TVC say, oh, Tinubu is my classmate. And coming up to TVC with no evidence, word of mouth. When it's proven that Tinubu said he worked in Deloitte, and Deloitte come out and said Tinubu did not work with us. Like somebody also said again, Tinubu might work in Mobile. Yes, we agree. But Oluwole has been an age-long thing. So many people today in abroad, I know so many in abroad today, that use Oluwole. One family will go resemblance, they bring all the whole family, go to Oluwole. If not because of thumbprint today. That's how so many people fool abroad today. You understand? So these are the things. Oluwole has been there for a very long time. What about the use Oluwole to work in Mobile? And when he even work in Mobile, did he work in a top executive place? The answer is no. He was making $2,000. He didn't really make any money. You understand? They say, oh, and nothing will go do. Nothing will go do. And it pains me a lot when I see an educated person says this type of thing. Nothing will do. Oh, cabal. Power, and everything. Who is Jonathan? Before Jonathan become president. So where the cabal? Were they on vacation? Let's actually say the truth. Who is weak? Who is weak? It's just a local government chairman who grow in the ladder. Who is Jonathan? This is how they start. This is how Tinubu start. It's just an activist in Nadeko. This is how they start. They grow in the ladder. They are not powerful as you think. No, they are not. We just give them the power that they don't have, and they use it on us. This is my take, my brother. I'm tired with this power, Nigeria and everything. Nothing. And my brother, righteous man, when you talk all these things that we're in abroad enjoy, you went to Germany, you came back. You are living in a house where POP, you have 3 generators. Are you now also a local champion in Nigeria? You're also enjoying in Nigeria. Maybe you yourself too, you're also flogging people in the street in Nigeria. You're a big man too in Nigeria. I'll be poor man when I go to Nigeria. Because I run, I hide everywhere that I go. You understand? No, that tell you that Nigeria, that you can sit down comfortable. I can't sit down. Like I said, we take police security to protect ourselves in Nigeria. Do you know why? Because we don't get level. You get mad for Nigeria. So you can make Nigeria work.
Hold on.
Don't leave the responsibility on us. No, it's my turn. Let me talk. You say these things all the time, that we are enjoying. My brother, let me tell you before I drop the mic. Everybody that I've helped, siblings that I've helped, sent to schools and everything, I never see result in Nigeria. The few people that I succeeding in bringing them here in the US, I see results. Do you know why? They take a lot of burden from me. They didn't say they send money go Nigeria today. They are doing well. So don't think that we are enjoying here. We are not enjoying. The type of money I make today, I stand what it takes to buy a house with good credit every year. I can't do it. Because every money that go to Nigeria don't come back. And that business, if Harmattan come and rainy season come, they say the business don't finish. If government change, they say the business don't finish. Oh, cement don't go. Rainy season, no cement again. After rainy season, where the cement, it don't kick. That 2 million where you send, it don't bonfire. Then they come out with new project again. So Nigeria is also affecting us. Don't think we are happy with all the things that is going on. The few people that I brought here in the US, they don't come to me for money. They don't come to me for anything. But the people that have even graduated in universities, they are still asking for money. In fact, guess what? Now they want to come to the US. Or they want to go to Sweden. They want to go to Estonia. Let's tell ourselves the truth. We love that country. So don't think that we are here enjoying and we forget everybody. If we live our best life here and Nigeria is not doing us in abroad here, we will enjoy our life. We will enjoy our life. We are not enjoying anything. We are wicked. And even sometimes if we give people money, they don't use the money well. They say our money serve na Illuminatic money. They need to use our money do better things. So my brother, we go through pain. We go through pain, my brother. This is my take.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and have a good afternoon.
Damages. Please, Dr. Damages, please let me respond a little, please.
Just 2 minutes.
My brother, not 2 minutes. He spoke almost 8 minutes.
Already taking 1 minute out of the 2. I'm moving on.
Okay,
Go 1 minute.
let me say something.
Go 1 minute.
Please, my brother, the profile you announce in this panel does not represent me. Please, point of correction.
Okay, we can't hear you.
Righteous man, we can't hear you anymore. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we heard you earlier on. Is that all?
All right.
You didn't, Dr. Damages, you didn't want to give me my time. So I just want to respect myself by just correcting the profile.
Okay, hold on, righteous man. First of all, you have issue. I think you turned on 2 platforms, YouTube and something. We are getting echo from your end. So that's one. Secondly, you spoke on this topic. So that was why I skipped you. I was going to people who are here to speak on this topic. And I'm moving on now to forefathers because I think you can join us again. Yeah, log out and join us again. There's something with your connection. Forefathers, before you speak, I want to just acknowledge that someone like Paul, who had to stop from wherever he was going to, to speak, we appreciate people like that. The same thing with everybody who is here. For those who are in the comment section, we appreciate you too. But I really want to talk to those who think that they have a different viewpoint from what people here on the platform are saying. I think if you're passionate enough and you totally believe in what you believe in, I think we have an open forum here for you to join us and air your view. And I want to really hear from people who believe that what everybody here is saying is wrong, okay, or it's not accurate. Thank you. Forefathers, go ahead.
Thank you for having me. This is Dr. Damages, and greetings to everyone on the panel, to the chat, and to the viewers. Righteous man, I think the people are giving you a hard time. I'm not sure it was necessary for them to be giving me a hard time for saying that maybe we should have a bit more agenda and more organization the way we do our things in the country, especially for the ones in the diaspora. Because if you can make more impact, why not, explore that option? Regarding Wole Soyinka's comment, for me anyway, it's not so surprising because when my eyes were beginning to open to some of all the flaws in the country from 3 years ago, and when I came back and watched the Nigerian space and I heard the way he was talking, I could really tell he was one of those compromised people. Because it depends on the lens you are looking. If you look at the right lens, you will know. And if you see leaders that are busy looking to divide people, you have to look at them suspiciously. And people that are from that group too should also look at those leaders suspiciously, because what they are doing is ensuring that your people never rise. They are always trying to cause divisions, because clearly what he was doing there was conflate political support for tribal kind of politics that has no bearing in Peter Obi's campaign in any way. Because as other speakers have said, Peter Obi won election in various parts of the country, not only the southeast. And is he trying to say that Peter Obi is not entitled to a political base like any candidate should have? I don't get that kind of the way he was focusing on the southeast. There's this thing I sense in the Nigerian polity. It's like, because the southeast are not really exerted itself politically, people feel like the moment somebody emerges from there, it's like, how dare you?
It's like that kind of air. Like, how dare you speak up for your own rights? What have they done wrong? Are the obedience killed anybody? All they do is campaign and shout at people online. They shout at me too. He at least stopped me from supporting this Peter Obi, and that is no reason.
Obedient, don't shout, please.
That come on, they do. You don't know, they call me devil and all. What are you talking about? So, but the point is, some of them do. It's not all of them.
No, the thing, if you do anyhow, you get anyhow. That's what they do.
Yeah, that's fine. That's my own take. I feel like people are allowed to express it. This is politics. That's how it's supposed to be. You can't tell them to shut up because they are doing politics. Because they are doing politics the right way. That's how it's supposed to be. They are not going on the street causing trouble on it. He even tried to say that they were trying to cause trouble on the street, which was exactly the opposite. If anything, people were attacking them. They lost lives on the obedient side. So I don't understand where he's coming from when he says things like that, apart from just polarizing people. These are the people that should be soothing, bringing people together. This elite class in Nigeria, they use people and divide our people constantly. Look at the way the judges pass their judgment. What kind of attitude is that? It's like you have won an election, you can't even, you become a sore winner. It's like, what is that? If you want to pass judgment, just pass judgment dispassionately and say this side, okay, this is what I think is wrong. This is what I think is right. That's all. That's your job. To start taking it personal, some people say, oh, because of the obedience, we're insulting them online. So your job is what if you start reacting to everything everybody says outside the court, what kind of judge are you going to be? You're going to, when you wake up one morning, somebody insults you, you're going to pass wrong judgment. That is not how it's supposed to be. And what I see in all these kind of leaders are the people that are dividing us and conditioning our people never to progress. I was having a conversation yesterday when somebody said, if Oyibo people came today and say they will give one group weapons to fight the other group, will Nigerians accept? They said, yeah, they will. They will. Because this is the environment they create for us. Because we are so vulnerable and they use us as controls against our leaders. Because if our leader wants to do something now, they say, oh, how dare you? If you try that thing, I'll give those people what they are looking for. You know now, you want it. You want to play that game with me. They will use your own people against you. Because of the way these leaders divide us and keep us apart and keep us weak. I think somebody mentioned earlier on the British warship that came to Nigeria recently. Is it because the government is worried about anything or they are worried? That's why they came over. I don't understand it because clearly our government officials must know that there was a year, I think about 5 years ago or so, a British minister, defense minister, was talking about invading Africa. And he mentioned Nigeria as one of them. And one of the ways he said he was going to do it through what they claim to want to do now. If out of caution alone, you shouldn't even invite them to near Nigeria at all. The report is online. I can share it here. This guy said it, and by the time that report came out, the people that revealed that information, he has already sent some troops to one other African country. There are the French Prime Minister, leader, Macron, was just saying how many days ago that African leaders, they can't defend their people. They don't have military. They don't have anything. What do they expect? When people come and defend them, the people start complaining. So he's turning the table and blaming the African leaders. And the people they themselves, they don't even recognize the ones that are dividing them. Because Wole Soyinka, what he's doing is an actor. He divides. Personally, I've not seen anything that Chimamanda has done that deserves that. Chimamanda, everything she talks about is about the politics. It's not like going after people in terms of, oh, this guy is Yoruba and all that. So he's no. Or trying to ethnicize the debate. I've not had that. If I've had that, I will criticize that. I personally, I even find it a little bit weird that they are all so close to the West. But that's where they grew up. That's the world they grew up. That's the world I grew up in. We are conditioned to be here and think that these people are the best of the best, and we are not conditioned to build our own country. till today, the same conditioning remains. There are people out there that will be very, very happy if the British show up tomorrow to take over the country. They'll be very, very happy to see that happen because they don't understand that you can't outsource your survival to another group of people. And nobody's speaking for 1.3 billion people on the face of the earth. This is crazy. This is abnormal. Black men, specifically, what you people have been responsible for on the face of this earth, I'm not even sure it has ever happened before. Out of the 4 great races, we are the only ones that don't have any form of protection. Any form of protection, or people will come here, they will take whatever they like and do whatever they like. Now, they are now in our border telling us that, they are helping us check security issues in our waterways with their warship. They're probably laughing and living. Do you know how embarrassing that is? I can't stand in front of that British man and feel proud. It's so embarrassing. The way we just disgrace ourselves. I don't want to insult our men. I'm tired of doing that.
All right. Thank you, forefathers.
So let me just add one thing. I don't know how long I've gone. So sorry about that. Let me just add this in.
After you don't insult us, finish. You say you don't want to insult us.
Yeah. Okay. I don't want to do it further. I just want to stop on that one. See, I also learned recently that the U.S. military or government decided to pull back Boko Haram when they were almost getting destroyed, just before Buhari got into office. The people, it's not the Nigerian that is supporting, the people that were responsible for the operation to destroy Boko Haram, they were pulled back. They've already cut it in half, and they pulled them back because the government of America was supporting Buhari in office against Jonathan. Maybe Jonathan didn't embrace their LGBT.
Do you know that gentleman had come? Do you know that gentleman has come before to Jaji to lecture on the subject? I know about it. That's just it. People
because
don't want the truth.
The problem is that most of our people don't talk about these things. We talk about, and that's what this is. Wole Soyinka is feeding us. He's feeding us minutia so that we talk about these things and we miss the bigger threat and the bigger picture. We have to focus on those things. If we don't focus on those things, we are going to get lost. And about this in Tinubu being inevitable for the next 8 years, we have to remember out of the 5 presidents we've had, 2 of them didn't make it to 8 years. So for us to be acting as if it's inevitable, it's going to get there. Politics is a fickle beast. Don't just assume. It depends on what the opposition does. It depends on what the other groups do. If they are completely useless, yes, he will make it to 8 years, and God help us if he does any good thing out of it. Because so far, if I'm scoring him, everything seems to be on the negative side. But we'll see. I don't want to take too much time. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Electricity, you're next.
Yeah, thank you very much. I greet every one of you. Those in the comment section, I saw your comment about me. Thank you very much. I didn't know that you missed me as well too. But I will try to be brief and not to take much time as forefather did. I will touch on few things.
What's he calling it?
No, it's my friend, so Tone, at your time, in your own time, not you're
Exactly.
gonna
I was
highlight.
coming for Tone too. I was coming for Tone too.
No, I'm not coming for him. You're gonna highlight the indicators that you argue that Tinubu will not last for 6 months. So I will need those indicators, please, at your time. I'm going
If you want to engage me on that, that'll be off camera. It's just
it's
Right.
security.
Okay.
No, it's high security now. You can't say that online.
Okay, that's okay by me. But I'm going to pick on CM. CM, before you highlighted on the issue of certificate and everything forgery. The issue of Bola Tinubu certificate, it's 2 ways. One, it has both negative and positive effect on Nigerians. What do I mean by that? Now, my son just finished primary school, and there was an error, a typographic error in his certificate. Just a letter was missing. And it was brought to my attention. And I said, listen, this is a typographic error. All indications shows that he went to the school. But the mother insisted and said, no, I don't want this Tinubu Wahala. I don't know where my son will get to tomorrow. And I don't want this Tinubu Wahala to come and affect him tomorrow. So you can see the positive side of it, that people also are taking note and they are making certain adjustment. Also, the negative side that Mr. Alaba highlighted that, and querying a bat that says, oh, you don't have to go to school or whatever. No, education matters a lot. It also have that negative effect. But CM, you highlighted the certificate issue. Well, Mr. Alaba, I go to you in the sense that you highlighted that we know this problem, which is 100% true. And I've often said the solution, like what those in the comment section have already highlighted, is when we start to invoke Section 68 and Section 110 of the Constitution, even in respect to Tinubu's certificate. It's there in the Constitution. It is there. So we will talk about this over and over, but we know the solution. Like what Alaba rightly said, we've said, we know the problem. But why don't we start to push for the solution? Then we will get somewhere. So until we start to push for that solution, which is the Section 68, it's something, it's just the reality of the matter. Whether we want to agree with it or not, it is the reality of the matter. Now, the Chicago University reputation is at stake. Whether we don't understand this, it is at stake. It may not play out now, but maybe in years, coming years, it's going to play out. They may be using them as politics to benefit themselves. My only fear in respect to issue of our current president is he's doing everything. He will do anything to hold on to power, including mortgaging the nation. And like what Rudolph said, the mess will be here. The mess that we create now will remain for generations to come if we don't start to attack and address this generation. The issue of that certificate, forgery, if you go to the legislative arm of government, they have the power to resolve this problem. Not even America. I'm telling you the truth. They have the power to say, Mr. President, it's time for us to start this investigation. They do the checks and balance on the executives, but not until you and I put fire in their bomb. Then they will start to act. And like what Paul said, we think they are powerful, but indeed they are not powerful. If Rudolph now acts, until I stand up to Rudolph, if Rudolph is a bully and thinks he's powerful, and when I stand up to him, he will realize that indeed his power is limited. He can't do much. He can't stop me from breathing on head here. He may have power. He may cut me off from YouTube, from his channel, but for crying out loud, he can't stop me from being on YouTube. So they don't have that power as we think they do. Not until the people rises and we start to do what is very needful. Then we will get to where we are. But if not, this mess that is being created that we don't know what it compromises. Even for UAE to lift the ban, the visa ban on Nigeria. Nobody asked that question. What was the deal behind? What deals were made behind? What agreement was entered into? We don't. If you walk in the corridor of power before, these are the questions people will be asking. How did it happen?
Did they actually leave the ban? Sorry. Have they actually left the ban right now?
Come again?
Have they left the ban right now? No.
It's not been lifted.
No, it was a lie.
There was nothing. There was no discussion in that. Funny enough.
Whatever this man is entering into, we should be concerned. That is my point. Because he will do anything to remain in power, including mortgaging the country, which maybe some leaders have done in the past, and we find ourselves in this messy situation. The bottom line is the solution is in our hands. It's not in the hands of Chicago University. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not in the hands of the West. It's in our hands. And until we rise up. I mean, forefather says something about us black men. Anyway, I will cover that in my next broadcast. So I won't tell you the title forefather because it is going to throw you off balance. So I'll leave it like that. So
all right.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm hearing radio somewhere. Please, can you mute yourself? So I'll come to you, local P, but electricity mentioned some things, and I wanted to say something flashed into my mind. I was thinking, what you just said about finding out what they sign on behalf of us, like what did they discuss in Dubai, and maybe the loans we're getting from China, what are the terms? We don't really know. We've never seen the documents. So I'm thinking that electricity, if you pick up that...
You know why, Damage? Because we are more interested in Bola Tinubu certificate than that. Apparently, that is more important.
No. Yeah, I don't believe that. When you say we, you put everybody. There are 200 million people. So I'm
just supporting what you are saying. I'm not.
No. But what I'm saying is, electricity now. KJ, hold on. Let me finish. KJ, hold on. Someone like electricity now could just say, you know what, this is my responsibility. I will go and find these documents that they sign. And if you can give us 2-3 of them, you become the kind of guy that will now say, you know what, let's do this, and people will follow you. You know what I mean? It doesn't take a lot. When you see someone like David Hundein, he wasn't born to be an investigative reporter and to do these things. So I go back to that when we see things that we think that will help, the next thing to do is to say, I'm taking up, and this is one step to where you are going. Before you go to section 68 and 110, when you do this 3 or 4 times, and wow, all of us, everybody will now say, this guy, I will follow him. He has his...
Dr. Rudolph, I'm not doing a pushback. I think in respect to section 68 and section 110, we can get the evidence of what we want if we go to our legislators to ask these questions. Okay, if I go to my legislators which represent in my constituency, I still say for the record, I've said this 7 years ago and it's still playing out, and it will continue to play out. It's on record that not until we start to invoke that section of the Constitution. That is where we have that power. I repeat, that is where you and I power lies. Yes, I'm going to do the research. I'm going to find out. I'll go to my contacts. I hope they will fish it out for me. But like I said, even if they fish it out and I bring it out here, okay, nothing you and I can do, and the only thing we can do is to bring it to the attention of our legislators to say, you know what, this thing does not represent us. I yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Let me just mention before we continue, hold on, that Alaba, for instance, sent me some things he was able to obtain on his own. And I don't think he's an investigative journalist. The point is that all of us, we all have responsibility along the way to contribute to the nation being what we want it to be, not just pointing out things that other people can do. And that's all I'm trying to say. KJ, I will go to KJ, local, Tone, 1 minute, and then local will now speak. KJ, 1 minute.
Really quickly, I just want to say this is not the first time we're having a ticket issue in Nigerian politics. If you remember, there was a guy called Salisu Buhari of the Toronto firm, University of Toronto. He was then the Speaker of the Assembly, and he as soon as that came up, he resigned and left the country and went to do the university, as he had already put in his. So why this is being covered up is what we don't understand, and why they are saying people should move on is really a problem. You see, I agree with electricity most of the time. In a normal setup, that's how things should work. But in a system where the government or people in governance, use the people's money, construct a road, go to the community that the road is situated, bring them out, leave them under the sun to stay there from morning till evening, waiting for the governor or whoever is coming to commission it. And then when they comes, they are expected to dance and thank them. You see, these are the mentalities of first must break if we are going to take the Nigerian people to the next level. But my challenge is this: it's like the Hausa, sorry, like the what I call now, the herdsman, who is just one single individual, but controlling hundreds of cows. The cows do not understand their strength, so the little boy can pull them, control them, beat them, drive them to the place he wants, make them sit down. Okay, because they will never realize, or they do not realize the strength in the hundred of them. That is what's going on in Nigeria. You see, the mentality has been. I told you guys here that the first time I came to the US, I wept at night. I wept because I looked at what was going on, and I know that in the place where I was, my state governor was around. He had been coming before I came here. He sees all these things. I entered the metro bus in the DC area. I saw that it was the same bus, Rudolph, that El-Rufai had imported in Abuja that wasn't working. The AC wasn't working. It was smoking. The same bus. I came back. I felt like, I don't know, is it getting something I'm going to just deal with the leaders? Because I told my wife, these people are so wicked people. These are wicked people. Because you come here, you see these things function, you bring them and you let them break down so that people will continue to suffer. Of what purpose? So you see, we are far away from El Dorado. I don't know whether we're ever going to get there. The truth still remains, okay, that look at it now. The Tinubu issue have come up. It has been taken from national level, moved to region, and then moved to tribe. And so from this point on, religion is going to cover the rest. Because you know why? If you remove Tinubu, the next man will not be affected, will be affected. So they're already looking at the presidency coming back to the north after 4 years, because Tinubu is not going to do 8 years. Okay? And like I said on this panel, a very top northerner told me that they're going to play back exactly the same thing Obasanjo played for them. The same thing Obasanjo played, they're going to play it back. And if you watch what is going on, it's exactly what they are doing. They are playing it. So what am I trying to say here? No nation developed with 2 or 3 or 4 agendas. None. At least in the US, we know we are facing the bureaucrats and the people. And everybody knows their position. And everybody knows what they're after. In our own situation, so many things are dividing us. We first divide along religious line. We divide along ethnic ground. We divide along latitude and latitude, the north, south. We divide on almost everything. And even mere truth is not accepted as truth. What are we saying here? Are you saying that when people go to school, they can forge their certificates and give themselves whatever, and that should be accepted? Okay, like I said, and I don't want to take too much time. Like I said, looking at just, there's a subsiding judgment on Abuja that you have to get by the Supreme Court. That is not quoted. Rather, it was glossed over. To the point, you see, listen, to the point that the judges are making an excuse for Shetima having double nomination, saying he may have forgotten, it's not intentional. Okay? But when it comes to the other side, they now expand and say, oh, and I call her name, what's her name? The reporter for AIT. They cannot take, what's her name now? Ijeoma Osama. They cannot take her testimony because she is biased towards Labour Party. But you can take the one of the guy who is the majority leader in the House of Assembly, the National Assembly, who was speaking on behalf, a party member, and speaking on behalf of APC. You could take his testimony. You accept his testimony. You were able to record his testimony, but you threw the other ones out based on the fact that you think they are biased towards Labour. When we are talking, let's say what is right. Because whether we like it or not, anybody who lives so long, you live for 120 years. After that, you go and answer to your maker. 150, maybe, if you can. Okay? But at the end of the day, there's a supreme being somewhere that is looking at all of us and the roles we are playing. What are we telling our children? Anybody who has a child in Nigeria now, if your child comes and asks you this question, daddy or mommy, this thing about certificate, what is the truth? Are you going to say to him, don't mind, don't worry about it? Will you lie to your child also? Tell yourself the truth. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the sequence we are going to go. Tone, I will give you 1 minute. I know when I say 1 minute, people go beyond that, but 1 minute. I want to also hear from Loco. Loco has been here and he hasn't said anything. And then, of course, Omo Yoruba on Olumide. So and then we want to talk about also the central bank governor, the new appointment with the deputy governors, and what people are saying about the lopsidedness of appointments. I want to hear what you guys think about it. So, Tone, 1 minute.
Okay. Electricity was talking about evoking Section 68. Question is, do we have any constitution at all? It's been destroyed. It's just been utterly decimated and abused and trampled upon. And they're just sticking their middle finger at us. So what, we've done it. What are we going to do? And that's why they're perfecting all the illegalities, but they're so sure. I'm sure there's a perfected plan. They've got an 8-year plan for Tinubu to stay there. So let's just not delude ourselves that we are going to chase these people out, following the it's going to be by force, unfortunately. It's just going to be by force. The people will rise sooner than we think and do the needful. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Loco, I'm sorry, I know you've been here before, but go ahead.
Okay, everybody, how you doing? And I hope you're doing great. And I hope no news have upsetted your weekend. Enjoy yourself. Nigeria problem, be as it gets. Although I think I was listening anyway. There was what just left, righteous man. I wanted to say what he said when he was talking about we discussing the way forward, solutions and all that. I totally agree with him. Why I also agree with what we are doing here, because we are also trying to sensitize the people, letting them know, hey, look, man, if you're not aware of what is happening, you are in for, you are done for. So in as much as we are trying to speak out for the whole Nigerians to hear us, that was how he, Righteous Man himself, also heard us. That's how he became part of us, So we are also doing our best here, trying to, let the people know what is happening, and so that they don't feel we abandon them, We're in diaspora living our life. We don't care about what's happening in Nigeria. No, we do care. That's why we're here every weekend or every week trying to talk about, the way forward in Nigeria. So don't feel as if we don't care, we are better. You guys know. We feel like what was it I think it's Jordan said or whatever, like even the money we send to Africa self, to Nigeria self, is a burden to us too. So we also feel the pain of what is happening in Nigeria, you understand? Because it's not easy for us out here still. But regardless, wanted to say a few things anyway that I want to talk about. First, if I saw the doctor, I wanted to talk about this 2 weeks ago or last week. Did you see the video of Max Air where they were drilling water from the tank?
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I wanted that's to tell you the level of how demonic, not even the politicians are, how demonic Nigerian citizens are. No matter how poor you think they are, they're also demonic. Somebody would think of such thing, not to even switch the gas at least, but you are even taking the gas out and allowing them to put water in the aircraft. You understand? Tell me if you're not worse than Boko Haram. You are worse than a kidnapper. You are worse than all the ritualists. You are worse than that. You align an airplane to take off first, to be in the air, and later gas will just go up, and then the plane will nosedive. What kind of horrible death did you plan for those kind of people? So sometimes, if you are still fighting for these Nigerians, you also look at it like the people are even fighting for self. There's also witchcraft left with their mind. You understand? You because when I watched saw the video 2 weeks ago, I was like, I've tried to talk about it, I always forget. It has been disturbing me. How can somebody just be so evil and do that kind of stuff? But it is what it is. But thank God it didn't happen, and they were able to drain out the water and all that stuff. Then for the Dubai stuff, I think we talked about that there was no visa or whatever. Then for Wole Soyinka, come on, man, the guy is getting old, man. His time has passed, and he has to still be relevant, So he has to say something controversial so that he can be, media can come to his wherever his presence and carry his news. So he's old and he's doing what he's got to do. After all, both of them fought in Nadeko and whatever crisis together. So they both fled the country together. So is his Aruba is Alobam in what you call Nadeko level. So it's his party. So he can talk whatever he wants to talk. So that's that. Then for the I was talking about tone. So I was going to come for tone before tone. My question to you is like during your time in there, because I see sometimes even if we still blame our top security men like what's it called, the head of your military or the agencies, you understand, the young ones, who are not even at the top but aspire to be at the top, if you keep quiet, right, and you just grumble and do nothing, I will say to you guys that you are also complicit of what those your senior colleagues are also doing. You understand? Because I want to believe the good uniform men certainly is far, far, far more than the so-called corrupt and uniform men. So for the most of you guys, your uniform men who will just fold their hands and sit while the corruption is taking place up there, and you can't even come out with something like secret recording, whistleblowing, and stuff like that, and you just go with obey the last command, and you keep your hand, and or maybe you're afraid of mutiny or whatever, you just keep your hand. The country is nosediving. I think I will still blame you guys for as part of the problem that we are in, because if you look at your colleagues in other African countries, they got angry, they got fed up, and like, man, enough is enough. We can't take this anymore, and they chased their leaders out. You understand? But your own in Nigeria, probably you just decide to like.
Can I quickly respond on that? I won't take.
I'm still flying now. The plane never land. Let the
Okay.
plane land first now, right? You understand? So, like, it's not even you, because not even in the army, both in navy and whatever, all the people, whatever, you understand? Because, like, let's use Boko Haram for instance. You can't be fighting Boko Haram on the land, and you send signal to Air Force for air support, and the signal is truncated elsewhere. They did not get the signal. They did not turn up for you guys. You understand? There's a problem. So if that is happening, you understand, you guys are on the field fighting, you send a signal and the signal did not come, and your life is being at risk here. So you like, man, I can't take this anymore now. So if your senior colleagues at the top are compromised, you should have been able to like set them up, bring out audio tapes, secret recording, so that at least bring them out. You understand? Because it's as if the Nigerian army are doing their best. They are doing their best. They are doing which we know they are not doing their best. They are lying to us. You understand? And nothing seems to happen. Nigerians are not even going for them. Nobody's even attacking them for not doing their best or for not doing anything at all. Both even in the army, navy, air force, and what have you. You understand? Custom, immigration. Nobody's even talking about them. And they are also part of the major problem, because they are also agencies of government that are joining hands in killing this country. Like that. Then you respond. Okay, electricity has gone. I wanted to say something to electricity concerning what's called power. We're talking like the people has power. Yeah, our politicians, they do have power, but it depends on the kind of power they have. It may be physical power, it may be psychological power, it may be wealth power, share the money power. So that kind of power. But I think the major thing that we have to do here is letting the people know, because like Dr. Dami said earlier on, like 2 years or 3 years from now, if a person like Rashid does not leave the country, in fact, they will say, no, I think it's Akwachi, say they will send $100 to Nigeria, and they will use the wheelbarrow to pack the money. You understand? So I think we also should to like let the people know, because look, we want to go back to the country. We have loved ones there. If the country is messed up today, we will still suffer it, because our loved ones are there that will suffer it. Then in turn will cause us emotional damage and other stuff. So, and yes, let me just leave that for now, and allow other people to say something.
All right, thank you, Loco. Let's go to Omo Yoruba. Then we can change the topic. Go ahead.
No, I think they have rebuttal.
Can I have 1 minute or two to?
Wait. Let me.
I wanted to speak.
Okay, a very quick one. One thing you got to understand with the military, not just the Nigerian military, there's a protocol, and that protocol is strict, a 200% loyalty, and where your loyalty is questioned, especially within the commission officers corps, you are in a big trouble. And if people have seen, I don't want to say much because I'm on camera, but people have seen a lot of things, and people that were fed up just said, you know what, I can't take this anymore, and they'll just leave. And that's just the thing.
But it's true, but at the detriment of people like you and I.
Yeah, but what I'm going to say here is, I hope it will not come to that, because if some people, you know, when they say when a desperate man is fed up and he doesn't care whether it takes his life or not, those are desperate people. If the people that I think that will intervenes is not going to be funny with the level. So let's just leave it there because we're on a public forum. Okay.
All right. Good, one minute.
Yes, Mr. Loko, thank you very much for your speech. I want to say briefly that, you see, in fairness to the people, to the citizens, Nigerian citizens, as you alluded, that not just the leaders are doing evil things or corrupt, but also the citizens. That is true. But again, the situation in Nigeria, you know, can be better expressed or seen in the from Chinua Achebe's book Things Fall Apart, that when the mother goat is chewing, the younger ones look at his mouth. Now, if the leaders are not corrupt, if, for instance, the president of Nigeria is not corrupt, there is no way the ministers will get away with anything corruption. If the ministers are not corrupt, there's no way the people working under them in their various ministries will get away with corruption or will even attempt to do that. If VC of universities are not corrupt, there's no way the lecturers will become demonic such that they subject our young girls in their schools under them to sleep with them, or they fail them, or even bribe them with money. Same goes to every department, every section in every department and organization in Nigeria. If the leaders are doing the right thing, definitely the people under them will comply. That is just the obvious truth. Okay, they say the fish are rotting from the head, therefore the body will become useless. If we get it right at the leadership level, when I mean leadership, not just the presidency, look at the senators. Are the senators not supposed to be doing what the judiciary, what the panel of the electoral panel did? Is the senator supposed to do it? They're supposed to call Mahmoud and say, come, we give you about 500 billion naira to conduct election. And this is our law. We made it here. We made this law here by electoral reform law. Why have you contravened? Come and explain. Are they not supposed to do that? They are. But all of them are so endemically corrupt that nothing good will come out of them. So that is why Nigeria requires total overhauling. In fact, a revolution is the only thing, honestly, that can reset Nigeria. Anybody thinking otherwise, that person, I don't know the planet Earth you come from. Revolution, a massive revolution that will require all of these people, right? I don't want to use the word that Facebook will, that YouTube will.
Thank you, Jude.
What our brother, because we want to come back to this forum tomorrow.
Thank you, Jude, for remembering. Before we go to more Yoruba, let me remind our viewers that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have Professor Chidi Odinkalo as our guest. A lot of people are excited about him. He's one of those intellectuals that are unquestionably. I listened to him in a platform. I was blown away. You know, he was talking about things I didn't know about. So I'm looking forward to that. I hope for those of you who can join us to please join us tomorrow at 11:30 New York time. All right. Omo Yoruba Olumide, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rodolph, for giving me this chance again. I want to react to, and my fellow panelists, good day to you all. I want to react to two of the contributors' comments and also weigh my own view on a few issues there. First, to VA's comments and assertion that that the people don't matter in whoever governs them, and that APC is already looking towards 2027, and that they started registering new party members and blah 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 blah. I mean, it's a very silly talk. I don't know if you're trying to air. You're giving some people who don't matter or who are suppressing the people talking points. That is a talking point. It is a very, very, very unintelligent talking point. You are in America there where there's freedom and liberty. People are allowed to choose their leaders. And they are here coming on air and saying that Nigerians don't matter in who elect their leaders, and that it is a few elites that choose that. Is that what we want to promote? Rodolph, you shouldn't be allowing some people come on air to promote falsehood and lies on your platform. It's not right. Intelligent people, smart people like me and others around the world who don't come in or here contribute, listen to this like this.
You are calling yourself intelligent. That's smart. That's intelligent.
Let me talk.
Olumide, we are graduates now. Olumide, we are graduates.
Please leave my friend alone. Leave my friend alone.
People want to elect their leaders.
You know, Via went to Chicago University, so forgive him.
Okay, can we listen to him first?
Some nonsensical talking points that they don't matter in who elects them. Who are the elites that decide? So you want them to give in the country to give in to evil people? Is that what you're saying? I don't know how you are contributing your effort to making things change by hearing falsehood and lies. You understand? Please take it away. Don't come to that with that platform. That's one. Then two, about electricity. That is another unintelligent. I'm sorry to say. He comes here with Section 68 all the time. I know people like Mayegun who have started a Yoruba Union a couple of years ago. People are contributing towards the platform and is making his own beat back home. I know people like Elvis, now Niger Watch. Daily, he was able to influence the Ido election when he saw what APC tried to do to the current governor. There was his name now. We might say that the current governor is not performing to expectation. That's debatable. But he was able to use his platform to making sure the people elect the governor that they wanted. You understand? I can mention people who are using their platform to make changes. If you, electricity, believe in Section 68, go and create something to get people who believe in you to support you. It is very, very clear that the majority of the people here who listen to you don't support you. Go and get people to support you and recall your member of House of Reps, member of Senate. Don't come and tell rubbish here on the platform and say Section 68 is something for this and that. Was it because it was your town man who was chairman of, or your somebody from the person from your state was the chairman of the Constitutional Reform Committee that wrote that 1999 Constitution, and I know where that is coming from. And you don't want to stand on the side of truth and say that Constitution is rubbish. Rubbish! And that it should be rewritten all over again. The people should come and sit down and rewrite that Constitution, all the indigenous people of the country. It is time for us to stop playing games and coming here to tell people rubbish on air. Because Rudolph is giving you that possibility of hearing your views on his platform. And then the people on the comment section are talking about rebuilding the nation, supporting Tinubu to rebuild the nation. Now, see, it is beyond on him as the president of the country until the court says otherwise, that okay, fine, Obi is not the president, you are the president. Right now, he's the president according to their sham shitty constitution there right now. He should be seen to be fixing the country. If he's not doing things that people are not happy with, or seem to be oppressing the people, people will speak out. People have a right to speak. The fact that they speak out now does not mean that they don't want to support the country nation building. People have seen worse over the 8 years of APC, and now they have another, in quote, another 8 years. Who knows? Is it going to be the same thing? It should start fixing the country and should be seen to be fixing the country. People like his minions come on the platform. People like TA, they come on the platform and say one love. The Bible says, love your neighbor as yourself. That is the greatest law. We want to see you love all the ethnicities in Nigeria as you would love yourself, as you would love your ethnic groups. Create things that would be seen to be creating equality and development all around the country. Number one, you have created an educational policy where you are telling people to go and get student loan. This was not the nation that this was not the foundation that people like Pa Awolowo laid for the people of southwestern Nigeria. We have seen the southwest universities, Unilag and Unibadan, raise school fees to the detriment of the indigenous people there. You tell them to go and borrow. Are you trying to de-educate our people? Look at what Awolowo's policy did for the southwest people. Look at how many southwesterners are educated both home and abroad because of that policy. And you are telling these people you are increasing school fees from 20,000 to 200,000 naira per session. You are telling people to go and borrow. And I have not seen any Northern University come out with that, come out with any pronunciation to support that government policy of them going to borrow student loans, increasing their school fees. You understand? And even if they do, I want to see how people will be able to, even in the north, with the current state of education where it was free education, we didn't see many of them go to school to get educated as much as southwestern people, as much as the southerners. And then you are, making policies that will further impoverish. I don't know how to now put it. He needs to go back to those policies, and it is not very hard for him to start well. You say you are removing fuel subsidy. You are removing fuel subsidy, and you have not even opened up to Nigerians to know where exactly the former governments were subsidizing this fuel. Who were those who were benefiting, who were helping? Who were the government paying the subsidies to for the Nigerian people to enjoy it? We don't know. And you are saying you are removing fuel. You need to go back and do things with openness and be honest with Nigerians. Your policy so far has not helped anybody. If you are looking for support, start doing the right thing. People of Benue, they are still being killed till today. Southern Kaduna, they are still being killed till today. And we are shouting one love. How can that be one love? Love your neighbor as yourself. And then the Supreme Court and the judicial system, we're waiting for you. We're going to, Obi will be saying he will go to the Supreme Court. But we're saying that if you are going to spend 300 billion naira on technology to make elections free and fair, and you are now going to say, oh, it doesn't matter anymore. The umpire can choose to do anything he wants. What is the sense in that? How do we want a free and fair election? You understand? Today it is Tinubu's turn. It is Obi's turn to be cheated. Who knows who will be cheated tomorrow? It might be a Yoruba man tomorrow who will be cheated. It might be a Benue man who will be cheated. We can't. If the beginning, that constitution aside, the beginning to begin to lay a foundation for a good country is for the people to be able to elect their leaders free and fairly. When somebody who is elected knows that he will not come back in 4 years because of his policies and the decisions he has made when he occupied that post and is voted out, it will be the beginning of lessons for others who want to come and contribute their own quota. You don't. If people cannot elect their leaders free and fairly, what is the essence of section 60? Who do you want to recall? How do you want to recall? When it is even the party that determines, the man at the end of the affairs that determines who occupies that position. What is the sense? What is the stupid sense in that? Please come here and make intelligent contributions. Don't come here and come and throw things in our face like we are dumps. There are millions of Nigerians all over the world watching this network.
Thank you.
Come here and come and say rubbish on here.
Thank you.
I have the right to reply.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Triple Man, I see you. Thank you so much for joining us. And CM, it's been a while you spoke. We will get to you. I just want to point out that I wanted us to also, because I won't be here, there's somewhere I have to be in a meeting. I wanted us to talk about the appointment of the central bank governor. It's very important for many reasons. If you guys remember Alpha Beta Consulting Company, the one that Tinubu set up while he was governor of Lagos State, the people that were part of the committee that approved that company were Professor Shibanjo, the former vice president, then he was Attorney General. Wole Edu, who is now the Minister for Finance, he was Commissioner for Finance in Lagos State. And then this Olayemi Cardoso, who is now the central bank governor. These were the three people who approved that Alpha Beta should be in charge of taxes for Lagos State. So it's very important when we see appointments being made that we look at who these people are, what is the connection of these people to the president or whoever is making the appointment, what does that mean for the country? We don't want Nigeria to be like Lagos. People are saying that we're spreading propaganda. When you hear something you don't want to hear, this is from Punch newspaper. It's not a story that people are making up. The question is, what does that mean? It's up to the country to be aware of these things. And that's why I think when we're talking about what's going on in Chicago, when this issue started, when Tinubu was governor, it was shut down by so many people. And we are still here talking about it it's almost 30 years from. So we shouldn't let these things go undiscussed because we like Tinubu Tinubu is our brother. It's not about Tinubu, it's not about all these characters. It's about what will happen next time. It's about 20 years from now, 100 years from now. That's the way I look at these things. And it's very painful for people who you think are educated to look, we'll keep talking. We will keep having the conversation. That's why we do this. All right. Thank you guys very much.
Rudolph, let me just, I want to leave too. Let me just, I better use that. Now, and when intelligent people come on public space and attack my personal instead of my points, that means I'm doing well. Just like Wole Soyinka, who is trying to ruffle the obedience and popularity. So I see Olumide trying to come at me that way, which means that I'm doing well. So thank you, Olumide, I understand. But you said something that I live in America. Is that how people don't matter in America? And I'll say yes. We have 330 million people in America. But guess what? We stand the chance to elect Donald Trump or Biden. That says a lot. If you go on the street, ask people, Americans, no, those names will not come up. But we ain't got no choice, right? Back in Nigeria, the same thing. So your intelligence should have allowed you to see in between the lines, not verbal what people are saying. But I also understand if you come on platform just to argue or to call people personality out, you will never gain anything. So I'm not surprised that you don't see between the line, you don't see the gray area between our conversation.
I don't.
But again,
I don't.
Can I finish, please?
The point I'm against.
Oh my God. You come, you understand? So if all week is just to say, I want to attack people that make this point, man, you are doing well too. So as intelligent as I've never seen somebody.
No. When you say people don't matter,
I'm not talking to you, my
insulting
brother.
the people.
I'm not talking to you.
You are saying Nigerians are stupid.
Oh, wow, and you are intelligent.
If you say Nigerians don't matter in who they elect, you are saying they are stupid.
All right.
I thought you were intelligent. Intelligent people will allow other people to finish talking before they interject. That is
Ovie, let's not address personality. Let's address the point.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying. No, that's what I'm doing here. I made a point. When I said
not personality.
People, when I said can I not talk? Now, wow. You will not get my point if you just keep interjecting. I'm also a Nigerian. I did not put myself among the elite. I'm also an ordinary Nigerian. And I am telling you today, you don't have the business electing who becomes the president. I've started by giving analysis, right? What the ordinary people want and what the elite want, right? The elite want who will protect their interests. They don't care if that person is educated, they go school, no go school. Can you protect my interests? And that's what we narrow it down to these two people. Those are our choice. If I give you the option today, among 200 million Nigerians, choose a president. You have the power. I swear, I don't know your mind, but this name that we see in our space will not make the first 50 in your list. So what choice do you not talking about that you have, or I have? So forget about the person. Look at what that person is saying. I'm also an ordinary Nigerian. I'm not among the elite. Even Warren Rudolph is
Okay, that's okay. We have not quarreled against the two people. What we have quarreled against is the fact that they have not allowed us to choose.
Rudolph, I'm done. I thought I'm dealing with intelligent person.
I think you're misunderstanding Ovia.
Okay, hold on, guys. You know, Superman has not said anything here, and all of you want to keep Journey. Well, first of all, let me hand it over to Forefathers. Forefathers, thank you for taking over for me, and I want to thank everybody.
Rudolph, you've not been fair to me.
Who is speaking? Oh, righteous man. Okay, let me finish up. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
You've not been fair to me, Rudolph. You've not been fair. You've not been fair. I started today 4 o'clock Nigerian time. That is 5 hours. I've only spoken less than 3 minutes. You shut me down. You've not been fair, and I have to say it out.
I haven't even spoken at all. But I want to use this opportunity to thank Rudolph for bringing Chidodin Kalu, Professor Chidi. Remember, I actually asked you about him, if you can bring him on board the last time I was in, and then he's coming in tomorrow. So thank you so much. I'm really interested in hearing from him as well. I hope I will join as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Righteous man, sorry, I'm so sorry. Thank you for understanding. Sometimes these things, I try. My goal is to get everybody to speak. Sometimes you let me. People like Jude. All right, Forefathers, thank you so much.
Dr. Rudolph, please, before you leave, it is imperative you give Forefather rules of engagement so that
don't even start.
Exactly.
Not even
exactly.
Rudolph, I don't know.
Exactly.
Why you choose to bring Prof? No, we in church. You don't want us to go to church because people like me have been following Prof. Not today. You don't want us to go to church.
Okay, I hear you. We will try to change things in down the road because of the church. No, you are not the only one. People in America complain about the time and the church matter that I'm stopping them from going to church. So we will talk about that, but that will be next season.
Please, let's dive into the appointment. It's very important.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody.
So I want to do the Iroko TV stuff so that
please
go and subscribe. Okay, thank you, Rudolph. Yeah, from henceforth until this Iroko TV gets to 240 subscribers, all conversations and contributions is hereby abolished, and whoever does not like it, whoever does not like it,
you go to court.
Okay.
Yes, okay. And I want to say to all my critics on the chat group, if you don't, if you criticize me again without getting to register in what do you call Iroko TV, I will come after you on that chat group. Especially that guy called Jagon or what? Jagadan. Yes, and Jagan.
Senior brother.
If go and subscribe, or else me and you go enter one trouser. Go and subscribe.
240. We need to get up to 240. So right now it's 230. Just 10. We have 500 people. I could say 200, but I'm just trying to be generous. You know, I'm a very, very reasonable person. It's just 10 we want. And the reason why we are stopping conversation so that you can have time to go and subscribe to the channel. You can see it on your screen there. It's at Iroko Post TV. Go and subscribe. It's a sister channel to this one. So just in case, you know, some people keep talking about kill them, and they go and ban us, then we'll have another channel to discuss these things. Okay, people, go and subscribe, and let me check where we are right now. We are seeing how many? Only one person has gone over. Yes.
Forefathers, please, yes. Tomorrow is Sunday. This is almost 9:30 in Nigeria or thereabout. I will be going to church tomorrow, so I need to take rest. Can I ask my questions? Then I will.
Is that righteous man? Is that
You are
righteous man?
very correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Please hold on, because I think there are quite a lot of things I feel like needs to be addressed. Don't worry, you get your chance to contribute. But now, in the meantime, just wait. Be patient with us. Let's get these, Nigerians to go and sign up, and Nigerians and international, viewers that want to support the other channel so that they can be able to subscribe there. Let's see how many we've got. Jesus Christ, only 2 people out of 489. Seriously? Nigerians, come on. Let's go and do this so that we can carry on the discussion about these issues. Because I think Righteous Man has some good points. I felt, some people were having a go at him as if they didn't understand where he was coming from. Let me see. Let's see where we are right now. One more. Jesus. A minute is what we are getting right now. I'm just asking for 10 people. Okay? 10. Sign off your device, go to that channel, subscribe so that we can carry on with the discussion. Thank you for coming in, Masker. So it will be interesting to hear your point of view based on what we have been discussing. Yeah, that's Iroko Post TV. Catch Robot. I can see you there. Yeah, we need to get to 240. 234. 4 Nigerians and international viewers that are about 4. We have 483 watching. 483. You just need to peel off a few to just go and sign up there, and this will be over. Okay, let's get this done. How long is this gonna take? Oh, it's still 84. It's still 4 people that have signed up. Don't worry, I'm watching. It's gonna go up, and sometimes it just overshoots. Now it's 5.
Forefather, is John. Is he part of this? Those who have subscribed?
I'm not sure, Jajon, have you subscribed?
John, don't go and subscribe, or I'll kick you out of that place.
Oh yeah, my goal has subscribed. You see, it was one of those people that haven't subscribed before, so he's subscribed now. Okay, it's 37. It's just 3 more. 3 more. We are going to be there. 3 more.
Okay, thank you, John.
We're supposed to be heading to 1,000 by now. We're supposed to be heading to 1,000 by now. I will be stopping intermittently to be asking for this is subscription, because it needs to get up to 1,000, because this channel has got 70,000 and more. And just to get up to 1,000 on the other one is being a little bit slow. Let's see. I think we should be there now anyway. I think we've got, 38. Only 8 has done it now. Let's see where we are now. Is it 9? Okay. Thank you. Congratulations, Nigerians. We have done very well. How many percent out of 10 has gonna subscribe? Less than 0.1% has gonna subscribe. Very, very well. Thank you, Nigerians, for doing this job for Dr. Damages so that we can have another backup channel. I will be stopping intermittently, so forgive me for stopping conversation so that we can go and do some work and subscribe to other channels. And okay, thank you. I think I want to hear from Righteous Man. Righteous Man, I think you are quite an interesting, and you are in Nigeria, you are quite an interesting contributor here. And your views, I think you need to understand that Dr. Damedi probably missed it somehow. Maybe if he didn't call you, all the other people are catching his attention. Maybe that's why. Please go ahead with your submission.
Yeah, thank you, forefathers. Yeah, my question goes to all the members of the panel. I have 4 questions. Number 1, what does collective ideas achieve if it is not utilized and put into action? What does collective ideas achieve if it is not utilized and put into action? That's number 1 question. Number 2, how do we cure the problem? Since we have acknowledged, somebody mentioned it about half-truth, and half-truth is very dangerous. So how do we cure the problem of half-truth in Nigeria? I can cite an example of half-truth. 1, the 1966 coup was tagged Igbo coup. 2, Professor Wole Soyinka captioned Labour Party as regional party. It is not spread. And these are half-truth because Obi is from the southeast. How do we cure this half-truth problem in Nigeria? Then number 3, what is the interpretation of OBJ statement he made, I think, 2 days ago? And the statement, I quote, "Throw overboard democracy that does not serve the interests of the people."
I think you should be asking this question one at a time because it looks like they are quite loaded, and for people to remember all 4 of them, I'm
Can
sure
I
they will
start?
remember the last one more. All of them just say their finger the moment you mention the last one. So
Okay,
is that
I think
all?
yeah, can
Is
I
that
have
all?
a go?
I
It's not
think
all, but let
I
me
don't know if
stop
I'm
for
allowed
now.
to speak.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
you have
let's
asked.
go. Let's go line by line so I cannot
Sequentially.
confuse.
Yeah, let's do sequentially, and we'll time it so because a lot of people want to speak, and it's a shame that our esteemed guest, because he has a unique view, and he's somewhere almost the last masker. Please be patient, but we'll try to be making it 3 minutes and to respond. I think I hope you remember the question, KJ. That
1 second, righteous man. Please, if you can just type out the question there and on the
yeah,
platform.
write the
I will say
question,
now.
and then I'll
I'll
copy
say
it and
now.
paste
So
it on the
I'll take
screen.
it one after the other. Collective ideas or collective views. It
I said,
depends.
what does collective ideas achieve if
That's
it
what I
is
said.
not utilized and put into action?
Good. You see, collective ideas, as you put it, first and foremost, depends on what you think the collective ideas are. For instance, on this panel now, there are so many ideas we have thrown out, and not everybody agrees with what we have said. Some people are on the extreme, some people are the middle, some people are the other end, and so we cannot say we have a collective idea right now of which direction we are pushing on this panel because we all see things from a different point of view, and that is the beauty of a community. I mean, never going to be any time that you're going to have an idea that everybody agrees to. Okay, we all will have different bites at the idea, and what we should be aiming at is having to disagree and to agree, not being disagreeable, which is the situation that we find ourselves sometimes in Nigeria. I mean, I mustn't agree with everything, but let us not come to a point where we are fighting over it. So it depends on these ideas that to enrich our understanding and let us go back and bruise on them and then see whether we can accept, or come to the middle or go to the left. And that's the beauty of what I see in our panel here. Nobody is just a pushover. Every idea is important, and every point is made clear to the person who is speaking and to those who are listening. And so that's what I will see. That's what I will say for the first answer. The second answer is how do we deal with half truth? Let me say
How
this.
do we cure? How do we cure? Not do. How do we cure the problem of half truth in Nigeria?
Awesome. Not only in Nigeria, half truth is what has become a norm right now. And let me say
we are
this.
dealing with Nigeria issue.
I'm coming now, bros. Come in. Let me answer. Now, truth itself is relative sometimes. And in government, especially in Nigeria, Nigerian government see the truth, see things that are not as they want it to be said, as not true. Okay? In other words, the problem with what social media have brought is the fact that government do no longer have control of information. So when forefather brings an information that government does not like, it calls it false, fake news, false, even though it may be true. For instance, on this panel, we said that Dangote's refinery wasn't going to function. And, government said it was false, But now we know that even by 2025, it will not still be working. So in other words, why am I saying this? I'm saying that the truth that you're talking about, it depends on where it's coming from. If it's coming from the people, it is fake news. If it's coming from government, it is truth. All right? And I dare to say that based on that, so many things are known as false, but the government pushes as truth. Ngalari, okay, the man who is now speaking for Tinubu is going to do
It looks
10
like you
times
have to.
worse.
It looks like you have to make it shorter. Otherwise, your 3 minutes is
So
already
let
done.
me move to the last one.
Maybe one person can speak on one
Yeah,
question
one
so that
question
we
at a
can.
time.
All right.
Yeah.
So let me
Yeah.
if you want me, I can pass the rest
It
over, but I
depends
have
on
a
what
little
they
bit.
want. If they answer the question quickly, then they can go to the next question, or they can just deal with one question at a time. So,
Okay, your number
please
3
go to
question.
the
Let
next.
me
One
give
at
that
a
to you.
time would be better. Then you can go round.
All
Okay.
right.
One at a time, one question at a time, and then we can go round.
All right. So CM, you can go ahead.
CM is sleeping.
No, I'm not. Is my network today? I don't know, for whatever reason it's playing up.
Oh, okay. I
How do
thought
we
you are not allowed
cure
to
the
react.
problem of how do we cure the problem of half truths in Nigeria? That's quite loaded. This can be a seminar question. Can debate it every time. Anyway, my simple answer is this. You see, we have to be conscious of the fact that Nigeria, when we discuss Nigeria, I always start from the first principle. We are different people brought together by the British. We can become the best we can, but we must agree. Until we do that, then half truth can be flying about, because it's just like if you dribble the other one, then you feel you have scored, you've made a point. That is just my own. So half truth will persist because the media is serving one purpose when it comes to politics. Some media are for some politicians, some are for the other. So they can spew out certain things. Half truths is not that they don't know. They know exactly what the thing is, but because they want to score a political point, they say it out. So to me, it has to do with the person should be conscious of the fact that, do we really need nation building? If you want to build a nation, then that's all. From your utterances, your conduct, whatever you say, the way you analyze things, we easily give you a way that you want to build a nation. But if you insist that, well, I just want to have one over the other man, half truth will persist, because half truth is the instrument with which you spread them either hate collectively or individually, or you spread the progress if you want to do it. So to me, there's really not there's really not a I can't prescribe a cure for it. I can only say search your conscience and know exactly what you want to do. If you want to be on the side of the people by saying the good things, that's okay. But if you feel you have some ego to massage and some asses to kick, then you can start to dish out half truth. By the way, why should Ngelari be defending a UAE visa? Is that not half truth? When you know that the thing has not been finalized, there's no white paper. There's no agreement about it. It was just like a proposal, and then it's all over the place that they've given they've normalized visa situation. The best way to do it, a journalist should have gone to UAE embassy in Abuja and want to apply for visa. That is how to prove it. Simple. The next minute, a journalist will just say, okay, let me go and apply for visa. That is the practical way. Then you solve it. But our journalists are very lazy. That's the way to do it. But I think I'll stop at this so that others can have a chance to contribute. That is my own. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, please go ahead. How do we cure the problem of half truths in Nigeria?
Okay. Thank you, everybody. I think all the 4 questions is asked borders on.
Yeah. Except you want
I know
to
I'm
answer
going to
another
focus on
question
half
because
truth. Yeah, it borders on the issue of nationhood. But half truth, the only way you can cure it in Nigeria is to have alternative free press. You cannot depend on the press that is being sponsored by the government, by the politician, by the same people who are oppressing the people, who are dishing out the half truths, who are hell-bent in pushing their own position over others. So the cure solution to that is this basic democratic principle of free speech. I might not agree with what you have to say, but I would defend to the death your right to say it. That's the principle in which we need to focus our country on, democracy on in terms of information and truth. You know, there's nobody. Truth is not. Some people say truth is a matter of opinion. That's a lie. Truth is the truth. Truth is a fact. You know, those who push truth is a matter of opinion are those who are being disingenuous. You understand? The only solution is you have your medium to release your information. There's another medium that counter it. In America, what Fox News says is different from what CNN says, is different from what MSNBC says. Everybody has their position. You understand? But you have the right to that free speech. And you cannot have it in the Nigerian context where the system is oppressive. Those who use the press are the oppressors. So the non-oppressed too need to have their own press. So that's the only solution. I'll get to the other questions when we get to it.
Thank you. And Righteous Man, can you ask one of the other questions so that we have 3 questions so they can have option to choose among 3 of them? And what is the other one?
Yeah, the next question is, what is the interpretation of OBJ's statement he made 2 days ago, throwing overboard democracy that does not serve the interest of the people?
Okay, what is the... Okay, go ahead. Judy, do you want to answer that one, or you want to talk about half-truths, or what does collective ideas achieve if not put to action?
I want to briefly speak on 2.
Hold on, Judy. It looks like there's a lot of noise coming from your background.
Not from my background.
The moment you start talking, then the noise starts.
Hello? Are you still hearing noise? Not from my background. I guess somebody else has opened. I don't know.
It seems to be coming from your background. Let me see if I mute everybody, or that will help. Go ahead and say something, please.
Okay, well, I didn't hear the OBJ's comment. I didn't listen to that, but from what he said, if I have to speak on that, on it, you know, from what he just said, actually, democracy, one of the essential ingredients or benefit of it is that it is actually meant to cater for the needs of the people, of the masses, right, of the citizens. And if it fails to achieve that particular goal, it's like when you say a president of any country, their primary objective or their primary goal is to protect lives and property. And once they fail in these 2 or in this particular primary goal, that means they have failed in their functions. Same applies to democracy. If he cannot cater to the needs of the people, if it's not that is able to lift up the people of his under which is practiced, then it cannot be called democracy. And that is what we are seeing in Nigeria. Nigeria is not, we are even very, very far away from practicing democracy. Because what we have in Nigeria, according to, like Fela has rightly put it, is just demonstration of craziness. What we have is just a sham of democracy. It's just a superficial, okay? Because if the people cannot participate or cannot be able to select who governs them, that is not democracy. And that is what we have seen in Nigeria. And that is what why we are where we are today. Nigeria came out in mass for the first time and selected the person they feel that this man is right to govern us, is right to be our leader, that we are tired of a situation where the system continues to impose their own leader who are only there to protect their interests, the interests of the elites and the thieves and the political chaos in Nigeria. And now they thwarted that people's mandate or people's will. You can't call that democracy. On that, so I believe that is where Obasanjo OBJ is coming from. Then regarding the second question, which is
sorry, what does it mean to throw overboard? To throw democracy overboard? Just like, let me give you example. Let me give you example. When Jonah was in the boat, where they were traveling to Nineveh. He was running away from the assignment God gave to him. And everything began to capsize. They threw him. He requested that he should be thrown overboard so that there will be stability. So when democracy is not serving the people, OBJ say he should be thrown overboard. What does it mean?
Yeah, that's exactly what I've explained. Just like what has happened in Niger. Niger's democracy wasn't serving the people, and the people decided to throw it overboard by getting the people that they believe they, even if you know, the military junctors that took over, even if we, you know, what they are going to do is left to be known. What they will do at the end of the day as time goes on. But for now, the people believe that is going to serve their interests, because the so-called democracy they were practicing in the past has never served their interests, but has continued to impoverish them and continue to serve the slave masters outside Niger, which is France. Okay, so I believe that is in line of that Obasanjo is speaking of, coming from. Because Nigerian democracy, let's face the fact, is not serving us. So there is every need that we should throw it overboard. We should look for something else. Because if tomorrow, unfortunately, we wouldn't want the military to intervene, because the military is even as corrupt. They're even more corrupt than the politicians. So Nigeria's system is just caught in between the devil and the deep sea. We don't know which way to go. That is why I keep advocating that it's a massive revolution that will see and witness the burial of all these players over the years, expunging them totally from Nigeria, them and the entire family from Nigeria, to sanitize Nigeria, that will now start building afresh. I believe that is what is going to work in Nigeria. Otherwise, we just might as well kiss development goodbye.
Okay, thank you, Jude. Thank you, Jude. Let's do I think there's a bit of noise. Sorry, Olamide. Which one do you want to answer? 1, 2, or 3?
Okay, I'll answer the third one. The
third one. Okay.
The one Obasanjo alluded to. So, for me, I think about Obasanjo's comment about throwing democracy overboard carries a lot. It is pregnant with a lot of meanings to it. From my own perspective, I mean, probably alluding to the coups that have recent coups that have happened in West Africa, and with respect to the Nigerian situation, if it is the same Obasanjo that I know, I don't think Baba Obasanjo will be advocating for a military coup in Nigeria. So, but what I want to say is that I think what personally me I can say that Baba should do to contribute towards the change that we yearn for in Nigeria, rather than, I mean, I'm not saying he's advocating for a coup, or maybe forceful takeover of leadership, but what Baba should yearn for is, Baba should be honest with himself that the way the country is currently constituted is not right. I mean, rather than ask for the military to come back, it's an opportunity for our elites in all the different parts of the country, ethnicity-wise, indigenous people, professionals, or what have you, traditional rulers, to ask that constitution, we should come together and revisit that constitution and sit together and fashion something that will be workable for all of us. That constitution is not working for us. And then two, if Baba was able to write a letter to a judge in the UK regarding one man who did wrong, Ikorodu, asking for the judge to temper justice with mercy, Baba can write an open letter to the Supreme Court to making sure that when they deliver their judgment, they deliver a sound judge. He's an elder statesman, and he seems to be stands in a non-partisan position. You can write a letter to the Supreme Court, an open letter, that they should make sure that when they deliver their judgment, it should be in the spirit of that constitution that they currently run, and for the right decision to be made. You know, wherever it swings. Maybe that's another one thing Baba can do. So I mean, that's all I have to say with respect to what he said.
Okay, thank you. Masca, 1, 2, or 3, which one do you want to answer? Thank you for coming in.
Well, I will choose not to answer any. Rather, I want to ask a righteous man a question of my own. Why is he asking these questions?
Okay, righteous man, please go ahead. You want to use your time to ask him this question for him to answer it?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I joined just to commend you, Mr. Forefathers and Loco. There was a session you guys held, I think, about last week. It was very incisive about the genes in terms of ethnic groupings in Nigeria or Africa generally. I really found that it was a profound session for me. I was very conscious to make out time to be on the panel just to thank you and Mr. Loco. I really believe that if all Africans would toe the line you guys are towing, I'm sure we will find the right questions to ask. Because a wise man once told me that the issue is not in terms of answers, it's in terms of asking the right questions. So yes, I will use my time to ask a righteous man, why is he asking these questions?
Thank you for your compliments. I would like to take that. And Loco must be happy to hear that too. I don't know where he is. I think he's somewhere. Yeah, he's there. He's just chilling out in the background. Righteous man.
Time for his commendation.
Yeah, righteous man, please go ahead. Why did you ask these questions?
I ask questions because I want to learn. That's number one. Number two, I ask questions based on what is prevailing at the given time. I ask the question. That's my two reasons of asking this question. I want to learn, maybe my personal interpretation and understanding may not give me all that I needed. So I needed another third party, fourth party. Then from it, I draw a conclusion for whatever I may have as my own thought or reasoning.
That's quite, I think that is understandable if that is your answer to it. Because you
it's fair enough.
And forefathers, I just want to weigh in on righteous man's response to that. I don't think
you can't weigh in on it. I'm sorry.
I just want to say that
there are very, very strong these members of the panel that are waiting to speak. Okay,
we should not have people should be free to air their questions and answer opinions. In building a strong country, there should be no go areas, please.
All right.
There's nothing wrong with asking questions.
Thank you, Olamide. The Blackstone. So there are 3 questions out there, and I'm sure you've seen the other 2. The first one is about ideas that are not put into action. What is the use of them? The second one has something to do with, if I'm not mistaken, let me get that again. The second one is how do we cure the problem of half-truths? And the third one is on the screen. What is the interpretation of OBJ's statement he made 2 days ago, throwing overboard democracy that does not serve the people's the interests of the people? So what do you make of any of these questions? Which one do you want to take on?
Forefather, 1 second. He said the half truth with reference to Nigerian, with reference to that Igbos are they orchestrated the Biafran War or the Nigerian Civil War. He made
righteous man. Okay, is that the context?
Somebody was a panelist was making a statement sometimes some hours ago, and he said, I think the guy that served in the Nigerian military before he retired, he said there was a story that had been told or cooked until he met the pilot that really piloted the plane that came to Lagos or thereabout. So he mentioned the issue of half-truths causing problem, you know. So that is where he didn't, you know, finish up. He said because he is in the audience
Aviation.
and he's on camera, so he doesn't want to go into details. So from that statement, I pick it, okay, fine. One of the problems of Nigeria is this half-truth that have been peddled. For example, I was growing up to understand that our brothers in the South hate or do not agree with the Igbos because that Zik was the one that removed the capital of Nigeria from Calabar to Lagos. Now, I in my research as I was growing up, I had already believed that statement. But as I grew up, I discovered that Zik was born in 1909 and Nigeria was amalgamated in 1914. So a child between from 1909 to 1914 is how many years? How could he have influenced the Britain from removing the capital from Calabar to Lagos? But that, if you ask an average South man or woman, they will tell you that is one of their grudges they have against the Igbos. But that's not true.
And you see, that just to let you know how half truth that is, that's even a quarter truth, because the Calabar was never the capital of Nigeria.
Of Nigeria,
Calabar
but
was the capital of the Southern Protectorate or something of Nigeria. When Nigeria was created, Calabar was never the capital. So that's technically it was never the capital of Nigeria.
Yeah, then secondly, I refer to the 1966 coup. It is termed Igbo coup, but it's not supposed to be called Igbo coup. That's half truth, because Igbos participated in that coup does not make it an Igbo coup. You know, in trying to support my argument, I referred back to what Wole Soyinka said a few days ago, claiming that Labour Party is a regional party because Obi is from the East. But that's not truth. So that is the reason why I asked that question. How do we cure these things? Because that is actually our fundamental problem. That is what is dividing us. That is what is making us see ourselves as enemies instead of equal partners in the project Nigeria. We now see ourselves as rivalries and enemies. That's why I asked that question. How do we get it cured?
Yeah, I think you are right to be asking this question, because I myself have found myself with a lot of half and quarter and tenth of truths, where they omit so many things and people just tell you, you know, the information you want to hear. There is a lot of it going around in Nigeria, hence why we are so conditioned against each other. Because if we know the truth, you know, Mama H always says it's always about the oppressed versus the oppressors. And the oppressors are in cahoots with people that are over in other lands to keep the people down. That's basically the entire equation of the country, really. Let me go back to the question and the Blackstone. The one you wanted to take on was which one do you want to take on, the Blackstone?
Okay. Let me take about the half truth anyway. First of all, Mr. Righteous Man, your question are taking us off today's topic. Totally out of it. At least we are waited in where we are finished the topic of today. You understand me? Before you bring up your questions.
You can still go back to it. To be fair, you don't have to necessarily answer. You saw what
No, I just say that because they were so to other topics that Dr. Damage had planned for today, which have not been dealt with. You know, like the appointment of the central bank, the new central bank chairman, so on and so forth. Anyway, one thing I believe that half truth or no half truth, Nigeria is based on lies. Nigeria is totally based on lies. Everybody lie in Nigeria, so there's no half truth in Nigeria. Everything they are saying, the government lies to the people. The father lied to his wife. The wife lies to his husband. The husband lies to their children. Everything in Nigeria is all about lies. You know, so when they are perpetuating these lies, they don't know the effect it has on the society. So everything in Nigeria, the government is one of the perpetual liars. Those right from the presidency to the legislator to the judiciary to the judges and everything. So, and a country that is based on that such principles cannot develop, cannot grow. And at the end of the day, it results to strives within the people, within the tribes and everything. So, and that, as you said, I'm truth. People bring up histories. People does not even know the true story, the true history of Nigeria, are the ones that will carry it on their head. I said they know the true history of Nigeria, and they don't know it. So when all these things are flying around and everything, people are believing it. So like you said, Nigeria, like I said, Nigeria is based totally on lies. So there's nothing like half truth. One is a lie, is a lie. It's the truth is the truth. So that's my contribution. So if you want to change and move, be a nation that we develop, a nation that we move forward, we have to abide and embrace truth in everything we do. Right? We are just seeing that the issue of now the so-called visa, the visa issue of Dubai, which everybody just heard it and everybody starts celebrating. Well, we are the ones celebrating. It's people that has the money that the money used to go to Dubai now. Not that celebrating the lies, but night has come out and said that is a lie that has not been approved, has not been settled, So this is a society we live in, because whatever thing that they hear that seems to please them, that seems to go along with them, that maybe it's a sort of money making with them, they just take it and they run with it, So like what Tinubu said, yeah. So we hit the ground running. So once they hear the lie, they hit the ground, start running with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Jagun, you can take any of the questions, and you can decide not to take any of them and just talk about whatever you want to. This is a free session to an extent, and please welcome and let us know what you think.
Thank you. Good evening, all. I actually thank Righteous Man for these questions, because I think they're pertinent to us moving forward. When we speak about half truths, as said by the last speaker, it is just a Nigerian factor. Since we were born, half truths is what's been spoken to us and given us a lot of complexity and misunderstandings about our polity and about our neighbor, each other. Half truths, let's not get it twisted, is basically a lie. If you're not telling the full truth, you're telling a lie. The best way to tell a lie is with using some of the truth. And Nigerians, I'm afraid, not just the politicians, Nigerians as a whole, we have become quite experts at half truths and omitting serious points, or speaking a full rounded story and not speaking from one aspect of the story in order to convince. Now, we have this terrible saw where the truths were never told. I believe, my personal belief is that if Nigerians were fully aware of the atrocities of slavery, it's not that we weren't aware, it's that we weren't fully aware. And the fullness in the awareness would allow accuracy as to how we move forward. You see, without this thing called accuracy, we're doomed. If 2 and 2 is not 4 because of the way we are telling half truths, then how are we ever going to reach a point of reality? When I look at the way the world is set up, where we have the Europeans or the West leading for hundreds and hundreds of years, it's largely because of their own accuracy as to what is on this planet and how they can put the truth out in order to confuse everybody else. Now, we have to grow up, man. We, as a people, we really have to grow up. When I speak to people I know who are Nigerian and we are communicating on a certain topic or level, and we're trying to really get to the bottom of it, I quite often find the answers or the responses of those who I'm speaking with is bent on not a holistic view of what Nigeria should be or is, but is bent on their perspective based either on their nationality or ethnicity, and their ignorance. And these things are critical in us making a way forward. You know, I mean, I'm sure all of us here can just bring up lies that we've been told throughout our ages and how we've had to repair these lies by searching for the truth and searching for the reality. There's something, if I would end on this, talking about half truths, the power of the tongue is the most powerful thing in the world. It can create or kill anything. And the more we use our tongue just to lash and be wicked and cruel as we are in Nigeria and to each other, it doesn't lend. Sorry,
Yeah.
I go clean up. It doesn't lend
Okay.
to a finish line. It lends to going round and round in circles. And we have somewhere to go. And it's only us telling ourselves real truths that will get us there. Lastly, just to say a point on Soyinka and how it seems to me and most that he's got it completely wrong as to who has won this election. It's another level of half truths. I don't know what he believes. I don't know if he's been paid to say these things. It's quite odd that he should find himself in the space of almost oblivion. Almost, we don't understand what he's saying as Nigerians. Somebody that we want to respect, who would tell the truth, seems to us right now that this is a quite perplexing point to come across with in what Soyinka has recently said. I would end it like that.
Thank you. Chim and Triple Man, there is a lady here that I've been informed, I think maybe correctly, that we should give her time to have a say.
Please go ahead. I was going to say that. Let her
He
go.
has been the only lady in our midst. Please, let's give her so we can encourage.
Oh, I was even going to say that if I was called to speak to say
Look at them for me, gentlemen, gentlemen.
And she's on the ground. She's from the bay, so
yeah.
Go ahead. It's okay, no problem.
Okay, this is Ngosika. Please go ahead and take any of the questions or not. Please, thank you for coming in.
Good evening, everyone. Been a while. I missed the banter. I missed the discussions. Been a while. Mr. Jude, good evening. Mr. Mr. Olumide, I get confused when you change your name.
Welcome.
Sir. Mr. Olumide, good evening, sir. Precious man, good evening, sir. Mr. Blackstone, good evening. Mr. Tripleman, good evening. Mr. Chim and Mr. Dragon, good evening. So all our viewers and those in the comment section. All fathers, good evening, sir. Been a while.
It has been.
Auntie, good evening.
Good evening, sir. So I am going to speak. I'm going to skip the questions, and then I wanted to talk about a topic that one of the topics that Dr. Damages had wanted to discuss. I joined the show a bit late, so I don't know if it has been discussed. I just want to give my 2 cents. It's about the death of Mohbad, the musician that died, and I want to relate it to something to our society in general. Now, I want to speak about his death, not just because it is painful. I mean, this is a 27-year-old person at the prime of his life, died like that. But beyond his death, I want to talk about our nonchalance as a people, how we only give people their flowers in death, how we suddenly make celebrities of people when they suddenly die, especially tragically, but do absolutely nothing for them when they are alive. This guy has been, for lack of better words, fighting demons for over a year. Actually got to know him because I'm not really into his type of music, but actually got to know about him sometime last year when he had a fallout with his former record label boss, Naira Marley. That was when I got to know the person called Mohbad.
Oh, what a shame. That's interesting. When she comes back anyway,
Nigeria
can always
system.
resume. Yeah, he always goes off and comes back. It took a while for her
Okay,
connection.
Chim can continue while she's.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Chi, so yeah, you can take any of the questions or decide to talk on any other topic. I think she should be coming back any moment, so keep that in mind.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, forefathers, and good day, good evening, good afternoon to everyone, depending on where you are in the world. I think for me, this issue of half truth is worth weighing in on, and I will try and do my best. So most of us have already identified what the issues are, especially the last speaker spoke, the speaker before Ngozika came in spoke a lot, and that's Jagun.
She's back now. Sorry. You can start all over again.
Okay.
Yeah, Ngozika, please go ahead.
She's not showing yet.
She's showing on my end.
She's showing, but she's not.
No, this is me publicly. This is me publicly calling out MTN. MTN. This is me publicly calling you people out. I don't know what I've done to you.
All right. Maybe I can go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Should I go ahead?
Oh dear.
Forefather, are you muted?
Yes.
Ngozi, go ahead now. We can hear you, Ngozi.
Ngozi,
can you hear me now? Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Hold on. See, I just wanted to advise her in case the connection is not very stable, you can do away with the video so that only audio can come through. Because you are doing video and audio, the connection can get a little bit funny. You see now, it's gone again. So, Jude, please hold on. Whenever I'm trying to, coordinate this stuff, if everybody's talking, it gets her confused. Please, Chim, go ahead.
Okay, so I was saying that Jagun had said a lot. There's nothing like half truth. Absolutely nothing. It's either the truth or not the truth. In fact, I argue that there is nothing like my truth or a person's truth. It's either the truth or not the truth. I hear us always trying to make all those things up. So yes, the problem with us, and perhaps I will talk about Wole Soyinka, Professor Wole Soyinka. Let me give him the respect he deserves. And that comment he made, it was quite painful. In fact, it literally made it look like he has an ox to grind with people who have been in the obedient movement. First and foremost, the Labour Party as an organization is strongest in Edo State. In fact, anything Labour started from that part of the country. And as we speak, I told people if you go and
now our state, don't worry, we know how we do things. The heartbeat of Nigeria.
So if you go and take a statistics of the votes that Peter Obi got, out the Labour Party got in Nigeria, you find out that the strongest places are not even the southeast. It just simply make,
Wow, you two are frozen. How did that even happen? Ngozika, please go ahead.
I think the phone call.
It looks like this internet connection is
it's
really cutting people out, man. What is this all about?
It's like a phone call.
Next person, please.
Top
it is the
man.
ancestral spirit.
Yeah, the thing is, it's going to just keep interrupting because two people now want to speak. So chances of top man being interrupted is going to be quite high. Ngozika, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Try turning your camera off. It might make it a bit easier for your voice to come through.
Oh, right. Is it better now?
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Is it better? Is it
Yes.
better? Is the audio better?
Yes. The audio is good.
Let me talk.
I think she's just delayed.
So I am sorry about the network. This is me publicly calling out MTN. MTN. The things those people have done to me. Anyway, I was saying something about Mohbad's death, and I was saying how his death has once again exposed our nonchalance as a people, and how we only give flowers to people when they are gone and can't smell them, and how we pretend to be our brother's keeper, but we are really about our own until the person is no longer here. Now, this young man has been called out, and he's no longer till his death was filtered in that he had died. He had died, and then his songs hit number one on the music chart that a feat he didn't achieve when he was alive. Like people legit were streaming his song after he had died. They did not get him to that number one spot when he was alive. This young man had to die for his song to reach number one on Apple Music chart or something like that. Now, I speak about this nonchalance because he spoke out. We have this culture of when you are going through something, say something and don't kill yourself. Talk about what you are going through. This young man was saying what was going. He was battling depression among other demons. He was very open about it. He kept making accusations about how people were after his life. It was even after his death that I started seeing some a petition supposedly written by him to the IG of police, where he was basically saying that some people are
Some people wanted to take him down. This in Chim, please go ahead. Jude, feel sorry for all these people now. People want to talk, they can't talk. I would have come back to you by now, but they've not had their chance to have their say. Top man has to
Yeah, I
say one.
wanted to talk just briefly on what Ngozi is talking about since she's not able to finish since the internet is, because I have an idea of what she's trying to.
I get where you're coming from. Let Chim finish because we
Okay.
still have to get the top man. Top man has been there, we have to consider him. Ngozika is coming back, so this is getting a little bit caught. Chim, how did you get yourself? What happened now? You are not in Nigeria.
I didn't get myself for a while. Is you forefather?
It's not. Now you're blaming me now. I'll take it on. Blame me, yeah. Blame me for it.
Is the spirit of the forefathers that is affecting it?
You are overseas. Your connection goes down. I don't know how that happened, but it's okay. Contribute your.
It's because he was talking to Wole Soyinka.
Because yours is about 3 minutes.
Okay, so
I will start it all over again.
Okay.
Then we can now allow Ngosika to finish. If she goes out, we just ramble on until she comes back. Please go ahead.
All right, let me go ahead. So so we're talking about half truths, and I already said that half truths is no truth. It is either the truth or not the truth. So for instance, I'll give you an example, and this particular thing, I'm sure we've all experienced it, played out during the elections in Nigeria. Every light complexioned woman is Igbo or Efik. What a hula bola. And that's why we saw some Yoruba ladies, light complexion ladies, went to vote. And because they didn't want people who were Igbo to vote, unless you were guaranteeing to vote for APC, they blocked them. I know a lady, popular actress, who went to a polling unit because she's very light in complexion. And they automatically said she was Igbo. The lady really got infuriated and started speaking Yoruba and telling them. And people knew. Those who know how can you call, I won't mention her name, how can you call her an Igbo lady? So you see, the problem is, and somebody has said that in the general comment, our ethnicity is not allowing us to think rationally. Because if our ethnicity is allowing us to think rationally, all the thing that is happening with the so-called current president, I won't even go into the Dubai one because When the Dubai one came up, and I told somebody, I said, this is not correct. There should have been, for a major foreign policy initiative of that nature, both the president of the UAE and the president of Nigeria would have had a joint conference, or if they didn't want to themselves, their what is it called? Their ministers of foreign affairs would have been responsible to break that news and give timelines on how it was going to happen. And people ran away with it. And Ngelele, there is a caricature of him today on social media where if you've watched the popular Lion King, you would see where Simba was unveiled to the world. There is his own Simba unveiling from Baba Laya Mohammed to him. And you see, we have these things because our government from time has been involved in lying to the people. I've said this in here before. If an American president had a concubine before he ran for office, it will be known. If it is not a major thing for the electorate to reject him, they will say, well, why we don't agree with his having concubines, but his economic policies are wonderful, we will vote for him. It happened with Clinton. Despite being caught pants down before the 1996-97 election with he won the election after being, despite being Lewinsky. He still won the election. Americans simply said, yes, he has a moral issue, but his economy is doing well. We will vote him back into office. I've said this before. How many Nigerian presidents have skewed lives that are open in the public? Jonathan has children, but he comes on air to paint the narrative as if it is Patience Jonathan that has those children for him. Well, it is not. Those are some of the things that are the lies our leaders tell us. Do you understand? So until our society and our government starts standing on, listen, this is not about the person's private life. Your private life is your private life. We may speak about it because you're a public figure. And that's what happens. The moment you sign up to be a public figure, your life is in the open. If I dare say I want to run for local government chairman tomorrow, all the girlfriends I have, people will start knowing them. It's just a fact. So for as long as those little things, we do not know where our president is coming from. We don't know his grandfather. We don't know his elementary school. We don't, those are, and then of course they start skewing lies, and then a web of lies, and then a web of lies, and it just keeps carrying on. So my own view is that the only way we are going to break away from this is the day we get a president who is going to be a president for all, not a 97%, 5% president. The day we get a president that doesn't care whether if agriculture is going to be better than oil, and the agricultural basins in the north, and he comes from Nembe, he focuses effort to generate the resources in that north for the good of the land. I'll quickly end here. Or another half truth we're telling is gold is being mined in the north, but Nigeria as a collective is not reaping the resources from gold. But we're being told the oil in the south and southeast and the southern part of the country is owned by all Nigerians. Those are lies that the nation is telling itself. So when we get a leader that is going to be fair to everybody, that is going to say, I don't care what your religion is, I don't care. And Obasanjo came close to it. He came close to it. I think he just lacked the will in certain areas. Otherwise, to be honest with you, no leader is going to be perfect. But I always say it here, if you compare all the presidents we've had since 1990, the man seems to be the one who genuinely had an interest. His chief of staff was not from the Southwest. The man who saw him the first before he closes the day was an Igbo man. His central bank governor was Igbo. His minister of finance was Igbo. And he was a Yoruba man. He didn't care. All he wanted was for his government to do well. And they would say, OBJ did well. He didn't care where you came from. But since after him, we've had leaders who the central bank governor must come from their origin. In fact, if not possible, from their mother's womb. That's what they want to do. So until we start curing that ethnicity, Half truth will never go. And lastly, please.
You can't go into another this, you know, another headline.
See that one. Just lastly, just on that same half truth. Most of the media houses in Nigeria are owned by private individuals right now. Most, if not all. So each of the political actors has his own media house spinning his own agenda for him from his own perspective. Tinubu has his TVC and his newspaper, his president. Those papers are not going to write anything and are going to go contrary to their benefactor. You know, even the Arise TV that we praise, we know who owns it and where his interest lies. So as long as that is happening and we don't have, like somebody said, a genuine, you know, media house that is not roped in anywhere, has no interest, has no paybacks to any political father somewhere, half truths will continue to circulate and thrive in Nigeria.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I think you said a lot of things that were actually accurate. Ngosika, please go ahead. And whatever happens is, how come you didn't move 1 second since he was talking? And you know, you are stable there. Please, I hope you are stable when you carry on this time. Please go ahead.
It's not my fault. It's MTN.
I know it's not your fault. I'm just wondering whether MTN is watching you.
But I'll still say it.
Because there have been another white lady on your shirt.
A young man that has been battling.
Please go ahead.
It might be the way she's even raising her head. The way she's raising her head, like somebody that they're about to choke.
It's like impeding on your buka.
I feel bad that we do not do so much for people. We encourage people to come out whenever they have an.
She's gone again.
Yeah, the audio, this thing, MTN is really messing about. You see, it's almost like when she starts talking, that's when it starts happening. Because if she's not talking, she's there, fine. Then the moment she starts talking, maybe it's the movement that is causing it. I don't know.
Or maybe she can change that t-shirt.
Yeah, Triple Man, thank you for your patience. And yeah, what do you think? You want to answer? Take one of the questions about the OBJ, about half truths, or about action. You know.
Okay, thank you so much. Greetings, everyone. I will touch here and there, and I'll be brief. You know, a thief is not a thief because he's hungry. A thief is a thief because he's a thief. When we talk about half-truth, there is no such a thing as half-truth. Like other people had already alluded, that half-truth is a lie. For us to understand this half-truth thing, we have to begin to look at a lie. What is lie? Like to lie. A lie is not the opposite of the truth. Because you see, that a child is not lying does not mean that that child is telling the truth. So a lie is the perverse truth. Meaning it appears like the truth because it has the power and the ability to convince.
Triple Man, I'm sorry.
Yes?
You know, because your audio, you are overseas, I take it. Are you overseas?
Yes.
Your audio.
Can you hear me?
Okay, good. Yes, we can hear you. Let's allow Ngozika finish, and
you shouldn't stop him like that.
Yes, sir.
You shouldn't stop him like that, man. No.
Jagun, hold on. I just wanted, because what Ngozika was talking about was also pertinent, and it's good that, you know, she can finish her contribution. She's calling all the way from Nigeria. Please, Ngozika, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I promise. If it goes up this time around, I'll just go and watch from the backstage. I don't know what is going on with my network. So I was saying that it's unfair that we keep giving people their flowers when they are dead, and that we encourage people. We go on this whole campaign about mental health, about depression, about how you need to speak up, about how you need to seek help. But when people seek help, we either mock them. When I say we, I say the society, Nigeria as a whole. We either mock them and go like, and we trivialize it. We tell them things like, "Ah, how can you be in Nigeria and be depressed? It's not possible. Just find data, you see things to laugh about." And then when somebody is suicidal, we tell them you're not serious. Why would you want to kill yourself? We trivialize people's pain and we act shocked when they die. How does somebody's song top a chart in his death? How is he going to enjoy it? He's dead, for crying out loud. We couldn't give him that when he was alive. He's now topping charts. And not let's not even go to the whole alleged bully thing he experienced. How almost everybody in the music industry sat back and watched him face his demons alone. And suddenly, when he drops dead, they are all crawling out with all sorts of condolence messages. What sort of society are we? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter till it finally matters. And when it only matters to us is when the person is no longer here. I think it's sad. It's pathetic, and that's just what I wanted to say about Mohbad.
Thank you, thank you. I think it's good that somebody spoke about him. It's a very tragic event, and young man passing away that is quite unusual, especially somebody that is doing so well. Triple man, please go ahead. Sorry about the interruption, and I just needed her to have a say. You are muted, Triple man. You can go ahead. Triple man, can you hear me? Go ahead. I don't think you can. I don't think you can hear
Take it
me.
up.
I don't think he can hear you.
I think you can hear. I think it's delayed. This thing is, the problem we are having. I think what you can do is maybe go out and come back again. Later on, he's going to hear me.
Okay.
Then
Okay.
see what I mean.
I was saying.
I think you are delayed, Triple man. You want to go out and come back in.
I'm hearing you.
Go out and come back in. You are delayed. You are really
It's
badly
okay
delayed.
now. It's okay now.
Let him go ahead.
He's not hearing in real time.
What's that? There also.
Yeah, forefather, if we're just on what was it? Okay, welcome back to
Go out and come back so that we can hear you in real time.
Now, what Goska was saying, remember that
Go ahead.
I wanted to quickly just address something that came up. Somebody said that Monica Lewinsky happened in Clinton's second term, and I don't know what rock that person was living in, because I know where I was, I know what I was doing.
That was in his first term.
That's what I'm saying. It was in his first term, and then he carried it
in his first term.
Exactly. Thank you. Thankfully, there's somebody who is here. People need to go and get an education.
Hey, how are you?
Chim, don't mind them. They
How
are
are you?
used to lies. Don't
Are
mind
those
them.
important
No.
issues? Let's go on with the what.
We're here with you, man.
Because there's a whole lot of luggage downstairs.
Mofe is those are Mofe's luggage. He's moving back. No, he's moving to another house.
Oh.
So he's waiting for the people to move out so that he can move in.
KJ.
KJ, can you?
I'm sorry.
To Nigeria, is it my turn here?
Yes, it's actually Pansat's turn to address some of the questions. So yeah, you've got 3 minutes, Pansat, and it's between this question you have on the screen about what OBJ said. I'm sure you've been listening in the background, And then there is the other questions too. Let me see if I can refresh. He says the number one question was about what does collective ideas achieve if not put to action? And the second one is about half truths. How do we get a cure? How do we cure half truths in our
All right,
society?
let me take on that one. Let me deal with number two. I say hello to the panelists, those who are watching, and those participating in the comment section. Righteous man, we thank you for posing those questions. I may have to go philosophical on this second one. You're talking about half truths. I don't know if we just have the leisure to deal with that when, first of all, the government lies to us. So any group of people who are concentrated on half truths should be ones who don't have blatant lies, right? But I don't even think that lies is a problem. It's deception. I'll modify that. Some people have said that half truths are actually lies. Now, deception is a problem we have in the country because in order to lie, one must make a false statement. Deception does not require that one make a false statement or make any statement at all. Vis-a-vis INEC, I will use INEC to demonstrate that. So true statement, even if the government, when they make true statements, it can also be deceptive, right? Some forms of deception do not involve making any statement. The INEC chairman doesn't even have any respect for Nigerians because he knows there's nothing Nigerians are going to do or can do. He could come out, deceive everybody, come by 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning and declare anybody the president of the country. Or go around telling everybody that the IRF, it's an ironclad guarantee that the collection of those results are going to take place according to the law in respect to their clause 38 on the procedure and guideline, right? So it's much bigger than that. So all those three questions you asked, they're rhetorical in the sense that we know what the answer is. Every country has one aspect of this or the other. In our country, you're on ground, so you know the crime and security issues we have in the country. No electricity. I see your fan revolving at normal speed. We have infrastructure, road problems, unemployment. It's off the charts. Water supply, education, poverty and destitution in the country. It's unbelievable. The management of the economy, it's now in the hands of mafia. There are health issues there. Corruption is usually what we go to as the first problem we have in the country, but it's there. Another issue. So we don't have the leisure to be philosophical. I could treat all these three topics. I think that we said sufficient stuff on that. Those who responded before me addressed the issue, Jim and everybody else, KJ. So I think it's a good question to pose, but I have to tell you, before I exit the stage, I think I probably used at least 2 minutes of my time out of the 3 minutes that was allotted to me. So let me use the last minute to say the following.
I think you have almost used it all, but go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much for your generosity.
No, you can use 1 more minute, yeah.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I want to say what I said the first day I came on this show. The thing I said the first day I came on this show was that the corporates who are holding us down, they're not doing it. They're not hiding what they're doing, because every single issue you raise here, you could have raised here, just one of them is enough for a society to be outragedly to get mad and do something about the situation. If you take, for instance, the situation in the plateau, Jos Plateau, Thebes, Beram, all those people in that area, they're losing their people a score a day, probably. And a lot of them are in the IDP camps. Nigerians can have a revolution just based on that. Now, I'm a Biafran, proud Biafran, right? You say we should try and be together as one country. Fine. The Thebes, their leaders, political leaders, helped, allied with northern Muslims to commit genocide on our people, right? I could say, good, let them have it. But I said, go on, is the one who did it, the political leaders at the time. It's not the Thieves themselves. So I'm saying to Nigerians, in 1966, some Nigerian soldiers whacked their Sadwana of Sokoto. It has nothing to do with Nigerian Biafrans, Igbo people. These are Nigerian soldiers. So we're going to have to stop waiting for another excuse. It's time to apply the Iraqi model in Nigeria. Now, I described what that was in another show. I don't think I have time to describe what it is, but we do have to take justice back home. We have an Islamic problem in Nigeria, Sunni Muslims. They're causing a lot of violence in the country.
Thank you,
killing a lot of people.
Thank you, Pansat.
They are against. Hold on. They're against democracy and they're
used
against
up
technology.
the extra 1 minute.
That's
now.
what it is. Okay. So if you want to talk about the issues, let's talk about the issues. Stop waiting to come here every weekend and keep poking holes at every door.
Thank you.
We have to take the country back, and it has to be done by force.
Pansat,
with the Iraqi
thank you.
model. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pansat. About this question about Lewinsky, I think maybe the issue is that the actual act of the improper behavior of Clinton was President Clinton occurred in his first term, but the actual scandal was in the second term. So half-truths again, you see, this half-truth business has come to bite us here again. So some people are saying it's the first term, some people are saying it's the second term. So so that's the thing. What the act occurred in the first term, but the scandal is in the second term. So let's leave it at that. So now we can go into more open discussion about the main topics, because Righteous Man's question, I think they are quite pertinent. They are probably even topics of a show. One could bring them up as a main topic of a show, because these things have, like Pansa said, some more in-depth analysis that can be discussed, because lying or deception tends to involve willful act. It's a willful act. You knowingly deceive somebody. But if you say something that is a kind of half-truth, but it's not intended to deceive, that cannot be considered a lie. See what I mean? And there's a mixture between both in our society. You see half-truths and you see deliberate lying by providing half-truths instead of the truth. Like this week, when they published some on newspaper that Tinubu, the Chicago University, said Tinubu attended the university and all the rest of it. But what they didn't highlight in the report was that that the university also said they couldn't authenticate the document that Tinubu submitted. That whether it's not their job to authenticate the document or stuff like that. They wouldn't highlight that. They just flag the top one. So that is a kind of half or three-quarter truth, whatever you want to call it. Because the purpose of people going there was they are contending that he forged some documents, and so that's part of the inquiry. So they could have just said, okay, yeah, they did say that he attended, somebody that is called Bola Tinubu attended that, but the certificate that he submitted was not something that they can, say that it's from them. They couldn't say that it's from, they are the ones that provided that certificate. So that said, we can move on to something else. For me, you know me now, I'm always keen on our government trying to do the right thing by the people. I think that last question about OBJ was quite pertinent, because what OBJ was basically saying is that If democracy, you're not getting the dividend of democracy, either change the democracy to a different form of democracy, change it to traditional rule, whatever you need to do what you need to do to change it, because our lives, the purpose of governance is for us to prosper. And if it's not allowing whatever we are doing is not allowing us to prosper, you have to question yourself and say, re-examine yourself and say whether you should change it. And that's something that we have been doing this now for 23, 24 years. It has offered us an element of stability. That is without any doubt. As a matter of fact, it has offered us more stability than we've had throughout our, about 60 something years history. Question now is, are we prospering from it? And
Could I go at that first? Since I went last in the first question, right? And the second question that I answered, because the fallacy and why you would even treat this.
You asked the question and just took it and went with it.
Let me see how you rule.
But Pastor, because you're a very likable individual, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. I won't abuse the privilege, I promise you, and I'll be very brief. The point is that there's a fallacy in that, right? What OBJ said. I don't have any qualms with OBJ, depending on what epoch we're talking about. I know he's a military guy. I know he's part of the problem of the country. But he's lived a long life and he's been playing all kinds of roles, right? It's not all good and it's not all bad. But he's talking nonsense when it comes to this one. We know what democracy is, right? It's the best form of government. So this fallacy, when you have democracy, you're having a problem with it, right? So you have to then find out what are the other factors that's making that democracy not work. You don't go and try to resolve a settled issue. Democracy is not perfect, but it's the best form of government. It's the government of the people, for the people. We have never tried democracy in our country. You're supposed to have, in the model that we copied, which is the United States model, it's like their constitution is thrown down from heaven. It works. It's very good. It's the best. And we copied it verbatim. Ipsissima verba. Right? So you're supposed to have 3 separate branches of government that are equal. They're equal branches of government. And they're adversarial. You have the executive, you have the judiciary, and then you have the legislature. So Nigeria is corrupt from head to toe on everything they do because, like I said, we have an Islamic problem. Their tradition is not for democracy. Let's be honest. They don't like democracy and they're fighting it. And they use takia to do so. So they undermine everything about democracy. In a proper democratic society, that National Assembly is just as powerful as that executive. They could bring in all these public servants, including INEC, question them and get to the bottom of it. You spend $400 billion to do an election, and you just do wakashege to it, right? The courts are supposed to be a place where justice is dispensed. You saw Mr. Whatever his name is, he's in Senate, and his wife is a judge. This man came on the floor of the Senate and said, hey, look, my wife did a lot of favors to a lot of these people in this room because they gave me money and I told her how to rule on some of these things. That's not democracy. So OBJ is talking nonsense. Democracy works. Okay? And I know you forefathers, you like military, and I know Tone has a military background. There's nothing wrong with the military. Military is part of
democratic system
under the civilian government. We're not going to have if he's talking about a coup or to have a military government, we don't want that. Because in Nigeria society, because it's a corrupt society, a military government would also be a corrupt military government. If you have communism there, it will be a corrupt communism, right? If it's socialism, no matter what it is, Nigeria is a very corrupt
isn't
place.
that what he is saying? That what he's saying is that if the If it's not delivering, you have to change it. That it doesn't. What he's saying is that you could throw it overboard because it's not doing you much good. What is the use of just practicing it just for the sake of it, while it leaves you in poverty, corrupt, and people hating each other in the country?
I know, but
You see
I
what I
gave
mean?
you the fallacy in that is not working because democracy doesn't work, or is it not working because you're not practicing democracy? Do you understand? If the problem is the latter, then no matter what system you break, it's not going to work because you're not
No,
practicing
but
the truth.
it's not. I think you use an absolute position there. It's not saying that democracy doesn't work for some people. Clearly, it's evidently clear that it's working for some people. So are other systems working for other people. Basically, what he's saying is that if a system is not working for you, you want to ask yourself whether there is other things that you can do for it to start working for you. Maybe even enhance the system itself. But he did say
Okay, then.
something about throwing stuff
Okay.
overboard.
Well, that's
So
status quo, right? Then he didn't say anything new. What we have is a democracy that doesn't work, that needs to be enhanced. That's what we're here every Sunday or Saturday, is to talk about how to take the country back and be able to make democracy work for the people. One of them being, when we pick a leader, such as we've done here in this election, we have to make sure that that mandate, right, doesn't belong to Peter Obi, or it doesn't belong to whoever won that election. When all is done, we go through that Supreme Court, we then have to determine as sovereign, as a people, what are we going to do about this, right? Are we going to let a state capture happen? Now, if Nigerians don't want to do anything, that's a form of vote. If they want to let it happen, fine. They voted to let it happen. But if they're saying that, look, we are the people, we're sovereign, we have a representative democracy, now the executive has failed us, the legislature has failed us, now the courts also have failed us. Therefore, as sovereign, we're going to take the country back by ourselves. It's ours. They were just given to represent us, right? So we, the people, have to make the call at the end of this Supreme Court battle when it's done. If Nigerians are nonchalant about it and they don't want to do anything about it, that's a form of a vote. We let them go on. But at some point, don't put the blame on democracy, because we know democracy works. We know technology works. We know education is a good thing. Okay. So Northerners, they have to understand that you're not going to change any of these things. Education is very, very important. We want education. We want technology. We want democracy. You have to get on with it or get the hell out. You're not going to force us to be anti-democratic, anti-technology, or anything else.
Thank you.
Get on with the program and let's get going here. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Father, can you please let me go after him? Because I have to leave.
Yeah, I think you have not said something in a while. You have not said something in a while, and KJ hasn't said something in a while, and Masca barely said anything when he came on. So please go ahead and try to keep it. I think it's 3 minutes now, isn't it? So that
I would obligely beg for 5 this time around. Thank you, everybody, and all protocols duly observed. I want to start
5
with
minutes.
Well, let me deal with my time. It'll be very concise, and I need everybody to please listen very carefully on this key point I want to make. First of all, let's start with this 4-question righteous man asks. Everything is connected. All these 4 questions, I believe, would be answered by this my small presentation, and it's short. Secondly, back to Obasanjo. You are missing the whole point about what Obasanjo said or did this last 2 days. Obasanjo told the Yoruba Obas to stand up, and they all stood up like slave boys. And he told them to sit down. If you know the importance, the power of a Yoruba king in a Yoruba land, you will know how insulting that is. Obasanjo himself, even as a head of state, there are times he has bowed down to Obas, but Obasanjo was making a point that all the intellectuals are missing. He was making a point that all of you are all missing. He was saying that If the governor was there, all the Obas will stand up for the governor. I live here in Illinois, in Chicago. Well, Billy Alaya, governor of Illinois, that if he comes to a function, for him to order me to stand up, I will sue his ass to the last. That's the country. I will sue his ass, not to talk of telling an Oba to stand up. So you're all missing the point. It's all connected. All the questions are connected. It's connected. Injustice, justice, oppression, suppression, born to rule, not born to rule. Now, there was a man, I don't know his name, and I'm quoting him verbatim. He spoke at a book launch. He highlights Nigerian crisis. He talked about country, states, and nation. You understand? He said, Nigeria, we don't have a nation. He said, we have a country, that's a territory. In Latin, country means contra terra, land that lies ahead. Here we have a territory, country. 2, states. We have collapsed the 3 words, country, state, and nation, into one. We think they are synonymous, but they are not. That's a confusion. So he goes further to define what a nation is. A nation, according to him, is an association of people who shared core values. And based on these shared core values, they give themselves a constitution. And this constitution established institutions. Are you with me? And that this institution that makes up the state. He said, we have no nation. He said, we have collapsed the nation into a state. And this has happened from 1963. The last time we have a nation was at independence with the 1963 constitution. The current constitution, the man quoted section 2, I've not read it. He said, sovereignty does not belong to the people. It belongs to the state. So if you have a non-entity as your head of state, and you have to do what the state tells you. He said, the man said, the state have the last say in anything. The state has the last say. So even if you have MC Oluomo as your governor, it determines your destiny, it determines your life, it determines whatever, because the state has everything. You understand? The man also said that the state in our current situation is more powerful than the people. That's a recipe for disaster. That's, in fact, his exact word was that that's a recipe for impunity. He went on to say that we do not have citizenship. We might think we have citizenship. No, because the state is more powerful than the citizen. We don't have a democracy. It's an intellectual exchange. You have to think deep into what this guy, I got to find out his name. I don't know his name. He said that at a book launch for Fire-Me. I picked this up from Mayegun's program. You understand? What this guy is telling us essentially is that we are fighting. We have we've not even started. We don't have a country. We don't have a nation. We don't have nothing. But we have a state. And the criminals that run the state determines our destiny. So we can argue all we want, fight all we want, which is relevant to all the 4 questions of righteous man. Do we have a collective agreement? Do we have this? Do we have that? You see all those 4 questions that man had, everything connected. You understand me? So what I'm saying now is that we keep missing the point. It's not about, you see Oba Chojo saying the governor tells the Obas to stand. No governor can tell me, I'm even a foreigner in their land, can tell me to stand because it's at the function. His right as a governor does not infringe on my rights to sit. See the level here, we are not at those levels. Until we get there, then we can now begin to have conversation. So this entire structure we have that is called Nigeria, this contraception, it has to go. How it goes, I don't know. But me, let's stop fooling ourselves. The state is more powerful than the citizen. That's what we have on paper. I arrest my submission.
That man is a reverend, Catholic reverend father, and that was it wasn't fire music.
Chim, just give me 1 minute. Sir, I beg to push back a little bit. And on Obasanjo, much as I will respect him, is one of the problems of Nigeria. You know that. Because Obasanjo was there.
Kill the messenger. Let's focus on the message. I agree with you. It's one of the problems.
You see, this is the reason why we are not tracking. We are not advancing. When Obasanjo was head of state, our president, and the North decided to break the Nigerian constitution, people like Obakuba told him that you need to take this Yerima guy to the Supreme Court and ask for interpretation of the constitution of Nigeria. Obasanjo said no, it was a political Sharia. It's going to go away. In which nation do you have different laws in states? Is there anywhere in the constitution that was giving power that the state can now create its own law outside of what is the rule of law in that nation?
I agree with you. We are all saying the same
thing. Coming back to what he did to the Obas, they are the same people who wrote in the Constitution of Nigeria that the Oba is subject to the governors.
That's why I said the only time we have a nation was till 1963. Anything after that.
So coming before
we don't have a nation. The state is more powerful.
To ask them to stand up and sit down because for me, I feel that was misplaced. You have
it was proving the point. It was proving the point that the governor is higher than the Obas. Focus on the point, not on the guy. Obasanjo is not my idol. I don't like him. But don't miss the message.
You see,
don't miss the intellectual exchange that is in that context of what we are dealing with.
Alaba, you are not understanding me.
Okay, continue.
What I'm trying to point out here is that these are the same people who laid the foundation to where we are today.
Because they don't know better. They don't know better. You expect somebody in khaki come tell you about democracy or nation building. They don't know. None of their generation knows. And we that are here that are talking is because some of us have lived abroad.
You see, unfortunately, that has always been the bane of the Nigerian society. Unfortunately, even in this present administration now, you see the vice president is more educated. He has a doctorate degree. Okay,
I don't know.
The person who is the president we don't even know what he has. Okay, and you can go backwards all the way to 1960. That's always been the problem. So the one who is leading does not know where he's going, but the person who is assisting him is made redundant. The same thing happened with Buhari's government.
Look, let me tell you.
What I'm simply saying is the reason why developed society strive is because people who do not have understanding seek understanding from the people who they have appointed.
People, they don't know. Look, people in government will tell you they're doing their best. As if they don't know. Christ said on the cross, Father, forgive them for they know not what they do. They fucking don't know. I'm telling you.
You see, Alaba, you're still missing my point here. You're still missing my point. Okay, let us say in 1999. Let us say in 1999, Obasanjo didn't know. But this is 2023. You still got up and went to a function. And
that's what I'm saying. All those old generation got to go.
When will he know? When will he know? When will he know?
Hold on. Alaba, I get where I don't know whether you understand where Alaba is coming from. I think what Obasanjo probably may be doing was actually revealing that these customary traditional position that they don't have any power. Remember, these are the people that the Oyibo people came and just took over power from, and they handed it over to the government that we have now. The government that they handed over to technically are the kind of government we still have in office. So they kind of separated them, severed them away from, they severed the traditional rulers away from the power and handed it over to these democratic or military, whatever you want to call them, constitutional powers. Hence, those people are disempowered. And when people
But
people
you
still
see, that's
attach a
what I'm
lot
saying.
of
You are
power
missing
to
my
those
point.
people, but they
You are
don't
missing
have
my
it.
point. Who disempowered them? The white people came and did that. We know our own tradition. We are the people who own the land. Now we have authority, and then we are still playing on what they did before. Why didn't you, in the place of writing the constitution, say, okay, Obas, you have been made, redundant, but now we know you as one of the realms of government. So because you people are closer to the local government, you people are closer to the people in the thing, you know your subjects, you are able to control them, give them back their power. I mean, who will come and do it?
The white
The
man
issue
took
is that if
power
you give
away
them
from the
power,
traditional rulers and gave it to themselves and then handed it over to some morons. You think the people will now be able to tell that, oh, now come on, KJ, give them a slack. Give the entire story a slack. I'm saying
hold on.
You see, that
What
is
he's
why.
saying is that hold on, let me just
why
add
we're
this.
going
Let
to
me
vote.
add this so that we don't go round and round. I just mentioned it that the Western people gave it to these our leaders. The traditional leaders, I'm hearing what you are saying, that they should restore the power of the traditional leaders. If you restore it to the way it was before, what you will have, if you think what we have right now is a problem of ethnic issues, if you restore actual constitutional powers to them, you're going to have even more division, because now these thrones have their own beliefs, and so what the state is always trying to remind them is that you don't have power anymore. We are the ones, and this is why sometimes when some people say, or sometimes even I say, that these people and these elders that have been rubbish causing this problem in our country, they don't have that much power. Even the people that are running us now, they don't have as much power as we give them credit for. They're talking about Kabbalah and all. What kind of power they have? They're all there apologizing to Igbo every day. Igbo, a small boy they will send from Britain will come here and be laughing at smirking at our politicians, because they know they don't have power. They've not really had power. None of them have said, oh, you know what, let's take over our country and actually own the country. So what Obasanjo was doing was actually showing that. I think Wike has done the same thing. Wike, you can see how Wike talk to traditional leaders as if they are trash, because none of them have power. And the same thing, if you hear the Oyibo people talk to our leaders, was it not Macron that was saying, what do you expect us to do? These people, they can't even protect their people. What do you expect them to do? If the people are not protecting their people, are not taking charge of their country, that's how you are going to get tricked. If traditional leaders are not showing their usefulness and trying to take charge of their communities, they are going to be useless too. The same are the so-called leaders that are running the country. The people, in the end, it comes back to the people. If the people themselves are not waking up and saying, we can't allow this to be happening.
Godfather, I don't mean to cut you off. The problem is that the people who hijack the power, the so-called elites or the 66 boys who hijack the power up till now, they don't want the people to know they have power. So they want to keep it the way it is. That's why power is by the states. State has more power than the citizen. It's not supposed to be so. The citizen is supposed to have power. It's not even traditional rulers. Forget all of them. All are equal before the law.
Sorry, I don't know where we're going with this, but my question to us generally now is, what are we evolving, or want to go backwards? I mean, I'm not saying I support that our traditional
They
rulers
are taking us back. They want the status quo to remain, but we are trying to educate and see we go forward. We want power to the people. Okay. We want the people's votes to count. We want equity.
Okay, hold on,
we want this.
Hold
we
on
want that.
Okay, hold on. My point is this. I hear you. I'm just asking, and I'm saying, yes, colonialism has happened, and our traditional systems and institutions were destroyed. Destroyed. I'm not going to say disrupted. Destroyed. Destroyed. Forget what we're hearing. It's been destroyed. Now we've moved into a new realm of supposed democratic, albeit not completely democratic, but civilian rule of some sort. Now, shouldn't the argument be how do we start, yes. Shouldn't the argument be how do we now start building strong democratic institutions?
That's where we're going. You're right.
Yes, as against trying to remind us of our traditional rulers are gone. I don't
Chim,
even think my traditional ruler can
Chim,
even tell me to do anything. Let's be honest.
Chim,
I really
Chim.
don't. I just recognize
See,
that for the sake of pride and okay, he's my traditional ruler. If I come from Benin, for the sake of pride, I revere my Oba of
Don't
Benin.
forget, these so-called allies form a union with the traditional rulers to still suppress the people.
In fact, they even determine who becomes the Oni, who becomes the Sultan, becomes the Emir. So what do we want? Do we want to say, okay, we're moving forward? Let these guys be something we can, as per, culture we remember, but not necessarily playing any significant role when it comes to politics.
Okay,
I mean, that's just my view.
Given all this here, we're talking about democracy. What's the point of the democracy?
I didn't diss anybody, did I?
No. Given all the submission about democracy, that this is poor, this is that, and all that. Do you think that democracy is the best way forward?
Not the one we practice, not the one we practice, the one we're clamoring for, the one we're pushing for, the one where every vote counts. Every vote counts. You know, thanks to technology. If not, we wouldn't. I told you all, since 1999, you all don't have democracy. You have a permanent coup d'etat by the military, by the ruling class against the masses. You know, but people are just coming to that realization.
That's what I'm saying. My whole point, Alaba, my whole point is tear this thing called democracy.
Can you hear me? I think the system is having a problem. There has been a delay.
We can hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. So that was my submission. Hopefully, we can think about this. How do we build stronger institutions? In fact, is this strong institutions that we don't have? That's why people are buying
the first thing, guys, I'm sorry to Tone. I'm sorry. The first thing is to make sure we fight for a country where every vote counts. That's the first thing. Then from there, we will build stronger institutions. But that's the first. It's like building a foundation. Once your votes don't count, you're not going anywhere. If somebody who is bad will continue, some big man can determine who rule you. Somebody from nowhere can determine who runs your destiny.
If you are saying
once you decide your own destiny, that guy is bad, I can remove him in 4 years.
Hold on now. If you are saying that it's about the vote, then what's happening with China then? What's happening with
China has a different system. They are monoculture. All Chinese.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not about monoculture.
Our best bet will be democracy. Anything else, one type will see it as lording it over them.
I get what you mean, but what I'm trying to highlight is that
but not this stupid democracy, or not this foolishness we've been practicing that fella caused them.
Hold on now. See, the issue is that I'm trying to highlight the fact that we always seem to be thinking that it's the political system or it's the corruption. All nations have these issues. If you look at Trump, how he came to office and all this stuff that happened.
Forefather. These are the type of intellectual pushback that I'm telling us.
Let me just finish my point. You can't just see. I understand what you mean.
Alaba, can you be quiet so that other people can speak? Some of us want to listen to the conversation, but you keep interjecting everybody.
Yeah, the point I was trying to raise is that there are other more pertinent things that we should be focusing on. We have to be focusing on areas that are going to give us the biggest bang for our buck. You can create all these things that you are talking about tomorrow. It doesn't mean Nigeria is going to start flourishing without the critical things being done.
What big bang things are you talking about? Can you mention
in terms of our security, we have IDP camps in Nigeria. You are not fixing it. You are sitting around. Our oil is getting stolen, but we are talking about people casting their vote. It doesn't matter. Without democracy, you still need to protect your country.
So, Fofara, my question is this: I hear you. When Alaba talks, or those who have spoken about votes, we're not talking about votes in isolation. We're talking about it as a compendium of the political system. He's talking about political structures. He's talking about institutions that work, that people respect. If we don't have those institutions that are working, that will help us produce the president and the governors and local government chairman who will now take decisions on security, how are you going to secure the security?
No system you are going to create that is perfect, that will be perfect from corruption. You are still going to have those problems. And the reason why you're having those problems is because the fundamentals are not being taken care of.
And
The
those
fundamentals is
fundamentals
that
start with the politics, the election, the voting. Those are the building blocks that takes us to that place.
what you are missing is that you are building on it. It's like saying you want to have an economy to build your security, but you have enough economy. And then if you are saying you need to build institutions to have your security, you have enough institutions to do that. There are nations that are far more dysfunctional that have gone on to do greater things. The problem is that we are not focusing on the issue and saying, you know what, we need to plug this one. If it is power supply, we need to plug it. If it is security, we need to plug it. If it is transparency, we need to plug it. We are not targeting one thing and going for it.
Who? The bad people that are electing themselves?
Yeah, but that's why you have to combat them. You are talking about systems.
Respectfully, I want to interject here.
Okay, so this is my view. Jagu, is Jagu talking? Jagu, I don't know whether you're trying to say something. You're muted.
I have criticized two people today.
You're muted, though.
Jagu,
you're muted.
Olumide is saying something, please.
He's muting me. He's the one muting me.
I can't hear you.
I'm not muting you.
So I have been. Can you guys hear me?
Jagu, were you saying something?
I can hear you loud and clear.
I was.
I'm not hearing him.
Apart from the two people that have criticized the OVA, electricity,
okay, guys, I'm going to refresh. It's like everything has gone bad. Let me just refresh.
I'm going to criticize you, forefathers, too, right now, because sometimes your comments fall short of standards. You understand? I'm sorry.
I agree with you.
Wait. You're the moderator, but when you come in to moderate, please always bring. When you always make sure you research your statements, you research your points. Don't just come and say things and expect us to swallow it hook, line, and sinker. How can you compare China to a good democracy? How can you compare? Is China a democracy or a communist state? That's number one. The number two, China is not you are saying security. See, how do you even give your people a good security? Look at the civilized society of this world. The Europeans, the Norwegians, Sweden, USA, Canada, America, UK. Begin to name all of them. Do they have good security and good government for their people without a good document, the constitution, to back it up? You just think one strong man will
There are
come.
some of them that don't have a constitution. Who is that? Like the UK that doesn't have a proper constitution.
I'm talking about North Korea.
Hold on now, calm down. There is UK that doesn't even have a proper constitution till today. They govern the world.
Have what they call ordinances. And
ordinances, they use ordinances to govern the whole world.
That is just
it's like a back of envelope constitution. They use this to govern the whole world. You're talking about constitution.
They document it. They document.
Oh my God!
But our forefathers, maybe if they are documented their own too, would have helped. You understand? But they document theirs, and even when they do that, they don't deride their cultural institution. You understand? Like what Obasanjo did to the Obas. They don't deride their cultural institutions. They still obey.
They didn't just deride it. They wiped most of it out.
They still obey they still respect their kings. They respect their chiefs or whoever the kings ordain or choose to their dukes or whatever. They still respect their culture, but we don't respect ours. You understand? And we are saying that, and in a multicultural society, Alaba is saying that we have to have a document that should guide our conduct, so that not one man will come and be doing things with his own brain or with his own mind or acting. We don't want that. We are saying a document should guide all of us. Should be in writing. Should bind us. So
you already have a document. You just don't like it.
What kind of document? It's a very, very terrible document that we don't agree to.
There's no document everybody will agree to. Don't you get it?
Okay, so forefather,
if I may,
everybody will agree to.
That one falls short of standard. There was one that we all agreed to. It was the 66 one, the regional government one, but it was truncated by the military. You understand? Unfortunately, we truncated, and ever since then, this one was forced down our throats. You understand? We haven't agreed to it.
The moment you write the constitution that Olumide you are happy with, you will see another bunch of people that will disagree with
it's not me. It's the indigenous people of the country coming together.
If I may, because we are
trying to go round and round. You see, what Alaba and Chim have said in this whole discussion that we're having is quite informative of where we are. You see, I find it very difficult to see Tinubu as my president. And I find it very difficult to continue speaking in a vein that has him confirmed in my own mind as president. Now, I don't say this because I don't accept what the status quo is. I say it because I feel strongly that the elections were stolen. Now, what Alaba and Chim are underlining is that given the position that we're in, are we really expecting to follow a illegitimate government for another time? Because it's pure illegitimacy that we're dealing with. And as we continue down this line of illegitimacy, and you, forefather, saying that Britain doesn't have a constitution is wrong. Britain has the Magna Carta. It's a serious document. If you go and read that document, you'll understand that there are people in this planet that have sense. Now, where we're going is to really understand that if we are dealing with a democracy and our vote doesn't count, that's a fundamental position to find ourselves in. And to continue from that point.
And in support of Alaba, Nigerians want to have their own Magna Carta too. Fine. We want to have a Magna Carta, not what somebody forced down our throats.
Well, I mean, my brother, there's no need for your interruption there, actually, because it's what I'm saying.
I'm trying to emphasize this for forefathers.
But there's no need.
You see, some people are already happy now.
No, it's not that. It's not that. It's what the reason why I'm speaking. Absolutely. The reason why I wanted to speak is because we were on a level of understanding where we are fundamentally, and it's easy to argue that this and that. It's easy to say, if you write a constitution, somebody is going to be unhappy. That is again another comment that doesn't mean anything. You know, we're trying to say, do we need a serious enough constitution in that country that allows people to get on board the project of Nigeria? Because we're not on board with this thing in our psyche. The first comment I made when coming on this program was about our psyche. Our psyche is so bad, it's so wrong, it's so off key. We're not pressing the right notes to make the song. The song is sounding harsh and horrible. Generally, it's not a sweet song we're singing as Nigerians, and we need to come to that point where we're singing in sync. Our psyche is mature. We understand what's going on in the planet that we're in. And then furthermore, we understand how our part to play is now harmonized. Because we don't have time. You see, we're talking about democracy. In the world today, if we understand what's going on in the West, most of us are in the West, the democracies that we are talking about, their powers are being snatched away from the people. That's what's going on right now. Whether we understand it or not, I don't think we really do, because we're not able to compare that Nigeria could actually be ahead of the West in terms of where the whole world is going. The whole world can find themselves where Nigeria is, without any power, without any legitimacy as an individual. And that's what the whole Magna Carta is about. It's about the individual. So, we got to kind of grow up, even in our conversations here. It's not just about being opposite to what somebody is saying. We have to try and pick up from what someone's saying and say, is this real? Is this the truth? Let's get on board with this. Not just to, come and say the opposite. Because sometimes we're just losing track. It's like we haven't heard what someone has said. What someone has said is valid. What Alaba and Chim was backing is valid. The opposite of it is just making trouble. You're just making trouble, to be honest. Nothing else. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Let me just share some information because of what he said. The question was about, does the UK have a written constitution? Look at what he said. The United Kingdom does not have a single written constitution like many other countries, such as the United States, where the constitution is contained in a single document. Instead, The UK has an unwritten or uncodified constitution, which is based on a combination of historical document, statutes, common law principles, conventions, and traditions. So if you look at them, like if you look at this, such an important one, this is just based on convention. There's no law to read. It says there is an unwritten
No, sorry,
convention.
sorry.
What is
Father,
it?
there's
What
a
is that?
mistake you're making. The mistake you're, in fact, all those countries you say that have written constitutions like the United States, maybe Nigeria, South Africa, or whatever, all get the rooting for their written constitutions from these British norms and values that we're talking about. What is simply
Oh,
saying
you're
is
missing my point. Let me finish the point I'm making so you understand what
okay.
I'm saying.
Apologies.
So,
I apologize. Go ahead.
thank you. The conventions, there are unwritten conventions and practices that guide the functioning of the government, such as the requirement for the prime minister to be a member of the House of Commons and the monarch's role as a ceremonial head of state. This is just a convention. There's no law to read. They just made it up and they just lived like that.
Okay,
This
so
is
can
a
I come in?
country.
Can I come
Hold on.
in
Let
now?
me
So
let me finish.
so that we
Okay,
don't
okay,
lose track of what you're
Can
saying.
I finish my point? Jesus Christ. The point is that nations can function without specific document that we keep crying about, because you are missing the point. This nation we are talking about, without any proper constitution written down and going about making it up, they rule the world. And if you make the mistake of thinking that that document is going to save you, you are missing the point. That is the point I
No,
was trying to
you're
make.
the one missing the point. The document is
Okay.
our point of agreement.
Then
That's why it is written
then I
down.
will need you to qualify
Because
to
we all
me
have diverse
how what I
points.
said is wrong.
Okay, so can you allow people to qualify it? You're not allowing us to qualify that qualification.
No. If better, what will be better is that for what forefather has just alluded to, can you now give us the process from that point to what would offer us the good governance that you are speaking of? Let's hear your point.
To fix the problem, you go after one problem strategically and ensure that problem is fixed. Like if you have a security problem, you go after it and fix it by either pressuring the leaders, acting on your within groups to secure the nation. If you secure that one, then you go for the next thing. And one of the issues we tend to have is that we kind of treat problems in silos. Like the Southeast will have that problem, they will say it's our problem. The Southwest will have the problem, they will say it's our problem. The Northwest is, instead of it to make it a national problem, you discuss with all, collaborate with all parts of the country to deal with the problem. You find that our security problem would have been solved by now if we had done it like that.
Okay, can I put it to you now that if there be a reason not to fix the problem of security, as you are giving an example, because there be a reason, it benefits the status quo, it benefits the people in power, what's going to happen from that point? Because we're speaking about Nigeria.
The people in power also know the limits of their power. They also, you can see that all the time. Whenever they see that the people move, they tend to move. If the people decide that, you know what, security is what we want now, and you want to push for it, you fight for it, you are going to get it. I don't understand why. You see, even the military will be on your side. The police will be on your side because you want them to be stronger and to be professional, to actually fulfill the duty that they were meant to fulfill in a nation. The idea that people just say, oh, security is just a dirty word, you shouldn't fight for security. That's why we are weak. Even the foreigners are telling us that, and we don't want to listen.
No, I feel that you've got it wrong again, I'm afraid.
Of course, I've got it wrong. The French,
wait.
Everybody has got it wrong. Only us that are the weakest group of people are the ones that have got it right.
Okay, wait, please. Let me just deal with let me just communicate with forefather for a second. I'm sure it will benefit all of us in terms of understanding. You are speaking to me, the way I'm hearing you, you are speaking about Nigeria as though it's another place. Nigeria is Nigeria. So what we are speaking about is since 1999, the country has gotten worse based on so many issues, security being one of them. Now, the insecurity in Nigeria, me and you know that it's not a position of we can't cope with Nigerian security, because that's not the issue, because Nigeria wasn't like that before. in worse times. Nigeria was never like that in terms of securing the borders of our country. If we wanted to do it, we'll do it. However, we can see that there are specific reasons of corruption, of benefiting a certain sector of our polity, that there is security right now in the land. Now, given that scenario, you're saying that we can stop that without the power of the people being a part, almost, without a constitution that can guide. We are where we are. The way you're speaking is almost hypothetical. We're not speaking about hypothetical levels. We're speaking about where we are right now. Where we're at right now is in a tranche of devastation that is continually happening to us. And how do we stop it? As much as all the 200 odd million people in Nigeria would like it to stop, the 200 odd million people are powerless in comparison with the government and the elite.
And this is
So
what the
this is
1990
actually where we are.
This is what the 1999
200 million
constitution
people
has
are
even.
not powerless. Olumide,
This is
hold on. I need to respond to that. The 200 million people are not powerless. And you see, that's the kind of statement that we make. We think we are contributing to the positive development of the society, but we are actually disempowering our people. Because when the NSAS, I'm coming, righteous man, when the NSAS protest happened, the government considered every single demand that the NSAS protesters made of them. And guess
someone
how
being
people
held accountable for the 150
hold
people
on now.
killed?
Let me
Has
finish
someone
now.
been held accountable for that?
Oh my God!
Please.
You
Got to
guys
give
need to
reasonable
stop this.
examples.
You
We're not here to waste our
If
time.
you don't want to
This
talk,
is type of
if you don't want to
intellectual.
talk, see, I need to be able to talk. Let me finish my point. You can't just be interrupting anyhow you like. See, those people that went for the NSAS protest, they made their demands and they got it. But people like you who come on this thing and spin it and say, "Oh, how about the people that died? Do you know how many people that died after that? You know how many people that just died last week? No, just yesterday or 2 days ago from kidnapping, and the people that are dying for nothing. Those people put their lives on the line. They did the right thing, and they got something done very, very quickly. It shows you the power of the people. But the only thing you see is weakness, or the few people that died. You know how many people that died in Stalin's Russia to build the Russia that you see today? How is it that all people just prefer? You know what I think? I've actually had this conversation a long time. The way people think, people don't actually know what it takes to build a nation until it is inflicted on you. Real pepper, where people see death, then you will understand what it takes to build a nation. Because you don't understand it. You just think just because a few people died, about 100 people or 200 people died in NSAS, it's a total waste. It's not a total waste. They accomplished something that many of us have not even accomplished to stop insurgency today. How many of us have gone to protest about insurgency the way those NSAS people did it? If we had done it, maybe they would have secured the country by now. How many of you have done that? But you know, you're because when you go around telling people that, oh, people died, NSAS was a disaster, they killed innocent people. Why would they come out and ask for security tomorrow? Because you tell them they don't have any power. When you tell them they don't have any power, they'll feel like, oh, we are captured, it's over. That is not right. That's conditioning the people not to act.
No, the people are conditioned, my brother. The thing is, my argument wasn't about people. Wait, please.
Right, guys, I'll see
Wait,
you guys
please,
tomorrow
please,
when
real
Dr.
quick.
Jackery is one moderating. I don't think I can stay here and take this. Thank you.
It's okay.
Wait.
If you don't want to say
No, say, Chim.
When you are
Chim, man. Chim, that's not the best.
What's coming out of your mouth is hard to
If you don't want to see, I'm not here to patronize anybody. If I have to talk to East Africans and others,
patronizing. The question is, are you a puppet for the puppets here?
No. It's not that. It's not that. Guys, honestly. Guys, honestly.
Out of your mouth, it's hard to phantom.
If you don't
guys.
like it, you say your own.
Absolutely, I agree with that. The thing is, stop accusing. Stop accusing badly, please. Let's not do that to each other. Let's not do that to each other.
You say yours.
Forefather.
Yes.
Forefather. You know, I've kept quiet and I've been listening, you know.
Not only
yeah, and you, exactly the finest man there. Yeah. So you see, the issue is this. Half-truth. What is half-truth? Because we need to define what half-truth is before we can say there is nothing like half-truth. Half-truth is truth, but that ends up with lies. Were Igbos part of the coup? Yes. But was it an Igbo coup? No. Well, did somebody pilot a plane? Yes. But at the end of the day, the story that was told, is it true? No. So when we are defining half-truth, that there is nothing like half-truth, it's not true. There is half-truth that ends up with lies. Building up something that is truthful, but towards the end of it, you inject lies in order to achieve your aim. That is the half-truth that is destroying Nigeria. And I asked that question so that we will be able to marshal out a point, a collective point, that we can say, okay, we are ready to build a nation. Everybody has spoken well, but forefathers deviated a bit, because I am throwing the challenge to you. If you believe we are doing nothing here, you come down to Nigeria and join us. Come down to Nigeria and join us, because the power you are saying we have that we are not using is theoretical. In practice, if you want to effect that power that we have, you get killed. And the moment you get killed, your family would not want any other person from your family to go out for it. So saying that Nigerian people are not interested for a change is not true. We're interested. We know we got the power, but he that controls the military has the upper power, because it is a captured state. It's state capture. Some clique have captured the Nigerian state, and they're using the military to keep their leadership or their rulership on. And if you are a bloody civilian, as they call us, they will waste you and nothing will happen. So that is the truth. That is the truth that we must tell ourselves. It is not the issue of you are right or you are wrong. You don't use Nigeria to compare with other countries of the world, even Togo, that is our next neighbor. You can't, that's true. I goes to Togo. I've been to Cameroon. I spent about 3 months in Cameroon. Within that 3 months, there was no second that light was seized. I am telling you. And their foods were cheap. When I came back, my wife was asking me, say, your color changed, as if I was using a bleaching cream, because of the good food and the environment there. They don't sell frozen chickens, frozen items in Cameroon. Whatever you want to eat, or chicken or fish, you go to the poultry and you point out and they kill it and serve you. I'm saying my experience in Cameroon. So Nigeria is a peculiar case.
Very peculiar.
Yes, we don't. You can't use what is happening in the Western world or other countries to compare Nigeria. No, and it requires a very special, will I say, application to sort out the problem of Nigeria. Either the 1999 Constitution.
If you can round up, please.
Yeah, 1999.
I like his submission. I like what he's saying.
Of course, you like it now. I'm sure. Everything that says "don't do anything" is what you people love.
He's not saying don't do anything.
Don't do anything.
No, that's unfair. Forefather, that's so unfair. That's so unfair, man.
What is he
that
saying?
is so unfair.
What is he saying? We are captured.
Dragon. Sorry, forefather.
I think they should find another moderator.
He says we can't do
Forefather is
anything.
biased. He works for the puppet.
It's not that he's biased. I just don't understand how he's coming across.
This is somebody living in the eye of the tiger.
This guy is just being ridiculous now.
Listen to him. He's the one
Who's being ridiculous? Who's being ridiculous?
The
Forefather.
other guy, he's always doing this all the time. He's interrupting me frequently. Now he says they should remove me from the listing. So I have to be able to talk and engage with a righteous man on the very point. And this is another thing I find that you guys do a lot.
Yeah, but you threw something out. You see, twice, forefather.
Talk to the person.
No, but twice you threw out.
Why do you all of you interrupt?
Wait.
When the person that has spoken, I've not exchanged with him.
No. You interrupted him by saying that he should round up.
Yeah,
I'm saying
because he's been talking for more than 3
I enjoyed what I said. That I'm enjoying what he's saying.
Yes.
And of course you're going to enjoy it because it breaks down to doing nothing. And I'm saying to you that that's an unfair statement because I'm not about doing nothing.
Okay.
I don't like when you mix me up with other people. I don't know what's in your mind. But it's not only unfair, it's not called for you to be so flippant, especially if you're directing that to me. Now, what I'm dealing with is that we have somebody in Nigeria who's breaking down exactly what it is, especially in terms of power.
Now, I'm not being allowed to speak again.
No. I'm putting this to you. I'm putting this to you so you will speak. If you listen, then you might get an inkling of when to come in. Yeah, instead of just interrupting aimlessly. Now, what I'm saying to you is that for what has been said, speaking about the power of the people and the polity within our nation, there is the power of the elites, there's the power of the government, there's the power of magistrates, as we've seen, and there is the power of the people that hasn't actually transmitted into a country right now that we desperately need. If Peter Obi had come in the way we believe that he won, whether he won or not, I don't know the numbers. But if he truly won and democracy was being played out in its legitimate right, Obi being in power right now, I think would have set the country on a trajectory of actually getting to work and making sure that quickly we can turn our country around because we have a partner in government. With Tinubu in government, I don't believe we have a partner there. I don't know what he's up to. I don't know how well or badly he's going to do, but I don't see him as a partner to the people in order to create something that Nigeria particularly needs. It said and underlined that Nigeria is a peculiar place, that us comparing Nigeria to the rest of the world ain't doing us no good, really, because we have to create our democracy and it has to reflect the Nigerian principles, what brings us together as Nigerians. It has to reflect these things, and these things are very difficult to grapple with because none of us around this table know particularly what that is. The question was asked some time ago, what is it to be a Nigerian? And we all know that whilst we have a reason, some kind of reason or an understanding, we all know it's difficult to lay our hands on what is it to be a Nigerian with all the differences that we have in within our country. Now,
thank you. Can I address him now?
Forefather, sorry, I just quickly pop in. May I say something?
Not until he's replied, please. You can't come in like that. That's not fair. Forefather, please say what you're saying. I understand, but I'm saying it's not fair.
It permits me, or it doesn't permit me.
It's not a debate between forefather and the rest of us. It's not a debate between forefather and the rest of us.
I think electricity is part of the moderation group.
This is a question I asked. Is that am I permitted? If not, I will wait. So don't just rush me and say, no, you can't just speak. I'm not speaking, I'm asking.
Okay.
Yeah, electricity, go ahead, please.
I just want to address a righteous man. Some time back, you said those in diaspora should come and help, should assist. Now you're saying something different from calling from it. I don't understand. What do we mean by Nigeria is a peculiar country? I don't get it. What do you mean this peculiar country? It should not be compared to other countries.
Okay.
I don't understand what message.
Let me answer you. Let me respond. Let me respond to you.
Let me finish.
You are addressing me. You asked me a question. Let me respond to you.
I think he has more questions, please. Let him finish.
Okay.
I'm not finished.
Okay.
No matter how peculiar a country is, it's not beyond a solution. There's always a solution. We all know the problem. So we keep dancing this dance, or it's a peculiar country. It's not like Togo. It's not like Ghana. It's not like this. It's not like that. We are human beings. And so we can solve our problem. Just the same way we have personal problems, or we say this problem is peculiar, so let's leave it, don't solve it.
You didn't say that.
No, let me finish.
Well, that's the way you say. That's misrepresentation.
How peculiar the problem is, no matter how peculiar the problem is, there's always a solution to every problem. So are we ready? I think Alaba was said earlier, we know this problem, we know our problem. So we know the solution.
I don't think we know the solution, though.
We know the solutions. If we don't know the solution, then we're just wasting our time talking here every day. We know the solution.
How can we know the solution and there isn't one? How can we know the solution and it hasn't been put in place?
Clearly, we've been spelling
about?
out these solutions. You don't want to. People don't want to listen. They just want to keep beating about.
I'm listening to the statements now. I'm listening to that statement.
No, Jagun, you said, if Peter Obi had entered, what if Peter Obi fall down and die today? That is the end of Nigeria. We don't.
Not at all. This is the arguments. These are the kinds of arguments that I'm saying are unnecessary. I put to you a position of my government, and do I believe Tinubu is actually my president? I'm saying, to me as an individual, it doesn't stand to me that Tinubu is my president. And the more we buy into Tinubu being the president and possibly being there for 8 years, is the more we buy into the illegitimacy of what Nigeria is. Because I think that most of us around this table would concur that Tinubu did not win that election outright. He did not. That's what we believe. Now, we don't know, but that's what we believe. So with this belief,
about the people, when are you going to care about the people instead of worrying about Tinubu?
I'm speaking about the people. I'm speaking about the people.
Electricity, let me respond to you. Let me respond to your question.
You have to worry about. This is why I was talking about security.
Let me respond to your question.
Instead of us to be worried about them, we're talking about Tinubu government.
What essentially Jagu was saying was that we should be interested in the process that gets you into leadership. That process that gets you to be the president of the country. Is it free and fair? A free and fair election.
Free and fair. It's never been free and fair.
But the process is
while that is happening, you have to focus on the people. Because you listen to if you keep saying, the process. What has happened in the last 3 months? The people are suffering.
Nobody's saying don't focus on the people. You understand? What we are saying is we are not going to do it based on the scenario that the 1999 Constitution has given us. On the hunch of one man. You are saying the country should be run on the hunch of one man. And Nigeria has been run on the hunch of one man, like people like Obasanjo, people like Jonathan, people like Buhari, now Tinubu. Is that how you want to run the country, on the hunch of one man?
So hold on, you are going to leave people to suffer because of what the
electricity.
Okay, forefather. In terms of people not suffering, are you saying?
Can I respond to your question?
Wait a minute, my friend. Just 1 minute, sir. 1 minute.
I'm not the moderator. I'm not suffering from the
allow to answer the question.
No, you asked me. You referred to me. You referred to me.
I said I am not the moderator. I'm not speaking. You can answer the question. I'm not the moderator.
Moderator, can you organize this thing? It seems everybody just
Okay, the people that like to interject, I will take you backstage because I think the interjection has gone out of control. Stop interjecting, otherwise you're going to wait backstage. Righteous man, please answer the question.
Okay, thank you. Electricity. There was a topic that was raised, and that topic came in form of questions, and we were answering it one by one. And then it got to a stage that forefathers interjected and was blaming Nigerians that are home here, that we're not doing enough, that we have the power, but we fail to use the power. So when it was my time to speak, I told him that the first challenge I will throw to him is for him to come down to Nigeria, to join us here and he may be the one that will mobilize Nigerians, then we follow him. Then I told him that we are running a system here that is very peculiar. It's different from what is obtainable in every other country. I'm not even talking of the Western world, even within the West African coast. Let me cite an example. About 7 years ago, I was in Cotonou, Dahomey, and my business partner introduced me to the regional governor. When I got to his house, there was no policeman as a security man, a regional governor. And when he welcomed us into his sitting room, he was the one who opened the refrigerator and served us drink. I mean, the regional governor. That can't happen in Nigeria. And when we were discussing about the issue of Nigeria, he said that the problem of Nigeria is that from independence, that Nigeria was built on three standing table. The two have decided to knock off one of the legs that is holding the table. It has 3 legs that is carrying the table. Then the other 2 joined together and knocked off the other leg. So the other leg now is fighting back, because that was when this IPOB issue started. So he was discussing, telling us what he felt was the problem of Nigeria. That if it was back to their own country, they will not allow such thing to happen. Every tribe will have a say. Now, this is peculiar to Nigeria. It's not peculiar to every other African countries. Then, that period, a loaf of bread was increased, and there was riot in Cotonou, Dahomey. For 3 days, the government have to force the bakers to revert back to the old price. Can it happen in Nigeria? It can happen. That is the peculiarity I'm talking about.
What do you mean it
So
cannot happen?
when I
It
say
can happen.
it can't happen, the system we are running cannot allow it to happen. Now, when I'm saying the diaspora should come and help, what I mean is this. Let me explain myself so that you will not be misunderstanding me. Number one, if you're in the United States, you can write to your congressman or congresswoman and explain, just like what happened to Showore here when he was maltreated. It was in the Congress House in the US that somebody representing the wife community or state or whatever brought the issue of Showore. That was what forced the federal government to grant him bail. If not, that man, they were not ready to grant him bail. So you that are in diaspora, you have this freedom of speech in democracy that you can use, actualize to aid change in Nigerian system. That's what I'm asking for. That's the contribution I'm asking the diaspora to do. Thank you.
Thank you. KJ, I think KJ has been very patient. I know Odi just came in and he probably needs to have a say. Thank you for coming in, electricity. KJ, please, I know you wanted to contribute something. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I don't know whether I should contribute because somehow we've deviated from what we are discussing.
Yeah, it was about, I think it became about what is actionable versus just saying that we are a capture state and
Yeah,
it's
you
over.
see, the truth remains that I want to agree with the other people who have spoken. The way things work in Nigeria is a bit different from what goes on in other places. Because for so long, and I'm speaking from someone who has participated in some of this process. For so long, the powers have been taken from the people. So much so that a time came when members of the House of Representatives and the Assembly and Senate were telling the Nigerian people that sovereignty is them. They are the sovereignty. So because you have voted them, you do no longer have any say. I'm telling you what is on ground. So that if you want to do anything, you should go and report to your congressman. And if he is refusing to take it, then you can't do any other thing because you have gone to the polls and voted them. So now they are the sovereignty. no longer the Nigerian people. And so every attempt to fight this in the media, because you see, in every nation, the media is like a watchdog. You watch what is going on both sides. You are not supposed to take sides, even though, fortunately or unfortunately now, every media house, except the small ones, every large media house that has a wider reach, has someone controlling what you hear. And like I said earlier on, it became a bit bad for them when they can no longer control the narrative as they used to do in NTA news, 9 o'clock news. The president said, the president went, the president did, the president sat. So it's no longer about the powers that be. But, just like we had a small group we were teaching, you can take your phone and go to the market and start to report on the woman selling pomo and say what is happening to her, and don't wait for anybody. Put it on the social media, let people read and see and watch. So when it became difficult to control the narrative of the people, every other thing contrary to that became false information and false news and fake news and not allowed. And if your station continuously to dwell on that path, you are picked up and the keys of where you are locked is thrown away. So what am I trying to go? I'm trying to get to the point that, you see, is maybe in other clients, people will ask, why is electricity? Why is this person? Why is this? We're not seeing no. But you see, even if you get your friends to mobilize, who know that you have been taken, and they do it for 1 day, 2 days, after the third day, the owner of the station will say, why people still reported on this tone guy? Leave him and move on. And that news is gone. And that person continues to remain there, and you now be left with you and your God to help you to be free. So what am I trying to say? Sometimes we make it look as if, no, it doesn't work that way. These people, see, in other clients, it is easy for you to call a policeman and report a case. I talking to you here now. I reported a case, and a policeman told me, oh boy, you don't come here before. Will they tell you, say, leave this case, or leave them, unless you don't want your this thing. Just leave this case alone. Go and just suffer your pain for nothing, for yourself. So why am I saying? Another client, people say, this thing happened? Really? Okay, give us statement. Okay, we'll write. When you finish making statement, you even type and give to the policeman and say, God, for your own interest, I won't file this, I won't file it. Please, just as I see you, so I just like you, make just a go. Unless you want me to sack me and you say no go day safe. So what am I trying to say? So this is the system where the people mentality has been pressed down. And as I'm talking to you now, if you can hardly gather people to go to the street and say, come and let us demonstrate against this policy. You can hardly. So we need to start working on the minds of people once more to open it up. We need to start working on their side to know that the sovereignty of Nigeria lies with the Nigerian people. You employ these people. You do not, that's what I said earlier in the morning. Until you get them to know that they should not stand on the road and dance for any governor, dance for anybody, say them thank you, send them presents, clean the road for them to come and pass. Until they know that they are working for you, then we will not have a country. As long as they keep thinking that they are your masters and you are the servant, as long as they keep using your money to buy Prado Jeeps and Land Cruisers, okay, both bulletproof and otherwise, as long as they keep using your money to fuel their vehicles, pay their house rent, buy clothes for themselves, take their first class airlines or chartered flights, and do all that nonsense, we are continuously going to be in this hole where we are. Money that's supposed to be used for the people is used for one man. If you have been following Nigerian news for the last 1 week, there was one legislator was saying just 2 million, and people are complaining. Just 2 million for holidays.
Take 1 minute to round up so that the next person can go.
So what am I trying to say, NSF? I'm just simply saying that what we are dealing with is not like something that is just that easy to pull off. It's just like when you have a 18-wheeler soaked inside the mud, and you come with a V8 to pull it out. Who is going to go? Is it the 18-wheeler or the V8? That's the situation where we are in Nigeria, and it's a pity. I'm just talking from my own pain. I don't know whether that makes sense to anybody, but these are things I've seen, and
Well, KJ, I
Thank you.
second though. I second,
Thank
but that
you.
one no follow section 68.
all the it's okay. Tony, you wanted to say something before Odi goes ahead, or because you've been quiet for quite a bit.
Yeah, we keep on banging about our system of government, okay? And to be quite honest, this is my own opinion, by the way. I don't think I think what we have right now is something we should just tear up and think of something that is tailored to our culture, our beliefs, our belief system, because it doesn't just seem to be working. That's my own opinion. How we're going to go about doing that, that's what we need to be exploring and discussing.
Yeah. Thank you. You tend to be you are one of the briefest speakers, quietest, and now and again you get cross when people say
But Tone,
nonsense.
I don't get what you're
Yeah,
saying.
you want to pick on tone now, yeah?
No. I'm just saying that I don't understand what he's saying about something not tailored to our belief system. What exactly it is? It wasn't specific enough.
What are we practicing now?
Where you mean in Nigeria?
Yes.
Okay.
The system of government. What is it? What do you call it?
Democracy.
Okay. It's not meant for us.
What
In
kind
fact,
of system?
I'll even, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's something that because we live in a very complex society in Nigeria. Nigeria, you can't compare Nigeria to the United States or Britain or any other place. It's a very complex society. It might even take us up to 4 years to evolve a system
Okay,
that
but do
is
you
well
then
tailored for
agree?
us.
Do you then agree
Mhm.
that we should all sit down and talk and discuss about what will work for us?
That's what I'm saying. In other words.
Mm.
And when we agree, we know that everybody's input is in it and all that. And when we've done it, we carry on and something that is affordable, not necessarily cheap. I don't like the word cheap, something that's affordable. But what we're running right now is just too flamboyant. It's too expensive.
Okay, now it's clear to me now. So
okay.
Yeah. Please, Odi, go ahead so that I really want to run through people. Jonaba hasn't said anything. Yeah, Jonaba hasn't said anything.
Okay. Hi, guys.
Yeah, welcome, Odi. Yeah, thank you for coming in.
Thank you. So, I like the passion, and we are really the people, where many of us are still the diasporans, that we still have to chime in. I just wanted to touch on a few things. I'm not sure what the specific topic has been, but what we lack in Nigeria is leadership. I like the idea of constitution. I was listening when we talked. Forefathers went through the British system where they run an informal kind of system, no constitution, per se. No, and someone was talking about is because the people have lost the power and all that. Look, if you're a student of history, you understand that the greatest empires were actually built by dictators. Rome was great. It was a republic until Julius Caesar came. When Julius Caesar came, everything changed. They started expanding their borders. Same thing with Augustus, Tiberius, and we know Constantine, what he did. The things that these men built are still here. And then when you talk about, the empire that was the Byzantine Empire and every other thing that came along. Well, let's talk in recent history. We have countries like Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia was under the Ottoman Empire until 1919. Egypt, all these guys, most of Middle East. What happened? What these guys run is a dictatorship. The people don't have power. Actually, you have more power than the Saudi Arabians have. You can't say, even if you're living in the UK or in America, you can't talk about MBF, the way we are talking about Tinubu or Bas. They'll kill you wherever you are, But this men love their country. You see, when you talk about if you go to the UAE, those it's just a few clans, that's conglomerate of Emirates, and then they have like a sultan. But these men desperately love their country. Same thing happened in Singapore. We have a similar thing going on now in Rwanda, right? The problem we have is that, and then America is a different basket case. If you know how the Pilgrims came and how problems started in Boston in the United States, how people revolted against King George, I believe. And people took arms and got American independence. Now, but one thing that these people have is love of country. What we don't have in Nigeria, what you don't see, whether it's the leadership or the citizenry, is love for country. Even people who love, they don't love past their village or their family, or you even get some type of loyalty in the north, which their leaders, those people believe in them, but their leaders are just corrupt people and they're thieves. They are more focused on, let's say, let's talk about Obi and Tinubu and Atiku. Any of these men, if they have love for country, will rescue Nigeria from all the things we're talking about. Somebody like Obasanjo, somebody mentioned him, and look, a constitution is not going to save us, guys. We can write any piece of, electoral law. We had the electoral law, guys, that said, you have to compare the results with, whatever that is, on the IREV and everything. Look at what the judges did. They threw it in the toilet. This is a law that they just decided that they're not going to obey. What I'm saying is that whether you have constitution or you don't, it's about, love for country. We don't have that. Does Tinubu love Nigeria? I don't think so. If he loves Nigeria, what he's trying to do is just, you can see what he's doing is state capture. Essentially, what he's doing is to bring some of his, tribes people and some of the people to hold the financial port of Nigeria and the security architecture. Same thing that, Buhari did, that we criticized him. That's what he's trying to do, build some type of hegemony. But these people, even the people who may be his tribe, are not going to benefit. Just like people like Tinubu's, Buhari's people, were the worst hit. Tinubu may go through these, 8 years or 4 years or however God allows him to have, and the people that will suffer most may be the people in the Southwest, because he does not really care about, Nigeria, first of all. Because if he loves Nigeria, you will see it immediately in the decisions that the man is making. Whether, of course, we believe he stole the mandate. But, there are some things, look at, you come in and you say, subsidy is gone. People had 1 month to still groove on the subsidy. He threw it away. But they are giving money to the elite. Nobody has increased anybody's salary. Nobody has done anything. So you can see, all he's trying to do is consolidate power, give people, give this person, give this person. Let me tell you something. So we're talking about solution. It may be a stroke of luck. If you look at what's going in Burkina Faso, maybe the man actually does love his country. If you look at, Mali, Gabon is a joke. But if you look at, Rwanda, the man came, he's a dictator. But the man loves Rwanda. And the man wants to improve the lots of Rwandans. And you can see the Rwandans who did not, and that's the power of a leader. He's coming from the minority tribe.
but he does have love for country, and his countrymen are chiming in.
What Nigeria don't do now? We're asking for dictators.
But let's go. Let me allow that person to speak.
Thank you, Odi. I think that was quite a relevant contribution, and obviously he aligns with what I believe too. Jonaba, thank you for coming in. He was a bit raucous. You are welcome. So go ahead, please. What do you think about what we've been discussing today?
I believe when we are people that when someone close to us, their sins are forgiven, and when they join our wagon, then that is okay. One of the things that surprises me is Obasanjo. Obasanjo never have any democracy, and because he's by age, I think people don't die by age. But where I come from, they say you better talk about death to the old people than young people because they have lived their life. Obasanjo have lived his life, and is unrepented heart. He don't care about Nigeria. He care about. Have you ever apologized to Nigerians by going and hand over president to Yar'Adua? So if democracy is not working, he's part of the people. But somehow maybe endorses the people that you like now. Oh, he's a good man. Obasanjo is part of the people, not only in Nigeria. He calls it around Africa. Even when they make him to supervise every other African country that by every standard say, oh, this does not meet it. He's the first one. Oh, we are Africans. Now this meet our standard. And up to today, he never said, okay. Obasanjo in his own statement, he said, if you know better, you should do better. So maybe that is the level of his own knowledge of knowing better and do better is when he suits him and when he think he speak to the people. It's amazing. Democracy is good if it's practiced well. If you allow the will of the people to prevail, democracy is a wrong thing when people like him can give the presidency to anyone and ignore the whole country. That's what makes democracy bad, like him. And then secondly, issue of Tinubu, whatever is going on, not going on. To me personally, I think it's too early. He may, government is especially the system we run in Nigeria that is so backward, so corrupt. I hope, and that's my prayer for him, that he get himself together as quick as he can and work for the people. Many people have mentioned here today about the love for the country. It's all the love for the country, but sometimes love of the country to Nigerian is to be loyal, not no check and balance. You can't question them. And then if you question them, you are the enemy. And the most frustrated part of it is that in life, in leadership, some of us that have privilege, even in the local community, is to fight for people and they fight you. It's very depressing. It's very discouraging. You are fighting for someone and he's fighting you. So, and when we talk about, I think the cross line between what Righteous Man said and what electricity was saying is that all things are possible where there is will, there is way. But also understand that we're also talking about a country where police are not even well trained. And Obasanjo still that started this untrained police by bringing, because he knows as a civilian that is his own strength, and he brought all those Cherekambia police people all over that they don't even know they are left to their right, and what someone doesn't know that they even have a basic right, how can they extend it to you? when they are the one, like one person say here he went to Cotonou or somewhere that he do not even see police people guiding them. The criminal in Nigeria, they're the one that have the police protecting them. The ordinary citizens are suffering on the road. If the ordinary person in Nigeria can just, out of being hungry, go and steal a couple of gari, can be stoned to death. But the people stealing billion, it's okay. So it is a country that the people, we all have to hold ourselves accountable. And the change, like I always say, it starts from you and I. The change is not something that you are looking up. My father told me, he said, don't look at your shoulder. Nobody will do it for you if you can't do it for yourself. And that is what I want to tell wherever I have opportunity to my children and all of that, that you don't look at your shoulder and think who will do it. Do the little thing you can do. I know how difficult it is, especially people like Sowore and the rest of them that are in Nigeria, left their family and here. It's not. I don't think he just won the political position, but I believe he meant well. But you are talking about the citizens themselves, that they themselves are so bad that whatever you do for them, they will turn around. They will reward people who treat them like animal, and then go after someone who stood for them. I was talking to I think I've mentioned it here before. My younger ones during the election, even in 2015 and all of that, and they said, "Oh, did you have money to give us?" And I thought that is the mindset of a youth mindset. You graduated from university, you have no job, and you think this old cargo who have used to power and divide and control is what they use. Then they make you poor so you can come and beg them, or make you go to jail so you don't say a word next time. Is that the people you think they have a solution for you? You have freedom is not free. I think that is what electricity means, that you have it, fight for it. But righteous man is saying, it's not the way you think, that we will be sucked in if we try it. And some of them can say, I've tried it and it didn't work because I've become a victim. And we keep trying. I've said that this movement, we cannot just stop. Even in the United States of America, there's still voter suppression. So we continue to build on this legacy that have started, whether it's Peter Obi or the youth, whatever. Peter Obi may never be a president of Nigeria. He could be. But then they have started a movement that we can start building on it. How do we galvanize ourselves? How do we use the social media to speak to the people? How do we encourage the people? And another thing that righteous man says that he used to already issue example about Cory Booker from New Jersey. I think that is the senator from the wife constituency in New Jersey, that he intervened. That is on a personal level that our citizen is hold here. It takes the whole Nigerian or most Nigerian to take it to the street. And
John Abba, there's one point that you made that I wanted to kind of I want to kind of make a statement again and assert to. I mean, I don't know how to say it. You made a very critical point there about Peter Obi may never be president. He should move on. So that point.
When did I say that?
He didn't say move on. He didn't say move on.
He didn't say that. I don't know.
Wait now. Wait. What you said after that was my own meaning to it. You understand? So that is the dangerous trend. If the Supreme Court affirms, that's
I'm
what
not talking about all of that. Let me finish my statement and you come back.
I'm just kind of hard to what you're saying, that perhaps the solution, you should add your own elderly sage solution to what Jagun, the kind of fear that Jagun has expressed, that I'm kind of thinking along, is that if the Supreme Court affirms Tinubu as the president, it will be very difficult for the people of Nigeria to make their vote count. That would then mean that the beavers and the IRF, the technology that would have made it free and fair, will not count. How do we then change this if people cannot elect their leaders free and fair? That is the dangerous notion that I think that you have brought into that conversation now when you say he may not be president.
No, I don't understand what you are saying.
What I'm saying is that
the reason. That is how you.
Olumide, let him just finish his submission now, because
if that is the case,
Olumide, can I finish? This is how you're going to run Oduduwa. This is how you're going to run Oduduwa. So this is so I like I said, sometimes we are all brought up and trained and have different role to play. But as a collective society, whatever you are doing, we all have one or two things to offer to make ourselves better, especially that we can speak truth. There is someone say half truth, no half truth, and all of those narrative to control word. And some people say your truth is not my truth. So which means if it is daytime, you cannot tell us it's night, and then we believe it's night because that is not your truth. So there is no standard. So that is I think that should be the dangerous one. I said, let me go back to my brother as I wrap up, because Olamide good in interrupting people, and I don't think Oduduwa or whatever you are looking for will work like that. What do you want to do? I said that the movement that Peter Obi have started, even if we do not become a president, we can build on that instead of giving up. And whatever the Supreme Court has to do or have to say, whatever you think, the notion of...
the question I'm asking is how?
Only let him finish now so that others can speak.
I am not your judge, right? Nigerian people and the Obi movement, they can decide, and all Nigerians can decide after the verdict how to go. I'm not going to be here speculating. All we want, I've never expressed something different, but that is my own opinion and that is my own understanding. Whether it comes the way I want it or not, that if it comes, then it's a miracle. But then let us believe that we have started a movement in Nigeria and media have helped us greatly. Let us not give up at this point again. Say, we tried it. The mandate has been stolen, has to be coming, and all of that. I think Agor and Bush may also argue all those things, but there is a system that people can walk around to make sure that the healing of the country continue. I'm not saying if the mandate, you are even talking about Obi, that Obi is in the third position according to whatever the mandate you are talking about. But if you think you're going to come from third position and become the person that win, and that is the thing, that's fine. Whatever they find, end of the day, I have no business with them. My own is that let us not stop now. Let's keep pressing. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to address the point the righteous man made about that, I was saying that I'm blaming the Nigerian people. I don't know how you read what I said from that. What I was saying was that to say that the Nigerian people don't have any power is not true. Nigerian people have power, and nobody can convince me otherwise. You can't tell me 200 million people is completely powerless. And when we keep talking down to them and telling them that they don't have power, you're basically conditioning them not to react, to any, not question authority. That's what you're telling them not to question authority, that the authority is too powerful for them. It's like like an elephant that was kind of this thing tamed to believe that the peg that they used to hold it in position is more powerful than the elephant. When the elephant grows up to be so big, that tiny peg is also still used to control the elephant because of conditioning. And when people keep telling Nigerians that they don't have power, why would they understand that they have power? The government clearly shows that the people have power. Whenever Nigerians move, you notice that the government are scared. Because remember, you are 200 million. It takes one soldier to protect almost 2,000 people. They can't hold Nigerians if Nigerians decide to unite and move. They can't. So if Nigerians say something, they tend to listen very quickly. Just that Nigerians don't pick up on it because a lot of people tell them that they are not powerful. They don't pick up on it. So
can I talk
and
now?
about that cancellation in Togo that you're referring to. You know, there are many times I've heard that the Nigerian government wants to remove subsidy, but they couldn't remove it because they were afraid of the people and they were afraid of NLC protests. You know how many times Nigerian government have wanted to do something and they pull back, but nobody notices it because we think that they are just too powerful. But it's okay.
Forefather, which time did they pull back? They wanted to create a fuel subsidy and they pulled back.
Buhari wanted to remove it. Even the last time Buhari removed it, he wanted to remove it immediately, but he had to put it off.
That's what you're misunderstanding. You see, what they normally do is, if the aim was to make it $20, okay, they make it $25. And when Nigerian people complain, they bring it to $20, which was the original intention. They've never pulled back. They've never, don't mistake that.
Yes, they have. Jesus, you're basically reinforcing it, saying that they are like Thanos. Nothing can stop them. Yeah, please, Alaba, go ahead.
Yeah. First, I want to talk about the cuckoo bird. You see, we sometimes come here and we act as if we're the cuckoo bird. What the cuckoo bird does, it goes into another bird's nest, it lays its egg, and its chicken hatch. Then the chicken kicks out the other bird's siblings all out of the nest, and the bird starts feeding the kiki bird. When we come here 4, 5 hours, 6 hours, we have some people, we just come here to argue, talk against each other. Some people just want to win debates. I'm here to get educated and get knowledge and see profile what is solution. I see among us, these so-called intellectuals, all of us, we're just all about winning argument. And then some people are very good at what they do. They will talk on your side for a while. Yeah. You have all those problems. Nigeria have that problem. Yeah. You. Then they will be the one to say, oh, you can't solve that, blah, blah, blah. You know, you just don't know where they stand. It's crazy. And I'm sitting here saying, my God, why the hell am I wasting my time, being in this congregation if this is all people want to do? People don't want to address. Nigeria has a problem. We all know that. What's the solution? And then when we put out informational context to educate, then we come on with this army of defenders that want to push back, that want to say there's no, or that want to distract people. I don't know whether you're all sensing this, but I'm sensing that, where some of us will leave angrily or put in the back door. We want to solve Nigeria's problem. Whether we like it or not, it affects us indirectly or directly. We have family there. We want a better nation. It does not help me coming here to pacify the problem. Describe it less as it is. You understand? It does not help me when somebody comes with a solution, like the young man who came with the solution, the man who came with the solution of dictatorship. I don't agree with him, but I will defend his right to say that it's a solution. If it happens, it happens. If it solves Nigerian problem, I will welcome it, but that's not my own way. You understand? Then there are those of us who don't even have a solution at all, but to antagonize other people's solution. That drives me nuts. That's why I talked about the cuckoo bird. I'm not targeting anybody. And then there are some who have the
target people. What do you mean you're not targeting anybody? Point fingers.
I point finger. Forefather is number one. The cuckoo bird.
Oh my God!
Yes, want me to name names. So, but there are some of us also, like John Abba. Oh, Nigeria is so bad. But Tinubu will solve the problem, even though you know he's a criminal. You understand? We got to face Nigerians with facts. We all cannot agree on the same thing, but our country have a problem. Now, let us all agree on that. Let us all of us, please, let us all agree we have a problem. And once we agree, now let's talk about solution. Solution. Without going into grammar or rehashing the problem, if we all could go around just 1 minute, profile a solution to this problem. And then let's cut down on blaming each other. The people at home are not doing anything. The people abroad should do more. That's another misguided approach. Completely messy approach. Here are the limitations of the people at home. here are the limitations of the people abroad. This is what the two of them can do. This is what is on the ground. This is how we can tackle it. This is, solutions. Move forward. 4 or 5 hours to say, I know someone who is mad at me because I'm on this screen all day. I'm not giving her any attention. She's mad at me. Each time she comes downstairs, I run upstairs. She comes upstairs, I run downstairs. And then to go into meaningless argument with you guys that is not providing solution.
Who's laughing then?
That means I just wasted 5 or 6 hours and someone at home is mad at me.
You are putting yourself in the same thing you are saying to us.
Now, these are serious things, mate.
Yeah, may I buttress what Alaba is saying?
One person, 1 minute, one
but now you
sentence.
mention my name on what I did not say.
May I buttress what
I have to
Alaba
attack
is saying?
Excuse me.
I don't want
did
to
not say
attack you
to
behind your back. I have to do it in front of you.
Yeah, I
Yeah, may I
never
buttress
say. I
what
never say.
Alaba is just saying?
I
may not be
never
as
said on
brave.
this platform that I know Tinubu is a criminal, but he can help Nigeria. I never said that. So let's make it clear. I never on this platform say that. And I'm not even a Tinubu supporter. I've never said that. But I wish him well and I want him to do the right thing. That is what I said consistently.
The right thing would be for him to leave now. That's the right
The
thing.
right thing was for him to resign.
Simple.
Okay, whether he resigned
See how
or
that
not
would help
resign,
Nigeria.
Absolutely.
On what base do you want him to resign? On his age?
Because
or
of all
on
this
what?
controversy around him to help merge Nigeria together.
There is nobody
No,
when
so-
Jesus Christ come to Nigeria, just
You-
like no elderly person die in Nigeria that know which that killed them. There is no election you carry on in Nigeria right now that there won't be 1 or 2 things, and then everything that
And then
rises,
that's another
the
thing.
person must
This
resign.
time, we
Anybody
always
that
compare
says
Exactly, and this is what a lot of
then he
people don't
resigns. Who
understand.
does
They
that?
can't see beyond
You resign your
what they
life. You don't
see.
have
They can't
challenges
see
right
beyond
now.
that.
You Alaba, you have challenges. Do you resign your life?
Unbelievable.
Come
Just
on.
unbelievable. Electricity, please go ahead.
May I buttress what Alaba is
The
saying?
Blackstone
Alaba,
there,
thank
be
you.
patient. He's going to come to you soon.
You are more braver than me, and the truth is, the fact is, some people come to antagonize. Some people come to spread that news of, oh, we can't do it, we can't make it. They are more powerful than us, and let's speak the truth to ourselves for once. And like what the truth is, what solution are we profiling? If we know the nation is not going to get better, we just say the Lord's prayer and we go and sleep and forget about this talk. And every time that we talk this, I always believe that no matter how bad the situation is, there is always a solution to the situation. And for those who say that the people don't, our forefathers, those who say that the people don't have power, they've taken the power from them. I mean, that is, I don't want to use some kind of language here.
But
whereby,
it could be a pragmatic description of what's on the ground, which doesn't mean we should discount them. We should find out what flaws they have. How can we augment this? How can we help them? How can I have suggested my own: more media, more press, more social media, technology.
Isn't that the implication of what I said?
I think we have.
Is that what we are saying? That they should. You have to know you have power before you can start doing anything. If you don't think you have power, you wouldn't even look into anything.
I think I have said this over time and over time. If we are going to do something, we have to start to do something, because we can only do. My position is education, creating awareness. Okay, and we can never go wrong in this. And I've made suggestion over and over. Me and Forefather have we've gone against each other on this, because he wants to build a system that the angels of God cannot penetrate through it. So we can't come together to raise money to push some messages back in Nigeria in social media. We are still waiting for that system he wants to build. He hasn't built it though. He's looking for the expert all around the world to build that system. But you say at a point we have to come. You say we can't continue like this. Yes, maybe some of us come here to take out our frustration. Some of us are lonely and bored. We just want to come and chat, which is okay. But you see, what I don't agree with is when we are finding a solution and some people are, well, it's expected. Don't let us say it's some people will always see a dead end in every situation. So it's for us to see if we can win them over or just kick them away. Not on the platform, or just ignore them, because I don't have power to kick anybody away anyway. And so the issue will continue on and on and on and on. When we come together and say, this is the goal, this is our target, let's go for it. So you're a military man, okay? I'm not a military man, but my father was an army. My senior brother is a navy. I was supposed to go to it. When the military man a target, they go for the target. They don't just sit down and start saying this. They plan and they go for the target, whether they are going to win or lose, and they recalculate and everything. So we are not going to fight war. We are not saying, but we are using the media as our own form of war. And we have seen, it's been proven that the media do have power. And that is what is happening in Nigeria today, where the medias are pushing a narrative that's not even helping. But because we sit in a privileged position, we can come together and say, this is what we want to do, and do our own 2 cents, and just leave it there. And when I believe when John Abbas said Peter Obi may not be president. Listen, I stand on that. Not in the sense that I don't want him to be president. He may fall down and die tomorrow. We don't know. Then he's not president. The Supreme Court may favor him, may not favor him. And he may even contest again. So I don't think that is negative. But it's a dangerous position if we don't take a stand and put in our own 2 cents in this situation. This is 8 hours, 24 minutes. I don't run broadcast. My broadcast maximum, maybe I close it 3 hours. We say our prayers and everybody go home. You can go check it. I don't really bother myself that much there, because I am a solution person. We all know the problem. It's not that finally, Alaba, it's not a case of let's agree that we have a problem. Every one of us here knows that. We even know the problem. But is the solution now that we don't want to agree on? So let's agree on a solution and pursue that solution. It's not just to say let's agree on one solution. One. It can be anybody's solution. Let's agree on it and pursue that solution. So just for 5 minutes, forefathers, let us agree on a solution. Can we provide a solution and agree on a solution and pursue that? Oh, wait, KJ, hold on 1 second. You will speak, please. Let's just do this exercise. We all know the problem. Anybody that says he doesn't know the problem,
there's no solution. It's very hard to provide a solution.
Black God.
It's very hard to provide a solution.
This is what Alaba is saying. There's no solution. You don't understand. So what are we doing here? What are we doing here then? So what are we doing here then if there's no solution?
See,
he didn't say that. He didn't say there's no solution.
Let electricity finish so that you can.
No. Okay, let's think. Okay, there's no solution. So what are you doing here? What are you doing on this platform?
No. Please stop getting people wrong. He didn't say there's no solution.
What did he say?
He said it's very difficult to provide a solution just like that, which I agree
What
with.
does it mean by it's difficult to find a solution? I don't understand.
What it is, my best friend.
Let's allow electricity.
Hold on 1 second. This is 8 hours. 26 minutes. May I finish, please? This is 8 hours, 27 minutes, and it's counting. So we've not been able to find solution or provide a solution in 8 hours, 27 seconds.
It's God knows how many weeks.
This broadcast is run every Saturday and Sunday. There hasn't been we've not been able to find a solution. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, what I'm suggesting, if I may, is that on this program, there are few people that actually speak on even thinking about a solution. Few people. For all the 8s and 8s and 8s and 10s and 10s that we have here on the platform, I can count on one hand who speaks on the area of solution. There are very few of us. And even I feel I've got solutions, but I don't think I've got the solution. I think the solution is extremely difficult to come by. It's not an easy thing. We're all coming from different angles. We pushing people to have solutions that they don't have. You know, Nigeria is over 60 odd years old, and it's just getting worse by the day, friend. So many things are being thrown in it. And you're speaking that someone could just suggest a solution. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's correct.
So, Jagun, I want to leave this platform now. There is no definitive solution. Let's just agree on that. But when we profile a solution, we sit down, we think about it, we agree on one, and we pursue it. It may work, it may not work, but let's agree on a solution. Even though there is no definitive solution, doesn't mean that there is no solution.
No, as I said, I agree with you. I don't believe that there is no solution. It's the only pursuit. It's the only pursuit. What should be happening on this show? What is not happening?
Let's allow the conversation to flow.
Yeah, please, if I can. Sorry, KJ. I do beg your pardon.
Hold on, Jagun. It's Blackstone's turn. He hasn't said anything at all since.
I haven't said anything really. I've spoken once really.
But Blackstone hasn't spoken once.
It's the truth.
No, after Blackstone you can speak, but Blackstone hasn't spoken.
I wanted to respond to what
please go ahead.
What said. I mean, what electricity said.
KJ, let Blackstone go first, and Jagun speak. You just finished speaking before electricity.
No.
So Blackstone, you said something about what they call it, something I think Alaba said that or something like that before electricity spoke. The Blackstone, please go ahead.
Thank you everybody. Anyway, for me, the Nigerian situation is a very complex situation, right? Where we are talking of people trying to find a solution. I think that for many years, people have been coming out with a solution to Nigerian problem. It is not today that we have been talking about providing a solution for Nigerian problem. Even those in Nigeria are talking about are proposing solutions to Nigerian problem. So one of the biggest issues in Nigeria that we have to know, that we have to fight against, first of all, is the love of money. That's the first problem we have, our character. No matter the solution we provide to Nigeria, when we cannot change our character, our attitude to the way we do things, there's no how any solution will work. There's no how it will work. Because I believe that when a person has a character, like somebody said, the love for the nation, it will sacrifice for the nation. Nigerian politics, it is an investment. That's why they die to get there by all means. And any person that invests will have to have a return on investment. So I think we are able to reduce, to bring out that our election expenses. How can somebody now took a phone for 100 million to contest for a position? You're expecting not to get that money back. In returns, even getting more. So let's look at the issue in a different perspective. Our character, our attitude to things are actually what is killing Nigeria. Both the people in government and people in the street. And who are the people in government? They came from the street. They are part of us. Before they come into politics, they were part of us. A person that they are used to see 100 naira. Now I have access to 1 million naira. What is this 500 naira? 500,000 or almost 800,000 from it. Because that's our character. We want to live big life, want to show to people, want to have that respect. How many Nigerians today that are millionaires that I can say, this is how I got my money? Can Tinubu come and say, this is how he's making his money? So let's first of all work on our own character. Even most of us in diaspora, there are many of us that have gone back and go and join politics. We failed. They failed us. Some are even worse than those in Nigeria, simply because of that love for money. Everybody want to be a big man. And the second thing I also say about Nigeria, the question I want to ask, if you look, is there any other continent under the sun that is richer than Africa? That is well blessed naturally than Africa? Why is Africa having problems? What are these issues? Why can't Africa develop? I believe that also has to do with the spiritual issues. That's what a spiritual side of it. It is being said that a tree that has fruit is where people stone. Africa is a blessed land, but Africa is the poorest continent in the world. Can we look at it from that angle too?
It's easy. You just have the people to blame. Simple.
So when we are saying Nigeria, yes, Nigeria can become a good place if you are able to put the right people in power. The Bible says that why does the children of the priests are working, the children of the poor are walking on horses, are riding on horses, and why the poor of the priests are walking on barefoot? That is Nigeria. That is Nigeria for us. The good ones don't go into politics, and if they even go, they have no chance because they are not willing to stand their name. They're not willing to mingle with those people who has no integrity, they have no integrity, they have no character. So that's what it is. So when the good ones leave it for the bad ones will still rule can always ride on the good ones. So first of all, let us change our character. Let us change our perspective, how we do things, how we reason things out, and let us show love for our country. If our country is good today, it will be good for everybody. You cannot say, yeah, I want to provide solution. The people have been providing solution. The former media ambassador to Buhari, Adeshina, when he was working in Guardian, he was one of the greatest critics of the government. When he got there, what did he do? He was lying to the whole nation. That's what it is. This guy now that Ajari, that's today, telling lies in the media and everything. He was somebody with a channel to him. But when he came to the government, he became a perpetual liar. So this is what it is. Once you come into that circle, you are forced to change. Or else they kick you away. So if they cannot have integrity, I want to stand and have a clean name. So they have to go along with them. Because why? Because the money involved in it is enough for them. I don't care. I have name, I don't have name. When I was growing up, we do say good name is better than riches. But today riches is better than good name. So let us
is all now.
Yes, also now. So let us look at it in a different perspective. Let us first of all look on our character and our attitude. That is what the Western world, they work on the attitude of the people. They change, we are forced to accept some things and change their mindset. But in Nigeria, we are clapping for everybody. A criminal is the people that get the praises. They are awarded for their evil doing. So first of all, let us work on our character, our attitude, how we see things, how we see our country, how we see Nigeria. Without that one, there's no way Nigeria will move forward. Let me also talk about Tinubu. Sorry for 1 minute. We are talking about the Supreme Court. If Tinubu can be able to change CSU, Chicago State University, in the court they said Tinubu, they cannot verify Tinubu's certificate, how he got his certificate. 2 days later, they say he graduated. He went to Chicago University, but our students, he got everything. If he graduated from your school, why can't you verify his certificate? that is the Tribune network. Tribune can be able with his power, money, and everything, change people. So if we are saying that the Supreme Court will come out with something good or something, forget it. He has already bought them all over. So he has his own network. He has a very strong network worldwide. That is why a whole university can say we cannot verify his certificate. But the next day they came out and say he attended CSU. If he has attended your school, why can't you verify his certificate? So that is Tinubu network.
It's a legal issue. They said they cannot.
Thank you, Alaba. Alaba, please hold on.
The judgment is still coming on that. They're still going to give a judgment. So don't conclude yet.
I'm not concluding, but they went to this channel, to one of the American channel. What is one of the American big activists to make the statement that Tinubu went to their university.
No, it's being spun in Nigerian news. It's not exactly what you're saying, so it's being spun. Just wait for the judge to make its pronouncement, then we will know the final on that
one. Regarding the, I think what I find in terms of my own, when I went and checked historically what we've lacked compared to other people, we didn't have good security in terms of threat assessment, even just a part of knowing who is a threat to you or not. We didn't have that. And we didn't have technological innovation. And one other one is we didn't have racial loyalty like the others did. Because clearly, even in Mali Kingdom, which was a black kingdom, when they were about to fall, they were asking the Portuguese for ammunition to fight back. The Portuguese came to them and brought them gifts, but no weapons, because they knew they don't want to give those guys weapons. What did they do? The British went on to give the Moroccans cannons and all kinds of weapons, and they used it 100 years later to come and destroy the Songhai Empire. They gave it to themselves, but they didn't give it to us. They understood. They had their Berlin Conference. They came and colonized us. They had more racial loyalty to their own people than we did for ourselves. We are willing to sell our own people at the drop of a hat. Till this very day, sadly.
Yes.
It's scary. And that is the problem. I've had conversation with people just yesterday. They are saying that they are willing, that they will be happy for us to be colonized as long as the Igbo people give us stuff. They are happy to take weapons for Igbo people to fight their fellow Nigerians because of the hatred they have for fellow Nigerians. They have not changed. And we think the leaders will change when the people refuse to change. Even when they see the answers, what other people have done to free themselves. It's like you are in a prison, and you people that are in prison with you, all of them are escaping. You just choose to remain inside your cell because your hatred for your own brother is just too much. You can't see the threat around you. So that's what I see. If you want to fix it today, you have to fix your security, you have to fix your technological backwardness, and you have to fix, in terms of having us work together, you have to have some racial loyalty and transparency in the way you work. There are solutions out there. Some people just don't want to hear it. They're busy looking at Hausa, Fulani, and all the rest.
Forefathers,
I
want to go, please. Please, it's to one here in Nigeria, please. Let me make a contribution and go. I started with Rudolph at 4 p.m. Nigerian time, and I spent 8 hours, almost 9 hours now. I should be going to bed, preparing for tomorrow church service. So let me make my contribution and yield to the floor, okay? Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So we are talking of solutions now. In the recent time when I started appearing in this panel, I think I've been proposing what are we putting before the people? After we discuss here, what is the agenda? Are we setting up an agenda? And it was misunderstood.
Yep, I've said it as well.
It was misunderstood. I've been a campaigner and a pioneer of let's set an agenda and push it, since it's a platform to reach the rest of the world and Nigerians. but it was misunderstood, and I just kept quiet. I don't like talking so much. So these are the solutions I think is going to go a long way to help us. I will continue to say it. If you're in Nigeria, some of you, what you are saying, you won't say it. And that is the honest truth. Because when you are out of Nigeria, it's a different world, different life, different understanding. But if you are done here and you become part of the society, your orientation changes, the way you see things changes. And that is why in some of my submissions, I have asked the Nigerians in diaspora to please do something. I'm not stupid by saying that. We are here. We know what we are doing. I can't say it this platform because a lot of people are listening. We know what we are doing. But at the end of the day, we know and we believe that those in diaspora that have this freedom of expression, freedom of speech, they got a lot to offer to us. We're going to ride on their back. We're not asking you to come to Nigeria to carry arms or send arms to us. The media is a strong weapon that Nigerians in diaspora can use to cause a revolutionary change in Nigeria. It's possible. That was what Mazen Nnamdi Kanu used and won almost 95% of Igbo youth worldwide. That's truth. He used the media. So when I'm asking us to profile solutions, I'm not saying turn this platform as a political party, no. So these are the solutions I think that can be done. One, rejection of 1999 Constitution. Two, convocation of Constitutional Conference. Three, equality of states among political regions. Four, rotational presidency among geopolitical zones. Five, civil revolution against the ruling class. That's my own solutions and profile, and I think that we go a long way. Because if these things are done, if the platforms, my good general, if is the platform based outside Nigeria and many other platforms begin to crusade on these subjects of civil revolution, not taking of arms against the government, but like this issue of sit at home, if Nigerians can agree, so okay, one day we're going to tell government that we're not happy with what they are doing. Every Nigeria, just don't go to work, sit at home.
Yeah.
I think it's a message, it's a revolution.
It's a big message.
And it's going to, yeah, it's going to push the government to do something. So this platform should be used to enlighten the people, to profile solutions. While we adjudicate on the problems, while we mention the problems, we end up after mentioning and discussing it and say, this is the way out of it. So I yield and I greet every one of you. God bless you all and happy Sunday in advance.
Well said, sir. Yeah. Very well said.
Before you go away, before you go away, that last point where you are advocating for people to sit at home. You know the problem I found? A lot of these young people, even people in the comment section that are kind of blindly supporting Tinubu. You know why? Because they're not detribalized. Somebody is saying that 95% of the youth that was following Nnamdi Kanu has been banged into jail, and now they are following Obi. In your Agbado head, I wanted to be nice today, but I think it's the next day. Yesterday I tried to keep my emotion in check. Let me address your empty head. All the IPOB people never supported or are obedient. they didn't vote. So if you don't know, so stop coming to this kind of platform to start spreading lies and misinformation. And that is exactly what Olumide was saying earlier. And nobody took notice of what he was saying. Seriously. This is the kind of people, you're part of the bigger problem in Nigeria, you know,
Tone, are you
replicating
sure?
their lies.
KJ says IPOB, if I'm not mistaken. KJ, I thought, if I'm not
No,
mistaken,
no, no,
you
no,
know,
no,
like,
no, no. I'm not saying this to denigrate IPOB. IPOB, I respect their stance because
Are
they
you?
said, listen,
Is
these
it
people,
me?
wait, no, no, no,
not
no,
you,
no, no,
not you.
no, no, no. No, this IPOB stands for remove themselves from the election is that, listen, this thing is not going to work. You guys are wasting your time, and they were right at the end of the day. That the Nigerian state can never give you what you're looking for, and alas, they are right. So the thing is, the tribalizing people that are educated, that went to university and all that, and they are still supporting illegality and trying to make a case for illegality. That's the problem we have. Without that, we can't move forward. Okay, look at what forefathers have been talking about security. A lot of people don't seem to even understand the implication of that, you know. So when you're not talking to people that listen, they gave you a visa. I understand they gave Tinubu visa for 3 days, and then his spokesperson came and spawned another lie that the visa thing has been open to everybody in Nigeria. Everybody was just jumping and giving themselves high five, you know, until people started calling the airline and the embassy and they were told the reality. What kind of government is that? And some empty, strong brains are still following that kind of character, that kind of group. You must check yourself. Oh.
And the fact that we are jubilating that we are allowed into one Arab country. So about righteous man,
that hasn't even been confirmed.
yeah, and it's not even, yeah, the fact that you were jubilating in the first place then it's not even real. Righteous man, you were saying something about when you are in Nigeria, your thinking is affected. From what I see of your submissions, you seem to be thinking very clearly, more than quite a lot of people here. I don't think you are even average. You're probably above average. So it shows you that even within Nigeria, you can still think clearly to an extent. It's not, you know, I didn't think like this before. Even when I was in UK, people are in the UK can be just as their conditioning may even be worse sometimes than those in the Nigeria itself. And your five suggestion, about 4 or 5 suggestions you made, the ones that seems to have direct leaning of action that will change lives today or tomorrow is the type of civil revolution that you mentioned.
Yeah.
And I think there was one other one that I missed out. And this is why I keep saying, when you target something, you go for it. You can't just say sit down for any reason. If you say sit down, we want our security, our country secure, we want IDP camps to be closed. Now you are sitting down for specific thing that the government can say, you know what, we have to do something, otherwise we are losing money because we are not doing this. You see what I mean? You have to make it targeted. If you just make it bland, you're going to get bland answers. You know, you're not going to get very clear results. This is the example I always give is this NSAS. This thing, they had specific demand, and those people were very clever. They literally listed them, and the government had to say, "Oh, I agree with this one, I agree with that," and every single one of them, the government had to agree. You have to have specific demands so that now it's more informed what you are protesting about. But I see what you are demanding, and it's a good thing. And the fact that this can be used is a good thing. And earlier on, when people were criticizing you, I didn't see the logic in it, because you are leaning forward. You're saying, let's do something. Look at where we are. We have to do something. Thank you.
Before you run, if those 5 suggestions that were put forward, which I think were very valid, and we may find that 1 or 2 of them may join into making one. If there are 5 suggestions now, we should write them down and see how we can add to them, and then discuss them individually to see what sticks and what doesn't. Once we have 10 clear points, I believe, of how we can assist each other, those in diaspora, those in Nigeria, I think we have a motion with which to move. and how we can put these things in front of those who can move them even further along. But I think it's a great beginning in terms of what Righteous Man has said.
Yeah, Richard, you know, I don't know why I enjoy seeing you here. Maybe it's because the way you smile at everybody or your microphone. I don't know. Thank you for coming in today. And yeah, I don't know whether you've been listening to us. What do you think about what you've had so far?
Oh, thanks so much for having me, and thanks so much for doing this. Good evening, everybody. And I didn't see or watch the whole thing. I'm still at work. I've been here for more than 12 hours, so really tired now, but I can still leave. The thing is, there are multiple solutions to our problems. It's true, there are problems, very huge one, but there's no one solution. And I believe if we really want to tackle them, we have to hit them head on, and they have to be tackled simultaneously. I believe insecurity, there's nothing, we can't have no growth if there's no security. People can't go to their farms. If farmers are afraid of, farming, and people are being chased away from their ancestral lands. You know, we are not like, for instance, I live in America. Most people in America today are not indigenous. So they don't have the attachment to the land like we do, because we believe we are from the land, we are from the ground or soil. Our food is taken from the ground. We build our homes or houses on it. We take our medicine in terms of herbs or roots. They're also from there. When we are ill, we take our medication from the soil. So that's why we are to, and we believe we will return to the soil. So you can see the attachment. But unfortunately, many places in the Northeast, in the North Central, people are being pursued away from their ancestral lands. And it's not gonna, they have this spiritual connection to those lands. So I believe insecurity will never make us grow. People can only think and develop when there's security. People can only produce what they will eat when there's security. And then power. If we don't have power, there can be no technological breakthrough. And things cannot go down, because if I have a processing plant and I have to run my factory and my equipment based on diesel oil or any other form of oil, that's expensive. And generators, that's expensive. So government need to produce or provide power at maybe subsidized rates for industrialists. That's what China does. That's why goods from China are very cheaper. And that's why the West are envious of China. They will always say, oh, China is manipulating its currency. It's because labor is very cheap. Government is really funding and subsidizing electricity or power. And those are the things Nigeria really needs to do. And then the Ministry of Information, we need to embark on national orientation. Our people, I think, Western culture and Western religion never helped us. It destroys us. Western culture has never helped Africa. And when you look at most of the countries that are having breakthroughs, it's because they hold on to their cultures and their religion. I don't believe there's one universal religion. I believe God didn't make no mistake in creating us, either in Europe or in Africa, and He has given us the culture He wants us to follow and the religion He wants us to follow. But unfortunately, Europeans came, they stole everything we had, they stole it, and they brought their religion and still forced it on us. And unfortunately, we are embracing their religion, we are embracing their culture. People came to enslave us, and we still think their things are better than ours. And today, we're more or less people who don't have no identity, or we are confused about our identities. All those things are having negative impacts on us. And that's one of the reasons why we're not making progress. And I believe if all these things are done, Nigeria, I mean, I've been in this country for a little more than, like 20, 21 years now. And I schooled here as well. I schooled in Nigeria before I came here. And I see the quality of students coming from Nigeria academically. We are very, very competitive people. But why is it that we still can't get things right in our country? It's a very big question to be answered. Nigerians are very competitive, but things are not working at home. I believe we are very close to the solution if we truly are transparent to each other or one another, and if we truly want to, find solutions to our problem. I believe we can do it. Nigerians are very smart people, but unfortunately, things are not working at home. It's very unfortunate. I don't think, but I think there's no one single solution. There are multiple solutions. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I agree with you. Jagu hasn't said anything for a while. Then Janaba and Odi, KJ too. Yeah, quite a lot of people haven't said anything for a while. So, what do you think? Should we make it brief so that we just go through everybody?
KJ, I need your number.
Yeah, poor fathers. I've been trying to say something. I don't think I've said
You want to interject or say something? Jagu hasn't said. You see how he's posing right now. I'm not sure. That he was. See, what do we do? That we make like lightning round, something faster, so that everybody just has a say.
I think it would be nice if people have got something to say. Allow them to say it. I think people are being calm and quiet.
Okay, Odi, please go ahead then.
Yeah. So, I was trying to, make a point, a few points, or comment on some points people made already. So this idea, someone was trying to bring in, about cost and Africa being cost and all. Personally, I don't like to engage in that kind of, discussion. Africa.
I never said cost. I said that to do something with a spiritual issue. That's what I said. I never said cost.
Okay, spiritual issue.
Yeah.
All those things, sorry about that. But I don't think this thing has anything to do with spiritism or spiritual problems. It is really political. Africa, did not get the gunpowder on time, and military force. Some people who got it decided to come in and use it and take over power. We even in Africa, we had people who had access to iron, ruled other communities who they were stronger than. We had the Dahomey Empire, we had the Oyo Empire, we had the Fulani people who came over and took over, lands in northern Nigeria. So there's we're getting there, and the part of the solution which I think he has left, I think is for us to continue to talk. We're not here by mistake. Trust me, people are listening. There are many other fora like this all over the place. People know that there's interest, like we're not sleeping anymore. We're speaking to the issues, and the social media is helping us. Someone talked about the traditional media, about the West. Even in the West, the traditional media is completely divided into tribes. It's even worse than the tribalism we have. Here we have, if you're speaking in MSNBC, we know what you're talking about. Or you're in Fox News, so you can't get clear truth from each of them. Listen to Fox News, you think you're in a different country, right? I'm sure. And when all these people unite, and that's why I talked about love for country, is when you want to do anything that has to target America. Except, when Trump showed up, things changed a little bit about patriotism and all that. But you can see that the West defends the West. The West sees Africa as, where people just fall sick and exploit and war, and they have wars and all these things. So we are going to fight for ourselves. Nobody is coming to rescue us, you know. And somebody talked about civil disobedience. In as much as that's a good, it's not a bad solution. But remember, our friend Showore, talked about, once he said revolution, they locked him up. He's still struggling. When the children came up and said, okay, we found the leader that we can support, Showore started attacking the leader. That, I said, like Peter Obi. What Showore was doing, was spending all his day attacking, because he wasn't the person that was chosen. That just when you see that when people speak, you have to watch what they are saying in different ways, And, I think one other thing that I wanted to talk about also is, out of the 5 solutions that he proffered, I think I like this better. But, the idea of equality of states, here's the problem. The people who have more states in Nigeria are the poorest. It's not the solution. You can give, if you go to the north, they created all the local governments for themselves, all the state for themselves. But still, the poverty, see, if you remove northern Nigeria from Nigeria, we go very high in every indices in the world. We immediately Nigeria stops being the world capital of poverty, or maternal mortality, infant mortality, and everything. Yet, what we're talking about rotational presidency. It's not even the solution. These guys are thieves. Who is going to become the rotational? Akpabio, when he gets to the South Side, Akpabio will become president. Or Joseph Okalo will become, are you kidding me? So the problem, look, the people who have ruled Nigeria most, go and look, they are the most poor in Nigeria. So, what we are talking about is we have to have a way to find that people will love. Somebody talked about National Orientation Agency. I think that's a great tool. If it actually works, people need to find, when we play basketball or soccer, all of us in our different houses, we still go and watch it. Even IPOP people, we still watch and pray that Nigeria wins. That's where, there are things that unite us. If these leaders are intelligent, they should work on all those things. But you will see that they will these guys will go and appoint someone who is NFA chairman, who is a sports minister, just to chop money. They don't know there are things you can use to bring people's love for country and make it stronger. So my take is, we're going to continue to speak to these issues. We may not all of us agree on everything. I do disagree with many people on this platform, and I agree with most people also. And also, we still need to get to a point that we have to love our country. We need to love our country and continue to talk about it. And the people at home, even us, get involved. There's something I told Jagunzo. I said, if you're there, register with a political party. Don't say, these thieves. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
You register with, if it's labor, register with labor. If you don't register with labor, people, folks like, what's that, Apapa, will come in and take over your political party. They will use them. But when people, when people came out, Apapa ran away. And all this, but you have to protect your people. And someone said, sorry, with all due respect, I agree with Tone in many things that he said. But when you say that IPOB people were correct, no, they were not. Without people coming out to vote, in Abia State, we will not have Alex Oti. We don't have Obi yet, but people from Abia will see that we are being redeemed from evil. You can see what is already happening. It's not even how many months. It's not even 4 months. We're seeing what we haven't seen in 24 years. So we need to get involved, even politically. If you want to join APC, join APC. You may be the one who could have challenged Tinubu or the vice president, taking them to court as a member of the party.
and stop the next Tinubu or the next Shetima from coming up. Join any party you love, but you get involved. Don't say, I carry a political party card in Nigeria. I get involved if they do meeting. I try to chime in and do whatever, and I still speak against whoever. Even though Alex Oti, what I thought when we are discussing, I still know a few people in the government, but I said, look, we're going to give the man 2 months, 3 months. If he's not doing anything, we'll go in opposition. We still have to speak against him. So that's everybody get involved. You can talk and talk and talk and talk, but if you don't vote in that political, and when you go in all those arboros, they will say, our guy has come. They will respect you. You don't need to go and run for office, but just be secretary of the party ward. With good people will be there. Thank you.
Thank you, this is Odi. Okay, go ahead. I think Jagun, it was Jagun's turn. Jagun,
Are you
are
sure?
you
Because I've
there?
been waiting here saying, but if Jagu wants to talk first,
I'm here. I've got.
Yeah, Jagun, go ahead. Can you want to
KJ,
go ahead,
forward now.
Jagun?
Forward.
Okay, KJ, please go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to touch on a bit of the other guy who have left. You see, the mistake people make all the time is to come and tell us that the Western religion. There's nothing like Western religion here. Okay, if you are a traditional worshiper, it's okay to have your tradition. If you are a Muslim, it's okay to have your to be a Muslim. But don't tell me who is a Christian that Christianity is a Western religion. It is not a Western religion. It is not a Western religion. So do your research so you know. And so based on that, I mean, let's try and balance it out because each time it comes, it brings that topic. It always ends up saying religion, the Western religion they brought into Africa. Okay. Now, having said that, we don't also have to always agree because some people are trying to turn this channel to something maybe a meeting, traditional group meeting where we come and have we must agree on something. No, we mustn't agree, but we can all throw our ideas into the space, and people who want to use it can use it. It's not a hub for us to agree and take action. However, as we continuously to judge, some days some idea may come up, and some few people it's not never going to be everybody will accept it and probably meet outside of this arena and do something for that matter. The issue of Nigeria is sometimes when we discuss it, we kind of try to always make it look very trivialized. If it was that easy, people like Shore would have been able to break through since the last 10 years have been on that issue. If it was that easy, there are no other strong fighters who have stood against the system and never were able to make a headway. So it's not as if it's something that comes on a platter, or because some people seem to be organizing themselves, and so it's going to happen tomorrow. Remember, even the movement we're calling Obi movement or the labor movement right now, it's not the first time. It's not the first time that the youths have put themselves together. It's not the first time that the man has come and put people together who pushed against the status quo. And they get afraid initially, and then eventually they reorganize and mobilize and deal with the system and bring everything. In fact, even what you built before will be destroyed. Many people who took part in the NSAS are no longer in the country now. Because those who were major leaders had to run for their life. That's what the word called war of attrition, which is what is most of the time applied in Nigeria by the government. The wars of attrition, that when people are finished demonstrating and doing all what you like to do in the street, they mark some few notable faces, and then they go in, later on to pick you up individually. At the point you no longer have the crowd support. So if it were, I'm just trying to say that those people, especially, that's why sometimes when I come here, I do not want to criticize people like Shore. I do not want to criticize people like Nandi Kanu, because what they are doing, it is not easy. They don't have two lives; they have one, and each day that passes, they put their life on the line. they put their life on the line. I will not do that because I'm not ready to die for Nigeria. I've said this many times ago because I'm nothing to die for. That's the truth. Nothing to die for. Are you going to die for good electricity that's in your village, or the good road they've made, or the good primary school your children, your people are attending, or the good government that you have? What's the thing they're going to? Last week we and Jabu dealt extensively. What is it to be a Nigerian? What's the Nigerian dream? What are we? What makes you to feel so strong that you now want to put your all into this, into Nigeria, into standing and saying, look, this must be done. If you look at it and you examine it properly, I don't think this, whatever you can arrive at what you're putting your life on it. So I give respect and my cap for those people who have taken this initiative. And I keep mentioning Shore, for instance. Okay? Shore, for instance, and those other people who have gone out, whether in one way or the other, whether they are doing it correctly or not. Because you see, it's always easy to point at it and say, oh, Shore is not doing it properly. Oh, this person is not doing it properly. Well, what have we all done? I said it last week and I'm going to say it again. People like Nnamdi Kanu have been locked up for 2 years and going now. Who has risen up from Igbo land and said, okay, I've been saying he didn't do it well. Now I'm doing it well now. This is the one I'm doing now. I'm moving in this direction now. I'm doing it well now. Nobody. If not for some social media platforms, we will not even be talking about Nnamdi Kanu right now. Okay? So this is always the issue. And I've watched it play out many times. People like some of my friends, I don't want to call their name, who tried against, who ran, who pushed against government. Most of them ran to America here. That's the only way they were saved. Because we formed there was this union that fought against Abacha, university days. Those leaders, they had to escape. They had to run away because at the end of the demonstration, they went individually and some of them, they came at midnight to pick them up. So what am I trying to say?
KJ, I don't mean to interrupt you, but on this platform, I just wanted to add that. I don't mean to interrupt you, but finish. But I wanted to say that you see, we remember we all know the problem, and our mission of spending hours here is to try and encourage those who don't know the problem yet, get them on board, inform, educate. When we should pipe low, we all know the problem and we know the negative part. We should pipe low on highlighting the negatives. Those who did it, where are they now? They are dead. It won't help our people. It won't help us out of this struggle. We have to pipe low on that because we will kill morale. Morale are already low. Morale already down.
Please, can I say something, please?
Our job is to build, to turn ships into lions. So suggestions for us to turn ships into lion, we should focus more on it and less on the ones that highlight our. I know you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong. Everything you're saying is the truth. But for the purpose of our gathering together, of the hours we spend here talking, for the purpose of a solution, the way forward, let's pipe low on those negative things that will kill morale. You never know, a small child, 17, 16, might be hearing you in Nigeria, but we pushing out those positive things, we might turn that child into a lion. That child might be turned into the next Mandela. We don't know. You understand? We have this opportunity, we have this technology, let's use it. Now, I don't mean to interrupt you, KJ, but my final submission is that those of you who know about journalism, who know about media, setting up radio station, setting up a TV station, talk to your friends, talk to your people, even if you have to put it on the market for all of us in the diaspora to buy shares in it, so that we can have a diaspora media that tackles Arise, that tackles, what's the other one, Challenge or TVC. This is what we in the diaspora can do for our people. Whether we lead to a breakup or we lead to a solution, as long as we have a solution, whether Nigeria breaks or it doesn't break, as long as we can educate them that they don't have to bear this suffering, there's a way forward, there's a way to change. And it's this talking that people are listening. If we have a diaspora media, all these things we are talking, we can replay it on the media. All the Mayegun is talking, we can replay it. All this, then luckily for us, with our what's our music called? Afrobeat. We mix it
I
with
can
it.
tell you,
We bring our message into our people's house. This is
Alaba,
our job.
Alaba can
Let's
tell you.
fight more on the negativity.
Alaba can
Let's
tell
cut
you
them
how to
on it. We
achieve
know
this
it's
one.
hard.
Let me
And
say
those
something,
you
please. It's
all
my
of you
turn
are
now.
listen, let me
Alaba, let me say
finish.
something.
This
Alaba,
problem
you
we
are
have,
being more than
This
me.
bill
Don't
is
do
just
this.
paid me. This
Alaba, let me say
problem we
something.
have
it's already done.
is harder than apartheid. See how many
Alaba,
years
let
it
me
took
say
them
something.
to get
Let me
rid
Alaba,
say
of
something,
apartheid.
it says that you want to interject. You let somebody else talk, please. Sorry.
Okay,
I
let
just,
me just add. Let me
Yeah,
just
let's allow KJ to finish. Six
let me
bill,
just
hold
add
on. Like,
one
just give
something.
me six bill.
Let
Six
me
bill,
add
just
one thing, please.
let's see, KJ, please round up, please.
listen, Alaba, listen. You see, and I'm a Christian, and I
Mr.
think I'm a
Forefathers,
believer.
let me just say something now, please.
Now,
It's
there's
a
no
bit rude
man
now
who
to
buys
interrupt
a
somebody
land
that is talking.
without first counting the cost. When David went to the front of the war, he asked a question: what will be given to the person who does this? He was first given the history of Goliath. So he had to make up his mind from the beginning if he wants to go against Goliath or not. Now, I was not speaking about what is standing before the Goliath does not mean that we are, we are trying to run away from it. It's good for us to measure the size of the problem and deal with it. That's not the discouragement. That's understanding your enemy. You first of all weigh your enemy before you deal with it. Now, the thing is this: as long as people keep coming to this platform, other people will discuss, other people will, itemize what you are going to face. So it's not a question of being discouraged; it's a question of understanding what is the mindset they're going to get if you want to go against the system. And you shouldn't be afraid that this kind of thing is going to happen to you because it will happen to you. That's the truth of the matter. It doesn't matter whether we say it or not. And I don't think it's sounding negative because, like I said, if you ask me, my mindset is not even to think about it. Because, listen, why is that in Africa, when you are 5 million, 6 million, 10 million people, they say you cannot be a nation. But in Europe, you have nations that 7 million people. You have even some that are not even up to 1 million. And they are a nation. They have their flag, they have their currency. They are living as a nation. When it has to do with Africa, you tell us diversity is strength. But in Europe, it is not strength. It is every man to himself. So it beholds the question. It makes it a bit difficult for us to be able to, people who have nothing together. We don't speak the same language, no religion, and then you want us to be together and keep moving. And when we say these differences are becoming a problem, it becomes that you don't want to be part of it. So it's not a question of being negative, a question of just looking at the issue and dealing with it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Please,
Switzerland is
my internet is my internet is a problem. Can I just speak?
KJ,
Hello? Can I just speak, please?
Field, are you driving?
We can't see
I'm
you
not
or
driving.
forefather. Where are you speaking from?
I'm
No,
speaking
I'm parked. I'm parked. I'm
speaking
not driving.
from heaven,
I'm not driving. I'm parked.
I'm ascended, Okay, Fields, please go ahead. Fields, please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, forefathers. Now, I just want to take it a step forward, one step forward. I think the bias is towards action. So what I'm proposing is that those of you, people like Alaba, people like Jargon, people like Mr. Tom, or whoever is interested in taking it a step further, is there a way we can talk outside of here? Maybe if it's through a phone call, because I'm in the US, so it's not just about we want to do something. Okay, I'm proposing the first step. Who is ready to host outside of here? Maybe through a phone call, then we'll talk. Then we'll talk. All these things can exist without a platform. We need to create a platform. It's going to be an NGO to start with.
A Zoom section? Are you thinking of a Zoom section?
Yeah, Zoom would work for that.
Yeah, we can have
Zoom will work for that.
Zoom section. God bless you. So we can create an NGO with a US base and a UK base, since most of us are in those two places. Then we can start from there. Then we'll begin to discuss this. Then we'll begin to take steps. When we come together, then our next step will be visible when we take the next step. That's what I'm proposing, So I'm ready, if anybody is ready, so that maybe we'll give our phone numbers to have a Zoom section instead of here, I think that's the first step. So there's no need for too much grammar now. Anybody who is interested in taking action, I'm ready. If you are ready, make it
I think if we
here and talk.
Fields, seeing as you've made this suggestion, if you can please, everybody put their email on the chat, and then someone will collate them and send out the invitation to the Zoom meeting. I think it's a fair suggestion that you made.
I have a question, please, for everybody. I have a question for the panel. I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Okay, we are not talking about trying to find a solution, or maybe trying to find how to move and so on and so forth. My question is this: how does Atari Tukumbo be able to gather people together? How does the terrorist group? How do they win those people that they are accused that now become a terrorist, can become their members fighting for them? How? So I want to know how these people able to win these people to their side, and they take their life, they risk their life for it. I want to know how. So if you are able to pattern out how those people make it, able to gather those people, they can also use that method to be able to win people for this movement. Because I think that nobody is going to join a movement whereby the people who have no food to eat might be listening to you to go and fight for you, or go and fight. So let's be able to find out how are those people winning the heart of those people who are part of those organizations.
I can answer that for you right away. Sometimes at the early days of Boko Haram boys, they wanted me to do a documentary for them. I'll not say much more than that. But at that time, Nigerian money was still a lot of money. I was offered 50,000 naira. 50,000 naira. At that time, 50,000 naira was way far off, much more than my salary. So what they do is they give you an offer you cannot refuse. And then when you get into the system, if they're the one you're recruiting for them to follow them as their unstruck people, they offer you money that you cannot refuse. They now take you through their brainwashing school, and then they give you assurance that in the case of eventuality, this is how much that will be paid to your family. So they go out there knowing that when they eventually lose their life, they are going to heaven, and their families will get the reward for their destiny. That's just it, nothing more than that. But they go through series of trainings that will try to brainwash them and keep them in that mentality that whatever they are doing is for God, and that's it.
So no, this is action time now. We are too much grammar.
I'm asking a question. I'm asking a question, sir.
I put my email address there. So, I think we should start with email address. Then you collate it, get to me. Let's start to take action now.
Can I suggest something? Sixfield.
Please go ahead. Yes.
Sixfield. Is the forefathers listening? Forefathers?
It's lost.
Okay, he's not listening.
Okay. It's not a terror group. As if somebody writing this. Well declared. Don't put this platform on.
I don't know why people. That is part of the thing I wanted to talk about right now.
This is not any group that is harmful in any way. We're not creating any group that has anything whatsoever to do with any form of arm or whatever. So please,
why ask that question is this? Why ask that question is this?
Guys, can you listen, please?
Please, just a moment, please.
Blackstone, please.
Why ask that
Blackstone,
question?
wait.
The Blackstone is on the floor now.
No, go ahead. Talk.
Yeah.
Okay. Forefathers, I know this is not your platform, and I know you're in touch with Dr. Rudolph. You see, I'm a very serious-minded person. I can be playful, but it seems that the majority of people that come here, I don't have problem with the comment section, you know, poking fun, but we need to poke fun responsibly. But for someone to start trolling me and start going personal with me, and it's just a distraction. We need to do something about some people. When you start being irresponsible and all that, we need to do something about it. And if we want to move forward, we don't need this distraction. They're just pests. It's like they just take it as if we are here to play. That you see the nursery school where we come to play. They say all sort of thing. They want to trigger you to react and all that. It's pathetic.
No.
We're not talking about children here. We're talking about people in their 30s and probably in their 40s and all that. They are just still behaving like children. And look at what somebody
Good day.
look at what somebody
Good
is
day,
writing.
Tone. But
And
please,
look, wait. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. Look at what somebody is writing. That are we trying to form a terror group? Do you know there's something that
Wow.
we call the people monitor some groups and all that. If we get reported, we're in trouble. Please, let's be responsible. I
Yeah,
said
that's quite
at the beginning of
weird thing
yesterday,
to say.
I said I wasn't going to abuse anybody. One man went to Mo comes here, trolls me all the time. I was on his channel two nights ago and all that. I tried to be civil and all that. Even though they were coming at me, I tried to be civil and all that. Today, I did not even abuse anybody and all that. What is the bloody problem with you people? Can't you grow up?
bros, this is what
Yeah,
we're dealing with, man.
I think I thought it was just one of those statements people make, but that is quite that can be quite dangerous. So that is inexcusable.
Yeah,
Because
that's why I went off to say it right away that this is not that person should withdraw that writing, and we are not forming any group of whatsoever. Okay, so please don't put yourself in trouble. Don't put the owner of this platform in trouble.
Especially this fellow
who
called
made the
Kenny,
comment? Who made that comment?
especially this guy called Kenny Bar and all that. Please speak to him. I have no problem with you,
Kenny
Kenny Bar.
Blah.
I know you're listening. I don't have any problem with you as
Kenny,
a
oh
person
yeah,
of God.
that guy
He's,
is
he's been
very, very Kenry
you've been
Blah. Come
deceiving.
on, man. You can't be saying
And he
stuff like
listens,
that.
he hears my voice on Mayegun. He's telling somebody I'm a fake person. It's not my. Don't you come from Nigeria? Don't you know that people have middle name? Of course, that's my middle name. Jide is my middle name. So what the fuck is wrong with you?
Take it easy. You know, there are people
Tone,
that may be
hold
watching.
your peace.
Forefathers, in conclusion, with this email
Take it
thing,
easy.
you can post your email address and we all email you. I'm quite happy to email you. I know you posted your email address, so we can all send you email saying this is Tone, for instance. This is
Yeah.
my email. Okay.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Let me do that.
Forefather, post your email. Let us all
No,
compile the lead.
I just want to beg Blackstone, the Blackstone, stop talking about Asari Dokubo and all. Don't go that
No,
route.
I was just asking a question. I wanted to clarify why I asked that question.
I don't think we're,
Wait,
that's how we get out.
Yes, that's I wanted to clarify why I asked that question. Wait.
Then somebody talked about it, then you mentioned Asari Dokubo and you mentioned the T word. That's where the problem is. And then probably that's what gave that guy idea. Let's not talk about
that's why I wanted to clarify why I asked that question. You understand me?
Just saying.
Father, can I talk now? No, I don't think in this place now, if you don't interject and all of that, if you are calmly waiting, I think people think
You're not going to talk. These people, they are rascals here, especially once the Blackstone is here and Alaba is here. And, you know, look at Fields that just came in, just jumped into the front of the queue. So that is how it works.
I asked a question. I asked a question. I need to clarify why I asked that question.
I think what Blackstone means mean that time was that, do you know what it takes to form the group? I think
That's
that
what I'm
is
saying. Because
What the kind of group that these guys are talking
I
about?
don't know, but I think he's trying to say know the cause and
No, it
how
doesn't. It
what
doesn't
is
take
involved in
anything.
it.
I don't.
That's what
Yeah,
It doesn't take anything.
but he
People,
could have
people,
taken.
people
If
come
he
here
could
with a
have
lot
I'm
of
not
taken
going to
the
go.
mindset.
I'm not
party now.
to that direction. Can I talk, please, forefathers?
Yeah, go ahead.
Forefathers, I think this is the reason why we will continue. We say, okay, let us not be negative. Doesn't mean you cannot speak truth to issues. And sometimes it's not about anybody trying to. We talk about, okay, somebody can be young and this word can resonate with them and they can bring changes. But it's not enough not to prepare someone enough to know what they're going to face. There is nothing you do in life without preparation, whether you like it or not, that by just emotions and with no understanding of the consequences of whatever you're going to get involved, that you will succeed otherwise. And another thing that we have, if you don't prepare for those things and don't prepare even your own children, now we let them know. The reason sometimes we let them know that we let you do this thing to prepare you that it's okay to fail and it's okay to get back. That is life. So there is nothing otherwise suggests that someone is being negative. And another thing that someone say here about they choose Peter Obi and so already did not like it attacking is politics. It is politics. You see, and that is the problem with me and my concern with some of those followers of a certain individual. If me and you and my brother have appeared on this platform, we are different people completely, and we still respect each other's differences. So I don't know what are you going to choke me with somebody you want me to believe in the person? And is it a level of what is dictatorship again? That you are telling me, oh, I must go with this person. It's politics. Politics is a game. The only thing that if we think that, and everybody have their own moment. I remember when Obama appeared in Oprah show, and he said Oprah was begging him not to run, that when she retired, she would join him and knock on every door. That time she was a state senator. But she understands his own time. He did not wait for Oprah. Did Oprah jump and follow him? And eventually, he became the president. Everybody should know their time. And when is your time, use it wisely. Because this momentum shift. It's a politics. Something can happen that catapult you, and something can happen that bring you right down to square one in politics or in life in general. But we don't have to agree on everything. Even on this platform, you can. If people are listening to you, there are people that don't want to hear from me. There are people that want to hear me. That is life. And we have, if we're going to make a change, we teach people to have a thick skin, not a thin skin. That you, because somebody provoke you, and then that is the strategy in the real life. Somebody can just set you up and mess your day up for you, because they know that if I push this side, and some people come here in the reality represent some party value, and they just want to throw anything out there to take you off the track. It's a game. So if you are not prepared to follow those things, then we will be messed up. And I even encourage all of you, stop watching on the chat this thing when you want to speak your mind. You know you are contributing things that even those people that are not your follower here, there are other people that are interested. We all not kind of become nobody have a monopoly of words or way of doing things. And I'm not going to come here and be like anybody. I'm going to be John Ava. You can be yourself, but we can agree on certain things, and we can disagree. There's a measure of a man. It's only a thin skin guy that you never want to take any failure, or you don't want to take any word, and it has to be their own way. Life is never black and white. You have to grow up. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. And I think the criticism people have of Showore, for me, what surprised me was that his focus was on Peter Obi, when he could be ripping into his objective with the people he was always after. And I think that was where people were like, what's going on here? Why are you ignoring Tinubu and Atiku that are the bigger dogs in this thing? So that's the one that took people off. Me anyway, that's the one that caught me. Is it six failed or who hasn't spoken lately?
Please,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Blackstone, the Blackstone.
I just interjected.
Let me clarify.
Okay, the sister
why
I'll come to you now after the Blackstone.
let me clarify why I asked that question.
Okay.
In Nigeria now, we know that things are very difficult.
The internet is crazy out there. I need to just drive to where internet is.
So if you are going to bring any proposal, any move that have to involve the people, so how are you going to energize them? How are you going to encourage them when people have no food to eat, no 3 square meter to eat? How are you going to? They will always tell you, you are living in diaspora. We are living here because you are there. The Kanu was on the ground. That's what was able to be able to win those people that supported him. You cannot be online and try to preach to people on the ground. They will tell you that it's living abroad. Why don't you call home and come and join us?
Someone was able to do it from the internet.
Because the Kanu have already laid the foundation for it.
Yeah, so as Showore and Inside.
No, I'm not talking about those ones. I'm talking about what this feed is bringing up. So because there must be some incentive for you to win people to your side. There must be some incentive. You understand me? So it can't be I'm telling people in Nigeria, yes, so we have to do this one. They will tell you we are hungry here. You are here talking to us. So if you're on the ground, you are kind of at that movement, trying to encourage them and everything, people will listen to you because they are seeing you, because you are still going through what they are going through. That was why I asked that question, because there must be something that's making people to join an organization.
I think in Nigeria, this is the Blackstone. I think in Nigeria, the problem with all being on the ground is that, especially if you are truly genuine, you know, when these people catch you, because they will catch you in Nigeria, they know everybody where everybody is in Nigeria. by the time you come out, hold on, let me finish. By the time you come out, you will solve from PT.
No, okay, for example,
what they need to show what they
Hey guys, I want to beg my leave. I will talk to you all later tomorrow.
Hold on, now come on.
Let me talk now, forefather, before Alaba goes. Let me just
hold on. I don't know why I'm laughing so much. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, man. I'm sorry.
What I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to say that
let me make my own submission now before.
The Blackstone, feel sorry for the fields.
Just a second. When they arrested Showore, where were the people that were supporting him? Were they able to come together again?
I get where you are from. I think where you're coming from. See, the thing that happened to Showore is that when they arrested him, I think he's suffering now from PTSD. Those people they damaged Showore so badly that now he cannot. That I feel like Showore is not very coherent anymore, not like the way he was before, because of what they did to him. And this is the thing. And this is why I sympathize with what Righteous Man is saying, that the diaspora has a level of protection that people on the ground don't have. That's something he's trying to say, and I know it's true, because the moment you have your phone, they get your phone number in Nigeria, they know almost everything about you. Your BVN, they know everything about you. NIN, they know everything what you have in your account. So you can see why it's difficult to do something like this in Nigeria and expect to just get away with it. You have to have a level of protection in Nigeria to be able to do something like this and get away with it. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. See, I don't want to, like, how will I put it now? I don't want to, like, contradict or say something against what Mr. Blackstone is saying. But therein lies the problem. You want to create change, but you always come with, the worst scenarios. You have to come with an open mind. If we really need that change, that's why as people were talking, I said, okay, let's put our contacts down, let's talk. Even if you want to start a business as an entrepreneur, you just have to start with a very positive mind. Let's leave all the worst scenarios for now.
But this is field though.
Let me finish.
Let me ask, okay, I wanted to ask you a question.
I know what you want to ask, Mr. Fofadas.
How do you
But what I'm saying is, I know you know, I know the head knocker.
You already know what I'm going to ask now.
What I want to say is this: I'm very positive that even if when you fail once, people have failed before, but it's not categorical that if you take the step, you might be the lucky one to break through. So let's work on with a very positive mind. Let's be hopeful. Let's cross every bridge together. Let's cross every river together with one mind, one purpose. Then we'll begin to discuss the things that we want to see in the new Nigeria as we communicate. The issue of citizenship, who is a Nigerian citizen? Those things we'll begin to talk about. Who is a Nigerian citizen? Is it going to be state of origin, or is it going to be place of birth or place of residence, or your tax contributions? So within our small group, we begin to iron out this issue so that, like the APC, they were fighting to take power, they never prepared to govern. That's why they had a lot of catastrophe in their first outing. So likewise, as we are planning, coming together, trying to see how we could, create the Nigerian we want. We're supposed to begin to talk about the things we want to see, so that when the opportunity comes, the few of us that are powerful than the rest of us will not, begin to lord over everybody again. So my contribution, I don't have much to say. This one, I just want us to, just like everybody else, the bias now is towards action. So let's push towards, action. We are all mature people here, educated. So there's no, each one of us can rule a nation. If Buhari can rule a nation, if all the people we've had Jonathan can be president, there's nobody here that cannot be president. So I don't know why people should be scared. I don't want anybody to be scared, man. It's time to take your country back. You people, most of you here can be better presidents than the people that have ever ruled Nigeria. I don't know why you people just sit down here and just belittle yourself. It's not because opportunity was not given to you. Me personally, no opportunity in Nigeria. I had to run. I ran. In fact, another topic, maybe next time we should begin to talk about what made you to leave Nigeria. I think Mr. Mayogun discussed this issue in his platform sometime. You come and see people's confession. What made I almost had to run from Nigeria, my brother, with my last pant and my last shirt on my back. I didn't get any single opportunity in that country called Nigeria, and I'm a very responsible citizen. I've never been involved in crime, never done any criminality, always a law-abiding citizen. I never have any opportunity, of no fault of mine. I don't drag anybody's thing, but at least as a citizen of Nigeria, son of the soil, just Soleil, let me benefit at least. Let me benefit something from that country. I don't want to be a president, but let me benefit something from that country. So let us all be positive. Let us have faith and have hope. We can salvage our nation. Please, we can salvage our nation. People like our leaders of the past.
Hi, all these motto, this in internet. Yeah, but I hear what he's saying though, about opportunities I didn't get. There are a lot of good, upstanding citizens that are meant to do the right thing for the country, but no opportunities, and the frustration that comes from that is why their anger is like that. However, I still think that there is nothing wrong with as planning for the worst. Actually, you have to plan for the worst.
That was what I tried to say. Because I'm going to do it, you have to plan for the worst. You don't say, if you don't plan, you fail. Why you to hit
you fail? You're not ready.
So I was not ready.
You have to be at peace with the worst scenario if you want to succeed in anything. And
Alabate want to say something.
yeah,
I want to beg to leave. I will talk to you all later.
oh my God, that's the most
Thank you.
that's the most polite and respectful thing Alaba has done. You know, he's taking permission. He's taking permission to do anything. The one that interjects without, you know. Thank you very much for coming, Alaba.
I'll see you guys later.
Thank you.
You know, forefathers, me, I believe that we can do great things, but we have to actually look at it from both sides. If you want to go into business and you think, my business should be very good, in everything there's positive, there's negative.
SWOT analysis, isn't it? You have to do SWOT analysis.
So if you don't plan and you say I'm going into it like that, no, you speak to people in Nigeria. Speak to people in Nigeria. We tell you, you're in abroad now. Somebody will tell you.
And I think the reality is that I think I was in Nigeria in April, May, and I go often, of course. You can even know I've been abroad for 20-something years. But the point is that the reality on the ground, of course, is different. And the energy on is different. Is it possible that somebody can change anything? Yes. And I don't think anybody should come here and think that we that come here, we are coward, we don't have any, we are being chicken. No. To even come here and show your face to speak to power or speak the truth, it's not a cheap thing, except you don't know what you are saying. Especially if you are not, except you are not saying the truth that hurts someone. And those things, there is a consequences. But then you cannot lead by fear, because you have millions of things. If it is fear that you cannot even get up from your own bed to come out and go about your daily business, and sometimes that doesn't stop that your fear will not come true. So life is about, it's like you just have to be prepared that even when you meant well, I think everybody that come here is the passion that we have for the country. We spend countless of hours here. The righteous man in Nigeria, I think he stay here almost 8 hours plus, almost 9 hours from Nigeria. You know how that costs him in Nigeria? That's a lot of data, even power. That's a lot. That's a passion for the country. The only thing I think we don't know how to walk on that fine line between what we are trying to converse to the society and our own emotions. That we get carried away and we are not balancing it up. But I believe everybody that come there, they are brave and they are straight about their own issue and they genuinely talk to it. And even though it's not the way you want to see it, and we are all different, and we should embrace our differences. Sometimes they say, okay, one of the amazing things, and we don't balance being content from poverty or riches. And that is the problem with the spirit of greed in our country. So I don't see the negativity side of the other people, whether you are talking about the northern that, they are the poor people. You have to draw, I mean, we understand their lifestyle, their everything, they can improve on it. But sometimes it's about being content. And you have to know about that. And do you walk into any of them and you really want any of their thing and they let you have it cheaply? No. They still believe that whatever they have is their own. They hold on to it. It's a different thing than to being greed. And we have to draw that message that sometimes our greediness and we think is a prosperity is not that's not true. We have to know that people are content where they are, and there is any reason they want to grow in their own space. There are many Northerners that have come here, you know, that they are not that laid back. And there is their responsibility to educate their people that the world is leaving you by. They can take it from their own people. If I chastise or discipline my child today, it's different from somebody else to come and discipline my child. Especially when I don't think he meant it well. And nobody can do it like me, and nobody can do it for me. So we have to work on that difference. And why many politicians in Nigeria, like I said it here over and over, Olayemi will not win Nigerian presidency. Only Hausa will not win it. Only Yoruba will not win it. If they vote for their own people only. Why did they go to the Northern to pick the vice or whatever? It's because they want to reach out to the people and they know that already they crossed the balance. In Nigeria, this is the first time that two Muslims become the president. I mean, the president and the vice president. But the reason is that the Northern Nigerian, trust me, they don't believe that any West Muslim is Muslim enough. Trust me. Especially that she married a woman that is a pastor. I'm talking, so they don't believe that. To them, it's a Yoruba person plus their own brother. They don't look at it like it's Muslim ticket because they don't believe that. And that's the reality. If we're going to campaign to win an election and we are in democracy, it's to reach out to those people and to tell them, because when you tell them your own message, there are people also tell them their own message. And in most cases, they don't fail deliver to their own people. They have a better road and better electricity. So it's not win-win. It's not all over that, oh, these people, they help their people that much. That's not true.
I think there's some truth there. One other thing I want to add was that when talking about like the northern part of Nigeria, I feel like one can talk to them because whenever I speak to them, they speak like normal people. We can reach out to them and talk to them because they too have problems that they probably talk about, but they talk about it in their own spaces. So we all need to be interrelating, and we have to, especially some of the people I see talking from this platform, they have to discipline themselves to know how to relate to fellow Nigerians. When they say they want to build a nation, this is how you build nations. You can't be in your own silo and say you want to build a nation. You have to talk to the other side, and it's a powerful thing. It's a really powerful thing. If you can you imagine if the movement in the south, something that the people believe in the south and the people in the north believe it at the same time, you are going to achieve what you want to do in that country, because there are very few cases where the north and south agree on anything. Even the NSAS was mostly restricted to the south, and yet they still got most of the stuff they wanted. Imagine if you wanted to do something, the north and the south are signed on to it. You are going to succeed. There's nothing is going to be in your way. And all you need to do is talk to your fellow Nigerians and stop buying into this. Even if they tell me to talk to Kenyans today, that if it's going to help me build a strong movement to help, I would talk to any African. I would, not to mention my own fellow Nigerian. You talk to anybody that is going to help. That both of you have similar problems. Then when you share the problem and people come and demand change, you have bigger number now. Because all these people that are doing all the bad things, they are organized. They are doing their own thing their own way. I think somebody is sleeping. I think it's Jago or something. Yeah, they are organized. Hold on. No, it's not Jago. Is it Jago? I think it's Odi. Odi is there moving around everywhere. So they are organized in their own way. So you have to work with people that are on the other divide, and we shouldn't even be seen as a divide at all. It should just be the Nigerian space where we talk about our issues. And somebody that said something about if you take the north out, our HDI or whatever is going to grow. There are in every country there are always areas that are of lower. If you take the middle, this in the Bible Belt out of America, I think the HDI is not going to go up. It's going to go up. There are areas that you can carve out of America. I can even name a few states. The HDI, we should really rule, because those are people that are a little bit, they are still dragging the country back a little bit. In the UK, you have them. So it's not everywhere have their areas that are not as developed as the optimal areas of that country. So let's not make it look. This thing we do is not good. Where the northerners, they are not educated. They are dragging us back. No, they are not the ones causing it. The problems in Nigeria is not that far from what is going on in Benin Republic or Togo. It's just a little bit different. But if you look at all of them, people that look at us from other parts of the world, it's just uniform. They don't see us as anything different. It's like these people are riddled with poverty and corruption. Period. That's how they see us. And it's not so dissimilar. So let's not deceive ourselves here. Okay. Who else? I think who else wants to say something?
wanted to comment on what you said because I made that comment, So let me just go back to that. So here's the deal. Everything is about context. The context that I made was about the 5 propositions that the other guy had made. One of the 5 propositions was to create more states, rotational presidency. I personally I don't deride anybody. Actually, one thing I don't believe in the idea so much of race, right? To have an Ethiopian to be kind of the same complete thing as a West African person. It's not 100%, or somebody from Eritrea, and they don't see themselves the same way. Same thing about Europeans. When you go to Europe, they have killed themselves in Europe more than they have killed, other people from the questionable different races. I'll come back to that. But my point is that the idea that if you make somebody from Ogun State rule Nigeria more, that will develop Ogun State is the point I rejected. What I say is that if you have somebody who loves their country, no matter where they are from, they will develop their country. People who are, wherever you're coming from. So it's not about, like, personally, I can't deride the North. The North is very vast. Somebody from Plateau or somebody from Kogi or Benue and somebody from Sokoto, even somebody, a Kanuri person from Borno and somebody from Kanu, they are different people. You can't lump all of them together. I'm sure I've made my point anyway, but coming to the point that you were, that I think it was the John Abba was making about, greed. I think there's a sort of an insinuation that there's greed in southern Nigeria or something like that, and then the people in the north kind of, are laid back and they're accepting. Yes, there may be a little bit of that in the culture, but I can tell you for free that poverty breeds violence, breeds crime. The reason we have so much crime, and when I say crime, it's not like putting your hand in somebody's pocket and running away in Ikeja or something. I'm talking about people being cut, their heads being cut off. People can't go to their farms in the north. It's because of poverty. That's the primary reason. So people can say, I like hair, whatever happens, I've worked with northerners.
But it's not necessarily just poverty though, because if you look at like China, they were poor, they were living on rations, they were not like crime breeding. India, not that long ago, they were very relatively poor, and they still have a lot of poor people now, but obviously we know they are a lot more advanced now. But 20-30 years ago, they had a lot of poor people. The crime rate, not this level.
We don't know. The problem is that, there's no data to measure those, the poverty index. And me and you can agree today, if you go to Mumbai, you'll probably be safer now than you would have been. If you know Indians, they will tell you, they'll tell you don't go to Mumbai, like 15 years ago. But now, Mumbai is a beautiful city. Has been. It's, I think, New Delhi before. It's a cosmopolitan. It has been. But what I'm saying,
what I mean is it cutting head off kind of thing. It never happened in those areas. They didn't go about doing that.
To show us, then maybe with a proper data that is not anecdotal, then we can be able to.
Okay, let me see what I can pull something up. But please go ahead.
Now, I think you are saying in a notion. We have to draw the contrast. When I said that I do not even refer to it, I say we distinguish between being contempt than greed. The notion that you say is the notion is like the northern or the east or whatever the west are more greed. Well, greediness is everywhere. On this platform, I believe that politicians use every language they can use to win the people that they preside over. I want you to know in life, the people that you trust most are the ones that may betray you, and the people that trust you most, they are the ones that can easily become your victim. So all of this thing is local. politics is pure local. People govern themselves. I remember when Saddam Hussein was a kind of, they call him dictator, the same thing with Gaddafi. But all of those people, when they replace them, whatever the idea that they make it never make the country safe. So what I'm trying to say is that the people of the northern end, actually, when it comes to deliver to their people, they'll do more in terms of infrastructure. The road, listen to me, their road are, I'm not talking.
Disagree, and that's what. Sorry to interrupt you again. You know, we can't just let this kind of
Okay, sorry, I'm
It's not
sorry
insinuation.
for interrupting. I'm sharing some information now about it. Please
It's
go
not
ahead.
the road there are more better than the east or west. The power stability is better in the north than like in the south. Let us make it south and north. The stability of the of electricity in the north is much stable than the south.
Okay,
So
so I just, because the problem is that you keep going deeper and deeper into this thing. The idea that
we are
is
talking about the reality, and we say that the love of nation can bridge this gap.
you're making
But
me
when you stereotype some set of people, then and you use them to say, okay, you say this specifically. If you can distance yourself and so I take it back, or the way you are reframing it, then you come out that clean. You are the one that mentioned it, and this is why this platform exists. It's for education. It's for awareness. So you cannot just say it and it's the truth. Let's check it and let anybody. KJ is here. KJ go to the north. KJ understand north. You can say that the road network in the north is much better than the south.
I'm saying that what you're saying, you see, the idea that somebody builds a road becomes infrastructure and they have delivered for their people is false. When you hear,
are you saying the road is not there or it's not enough?
okay, the real
I
development.
think he's saying that it's not enough.
That
I don't know what he says. It's not there. It's false. What do you mean? I don't understand.
Real infrastructure you can give a people is human infrastructure. You have to.
And I already answered that people grow in their own space. The reason the war Boko Haram, I want you to understand, the war Boko Haram,
unenlightened, and that's what happened to Africa. See, Africa.
You are enlightening and you are segregating and you are biased and you are segregating set of people. What is education there? You that you are well educated and you are degrading your fellow Nigeria. And this is the problem. You see, this is the major problem we have politically in Nigeria. I want you to understand the Northerners don't care about your competency. They want if you can be trusted. And if we're going to be a nation, we are looking for a leader that will not look at me as a Northerner, or not look at me as from Benue, that will not look at you as from Igbo. They will not going to look at you, and you will build a nation with love and vision. But you cannot come and demonize some set of people, and you think you're going to build a nation like that.
I think what you see, Odi, please hold on. I think what John Abba said just now is quite pertinent. I think sometimes you need to hear him out. What he said, that in some context, if he had said that in any other context, I would be like, how dare you say that they don't care about competence, but whether they can trust you. But it makes sense in the context of Nigeria that the Northerners care more about whether they can trust you than whether you are even competent. And from what I gather, that's how they even chose someone like Buhari. And so, and you can see, to choose somebody in the south, they have to trust you. If you come across as ostracizing them or dismissing them, using them generalized statements or negative statements, they are not going to engage. Why would they? If they say that kind of stuff about you, you wouldn't engage with them.
Listen, that is what I've been saying. You see, what John Abba have said is the right thing, and that is where they stand till tomorrow. And that is itself a problem.
But it's not a problem. It's a smart thing to do.
No,
because
it's not a smart thing.
There's no point. Hold on. There's no point. Hold on. Let me make my point. There's no point trusting somebody that is competent, that is against your people.
No, you are wrong there. You are wrong. Forefather, you are wrong.
This is this is the same.
No, why would you trust somebody that is competent? As a matter of fact, that is double stupid. If you trust somebody that is very competent but is against your people, that is double stupid. You are creating a weapon against yourself. So let me trust you. It's an important quality for you to this in it for you to meet before they can trust you. Because you can't just trust somebody that is against you.
No. I've not planned.
And let me just share this information. It's not going to take 30 seconds about what we're talking about, crime rate. Let me just share it again because I think we're talking about it and saying let me look for the information. So look at India's crime rate per 100k. They said this is the crime rate that hits which is 5, and this goes all the way back to 1990. So during the period where they were relatively poor. So it started from 1990, and look at it started going down from 5 point something to just about 3, which is not halfway, but reasonable. But look at Nigeria. Look at Nigeria's one. Nigeria's one. It doesn't go way back. It goes to 2016. But look at the value. The value is 33.60 to 21. It has come down, but to 21.74. So that is, it has gone down, but that is still way higher than that of India.
Is it not the same way that our what do you call it? Our unemployment has come down. You know, same way that our unemployment has come down to 4%. You know,
the point I was making was that India had poverty. The crime rate wasn't that high.
Did you see the straight line? When you see such a thing, you run away now. That's where you get it. What's the source of all this data? When you look at it, but let me go back to what you were saying. The whole idea, me personally, I am here in the defense of the North. What I'm saying is that the North also deserves good things or want good things as every other person. The idea that, you know, for their children to be dying early and their wives to be dying during childbirth is okay, or it's just what they is just what when I'm saying that it's a bad thing, that someone feels that I'm segregating against them. I'm saying it's a universally bad thing to lose a child, to lose a wife, to lose somebody early, to die from something that is curable, to be poor, to have their children on the streets begging when they have one of the most fertile land in Africa. That's what I'm saying. So how many places do you have two big rivers meeting in one country, Benue and Niger? And around that place, of course, you know it's going to be fertile land. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is that these guys deserve good things like every other person. Let's not continue to denigrate them and say, oh, it's their culture. And when people say, oh, who they trust, that's a Nigerian political language. Who is choosing who? The people that are choosing Buhari is a different. It was chosen based on people trust Buhari based on that he loves the masses. You know, based on what he did in 1985 or 83 and all that with the Diaspora. What we found out, even the Northerners stoned Buhari in his village. When you're saying if they trust him, when he went back, they stoned him because he didn't deliver what they wanted. So
it's okay for. I'm not saying that. The point is that let us not be going up and down on this issue. Let us not go up and down.
So you've just been, you know. Here's my point. You know, the idea that the Northerners, maybe somebody can even suggest, oh, the Northerners trust Tinubu, and that's why they picked him. The Northerners don't trust anything about Tinubu. If you can ask about opinion, the people that chose him are some elites. You know, those people couldn't even win. Tinubu could not win election in the North. And somebody will come and say, oh, they trust. He couldn't win in Kano. He couldn't win in Kaduna. Where did he win? Even in Benue. Did he win? Where did he win?
Let us be straight about Kano. Kano is exactly what happens in Anambra. Like you have Afga. So there are different political demographics. If you want to talk politics, let's talk politics on the different way. But what we are talking in general, when you mention that, you know what you mention.
Using house, you know, like, you know, who they trust. Why should some northern
if you
elite
trusted somebody and he betrayed your trust because he could not deliver, it's one thing. You have said it, that when he went back, they did not like him. So I'm trying to say that is their own perception, and it's till tomorrow. They don't care about your competency. You say they trusted Buhari, and you already said it. based on the past. But if you don't deliver, let him run again. Let him run again. Then you
I
know.
disagree with you. If people will tell you that Buhari lost the 2019 election to Atiku, go to talk to the high security operatives. They didn't you remember what happened with the
You
server.
will take that, and that is why we get conflict. I'm not all of those things. It's not none of my issue. But let's face the reality on the ground, on both on the political lifestyle of the north.
Allow people to choose people, and when people vote, Nigeria has not had a clean election, except maybe the one that what do you call it? What Babiola had, SDP and NRC. Everybody is inflating numbers.
Odi, let me ask you a question. You said that let people choose their members. If now you are vying for the post of a governor, and you pick a phone for 50 million naira, and all your campaign, everything result maybe to 200 million naira, won't you fight very hard for you to win that election?
Finish your question. That what you're saying is
No,
one of the.
That's my question. That's my question. Would you fight very hard to win that election by all means?
Even if I look, I will fight as hard as I will fight, even if I didn't put any money, because my integrity is at stake already. If you go in for election, your integrity is at stake. You fight to win. But what we are saying is that the way these guys are fighting is what we are here trying to reject.
Yes,
We're saying that they are.
Hold on.
It is the
Sorry.
money that is involved in it. They borrowed this money.
There's more money involved in American politics.
Let me just interject a little bit. I wanted to ask a question.
By companies, not by the
Blackstone, let me ask a question. Why do you think that your integrity is at stake when you run for the election? Your integrity, whether you lose or win, your integrity remains intact. It doesn't take anything away from you just because you lost an election. It means that you don't have integrity. It might be because of your integrity you lose an election. You see what I mean, Odi? So don't look at it from that point of view. I think for me, if we are looking at the way things are going on in Nigeria, where the good ones don't emerge, it's because the good ones are not organized enough. This is why some of the stuff Righteous Man said is a good thing. And some people, what Tone said, that we should come together and try to organize, it's a good thing. Because the good ones that mean to do the right things are not banding together. While the ones that want to do their own thing, they are all organized. Was it not the PDP guy that came on TV and said, I think we could pick up the phone now and call Tinubu and say, fire Wiki and Tinubu will do it. When he said that, I was like, okay, clearly they are in it together. So that should tell you something. So they're all organized. You have to be organized yourself.
And that's
this issue of Nigeria election.
This is, and the people try to talk down on what we are organizing here. And personally, I said people should register even in political parties in Nigeria. Get involved. That you should.
That's the first thing you should do. Everyone should do. Let me tell you what I know. I have a friend here. I have a friend.
Sorry, Blackstone. Just 1 minute, and I'll just allow you to say everything.
Okay.
So you mentioned about spending 100 million, 200 million. This guy spend hundreds of millions of dollars, which in Nigeria may run into trillions in election here. What they do to just make people vote for them. They are not trying to go and rig the ballots. Number.
They are sponsored by organizations. They are sponsored by organizations in America, by companies who sponsor them, who give them that money. They get donations. But in Nigeria, it's not like that. That's the difference. In Nigeria, it's not like that. Let me give you. I have a friend here in Germany.
He funded his own election. Everything. People like Mitt Romney, they are funding their election. People are paying for the election in America, and they lose. Mitt Romney lost. Ross Perot lost. This guy's hundreds of millions. Don't say that if you put your money, you will die there.
Are you going to say that Mitt Romney now formed his election in America? Mitt Romney?
He's part of his election. Part of his election. His money.
He give, but not like the overall money come from him. That's not true.
You didn't hear me very well. I said Ross Perot, funded all his election. Go and Google, it's there. He funded
You
most of
mentioned Mitt Romney. Is Mitt Romney answer you
He's a
too?
very rich man, though. He's a Ross Perot is a very rich man.
Yeah. But another thing is that
The
there is nothing, that's what I've been saying. Obi have started a movement.
I'm
That
not
is
even
very, I'm
no, no,
not even talking,
Odi.
I'm not Obi fan, so that's not the issue. But it's changed the way we look at politics in Nigeria, that people can actually give to someone that they like to run for the president, instead of taking money from the rich people, and then after you get to the office, then you have to settle them. So when masses is given to you on that ground, that is democracy. And that's what I'm encouraging everybody, that there is a way forward already, that even if for any reason that Peter Obi is not a president today, he already made a history. If we can continue to build on that, instead of starting all over again, tomorrow they say, who is the next person? No, it's the system now. And we're talking about the power and the influence of media, which is already imparting on them that the business is not as usual. And those things doesn't come cheap and doesn't come that quick. It's going to be for some time, but we will continue. Even like I said, Americans still have voter suppression, but at least they have made a significant progress in many places. There are many places, so remote area, that you cannot even see Democrats in the ballot in America.
And some of the things that might even change in Nigeria might change it, that will change Nigeria, may not even happen inside Nigeria. Like if you see what's going on next door now with Nigeria and Burkina Faso and all those, I think our leaders are not thinking twice. They are thinking twice. Like if they want to misbehave, we have to be careful here. If we not be careful, these people are going to throw us out,
Yeah,
and the people are going to be jubilated on the street. So
yeah,
they will be careful too.
forefathers, they are by the military. Military, they have to put the military under
Yeah.
totally under their control. They will buy them with money, influence with money,
Yeah,
and
well,
everything.
there's only as much as money can buy. You think they didn't buy the ones in Niger? They bought the ones in
No.
Niger, and they still did what they did. So you have to understand that.
Forefathers, Nigeria dynamics is quite a little bit different. It's a little bit different from Niger. You understand me? So let's look at our people, Nigeria people. Look at the Niger people. You understand me? Our mentality can a little bit different. How we think can a little bit be different. You understand me? Do you think the palace guard, those who are that guard also rock? Do you think that
Why do you think this Nigerians? Why do you always say that Nigeria is different from other human beings? Most people actually, many of those people you see in those countries are from Nigeria. Nigerians have something to do with many of those people that are doing those things. If you check their bloodline, they are tied to Nigerians. What are you talking about?
You just said something. You just said to say that because of what happened in other African countries, Niger and everything, Nigeria is washing. Don't you think they may be those in power to just sit down and fold their hand and be waiting?
No, they didn't. That's why you saw you saw the British warship show up in Nigeria recently.
It's not big. I don't think it's because of that one, actually.
Of course, it's not going to be because of that one in your own eyes. I'm telling you, that's why they came over. That's why they came over.
No, let me tell you something.
Plan.
No,
why did the British warship show up?
No, they are coming to help monitor the security in the maritime space around Nigeria. Somehow, our ships cannot do it. It's only them that can do it.
What are you insinuating? I don't get the joke.
What that means is that because of the events going on in the West Africa right now,
I don't think so. They have
the Blackstone. The Blackstone is coming into his own now. He won't let you make one statement without interrupting. Go ahead. What is going on in the West Africa right now with all the coups happening? So the Nigerian government is worried that maybe something could happen in Nigeria. Then it makes sense to start bringing potential allies that could intervene if something goes wrong. Because that's what happens when you have a big military. When you have a big military, to take over a country is hard because you have to convince all of them. And if one of them says no, civil war. Now, that is why it's hard. And what they've done now is, if the British says no, what is going on in Nigeria right now, it could pose a problem to anybody that wants to overthrow the government right now.
But brother, make I tell you this one. Make I speak from Pidgin. Let me tell you, the people have the power, and you've been saying this point.
There's no man that has any. Look, this power is power that people supply to them. Let me tell you something. People are suffering in Nigeria. I'm sure you heard those calls. If Nigerians find whoever they think there's a messiah, no, even if they want, let them bring B-12 bombers, 20. You kill the whole people and you take the land now. There's nothing. Look at Niger. They finally kicked out the ambassador that Macron has been crying that they cannot kick out.
Did they kick him out? I thought they said they are living on military rations.
They kicked him out. You got the video is there already. People were outside booing the man as he was entering the car. They stopped them from bringing food and bringing anything supplies into the country. This, at a point, everybody tired. So what I'm saying is this. Look, everybody, even the leaders, I do agree that they know that, everybody is is something unsaid. And myself, I don't want to say it. But everybody knows that all is not well. In all West, even in Ghana, they know that all is not well. Senegal, of course, Ivory Coast, and the idea that, Nigeria is different from every other, no, we're not. We are all the same people. We want good stuff. We want good life. We want to be alive. We want good healthcare and everything. There is no one of the people that have done cool more than anybody is Nigeria, more than even the Niger people. Now, they learn from us.
I think when people say Nigerian is different in some ways, I think they're talking about the level of the corruption in the society, not even in a positive way, and not that it's not doable in terms of the, like you say, where there is the will of the people. Sometimes, for right now, as it is right now, something have united Nigerians. All Nigerians are suffering, whether you are rich or you are poor, except you are among the 1% that carry all the resources of the other ones. Right now, can that one reach to a level between the rock and the hard place that trigger anything that brings change is yet to be true. Yeah, to be said. But then there is one thing that unites us right now, and that is what is going to help to propel the ship to a turn whereby we all can say freedom at last. But the problem, like we are saying now, is that the northern problem that will make them unite with the South, I want to use the word South, North and South right now, is not a common problem. They don't have a common problem. The way the police, or the reason why NSAS could not happen in the North is because the policing is different. And the local leaders, the alikali, the councilmen, they are involved in the decision making on any local arrest or anything, any police or DPO or police commissioner. There's a way in the North that you cannot just do whatever you are doing in Lagos, whereby a person can just pass by, you just grab their phone, or in Abuja, I say, let me see your phone. You are a Boko Haram or whatever, or you are a Yahoo boy, all of those things. It cannot happen in the North because they make sure that the policing in the northern part of the state is a part of the local society. Even though it's a Nigerian police force, they locally talk to them, make sure that anything happens, they get involved in it. In the South, it's not like that, and they don't have the same problem. Until the only thing united us now is the suffering, but then of a scarcity, whether of the influence of whatever is calling hold on a second. Oh, go ahead.
These people seem to be having a party with me. They seem to be having a party with me on the chat, but it's all good. Yeah.
This is just saying about the NSAS and all that. Look, me personally, and I could be wrong, I believe the reason the North did not participate in NSAS was simply because it was Buhari was in power. They were still hoping that.
Man, see, how can you see? This is the thing. See, SARS police was not operating that way in the North. That's the problem.
I could be wrong, and if anybody has a superior argument, he's talking about. I don't look.
But I would have thought you would know now. This Yahoo boys mostly operate in the south.
No. The NSAS protest metamorphosed to something else.
Their demands are on the SARS police. They didn't go anywhere else with it. They just focused on the SARS nonsense.
To something different. It was going to be a revolution. How did the Tunisia own start and the Arab Spring? NSAS was going to be Nigeria's Arab Spring.
But the SARS one is
But it
very
could not
focused.
be because they were approaching the north. Have you ever been to the north and then you're walking on the street in the north and the police say, give me your phone. That I want to open it at Yahoo boy. You see,
it does not happen in the north.
that is the problem. We are looking for what to unite us. What can the northern and what is happening in the north? Now we have some problem in the middle belt that they are even food scarcity because people cannot freely go to the farm. They're scared. In fact, that can even unite Nigeria because that will bring hunger and starvation more than the NSAS when it comes to it. So we are looking for a common ground thing that will trigger something. People say enough is enough. When you have money and you don't have food, what is the use of that food?
You have to relate
to your fellow
Nigerians.
What Jonaba is saying is what I've been saying here since. You see, there's a total different thing that goes on in the north and the south. You know, even in terms of crime, the way it's committed and the way it's treated. Okay, and you are not going to hardly get anybody. You go to the north and tell you this one is a Yahoo boy. You can hardly find if they be maybe around maybe around Jos where people are a bit more technology savvy, but that's not the case they have there. And you see what I was trying to trace earlier on is the fact that one of the dividing factor till tomorrow still remains what Jonaba has raised today. And I've said this before, what the North look for is not what the South is looking for. And what the North will say we agree to is not what we will say we agree to. And that is a point of disagreement totally. Because you see, unlike the South, where our political leaders do not necessarily make up our mind for what we want. In the North, their political leaders say, and that is what they will say. That's what they do. Remember, I think we said this, and I've said this many times ago, that the North will not accept Obi. That's what he said. Okay? And that is the truth. Because when they go back, they say, Wana, forget it. Wana, forget it. That it is the end. Nobody's, you can't come
but KJ,
so
okay.
That is not an advantage. It's a disadvantage because it's a point of division. It's a point. I don't have to tell Jonaba who should be the Ochidoma. I don't have to. If his people say Jonaba should be Ochidoma, who am I?
That is not how it works. You are looking at this. You are looking at it the wrong way.
You don't want to listen.
You don't want me to question what you are saying. What I'm saying, what you are saying is that they said that Peter Obi is not going to be accepted, but you are not asking why precisely.
No,
because they accepted Tinubu, but
you're not hearing what I'm saying. It's not a question of whether people hate Peter Obi. No, that's not the issue.
Or Obasanjo.
Or Obasanjo or who? No, it is what their leaders. I still repeat it. What their few leaders who have selfish interests will tell them that they will follow. You know why? Because those leaders are probably the ones paying their children's school fees in the schools, are probably the ones feeding the whole community, are probably the ones giving them money to be able to, meet their basic needs. And then they come back tomorrow and tell you, you have to vote this person. You have to agree with this person. And that is the way it will go. In fact, once it's announced in the mosque, that's the end of it. Everybody will go and do the same.
That makes sense now, doesn't it? It makes sense what you said. If there was a leader in the South that is doing the same, you're going to see that they support them.
That is a point of disagreement. In a nation, if you are building a nation, why will you say that Odi shouldn't be allowed to run, even if he's qualified?
This issue to speak sincerity to issue of Peter Obi. In the north, even Korocha is not likable in his own place. They will accept him more than Peter Obi. That's the truth. If you know Nigerian politics.
They will accept sorry, he said they will accept more than Peter Obi.
These things are aligned in their opinion, but it doesn't make it correct.
Yeah, we are not saying it's correct. We are trying to say that this is the politics of presenting of a party. You know that even Atiku.
Let's go to facts. John Abba, I'm sure I know you're a man that listens to figures and facts. Facts and figures. Let's go to figures and facts. In Benue State, you know, it is common knowledge that Obi won the election in Benue State. You may disagree with that. You can still disagree that Obi won in River State. You know, if you disagree in both. What I'm saying, but let's look at even the one that Beavers gave. Obi won in Plateau State. He won in, there's another one, there's another Taraba, right? Or something.
And Taraba.
Nasarawa.
Even Taraba.
Taraba. Saying the idea, hold on now, that this is a game of numbers. What INEC shut IRF down? They had to shut it down because if the election, even with, because if somebody who is an alien, came from space and now say, oh no, who are you talking? It will be like this Obi didn't get any votes, that some elites just plotted and they said this Obi will not get any votes. It's the same way people were saying, oh, Obi cannot win in Lagos. And I was telling them, Obi is going to win in Lagos, most likely. If they left the votes in Lagos to count, it would have been so much embarrassment. Or even in the Southwest, I say, oh. So when you people are saying Obi is not accepted in the North or is not going to, but he won in states in the North.
Now, you are talking about this election that passed. Right?
Yes, you are mixing it up.
We are talking, all what you are saying. I'm not going back to be talking to you about issue that is in the court or the number that not happen. I do not see any number that they produce from the.
And I'm just trying to see that figures show that he was accepted in some states in the North.
Okay,
but
you want to accept that, but you don't want to accept the general vote. Then you are contradicting yourself. If you're going to accept that he win the North, they give him that one, then you should believe that whatever INEC have produced is the issue, and that is the deal. If you're going to accept one, then accept all.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I said, let's go. No, hold on. Let's go with what INEC gave us as results. I said, even in the INEC numbers, Obi won in how many states in the North? We've counted Taraba, Plateau. We've counted
5 states.
5 states. So what are you guys saying?
We have 19 states in the
North.
But
Odi, you see, you
we are even saying the issue that we are even saying locally that I think you are not understanding the issue we are talking about.
Yes.
He said that no, listen. Remember, he also picked a vice from Kaduna. And you have a reason for doing that. It's politics, right? You should know that. So you should not believe that that one have no influence. If that is the case, he will not even pick him. He could have picked somebody else from any other, even from the West. But he think his own people also will advocate for him. So the issue is that we are even speaking to issues that we are talking, not even in this past election, I say is more likely to accept Okorocha in the North wide North as a person than Obi, whether regardless of this election. The reason for that, let me tell you the reason for that. There are people, I don't know how much you know about the North and how the Nigerian politics work. Before now, we used to have what is called Kaduna Mafia. After breaking down the Kaduna, now we're now gonna write, we call them say Kabas. So we're saying, even here, we are saying that even if he win the majority of this thing, these people will not trust him with the power that will do everything. Even is that a good democracy we are promoting? No. But we are saying that these are the people that there are people that call them Hausa Igbo. It's easy for Hausa Igbo, and those Hausa Igbo see things differently than from a pure Easterner that never traveled to the North. Their mindset towards the North is different, and it's understandable because they don't even know the area well, and they don't relate with them well. They don't have the same culture. They don't have the same food. Of course, we want Nigeria that work for all of us, but not in the sense whereby you don't have a general knowledge about these people's behavior. We study behavior before you even approach people. If you are going to my house and you know I eat pounded yam, you will bring pounded yam for me, right?
The assertion you made is that Obi is not accepted in the North. That Okorocha will be more accepted.
No, you are missing the whole thing. We are saying that it's most likely the Northern will accept him.
That's the proposition you made. I'm trying to go to figures and facts.
The figures and facts now, you accepted that one, but you do not accept the general election. Then that's the hypocrisy. If you're going to accept that what it comes from the North, that he won 5 states, then let it be original 5 states, and there is no mago. That's all. That's all. If you want to believe that, you cannot say he win Lagos, and now he won Lagos, and now you turn around and say, okay, there is a ring somewhere, or they deny him something, when you already admitted that.
And look, the problem is that you keep trying to put some confabulation and confound.
You are the one saying one that is not good, and then the other one. So if you talk about Port River State, I believe I hear some news that is not quite right. That like a voter
Gentlemen, with all these trust, lack of trust, and all that, then what are we doing with the system?
We continue to build a bridge. We continue to build a bridge of understanding. So that's
when since 1960 we've been
okay, since 1960, and this one election now, that one will fix it for you, right? This one election now that does not go your way now, the end of the war.
Nigeria as a country is very young. On the computer, how old is America? How old is Europe? Nigeria as a country is very wrong. So you cannot compare.
Because we never get a leader that really unites us. We never have a leader. You never have a leader that unites us.
All African countries are very young. They are very young countries now. How old is America? How old is Europe? So let's not take it like that. Let's not look at it as a human. Let's not compare it to human age.
Nobody's even talking about age. What I'm trying to say is that the assertion John Abba is making that Obi is not accepted in the North is incorrect.
I said that Okorocha will be. I said that Okorocha may not even be accepted in his own state, may not even win in his own state, but he have the likable in the North more than Obi. You cannot convince me. I know the politics. If you maybe want to convince me otherwise, and you are not trying to convince me that he won 5 states in the North, then why are you not happy with that?
Mindset. I'm not going to.
How many did Abubakar win in the East? How many states?
I'm not sure. What point are you getting to?
The issue is that even then the Northerners are more acceptable to whatever you are saying. The Northerners are more open to vote if they are convinced, if they are educated, and they tell them this is it. They are more.
Good morning. That's what I've been saying all day. Exactly the point I've been making. You are the one.
I think we are just saying it in a different way.
From somewhere else. Yeah. I've been saying that the Northerner is like every other human being that will accept a superior argument. You're trying to say that the Northerner doesn't care about this thing. They are not greedy. They are not this one. The assertion that if somebody likes something good, the person is now a greedy person. It's complete, doesn't make any sense. What I'm saying.
Odi, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. But it's okay. I mean, that's your own decision. Let me tell you something. If you do not know that there's a car that exists like a Rolls Royce, will you desire to own it? You won't. This is what John Abba is trying to tell you. These guys have very little that they're desiring for because they have very little that they have seen. So if you have not seen skyscrapers, will you come to desire skyscrapers in your village? No. So they allow them some very limited level of seeing the other side. That is why majority of them don't even travel to the east or the south because they are told that if you go there, you'll be killed. Igbos don't give land to anybody. Yoruba don't do this. Listen,
No,
this one not.
stop that.
I'm
No.
coming. Listen,
I was
We
born
grow
in a.
up there. I'm telling you what's going on. I don't think so anymore.
Actually, you're no.
You are
Sounds good
if you like,
for.
take it. But that is it.
When you're not saying the truth, how can I take it? You're saying that Northerners were born in the East, many of them. What are you saying? We even had on record the first mayor in
how many of them are how many?
Happening Northern have a land in there or have a house own in the East compared to this.
How many?
Tell us.
It's not their culture to buy the land. They don't want to buy.
They don't have a house where they live.
Okay, let me ask, how many do you think they have gone to the East? How many?
How
do you
many?
think that have ever gone to the East? Yes.
I don't have the data, but I can tell you that if you go to hold on, go to Enugu.
There is even outside quarter. There will maybe outside quarter, after market in some area in all the East. There will be a place where man can change money, where you will see them. Then we are not saying that they are not there. We are talking about the majority and the compare. You cannot compare that.
The idea, these northerners that you people are deriding and trying to.
Oh, you are the one making language. That is why you're not understanding what you are saying. The mere fact that there are some of them that have gone to live in the East, like a handful of them, those ones are not going to go back and convince their people because they already have their own mindset. And we're still telling you this thing, and you are still going ahead and say, "Well, why are we deriding them? Are we
exactly? I think the thing is coming from different political angle and view, but it's okay. You are entitled to your opinion. I don't come here to. We have to make intelligent debate and argument on issue because people watches this program all over the world, and it's a good thing for us to set records straight, and it's also good to end in a good note in our submission. I understand where you are coming from.
You see, what Jonaba is saying, if the southern politicians can understand and have that mindset, we'll be able to understand how to go about it. But each time
it's about selling. It's about
selling. The way we are talking now, they will run off. They will run off.
I do understand what you people are saying, but what I'm saying, look, these northerners that you're saying that they are so loved in their area, they are not. They can't even go back home. They're all living in Abuja. Many of the northern governors are hanging out in Abuja.
Since when now? Just this election. Since when? Oh, we have
no, before. Why are you saying this Boko Haram? They can't go back.
Boko Haram is only heavily in Borno State. There's no, and the one happening in Benue State, they call them whatever they say Fulani henchmen or whatever is terrorizing the community is different thing. Boko Haram.
Just one of them. I said since Boko Haram. I didn't say.
Where again? Where in Kano, in Kaduna? There is a flu in Kaduna that terrorists between the southern Kaduna and the northern Kaduna is like a religious bait. That what is that? What is that? And there's no other in fight in the east.
No. Why? I'm not bringing comparison now. I'm saying that
you have to because you are talking about all of them now have moved because of crime to Abuja. How many Abuja can contain? How many people can Abuja contain?
Go to Niger State. Go to politicians from Niger State, from Zamfara State, from Borno. Those people can go home. It's the facts. So when you're saying you're trying to paint them as they go in their
your governor are not living in Lagos.
I'm not trying to, if we want.
You are talking like your governors from the east are not living in Lagos.
The people in the don't love
Island, are they not in PGC then?
Most of them have a permanent house.
Sorry, I just 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Here we are here to learn, not just to argue. What I think John Abba is from the north. KJ, I know he also understands not that politics, what's going on there. What they are saying, they actually say the truth. That is just the summary. For me, I was even saying this. For Peter Obi to have a real clear win in Nigeria easily, with the support Peter Obi was having in the South, to be honest, if he have 50% of that in the North, that election, there is nothing anybody can do. The understanding in the North is different. They listen to political leaders, religious leaders, their emirs. We don't have that. The reason for that is what KJ just said, right? In the North, one of the differences, you have the local government chairman, or you are a minister, you start taking care of thousands of people. They come to your house to get food. When I was serving in Zamfara State, Sani Yerima, that was doing Sharia politics, he ruled for 8 years. KJ, if you go to Zamfara State, for 8 years, Sani Yerima, nobody can tell you, I'm saying it authoritatively, this is the project Sani Yerima completed. You know what Sani Yerima was doing? Sani Yerima was giving money to the people. I was shocked. If Sani Yerima is coming to Gusau, the moment he entered Gusau, the whole city, I've never seen anything like that. Both married men, married women, everybody, they are in his house. He will start sharing like 200 naira. Hey, Yerima Yadzo, the whole place. And once the governor after Yerima, Mahmoud Shekafe, even with his popularity, he was the one that was even working. After 4 years, Yerima said he must leave. He kicked him out. He only said what time. So when people are saying this stuff, is because of understanding. It's not emotions. If you want to win vote in the North, you need to go work with these people. I was saying it, all right? Like if Konkoso had agreed to be vice to Peter Obi, they would have been all these political gangsters, they would have seen hell. Because Konkoso can pull out vote from the North. The guy Peter Obi choose, he cannot really do much. It's not like certain politics where nobody will come, you win an election, you come. No, it doesn't work like that. This is the truth. In the South, we are completely different. Anybody can come, you make a statement, you are son of nobody. Come on, in the North, even if you are son of nobody, you can't even marry somebody that is important. You are even talking of politics. Even if you go to Dangote house or one governor and say, hey, you want to marry their daughter, they will ask you, is your father? Like that, it's a witch education. So that is how the Northern system works. So there is no two ways, except this will change later, but for now, that is how it works. KJ and John Nabab, very correct.
No, let me add this before you come in. Odi, let me add this before you come in. Let me add this. You see, if I was among
he came into support.
I'm coming, sir. If I was among Peter Obi's team, this is what I'm going to tell them. One, don't go for the 5 northern states. Go for the middle belt. Go attack Benue, attack Banda Sarawa, attack Taraba, attack Plateau. Okay, and then go for the broke for what do you call it? Adamawa. Okay, go for Adamawa, or you go for listen, leave the far north, because those guys, if their leader, whether they like them or not, I'm telling you this thing authoritatively, whether they have performed or not, comes and say, don't vote KJ, my brother. Anything where you like, we could do, they won't vote for me. That is the way it has been. Yes. Until it changes, that is what's on ground. There's nothing about it. That's the way the people have grown. It's not like us.
Let me have my say.
Say now. Okay, sir. Go ahead.
My point is this. Very good point you made. I also believe that if Peter Obi had chosen Kwankwaso, he would have gotten more votes. There's no question about that. Based on he has connection to the people, to the Talakawas, that they will call it, and that's what Buhari had. It didn't help him so much in the election at the end of the day. If you look at the numbers, that even if Peter Obi had chosen Kwankwaso, he wouldn't have won this election by INEC. They would have still switched off the server, and calculated. I'm just being realistic here. No matter, even if was there, let me finish now. I allowed them talk. Let me finish.
you know, they would have still. Here's my point. AY, here's the point I was trying. This is that an average northerner is different from an average southerner. It's not even in question. Even if you come to the 5 states of, you know, the eastern is where I come from, the person, you know, an average, someone in Abia State or in Imo, they are 2 different people from different areas. They even speak slightly different languages and dialects. Sometimes I can't even understand what a fellow Igbo man is saying. They eat different food. So you can't say, you know, I understand Igbo people don't have king, so we don't have respect for the constitutional authority to tell people what to do. In the North, I have this, what I said, here's my word, because people keep forgetting that there is a mix of religion in the North. You know, people keep forgetting that if you come to the North, that what Obi actually did was to go to the Christian part of the North, which still makes about 35% or some 40% of the North. You know, and that's where he got most of his votes. What we're saying, when he said that Obi is not accepted in the North, that's what I said.
No. I compare Korocha, don't say that. Please, don't say that. I say, don't miss. I still here. Don't miss. I said that it is more likely for the Northern to accept Okorocha, even though he may not even win the state, because of his relationship with the North. That there are people that are called Igbo Hausas. So if you want to come and be talking about to be or no be, me, I know they get blood pressure for any politician. You guys are the one that believe that one is I've been saying it on this platform. One is they're all evil, but one is lesser evil. All of those language doesn't sit with me. I believe if the election is run clearly and no mago, person that will win will still win. And when we talk about accepting the Northern, we are comparing the person that is known in the North, that the Northern can relate to more than Obi. That's all.
Now I'm talking to AY. You know, what I said, let's go into the, you know, statistics and the figures that INEC gave us. I said, how can you say that this man is not accepted in the North when he even won more votes in the North?
You are keep saying the same thing, and that is misrepresenting. We said, I do not say that. I said, and I repeat myself again. And this is the problem when we have with people with trust. I say that if you are comparing Korocha and Obi, that the Okorocha will be accepted in the North, even if Korocha do not win in the state. So that is a different thing than saying he will not be accepted.
It's not even guaranteed.
Let me speak to our fact. You see the North, you are even referring to, let's say you are even referring to the major cities. They have really deep villages. I think KJ must have known, we know some of the villages. If you go to Kuala Lumpur, tell them, Peter Obi, even till now, they will tell you why Peter Obi. They'll say Peter Obi, which Peter Obi they talk when they say paper. So you need it's different actually. Why he's talking about Okorocha, you know, Okorocha is kind of a nutter boy. Okorocha might have more acceptability in the North than Peter Obi.
You see, that idea of Okorocha now is something we don't know. You know, Okorocha, let me tell you something. The idea that if you put Okorocha and Peter Obi in Plateau to run for election, that he win Peter Obi is false. I don't believe that narrative. Or if you put Okorocha and Peter Obi in Nasarawa to win election, you know, he will win him in Nasarawa. It's false. Go and look about makeup. Hold on. The North actually has more tribes than the South.
We know, but see it this way. The biggest region.
Hold on. He's bringing Okorocha into the mix. I'm trying to go state by state. Let's put Okorocha up for election in the against Obi in Plateau, in Nasarawa, in Benue, in all this. See, all these things.
All those places are not even the final we are talking about. We are talking about the middle belt where they know we are talking about Benue. Benue that have a boundary with Enugu there. You are talking about.
Fine. You don't have to like him, but the idea
I
that
don't have to. You cannot force me. I'm talking political. I don't dislike anybody. I know they take my blood. You say politician. Even if my papa be the president of Nigeria, it's none of my business. They play the game of politics. They win or lose. It's man up. It's a game. So any other thing that a passion for anything to come and make me talk, even before they vote, I already bet with everybody here. I'm not about to be or no be. We are talking in general.
But then you are partially right what you are saying, right? It did not cetera. Peter Obi can defeat Okorocha. I also believe that. But you see the core north, northwest, northeast. This northwest is number one area when it comes to Nigeria election. If you win that region, you are likely to win the election.
Yeah.
Or you pull out reasonable votes. You know, they have the highest number of votes.
Beavers has changed those numbers. So go and check. Beavers.
Oh, it's still high. It was still the highest in this election.
But not as it used to be. Go and check. Boronu had 1 million votes in 2019. More than 1 million for Buhari. They gave Buhari. This election, all of them, they didn't even get 300,000. So
are you going to say they didn't get 300,000?
How many people went to vote this? This election was the lowest election in all Nigeria. In all Nigeria, there was the lowest turnout.
And it's in general. It's nothing has to do with anything. The low
it's in general. It's 33%.
In general. And then the next election, if we do not set our tone straight, if we really want to run democracy and we don't set our tone straight, then we're going to get more depressed people that will not even come out. And then all the effort of democracy that we are trying to accomplish, then we cannot have it. Then there is no ending need on 2027. Anybody should go and spend billions of dollars. Let us just let Tinubu stay for the 8 years.
Thank you, in fact, if the Supreme Court failed to meet the yearnings of the Nigerian people, the next election will not be up to 10 million people that will even vote.
Yes.
Not be up to mark my word. 10 million will be difficult to arrive at.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
That's true. If we do not set this tone straight, and then the next election, you think people were depressed and did not come out, there will be worse. People will say, okay, why are we even voting in the first place? And then the Nigerian people, I will be of opinion. Don't waste these billions. Just give it to the masses.
Jonaba, to me, Beavers actually reduced the number of voters, right? The other thing is, if not for the belief most people have for Peter Obi, like especially in the South, the number will not even be up to that. People will not come out. So Peter Obi also push people out.
Of course.
The moment we don't have any candidate with trust in the election, the number will be so low that people will be asking, are there people in this country?
Okay, but let me ask you a question though. Let me ask you a question in this area. If actually, say 93 million people were registered to vote, out of these 93 million people, right? If 50 million people come out to actually to participate, can Nigeria handle it? Can ANEC handle it? Let's
No.
look at ourselves.
No.
They can handle it.
They don't have the infrastructure for all of those things. All those money that you are talking about, they chop it. They don't use any money. In fact, it depends on party. Any party that have more infrastructure that can go around have the tendency to do it on their own.
I'm thinking about INEC. Can they actually handle? Look at, for example, the vote is supposed to start by 8 o'clock. In some places, it starts by 10 or 12 o'clock. Then, if maybe in that polling unit, there are about maybe 10,000 people, will they be able to finish the voting before 6 o'clock?
Blackstone, in the history of Nigeria from 1999, initially we were having there will be election in a state, you will see vote 5 million, 4 million. I'm asking, where is this number coming from? Because they used to write results, right?
Yeah, definitely.
With Beavers, to be honest, even 90 million, 80 million, whatever million people that are registered, I have my fear that most of them, they were fake registration. The other thing, KJ,
I don't think so.
KJ, you are the journalist here. I'm actually thinking if the I feel everything about Nigeria is a scam. I'm actually having a serious doubt if Nigeria population is up to 200 million. They should do a correct sector and give us a number. I don't believe Nigeria population, because how come with the crowd, with the noise, with the follower of Peter Obi, for example, how come Peter Obi was pulling number, Tinubu was pulling number, Atiku was pulling number? How come the total vote were not up to even 20 million? Or
Let me
30
tell you what,
million?
most people were not,
And you are
most
still telling me
people were not-
Nigeria is 200 million.
most people weren't able to vote. That's number one. And most people didn't even go to vote. I think most people weren't able to vote because the time was not there. Because if you say election will close by 6 and you open your polling booth by 10 o'clock, are you going to be able to meet that number of people that are there? And most people didn't, even let me say, most of the people who collected their PVC didn't go out to vote because of the threat they were receiving.
Because of threats, and then because some places they just wrote the result, they didn't actually do any election. But you see, the thing is, even if this Beavers thing is not able to pass through this court process, then know that by next time nobody will even go, because if the Beavers couldn't work, is it the county that will work? So the Nigerian situation is a bit chaotic, and only God knows that it's going to end.
It's
Because
pitiful because they have destroyed the trust of INEC. INEC have destroyed their trust.
Yeah.
Beavers, nobody want to trust anything. Even if you go come out with a new technology, nobody will trust it.
And Blackstone, you know what? One of my pain is that the judges are just reading it as if it's nothing big. This is no big deal. Come on, I spent 300 and something billion, but it doesn't matter if they say the Beaver. After all, they said it failed, so it could have failed. So if they say they have failed, you are talking about if you put Tinubu's votes and Obi's vote together, you are talking about over 20 million people. Okay, 20 million people were given a promise, and that promise was not kept. And to the judiciary, it's not a sin. It is not against the law. It's not a crime. Come on, are you kidding me? Okay, so that means that if they are playing football tomorrow, I can go and move the goalpost from where it is when they want to score and move it to the end of the field, and now it will still be okay.
No, Mr. KJ, this is what we have been talking since, that they don't care about the country. They don't care what happens. As long as the country still exists, they don't care about it. Because if the judges can come out and destroy those process with their judgment, they have destroyed election in Nigeria. And no meaningful Nigeria, no youth. The thing may be the youth today, where the youth maybe of 20 years ago or 10 years ago, so on and so forth, that they don't listen, they don't do anything. They all listen, they all follow trend, what is going on. And I don't think the next election will be an election that anybody will be proud of. That was it. Even let me say something. Even the state election, this maybe Imo State, Bayelsa, Kogi State. Let's see what's going to happen if people will come out and vote. Because they know that their vote, it does not count. Even with the Beavers, they are still coming out now and we will use the Beavers, we do this. Why are you not now with this judgment? Everybody that everybody is talking about, everybody is disappointed. They want to come and tell us, the Beavers is there. I will tell everybody, the Beavers is not different from your phone, your smartphone. The only thing that makes it different, because the Beavers can read is to have a card reader, which our phone does not have. You understand me? So you can open your phone with a fingerprint. You can open your phone with your facial recognition. You can snap papers and you can send it out. So what is the difference in Beavers than your smartphone? Apart from it reads your card. And as Patrick was saying, that if you are going to use
fingerprint, why are we still having voters card? You know, so at the end of the day, the technology is nothing new. We are saying, yeah, this and this and this and this. There's nothing new about it. So, and I pray that if we can fight for an to have an amendment to that electoral law to remove either that issue of either manual or INEC have to have the right to decide. Let's remove those clauses in the electoral law, that ambiguity in it. Let's remove them. And if the book will be able to sign it into law, because if you sign it to law, and anyway, I think the economy. I don't see any reason. I don't see any factors or things that make the economy improve between now and 4 years, because economic performance does not just happen like that. It takes time.
But refineries coming online could do that.
Which refinery? When they are saying that they are going to buy your wait.
Dangote one and the
Dangote is going to buy its oil here with dollars. Is it going to sell?
Are you aware?
Nigeria owns 20% of it now.
Are you aware that
shareholder now?
Dangote
shareholders?
Yeah, 20% is significant.
So what does it mean? I think to control it. They're not controlling factors now. They're not the highest share.
No, if you own 20%, it means that any profit you make comes to you.
The profit you make, that doesn't mean okay. What profit are you going to make? Are they going to sell below market the dollar rate? Or
no matter how high they sell it, 20% of that profit goes to Nigeria.
Goes to Nigeria. So in what form? In cash or in petroleum?
Maybe in petroleum. I think personally they will take it.
Father, you are just that you don't know Nigeria. The LNG. Does Nigeria not have a share in energy? Is the gas cheap?
Gas is cheaper than petrol now.
Yes, gas is cheaper. Gas is always cheaper than petrol all over the world.
Yes.
That's always cheaper. So is it cheaper for everybody in Nigeria? They increase the price, but Nigeria government has a share in LNG. So that
yes, but it's cheaper than petrol. That's in terms of the proportion.
It's always cheaper.
Yes, but it's the gap between the two prices.
How much is 23 cubic meter of gas in Nigeria? How much is it?
I don't know.
Okay, ask the people that people are there. Ask them how much they buy a gas cylinder in Nigeria, and how much was it before now? And they're not using dollar. They're not using dollar to affect the price. So this show Nigeria is
but if you think about it, let me say, if you think about it, if the refineries come online, let's say the Port Harcourt one comes online and the Dangote one, not any other one, I think that just by not having to purchase petrol with dollars, with our precious foreign reserve, we don't have to do that anymore. That means we saved ourselves some money there. And there is also if let's say 20%, if we own 20% of Dangote Refinery and Dangote Refinery can generate twice as much petrol as Nigeria needs, it means that technically we could get 40% of the petrol from Dangote Refinery at cost rate. You understand what I mean? At cost rate, without having to worry about the profit that Dangote Refinery has to make and all the rest, because
no, you are wrong. Dangote is a private businessman. He has borrowed money, and the interest is increasing because it was supposed to come upstream last year, and it's not even coming up until next year.
No, you are mistaking my point. If you are part of a company, if that company sells anything, your share is always going to come to you. That's what Nigeria is.
They are shareholders. At the end of the year, they pay them their shares. They are shareholders.
Yeah.
So the other thing, even Boa is building another refinery in Akwa Ibom. So I think that should be ready by next year too. But it's of lower capacity than that.
Is it a refinery or is a modular refinery? They are building
no, it's a refinery. It's not a modular refinery. It's a standard refinery. But it's
who is that is building it?
Boa Abdul Samad. Boa, the owner of Boa Cement.
I know.
I've heard about
Now, Boasiman, do you know him?
No, I've heard of Boasiman, but in terms of the capacity of this refinery, do
No,
you know?
it's of lower. I forgot. It's of lower capacity than Dangote refinery. Yeah, but I think that is getting ready by this year. I think
it's building modular refinery.
All this is will help Nigerian
it's
economy.
not a modular refinery. You know, the only the area the building modular refinery is Edo, Delta. For now, those are the ones I know. Yeah,
And they are not even working.
They've not started working, but they are almost done. My brother, very close friend, is building one in Delta.
So potentially now we could have
the first one.
Potentially we could have Dangote, Port Harcourt, Boas refinery, and the other smaller modular refineries.
Yeah, the modular refinery, they are not really doing much. They can only serve an area.
They can only produce diesel now.
They can't do much. But
they're not producing petrol.
Boa refinery is stand. Come on, how we Boa build a modular refinery?
So I don't know, but I don't know because I don't know.
It's not a modular refinery.
So I don't know. Just asking because when did it start it?
It started I think 2 years ago in Akwa Ibom. Yeah, check it out.
2 years ago, that's about 5 years to build.
I think 2 years ago or last year.
Mr. Fast Checker, check it.
Yeah, check. It depends on the resources you put. You can complete.
That's not even up to 5 years ago. Even it's not even up to 5 years. About 4 years, 3 years, he used to build the whole refinery. Wow, that's quite something.
Doesn't take like if you are ready, you have those are capital projects. Once everything, you have everything is ready, it can go. You can build refinery within 3 years, of course.
And Nigeria cannot figure it out for.
It's just to put more resources. That is why I was saying, like, if I were the president, I would not repair Nigeria refinery. I would build a new one. Sometimes the cost of maintaining a refinery, that refinery is very old. You might even spend more money in the end.
I guess there's a chance.
Yeah, I would have focused on new refinery.
Yeah, I thought, why don't they remove the old equipment and replace with the new equipment?
Exactly.
They replace it, but the problem with Nigeria, a lot of mago now.
Because it is government now, and the government.
Yeah, they play with it. When you privatize a system.
If Lagos Ibadan Expressway can take more than 10 years, about 120 kilometers, what do you expect?
Major roads.
What do you expect? 120 kilometers for more than 8 years, about 10 years going on. So what do you expect?
Nigeria, like those projects, like it is a shame. Everything is a scam, to be honest. They lie to the people because the other problem is you have a budget for a project. I mean, if you don't do it within that period, materials, the price of things are increasing. So it's gonna increase the cost of what you are doing. They don't even know that. So that's why they keep spending money on this stuff, Like if contractor is not ready to work, get him out. Because they collect kickback, they can't get the contractors out.
The thing is, Tinubu technically is a lucky president because Buhari didn't have the kind of luck Tinubu had. When Buhari came in,
I agree.
Price of crude oil came down, there's lockdown, all that kind of nonsense happened during his time. But Tinubu, we came in when subsidy was already ready to be ruled. Even on his very first day, it was a gift that was just added to Tinubu. Subsidy out of the way. And,
even price of oil now is almost $100 crude oil.
Imagine that the price of oil has gone up, and then refineries might come online. So you can see all the makings of a potentially reasonably prosperous period showing up in the near future if he doesn't manage to screw it up. So if all those things happen and he improves security, you can see a situation where the Nigerian economy will start improving, and even Nigerians that are overseas will start going back. But
it needs to also focus on crude oil theft. It is a big issue, man, in Nigeria.
That's a big one.
So, what somebody said to me today, an elderly man, I can't even say it here. Maybe I'll be arrested. So let me keep my mouth shut. That I know I can't say it here because
Here's my take about this. I'm personally excited about the future of Nigeria and the prospects. But the problem I have with when we are focusing maybe on oil theft, as he was going to talk about, on maybe the crude oil refineries that are coming online. The main problem Nigeria has is intangible assets. Can you come to a place and you have, as you were saying, security, rule of law? If you come to Lagos, if you invest and somebody swindles you, can you go to the court and let the court give you back your, thing? That's how foreign investors, and even Nigerians who live outside Nigeria will return to be able to invest in the country. Without that, you can, have all the modular refineries you have. You may make things a little better, but still the suffering has gone so deep that it is going to take a long road, to bring us back. But what they need to invest in, if I were to say, is like everybody wishes any government that is in power, whether it's Tinubu that is going to succeed with the Supreme Court, that he becomes successful. But the thing is, to become successful, you have to be convinced that you have love for the country. Look at Abuja now. MC Oluomo people have taken over. People who have enjoyed relative peace in Abuja, it becomes a little bit of a fishy place anymore, going forward, right? That they are shooting gun and taking over places by force. And, those society, if that's the trajectory that the society is going to go on with, it's a problem. No matter whatever you put in there, and if people can't go to their farm. So there are some things they have to put in place. Now bring in all the other things for people to succeed.
just a quick one. So the Boa Refinery is gonna be producing 200,000 barrels per day.
And it's coming up in 2025, not
before 2025. Before 2025.
So before that,
no, next year.
It's not fixed for 2025.
I think he meant to say we'll process 200,000 barrels of oil. Because what are they going to produce? Do you mean barrels of what? So
of petrol.
Of petroleum now. Dangote, hold on. Dangote is producing. Dangote is going to be producing 650,000 barrels per day.
No, that's not what. That's where I'm saying you're mixing it up. Dangote.
Mixing what?
Hold on now. Let me tell you now. Hold on. Now you can Google it and check it. Dangote will process 650,000 barrels of crude oil.
Yes, correct. That's correct.
Don't talk about that. Say produce 650,000 barrels.
You are right.
Petrol in barrels.
Yeah, you are right. You are right today. You are right. That's correct.
Okay, I think I've had a feel.
In any case, Google is not a fad for everything. So I don't think that
I've had enough of the feel for today.
So thank you everybody for being here.
Thank you. Good night, everybody, too.
I see you guys
all
again.
of you.
God bless.
Everybody don't disappear.
Yes, so you came late, why? Where you go?
Yeah, man. I was. Forefather said I should not come here again. So
don't mind him.
Because
he's after my life.
Because you're always at his platform now.
No, he never said that. I'm just joking.
I know, and I'm joking too. Because you're always at his platform. All right, so
yeah. Hopefully, I listen for a while though. Hopefully, it is. I'm just praying for Nigeria things to work. But
everybody is praying for Nigeria now. So, but what can we do? Because we that are here, we are feeling the pains. But at the end of the day, what can we do? Because I don't like to talk. I don't like to talk and talk. At the end of the day, there's no performance, So I don't believe in all those things.
Forefather, that Friday, yesterday, I disappeared from that platform. You know why? I was sick of what people were discussing there, kind of. because I just see them defending some things that were not right to me. Like I don't. So that is the problem of Nigeria. People, we should learn to criticize, even if it's our father that is the leader. When he's not doing good, criticize. So you see, like we have different set of people there. When you go to another platform, you have different set of people. They will defend their whole. So it's kind of scary that maybe some regions in Nigeria, they don't believe in Nigeria anymore. Everybody is just looking for what they want to grab. I don't know if they are projecting the country to scatter. Everybody just go your way.
No, AY, one thing I believe, because it's because we are all now, we are all in diaspora. That's why we are talking like this. Yeah, Sammy, you know, they say an hungry man is an angry man.
Angry man.
So I always say one thing: even the devil has supporters. They have the devil to be very bad. He still have supporters. So either good or bad, no matter what it is, they will still have supporters. People will still support one thing or the other because they're not feeling the pains, and others are feeling the pains. People have hope that okay, it might change, like your father said. Yeah, when this come on, when this come on, there are other many things that also happen, not only one thing. You understand me? You know, so there are many things. Running a country economy is not easy. And one thing I say is this, right? Most of the economic principles that the Westerners are using doesn't work for third world countries. Because we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the what it takes to put those things to work. Then they already develop their economy. Once it is going out of what they don't expect, they know how to reverse it back. But we don't have the leverage.
The thing is, to develop economy is not hard. Because our people are not free to do that. That is the problem. You know, if you look at all the other countries that have them, they develop very quickly. This in Vietnam was torn to pieces, and look at Vietnam today, how
Yes,
they are growing.
Papa, it depends on the leader.
We are not
and the
allowed
people.
to.
Yeah, it depends on the leaders. No, it depends on the leaders and the people. Okay, let me say one thing now. What is the difficulties of producing power in Nigeria?
The way it works is that when your leaders are not allowed to do certain things, they are restricted from how much freedom they can exhibit, then you are going to start having problems, like because the population is growing. You can't provide enough power for them. You can't provide
Let me tell
enough
you one thing.
security for them. You can't provide enough educational resources for that. You are going to start seeing this out of decay occur.
Let me give you an example with Germany. Almost everything in Germany, the telephone, the telecommunication, power and everything, trains and everything, we are developed by the federal government.
Yeah, but
right?
Germany is free to develop. That's the difference.
No, nobody is stopping us not to develop because
You see, that's what you don't understand.
Wait now,
They are
Father,
stopping
wait.
us from doing that. You don't
Father,
understand that.
Father, see, sometimes I don't have to buy into those beliefs, you understand me? Because if
I would do the same. That's why I know it's happening. I would do the same if I was them.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I don't believe, because I believe the leader on top, the president, has a lot to do. You understand me? There's one word that Tafa Balewa said when he was the prime minister. When he was invited by America, he said he cannot come to America now because he has a lot to do at home for his people. He cannot come to visit America. You have to give him time. But if you see our leaders, the ones they are appointed, they are flying abroad.
Yeah, who laid the foundation for that to happen?
Who laid the foundation? You can change it. You have to change it.
But it's not that simple to do. That's what you have to understand.
It's
not that simple to do. I'm not saying it's not possible, but all the leaders have tried to do it. Do you know how many leaders have been stopped in Africa alone?
It is a decision for father. That doesn't mean that you're not going to partner with them, things like that. You understand me?
right? But if okay, for example, if I come to visit you in your house, and then now I invite you to my house. If you don't want to come, we'll come and kill you. We will negotiate. You understand me? So there are ways people negotiate over.
Actually, they will if you stop them from coming. You were asking that, oh, would you kill me? Yeah, they will actually. If they get in charge, they will do it.
You have to give them time. Okay, for example, now, the Tinubu have been invited to come and ring the closing bell of NAFDAC in America. What is that? What is the importance of that?
No, it's not important. It means nothing. It's just trinkets.
So what I'm trying to tell you is this, right? If you have any baggage in your cupboard that the Western world knows, they will play along with you, because if you make noise, they will bring it out. You understand me?
So
and yes, because if okay, let me put it like this. You know, all this game, America, France, Europe is playing with Tinubu, is I guess from my own thinking that they want to bring their base to Nigeria. And you remember, Nigeria has everything that they need, natural resources.
So they want to bring that base to Nigeria. Why do you think they want to do that? Because they are.
Did they not ask for it before?
But normally, yeah, but they asked for it before now. But why do you think our leaders? This is what I was telling you, that our leaders are under their spell. Yeah, our leaders should not normally allow that kind of thing to happen.
When this guy Basojo rejected it, were they able to do anything? Because he has nothing. They have nothing against him. They have nothing of him that they have in their system.
Yeah, you see, okay, let me put it this way. There's certain things they can be able to do. There are certain things they cannot be able to do. This is why you have to recognize the limits of their power. The limit of their power is like if they come to Nigeria now and say the Northerners have to turn Christian, good luck with that one. That's not happening. If you come to the South and tell them to turn Muslim, good luck. It's not gonna happen. They don't have that power. So, but there are certain things they can do. If let's say they want you to give their person this in more, allow their shell company to do very well in terms of within your country to be siphoning your money from their country, and you want to stop it, they are going to do something to stop you, because that one is within their area of control that the people will not even see it coming. So they will do their best. That's how they stopped Jonathan. They said they were against Jonathan. They were supporting Buhari.
Yes, they were against Jonathan. You understand me? And we played, the Nigerian people played into it. Even the Sarah reporter, you know, even destroyed Jonathan's chances in Nigeria, because even total damages. Go and watch their videos of that time. How they were bombarding.
Let's not change history here. Jonathan administration was massive corruption, and Jonathan was very clueless.
Was very weak.
He was very weak. Jonathan is a perfect gentleman. Don't get it twisted. I like his person. He's a perfect, but as a leader, no.
It does. It doesn't have that authority, or maybe that will. That's to take decisions.
What is even funny, sir?
Even Buhari was even worse than Jonathan.
Buhari was weak also. So what is even like during Obasanjo, IBB, Abacha, Ivo Obasanjo, Abdul Salah, they were stealing money by themselves. Jonathan, I don't think they were stealing money around Jonathan.
Of course they were. No, that's course.
People were stealing money around him.
If you are a weak leader, that's what will happen to you. That's also what happened to Buhari. You understand me? You know?
Yeah.
And
it was sleeping.
Yes. So that's what it is. And you know, one thing that like I said before, to rule a nation is not easy. You understand me?
Agreed.
And once you are not physically fit, emotionally fit, and very healthy, you understand me? It will break you down. All of the day you'll be sleeping in the office.
Physically fit is the least of your problem. See, there are things you know about the story of Okonjo Iweala. There are things you can't do as a leader. You have your limits. If you cross certain lines, you have to be prepared for everything that they throw at you, because you don't have the ability to repel them anyway.
No,
But
what I mean
see,
by physically fit is that when you are weak, you can then you sleep all the time in the office. You sleep. Time for you to be working, you are sleeping. You understand me? The people are doing things that you do not expect.
Yeah.
You understand me? When fight comes to your table, you have to attend to it immediately. Maybe 2 months time, and before before that, they are taking the chances to do what they want to do. I cannot even review those files, those things. You understand me? That's why I say when you are physically weak.
I think for me anyway, the way I look at it is that if your weakness comes from the fact that you're not protected as a leader, if your own people are not responsible for your survival and your protection, chances are that you are going to defer to people that are responsible for your survival and protection for as loyalty, because those are the ones that guarantee your safety. And this is one of the things I keep saying, that why should our leaders serve us when we are not the ones guaranteed their safety? Why do you think they run to London all the time? They feel more safer there. Sometimes they even go there to go and have a meeting all the time, because they don't see that's the country that is guaranteeing their security. Do you see that the British warship came to Nigeria recently? Because Nigeria is not it doesn't have its own security in its own hands.
Oh,
That's the problem.
Because they are afraid. Just now, you just made a reference to Vietnam. America fought heavy war in Vietnam. You understand me? But today, Vietnam are they not standing on their own? Are they afraid of America? What influence America has on their decisions? You understand me? Simply because you know one thing. Then this actually, let me put why I see it like this: that the regard or the something, the respect we have for the Western world is too much. That is why we wake up every day, we are going to abroad. You understand me? You know, so at the end of the day, why don't we develop our own system? Tinubu just after the election, he went to France. Everybody has said he went to France. Why must you go to France? Why don't you find somewhere in Nigeria and go and relax your soul and stay away from people?
Because those are the people that kept him alive. Those are the people that are guaranteeing his safety. It's not us.
No, who's pursuing him? That's my question. Who is pursuing them? If you are clean, okay, okay. Look at Obi. Obi walked freely in the street, even before the election, every time.
I was scared for Obi.
You are scared for him, yes. But
I was scared for
was
Peter
there
Obi.
any other candidate that could say I walk in the street, go to somewhere alone and everything? You don't see military people around it. You don't see people around.
They knew.
He feel that he has nothing to hide. Nobody's after him because he has not stolen from anybody. He has not offended anybody. You understand me? Once you are a criminal, you are. They say
the Blackstone, my God, if that is the principle that you are living by, you've not stolen from anyone, so nobody's going to come for you.
No.
Since when that's the
it doesn't work like it doesn't work like that.
Wait, let me put like this.
They don't care about that.
You might not steal from somebody, but you might have offended somebody, not only by stealing. They say the wicked ones shall not have peace.
Let me just recognize, guys. The banks, a bank's theory subscribes just now to this this channel that I put on this thing. I just saw a notification. The bank's theory. Yeah, that's an interesting
name. Me,
big bank.
The bank, yeah, the bank. So that's the way I see it. You understand me? So when you are not, in fact, Nigeria is a complex society. Even we ourselves, Nigerians, we are very complex people. But we are also very good. Nigerians are also very good people.
The one that gives me sleepless nights.
Poverty.
You see, what gives me sleepless nights in Nigeria is that our people themselves are very, very easy to compromise.
Yes,
Many of our people today, I've said it before, because they said they were going to do it. If Igbo man says take these weapons, we use it to fight the Hausa man, because you don't like them. They will take it and do it. And the same thing, vice versa, Southwest, fight each other. They will do it today. It tells you that this is how they control our leaders. Because if you want to misbehave, they'll tell you, you know, those people have been agitating and you are not doing what you want now. We are going to use them to remove you from office or cause
Of
problem for
course.
you.
No,
Of course, that was what happened in Syria Road now.
It's
Mhm.
only
Even
Nigerians.
even
Doesn't
the
go a
Biafra
black
war,
man.
right? The
They still
confidence
do
of
it.
Ojukwu was from
Ah,
support from outside somehow.
yeah,
So the thing is, if there
sorry,
is a
sorry, sorry.
crisis,
There's another person that has subscribed. Sorry, AY. Mr. Pig has subscribed this thing. Was it not Mr. Pig that was talking about oh, I'm good looking, I'm not
Mr. Pig, I was
and I was
I think
reading it a little bit, but I was like, Chema was asking him, are you a woman or a guy? I
no,
don't know.
I think he's a lady, man.
Uh,
She's just using Mr. so people will not don't know.
okay, but I like this statement. This I think Guy Ogun, yeah, Owan Lele. Listen, there was this statement he made about the Vietnamese, because and which is technically what I normally my position on it, where he said in Vietnam there were a strong will, a vision, and a people united to work together to reach that common goal.
That was what happened.
Yeah.
That's because they have to now after all that brutal
Yeah.
bulala.
No, yeah, you know, I've
You
said it
wake up
before.
now.
I
You
said
wake up
before.
by force.
Let me give you an example. My late father told me that every country today that has developed, read their history, they have fought one war or the other that were drastic, that fought drastic wars, they will shed blood.
Of course.
Just look at all the nations that did our first world nations.
Of course.
So that's why I said Biafra war did not benefit Nigerians. Know why? Because if that Biafra war was fought all around Nigeria would be a different place today. It would be because it would have opened our head to think differently.
No, hold on. If you fight amongst yourself, it doesn't make you develop. It's when you fight against other people. That's the one that forces you to develop. Because if you fight amongst yourself, if anything, it leaves people quite traumatized against each other, like Liberia and a few other countries like Sierra Leone. But if you have a conflict against external force,
just like
just
like Russia and Ukraine now. After that war, Ukraine they will reinforce. You know, Canada and US, they once fought a war now, long ago. Yeah, Canada and US, you are seeing that are best friends in the world.
Okay,
they fought a war.
How about Rwanda? You put Rwanda in
I think Rwanda, you guys are overrated.
Rwanda is overrated. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Do you know that GDP per capita? You know why people like Rwanda is because Africa is so terrible that if somebody can sweep their streets and build a few houses, we think, what is Rwanda manufacturing?
Forefather, that is how they used to praise God. I was telling my friend, I'm like, forget it. There is nothing in Ghana, man. Ghana economy is like shit show.
No, but at least Ghanaians are manufacturing something. What is Rwanda manufacturing?
The Ghana economy is coming down anyway. This person is bringing
down. Ghana economy is down. They manufacturing nothing. Even agriculture. They import agricultural produce.
They are making some cocoa. They have some oil. They are the highest manufacturers of gold. So Ghana is that's number one in the world. Gold. There is Ghana. Let's not forget. And it's funny because they don't talk too much about that in terms of Ghana as an economy. Like the way they talk about Nigeria for oil. Nobody says too much about gold, but yet they are number one in the world. When I saw it the other day, I was a little bit surprised. Wow, why does no one talk about
Ghana? They do it well.
Okay, forefathers. Okay, now let's look at it now. If Ghana can be able to manage their natural resources, and it's not being mined by anyhow people. People can just come here and begin to mine those things. Then what is wrong with Nigeria? That people can just fly into Nigeria, unknown people, they begin to mine our natural resources and they will take it away.
They are doing the same thing in Ghana. Have you ever heard of Galamsey? Galamsey is Chinese people and foreigners coming to just. It's like a go and it means go and take or something, make something. So they started combating it in Ghana. This type of stuff, but it's not happening the way it happens in Nigeria, where they just are killing people in that area. You don't see that kind of stuff in Ghana. And in Ghana right now, American soldiers, they go there with their ID. They don't even need their international passport because one of their airport terminal is controlled by the U.S. military. So their security too is being guaranteed by America and foreign this power. These people are not, they don't own their countries. There was this image I saw. I don't know how true it is. It is saying that Ghanaians, they found this massive chunk of gold. You guys saw it in the video. Let me see if I can share it so you can see. They found a massive chunk of gold. Let me see. Man, in Africa, some of the things that they are finding is just ridiculous. Let me share this. That's gold, though.
Yeah, I saw this picture.
That's some crazy stuff. How much is that thing worth? That thing is well over 200,000 to 1 million. Oh. That's a whole block of gold. And if you can find this amount in that location, there's going to be a lot of them around there. You know, so you can see that these people, they do have access to a lot of natural gold resources. But what is it doing for the country? They are the largest manufacturer of gold in the world, but it's not doing them any good.
Because it's also boiled down to lack of management, the lack of good management. That's what it is. That's always the African problem.
This type of thing is not only. I don't think it's because of the this in the neo-colonial this in aspects to it. They could have fought. You can argue that they could have fought, but the problem of our people, I fear, is because our suffering cannot be substitute to fear of destruction from other people, because most of the other countries that did what they did to develop, they feared for their survival, not just suffering. They feared for their survival. You know, like the way the Vietnam survived the war against America. That was brutal stuff. They fought Americans like crazy. Koreans, they went through the same hell. They fought Americans. Japan, 2 nukes they took. And South Korea, they fought with the Americans. So all these people, they have to. It's almost as if when you fear for your survival, it makes you set your differences aside, and your vision is a lot clearer.
Okay, Father, let me ask a funny question. You know what I mean? If, for example, the Americans say you come to fight in Nigeria now, how would people react?
Oh no, you know, it's funny, you know. Okay, you tell me, because I know what some people told me yesterday. Some people will be like, "Hey, whoa, let's get ready, oh." You know, some people will welcome them even like, "Oh my God, let them come and colonize us." You will not believe how many Nigerians still believe we have this colonial mentality that better to be colonized than live like this.
It is the situation. Yes, of course. It is the situation.
Some people believe that they don't understand. See, and that is very dangerous, because what you don't understand is when you are colonized, it's like a slave in a castle. Anything can be done with you. They can take you like a slave. They can take you to the altar and sacrifice you. They can do whatever they like with you. You don't control your survival. That's what it is. And for a people as powerful and as rich as we are, naturally anyway, to succumb to that kind of way of thinking, and that other people should guarantee your survival, people don't understand how bad that is. You know,
okay. Papa, let me take you out of something, out of this topic. Let me just do something. You know, you always talk about the slave trade and so on and so forth, the slave masters. So, do you know that almost all the living American presidents today, their family, they're slave, they are having slaves. Even Obama.
Yeah, and they are not masters. You just call them this thing,
No,
colonizers and all that.
no, not that.
Yeah,
You know,
they are all
they were,
involved in slavery now.
they were having slaves as their workers in America.
It's not surprising to me. I guess it's
So
obvious that
only one that
It's
are not
slaves that
having.
build America now.
Yes. No, when you know that, okay, but I'm trying to say that. Oh, even talk of Obama from part of the Obama family. You understand me? Some of them were also part of having the slaves.
You see.
Only Donald Trump, they said that they wasn't having, they don't have, they will not.
Come on.
No, wait. I read it. It's a study from.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. We need to know that the definition of slave, what we call slave, is actually subjective. Sometimes when you call slave, people think, oh, it's all about Black Africa from Africa.
This is Black Africa. They were different with Black Africans that they brought from Africa.
So what is the evidence Obama kept slave? I don't believe it, because even Obama himself,
part of the family now. I don't know. No, not Obama himself, part of the families, not part of the families, maybe from the mother's side or something like that.
Me, I will ask, what is their definition of slave? It's just like, for example, even in Nigeria.
If you go to MSN, it was I read it from the Bloomberg story.
Okay.
You understand me? So not that I just saw it online, no.
So
why they said that even Donald Trump were not involved, because before they migrate to America, they have ended slave trade. That's why they're not involved in it. And that was just the reason they gave, you understand me? So I was like, so if Obama, I'm not saying him, but the family was a part of it. No, so you're just trying to say the living American president today, who we are. So they would say that maybe Donald Trump now use that as a part of his campaign.
You see all this issue. You see all this issue. Okay, look at Nigeria, for example. Because we don't pay attention to what is going on. Even the rich men, they get house help, they pay their peanuts, they do all kind of work. Will you not call it slavery? In the standard society, we are not saying don't get a house help, but there should be a standard of work. You should pay them a living wage. But they're not doing that. They're enslaving them.
It is the society.
Enslaving? Whom are they enslaving?
I say even in Africa, even in Nigeria, for example, these rich men, they have house help, they pay peanuts, they do all dirty work. They will not let them go to school.
Yes.
Little children.
Let me tell you something, you know. It is one, lack of information. Because they're supposed to be paid under what is called the minimum wage. You understand me? But even let me tell you something. Let me blow your mind. Do you know that Nigeria has a tax refund system?
A tax refund system?
Yes.
Okay, what does that mean? Okay, well, what are that going to do with this thing now?
No, I was talking about information. What people know, what Nigerians know about in the country, about Nigerian laws and regulations. You understand me? Yeah, because they don't know it, because their employees are not paying their taxes. They don't know they're even paying their taxes, their income tax. You understand me? No, when I found out this thing, I saw it in the formula online for FRIS, how you have to generate to submit. I was surprised. I was telling people, right? Okay, now number two, when we are talking about business in Nigeria, do you know that Nigeria doesn't have what do you call a chart of account?
Have what?
Chart account.
A chart of account. Chart of account is where you entered your expenses and income. You understand me? Even Nigeria has their own, because they're using the French chart of account. Nigeria doesn't have. Check it online. You never see anyone be looking for it. Because
what does that account? What does it do?
Chart of account is where you record all your financial dealings, both your expense and profit. Those are made for the companies to use. That's what the government used in taxing the companies. You understand? That's what they do also in preparing their end of year report. Yeah, the British has their own, every country has their own. There's also one we call an international chart of account.
Are you talking of statement of account?
No statement, chart of account. That is where they know it's like
is it chartered or shut off? I don't know.
Chart of account.
Chart of account.
Yeah.
Chart
so
of.
it is like bookkeeping. Double entry.
Let me check it out. Chart of. I've
You
never
know?
heard of it though. Chart of accounting. Yeah, chart of accounts meaning. I didn't know that was a thing.
So
chart of account is a financial organizational tool that provides a complete listing by category of every account in the general ledger of a company.
So in Nigeria doesn't have their own. I don't know which one they are using. You understand me? So these are some of the issues, the problems they have even in accounting in Nigeria. Companies doesn't know, so that's why companies can just start anything.
Are you from the accounting background?
I'm not from the accounting background, but I did. I'm not 100% from banking, but I know that I did. I was like a consultant for financial control under SAP. Using SAP applications and so on and so forth.
SAP.
Yeah, I worked on SAP.
I use SAP too.
Okay.
Those SAP softwares. I have heard of them, but I've not used it.
Yeah, I
use
SAP a lot.
Which one do you use?
The standard SAP.
Yeah, your company is using SAP, right?
Yeah, we use SAP.
Okay.
I use a lot of software.
So I work as a consultant for
they make life easy.
Yeah, make life easy.
Of course.
So that's what it is. So if you now your SAP, now if you look at the FI, you see that you have your chart of account. So every postings you do goes to the chart of account. You understand? At the end of the year, that's what they use to see what their profit, their expense, their profit, and their loss and everything. So Nigeria does not even have one.
Yeah, I guess that maybe they do, that because Nigerian government they are taking money from people.
I've searched it. Just search it now. That Nigeria chart of account. You there, you will see other countries, so you don't see Nigeria. Because
that's interesting.
Yes, because I was there. Sometimes I was designing some website. I wanted to use this chart of account and everything. You don't see Nigeria.
Wow.
So I had to copy the data of the UK.
Wow,
I
didn't know that.
Nigeria.
I didn't know.
While I for the country, don't be small.
Yeah, I think the thing with Nigerian problem is not too hard. It's just that sometimes we overcomplicate it. Even when people think they know what their problem is, there is not really. The problem is on a higher level. If people take action to change those things, you'll be surprised how quickly the whole thing drifts down.
Yes, it's true.
Look at Niger Republic. Let's say these leaders that were in the Niger Republic, they meant well for their people. The moment they took over and changed, they decided to change everything, the entire country will be transformed just because of the act of how many 100 people just did those things and converted the whole nation. So it depends on where you tap into inside the national structures. If you tap into an area, you may not need a lot of people to transform a nation. I don't think Lenin, when they were transforming Russia into Soviet Union, they were originally very large. They were just probably a small population of Marxists that believe in Marxism. And they just decided to do what they needed to do. And then the whole nation believed in what they believed in. And before you know it, you had the Soviet Union on your hand to deal with.
Our major problem is our ministries, our parastatals, even the people who are running those places. Do you know it was in